Chapter 105, Strange. At 11:25 p.m., David returned home carrying a plastic container filled with braised pork, fried rice, and 2 ears of corn. Just as he stepped inside, his mother, Gloria, arrived home at the same time. "David." Gloria looked at her son in surprise. Her exhausted face showed hints of shock. "Why are you coming home so late?" Because of her demanding job, Gloria rarely saw David at night or in the morning. Most of the time, when she got home, David was already asleep, or when he left in the morning, she was still sleeping. But tonight, David was awake and coming home late from outside. That almost never happened. Immediately, a mother's worst fears flashed through her mind. David, could he have gone bad? Was he hanging out with street thugs behind her back? But before she could spiral deeper into her worries, David handed her the container and, as Carl had instructed him earlier, gave his pre-planned excuse for coming home late. "A classmate from school invited me over for dinner. We ended up hanging out longer than expected, so I got home late. He told me to bring some food back. I already ate, but Mom, have you had dinner yet? You should try some." "You went to a classmate's house for dinner?" Gloria looked at him in disbelief. Her son, David Martinez, actually had friends at Arasaka Academy. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. Then joy surged through her heart. David was no longer alone. He had found friends at school. "You didn't cause them any trouble, did you?" That was the first thing she asked, even as she beamed at him. David, caught off guard by her warm expression, felt a bit uncomfortable. It had been so long since his mother had ever cared about his friendships. Ever since he started at Arasaka Academy, these conversations had become non-existent. But despite feeling a little awkward, he still answered. "Nope, I even helped with the cooking." "You helped with the cooking?" Gloria chuckled. "You weren't just getting in the way, were you?" "Of course not, I actually helped." David pushed the takeout container toward her. "More importantly, Mom, just eat. It's really good." "All right, I was starving anyway. Let's see what you helped make." Gloria expected to see some basic pre-packaged, reheated street food, which, in her mind, matched David's cooking abilities. But the moment she opened the container, she froze. Inside, even though the food had cooled down, the richly colored braised pork, the fragrant fried rice, and the plump, golden corn on the cob sat neatly arranged. For a brief second, she thought she might be hallucinating from exhaustion. But the aroma of real, freshly cooked food filled the air and told her this was real. "David." Gloria immediately turned to him. "This food, where did it come from?" "I already told you. My friend made it. He had extra, so he let me bring some home." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But this is real corn, isn't it?" Gloria had never eaten real pork before, so she couldn't say much about the meat. But corn, that was something she had tasted once. A long time ago, during her honeymoon phase with David's father, they had saved up for months, and through a friend's connections, managed to buy a single cob of real corn. They had split it in half and eaten it together. That sweet, earthy aroma had become a symbol of their love. And after her husband passed, that memory had been one of the things that kept her going, raising David all on her own. She would never mistake that smell. "It's real corn." David nodded and pointed at the braised pork in the container. "Mom, try the pork too. I helped by gathering the spices. It tastes really good." But Gloria wasn't focused on the flavor. "David." Her voice was gentle, but filled with concern. "This is expensive food. Are you sure it's okay to bring something like this home?" It made sense that a student at Arasaka Academy would have access to real food. That wasn't the surprising part. But to freely give it away and let David take some home. That was a lot. She was worried that accepting something so valuable might affect his friendship with this classmate. "Expensive." Hearing his mother say that, David finally realized just how valuable real corn actually was. A single cob, after import fees and bribes along the way, cost anywhere from 100 to 200 eddies. Buying in bulk made it slightly cheaper, but at that price, one cob of corn alone was worth an entire month's worth of David's food expenses. His daily meals consisted of 1 Eddie bread for lunch, 3 Eddie meal for dinner. Most of their household income, over 90%, went into paying for David's tuition. For their situation, this kind of luxurious food really was a big deal. But don't worry, Mom. Everyone who was there took some home, not just me. Of course, the others weren't really classmates. I see, then your friend must be very generous. Hearing that David wasn't the only one, Gloria finally relaxed. Since it wouldn't affect his friendships, she allowed herself to enjoy the meal. Mom, don't you want to heat it up first? No, it's fine. It's delicious, David. Make sure to thank your friend properly later. I will. Watching his mother's exhaustion fade, seeing her look content as she ate. A small smile formed on David's lips. Just like Gaius, no, Carl said. Good food really can heal a tired soul. But as he watched her, a different thought surfaced. Their family's finances. Every single month, almost all their income went to paying for his tuition. Rent, food, equipment, everything else was stretched thin. But even with extreme saving, no matter how much they cut back, his mother's salary wasn't enough. David knew how much she made. Her base pay was 5,000 eddies per month. Even if she worked herself to death with overtime, she would never make over 10,000 eddies a month. And yet, since he started at Arasaka Academy in April, he had already completed 2 full semesters under their 3-semester system. April to July, 1st semester. September to December, 2nd semester. January to March, 3rd semester next year. That meant he had been enrolled for 6 months already. Even if December's tuition hadn't been paid yet. At 20,000 eddies per month, the total for 5 months would be 100,000 eddies. Where did she get that money? Is it really like she said? That is from Dad's old work compensation payout. Is that really enough to cover my tuition? David's gaze shifted toward the black bag his mother had brought home. For some reason. Maybe it was just his imagination. But he swore he could smell blood coming from it. Now that he thought about it, his mother often brought home black bags. Chapter 106, 4 Things. Beep beep. Awake yet, KK? An unknown call. Carl checked the time. 6:40 a.m. 50 minutes before school started. He had been woken up. No, I wasn't awake, I was just woken up, so, who are you? Rubbing his eyes, Carl sat up and answered the call. On the other end, a deep, steady voice of an older man responded. You should have heard of me from Jack. How's the Gaius identity holding up? Gaius. Hearing that name, Carl suddenly woke up a little more. Then, he instantly realized who was calling. The infamous fixer of Haywood. Father, so what's the job? Carl already knew the answer. If a fixer was calling a merc, it could only mean one thing. There was a job. And if it was coming from Father, Carl was inclined to accept, as long as it was short-term. After all, he owed the man a favor. And from what Jack had said, Father was one of the few fixers worth working with. I have a job that requires someone capable. Figured you and your crew might be interested, so I held on to it for you. The pay's not too high, 60,000 eddies. But if someone as well known as you all takes it, that'd be ideal. Come on, Father, we're just some small-timers. But if it's your request, of course, we'll take it. Is it urgent? Not particularly. It's about a tiger claw who killed a peaceful, law-abiding resident in Haywood, then ran back to Japantown for protection. The victim's son spent every last eddy he had trying to get revenge, and to find out why his father was killed. If you can uncover the reason for the murder, I can even add more to the pay. KK, if you're willing to help a kid who lost his father, I'd be grateful. If it's not urgent, we're in. Then I'll leave it to you. Details are in the attachment. The call ended. Carl opened the attachment and quickly skimmed through it. Everything matched what Father had said. The victim was 58 years old, considered old age and Night City. But in the end, he still couldn't escape Tiger Claw's bullets. His son, on the other hand, was only 16. A miracle baby, born when his father was already past middle age. His mother had died in childbirth, leaving the two to rely on each other, running a small convenience store to get by. Despite the odds, the kid excelled in school. He was on track to graduate, get into a good university, and land a solid job. Until this happened. Night City, where you never know if tomorrow or death will come first. Carl sighed. Tragedy never sits well. He glanced at the time, 6:45 a.m. There was no point in going back to sleep. He forwarded the job to Jack and Oliver, then got up to start his morning. Reheating the leftover braised pork, he grabbed some wheat bread and sat down to eat. To anyone else, this might look insane, but Carl had no other options. He had wanted to make a proper Chinese-style pork bun, but he didn't have the ingredients. So he did the next best thing. Took 10 minutes to scrape the remaining sauce with bread until the dish was completely cleaned out. Then he walked to the window and saw that it was raining lightly outside. Rainy day, huh? Carl closed the window. As he put on his Arasaka Academy uniform, his facial features began to shift. A few seconds later, Gaius yawned and walked out the door. He headed upstairs to check if there were any visitor logs. Most days, he expected nothing. But today, there was a record. Got a job for you. Why the hell haven't you been answering? You blackout or something? Meet me tomorrow night, 10 p.m., Lizzie's bar in Kabuki. Along with the message, there was a hollow image of a tattooed young man. Didn't look older than 25. Tomorrow night, 10 p.m., Lizzie's bar. Finally, a lead. Judging by the tone of the message, the guy didn't seem particularly close with the green-haired mohawk who died. But even a loose connection was better than nothing. Carl had already used his NCPD contact, Johnson, to dig into the guy's identity over the past few days. But in Night City, between fake IDs and messy records, tracking someone down was a nightmare. The only solid piece of info he found. The green-haired guy's name was Alan. And even that was only because he had used it when registering for an apartment in the megabuilding. Better take note of everything. His current priorities. Long-term goals. Wait for news from Blanca and extract information on the Atom Smasher cyberware from Tanaka. Short-term goals. Take out a tiger claw, track down information on Alan, and see if any of his family is still around to pay them back. Organizing it like this made things feel much clearer. But Lizzie's bar. Carl's mind quickly recalled the info on that place. Lizzie's bar, a flashy backstreet nightclub known for its braindance experiences and the headquarters of the Mox gang in Night City. Carl remembered Jack mentioning it before. If you wanted a true braindance experience, it was the place to go. Apparently, they even had a braindance editing legend working there. A braindance editing master. Thinking about that, Carl felt a flicker of irritation. Just yesterday, David had brought the latest cyberpsycho black market braindance for them to check out. It was the one that recorded their fight against former New American Lieutenant James Norris. Seeing himself featured in yet another JK braindance made Carl feel conflicted. All he could say was, if he ever got the chance, he wouldn't mind landing a punch on JK, the so-called braindance editing master. But the one working at Lizzie's bar was rumored to be a woman. Meanwhile, JK was supposedly a man. Didn't match. Then again, in 2075, gender didn't mean much anymore. For all he knew, JK could be the type to swap between identities, or maybe even claim his true gender was an attack helicopter. Either way, if he ever met JK in person, he'd make sure the guy got a real taste of what a cyberpsycho was like. Chapter 107 just so happens to know. Here's the braindance you ordered. This one's yours, and you wanted the special custom edition, right? That one will take a little longer. My associate is picking it up now. Associate. Hearing Gaius say that, the male students conducting the deal in the secluded corner looked confused. Then they saw David hurrying toward them, slightly out of breath. Wait, it's you, David Martinez. Up until now, David had been careful about picking his customers, only selling to those he was sure wouldn't expose him. Most students at Arasaka Academy knew there was a mysterious black market braindance dealer on campus. But they had never known it was him. Seeing his face now, it shocked them, especially his classmates, the students who had always seen him at the top of the class rankings. Watching him now, standing there handing out illegal braindances, their emotions were complicated. The straight-A student of their class was secretly selling braindances on the side. A few students, particularly those who read a lot of Japanese novels, had all kinds of strange storylines flash through their heads. At the same time, an unexpected feeling of relief washed over them. Maybe this guy isn't as annoying as I thought. So he's not some perfect, untouchable genius. Selling BDs in school? That's hilarious. In the end, he's still just some poor kid from Santo Domingo. Many of the students, who came from corporate backgrounds, had always hated David. He was just a nobody, yet he outperformed them. Raised in families where competition was everything, they had been conditioned to compare themselves against others. And when they realized they couldn't beat him in academics, it frustrated them. But now, seeing this side of David, they felt different. That natural corporate arrogance they had, the superiority they were born with. It came back. No matter how good his grades are, no matter how much he plays the part in class, at the end of the day, he's just a poor kid from Santo Domingo. When it's time for corporate recruitment, he'll get rejected anyway. No connections, and you think you'll get into Arasaka. Many of David's classmates, who once viewed him with hostility, now looked at him with far less resentment. Seeing him hustling to sell BDs, working under a street braindance dealer like Gaius, they didn't feel threatened anymore. He may be an official Arasaka Academy student, but he's already stuck doing errands for some street vendor. Let's be real, his future's just gonna be selling braindances on the street. Their feelings toward him shifted, but their actions didn't slow down. If anything, they smiled at him. Now that they knew who he was, they leveraged their classmate status to try and get their orders first. Recess was short. The sooner they got their braindance, the better. And if smiling at someone helped speed up the process, so what? We're all classmates after all. David had no idea what was going through their heads. To him, it was simple. Customers were customers. And as long as they paid, he didn't mind smiling back. The braindance business was booming, far better than David had anticipated. His account balance kept rising, euro after euro flowing in. Even though he knew this insane demand for braindances wouldn't last forever. Once most of the students had gotten the braindances they wanted, the future sales would likely drop to 1/10 of what they were today, and that would already be impressive. But watching the numbers in his bank account steadily rise, David's smile grew wider and more genuine. Damn, I can actually make this much money. If I had known earlier, No. If it weren't for Gaius, he wouldn't have had the guts to sell in such large quantities. He wouldn't have had the funds to buy this many braindances in the first place. As he worked, David glanced at Gaius, and a thought crossed his mind. Even though Gaius had told him that all the profits from today's sales were his, David felt uneasy keeping so much money for himself. After all, it was Gaius's investment that made this possible. Gaius had been the one to supply the goods, set up the sales, and even handle transactions. David had only played a minor role. He didn't feel right pocketing such a large sum. Then he thought about his mother. The way she had genuinely smiled last night when talking about how he was making friends. The rare moment of happiness she showed while eating. With that in mind, after recess ended, David transferred all of the money he had earned to Gaius. Since they were connected through personal terminals, the transfer didn't require any hacking, just a simple confirmation for Gaius to accept the payment. This is the money from today's sales during recess. David sent a message along with the transfer request. But Gaius rejected it. I already told you, today's earnings are yours, no need to send it back. My word is final. But this is way too much. Nah, it's nothing crazy. Don't overthink it. You need this money more than I do. And it's not like I'm giving up sales completely. We already agreed on the split going forward. I take 70%, you take 30%. I'm getting plenty. Still, we probably won't sell this much again. Slow and steady wins the race. I'll be making more money than you think. And once my trial month at school is over, you'll be handling everything alone. You'll have to risk carrying black market braindances by yourself. And here you are, Giving away money when you're only keeping 30%? If you go work at Arasaka with a conscience like this, they'll eat you alive, down to the bone. After hearing Gaius's reasoning, David reluctantly accepted the earnings. Meanwhile, as recess ended, Gaius returned to class. And right after finishing his conversation with David, he opened a private chat with Oliver and Jack. "Carl, I found some intel on our target, Tanaka. While casually chatting with one of the students buying braindances, I learned something interesting. There's a student at the academy with the surname Tanaka. He might be our target's son. His name is Katsu Tanaka. And as it happens, I know him." Chapter 108, That's Just How It Is. Katsu Tanaka was not in a good mood today. He couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was because the usual hostility toward David in class had suddenly disappeared. Some students were even laughing and chatting with him. Maybe it was because his two lackeys were sneakily hiding something when he looked their way. Either way, he was annoyed. It felt like everyone was keeping something from him. Even his own subordinates. Carrying that frustration through the school day, Katsu finally got into a car after class. A Villefort Alvarado. It was his father's car. Every day, a man named Maxim, his father's personal bodyguard and driver from Arasaka Corporation, picked him up and drove him to and from school. This wasn't considered misuse of company resources. Maxim's sole job was protecting his father. And once an Arasaka executive reached a certain level, they were entitled to this kind of service. Katsu Tanaka was one of the privileged few who enjoyed this benefit. But as he sat in the back seat, he had no interest in chatting with Maxim. To him, bodyguards and drivers came and went. He had seen too many die, sacrificing themselves to protect his father during corporate conflicts. There was no point getting to know someone he probably wouldn't see for long. Any bodyguard truly capable of keeping his father alive would have already climbed higher, becoming security for someone more important. Why stay under his father, who was just mid-level management in Arasaka? Even bodyguards and drivers had ranks. The ones with real talent moved up. Arasaka's hierarchy only allowed two kinds of people to rise. Those with skill, those with seniority. And of the two, the first always climbed much faster. Maxim was already in his 30s. Not senior enough to climb by experience, and clearly lacking in ability. Which meant he was stuck at this level forever. Katsu didn't bother paying attention to people destined to be left behind. His focus was on his father's expectations, and the higher positions he was meant to reach. His father's official role in Arasaka was Executive Director of Arasaka Academy's Board, Department Head of Arasaka's Experimental Division in Night City. An awkward and unstable position. Because in Night City, his father was seen more as a school administrator, rather than a rising figure in the experimental division. Running an academy might have been considered a powerful position in the past. After all, educating future corporate elites gave you some level of influence. But in 2075, in Night City's Arasaka Academy, it meant nothing. As an executive director, his father had little real authority. Even when it came to education policies, he had no say. All decisions were dictated from above. His job was just to nod and agree. A figurehead, there to take the blame if something went wrong with the students. The fact that this was his father's main position spoke volumes about his status in Arasaka. His real influence came from his secondary role as a department head in the experimental division. That was where the real power was. In Arasaka, beneath the executives who held absolute power, corporate structure followed a strict hierarchy. Department heads, senior managers just below the board of directors, oversee entire divisions and command multiple section chiefs. Section chiefs, mid-level management, considered high-ranking within their branch, supervise and control regular employees. Team leaders, true middle managers, responsible for organizing the workforce. Supervisors. Unlike in other companies, an Arasaka supervisor was just a slightly higher-ranking employee, not real management. Regular employees, the corporate bottom rung. For now, Katsu's father was just a department head. Not yet someone with true power. If Katsu Tanaka graduated from Arasaka Academy, his father's connections would ensure he quickly rose from a regular employee to a supervisor. But his father's expectations went far beyond that. After a few years of hard work, Katsu was expected to become a team leader. And ideally, within the next decade or two, he should surpass his father's position, skipping past section chief and reaching the level of department head. If he could do that, the Tanaka family would finally have a foothold in Arasaka's upper ranks. Sitting in the backseat, Katsu glanced at his next private tutoring session displayed on his cybernetic vision. He was daydreaming about his future, completely unaware that the moment he got into the Villafort Alvarado after class, a quartz EC had begun following him. Inside the quartz EC, squeezed together in the cramped space, were Carl, Jack, and Oliver. Got a lock on him. Jack's eyes stayed glued to the Villafort, weaving through the heavy city center traffic. Relax, I've got him locked in. Oliver, gripping the steering wheel, spoke with complete confidence. Since he's got a bodyguard, I couldn't stick a tracker on the car, but when it comes to tailing people, Jack, you can count on me. This quartz EC had been sitting unused for a while. Oliver had only dug it out now because his Hera was still in the shop for repairs. And even then, he was pretty excited to be driving it again. I've been driving this thing since my sister gave it to me for my 20th birthday. 4 years, racing through Santo Domingo and the Badlands. Compared to that, tailgating someone in the organized chaos of the city center is child's play. Besides, Oliver smirked. Compared to the Hera, this quartz EC is actually a newer model. It's faster, so speed-wise, we're covered. You can always trust the quartz series. Squeezed uncomfortably in the middle, Carl shifted in his seat, trying to make room. Listening to Oliver hype up his car, Carl made a dry remark. Good horsepower, cheap, durable. That's the quartz series for you. Hearing you say that feels kinda weird, though. After all, quartz cars are basically domestic vehicles for me. If it works, I'll drive it, Oliver shrugged. Doesn't matter where it's from. As long as it's high quality, reliable, and cheap, I like it. Can't argue with that. Carl agreed. But his eyes remained focused on the Villafort ahead. It had just turned a corner. And its new direction was Japantown. Chapter 109, Too Suspicious. I remember Father's job was to take out someone in Japantown, right? Oliver watched the Villafort heading toward Japantown. Looks like we're on the way there anyway. Jack flipped through the mission details Father had sent. Target's name is Kazuo Sato. He's with the Tiger Claws. No idea where he's hiding in Japantown, but if we see him, we might as well take him out. Let's focus on the job in front of us first. Carl spoke up. We still can't confirm if Katsu Tanaka is really our target's son. If we move on him now, it could draw unnecessary attention from Arasaka Academy. I'll create some chaos to distract them, then hack into the driver's head and pull the info we need. After that, I'll wipe his memory so he won't remember being hacked. Do we really need to be that careful? Oliver kept his eyes on the road, glancing at Carl. A bodyguard or chauffeur dying or disappearing in a corporate scuffle isn't something those corpo bastards will care about. You're being too careful, Carl. Don't tell me, you actually feel bad for a corpo dog. There are 2 reasons. 1, outright killing him could make our target paranoid. It's safer if he just blacks out in the chaos. No one's going to waste time investigating the blurry memories of a knocked-out driver. 2, he hasn't done anything to me. I have some principles. If he's not the main target and hasn't pissed me off, I don't see the point in shooting him just because he works for a corpo. If I start killing people based solely on that, how am I any different from Arasaka? Jack nodded, piecing things together. So that's why you always check a scav's history before dealing with them. No, that's where you're wrong, Jack. Carl shifted slightly, adjusting his position in the cramped car. Scavs are different. You just said you don't judge people by their status. Yeah, as long as they don't piss me off. But scavs, their very existence pisses me off. You sure have your own moral code. You could call it Carl's code. I remember favors, I remember grudges, both are important. What Jackwell's got a problem with that? Drop the sarcasm, Carl, I got no complaints. Jack flashed a wide grin. If anything, everything you're saying makes perfect sense to me. Feels damn satisfying. We should make it official squad rules. Oliver pulled the quartz EC to a stop by the curb. But for now, gentlemen, get the hell out. We're here. As if you're not getting out too, you piece of crap chauffeur. Carl rubbed his sore back as he climbed out of the car. Thanks to your driving, my damn body feels wrecked. Can't you slow down when turning? Quit whining. If you don't like it, drive yourself next time. And don't say things people might misunderstand. What, just because you almost smacked your head against the windshield 3 times? Not my fault if you don't wear a seatbelt. Just to be safe, run fast if things go south. Carl stepped onto the sidewalk, wearing a casual black jacket. He stretched out, working out the soreness from being crammed in the car. After checking that his pistol, overnight, was securely holstered, he turned his gaze to the Villafort parked behind the bar. So, an Arasaka Academy corpo brat gets into a car after school and heads straight to a bar in Japantown. Looks like we're about to learn some interesting secrets. Westbrook District, Night City's most luxurious and pleasure-driven district. As long as you have money, you can spend it freely, indulging in any and every luxury imaginable. NCPD threat level, very low. Japantown, Night City's entertainment hub, primarily inhabited by Japanese residents. One of the most popular tourist spots in the city. Among its most famous attractions, the Cloud Club, where unexpected surprises await. Watching Katsu Tanaka and his driver, Maxim, step into the bar, Oliver gave Carl a slight nod before heading in himself. Carl's face was already well known among Arasaka's Night City circles. If anyone needed to stir up chaos, it was better that Oliver handled it. Keep an eye on the car, Carl. Jack, gripping his pistol, followed after Oliver. However, he intentionally kept some distance, making sure not to walk into the bar right behind him. If no one inside was causing trouble, Jack might have to stage a scene with Oliver to create a distraction. Leaning against the quartz EC, Carl kept his communication line open, listening in. The area around the bar had no surveillance cameras, probably to maintain customer privacy. But right now, it saved Carl the hassle of masking his face. I should get a jammer from Vic later, something to scramble cameras from picking up my face. Having to constantly check for cameras is a pain. Certain cyberware, like Oliver's Kiroshi optics, had an auto-jamming feature for surveillance cameras. Made things a lot easier for him than Carl. Carl pulled out overnight, giving his pistol a quick check. No issues. Right then, Oliver's voice came through on comms. Oliver, we're inside. Katsu Tanaka followed a bartender into a private booth. His driver stayed at the bar, drinking. Carl, driver's name is Maxim. I already pulled up his info. Interesting guy, apparently he's a fan of underground fistfights. How's the bar looking? Jack, plenty of tiger claws around. Also some regular customers. If we need to start shit, no problem. Carl, good. As long as we've got someone to pick a fight with, we're set. But hold off for now, order some drinks, sit tight, and don't actually get drunk. I need to see what exactly Katsu Tanaka, an Arasaka Academy student, is doing in this bar. Carl hacked into Night City's local network. From there, he tapped into the bar's hidden surveillance cameras inside the private booths. Just as expected, a place that had no cameras outside, claiming to respect customer privacy, was bound to have hidden surveillance in all the key spots. The second Carl got a feed. He stared at the screen and froze. Inside the booth, Katsu Tanaka was plugging into a learning chip. Under the guidance of a bartender. What the hell? Coming to a bar to study. Was he seeing things? Was his cyberware acting up? Baffled, Carl dug deeper into the bar's records. A few moments later, everything made sense. This place was actually a secret tutoring center run by Arasaka Academy's administrative office. What are you here for? Oh, just here to study. Absolutely insane. Even if other students saw Katsu Tanaka walking into a bar, they'd just assume he was partying. But in reality, He was grinding study sessions in a private booth. A bar visit to hide the fact that he was overworking himself. Did he really have to go this far just to keep other corporate kids from knowing he was cramming? This academy's culture is completely fucked. Chapter 110, Coincidence. As Carl waited for Jack and Oliver to grab some drinks and start causing trouble, his attention shifted toward the parking lot behind the bar. A new guest had just arrived. When Carl saw the man step out of his vehicle, he straightened slightly, no longer leaning against the quartz EC. "Carl, I see an interesting target heading into the bar. I think you guys might want to pick a fight with him." "Oliver, interesting target, what do you mean?" "Carl, he's already inside. You'll understand when you see him." As Oliver received the message, he spotted the man entering the bar. A large brute, his body covered in glowing tiger claws tattoos. Fully cybernetic ink, unmistakable. Tiger Claw's full-body ink implant links the user's optics and weapon systems, providing real-time weapon status and granting smart weapon targeting capabilities. Seeing this, Oliver immediately understood why Carl had pointed him out. Because, by sheer coincidence, this Tiger Claw member was none other than Kazuo Sato, their bounty target from Father's mission. Oliver, Kazuo Sato. Well, now talk about good timing. Feels like we just stepped outside and found money on the ground. Carl, not exactly. This bar seems to be a regular gathering spot for the Tiger Claws. It's not just some secret backdoor tutoring center for Arasaka Academy. Sato showing up here just means we got lucky with our timing. It wasn't all that surprising. Katsu's father was an executive director at Arasaka Academy. And the Tiger Claws, they were nothing more than Arasaka's hired thugs in Night City. Just like the 6th Street Gang was a corporate black ops arm. The Tiger Claws were the same, just for a different megacorp. A bar tied to Arasaka would naturally have Tiger Claws patrolling the place. Hell, they probably ran security here. Jack, still, this is lucky as hell. The Tiger Claws own a ton of bars. What are the chances we'd run into our target here? Carl, don't get too excited, Jack. You said earlier that this bar has a lot of Tiger Claws hanging around, right? Don't screw this up when you start a fight. Jack, relax. We got this, Carl. Just wait for our signal. Carl didn't respond, letting Jack's confidence hang in the air. Click. Pulling out overnight, Carl gave the slide a quick check, making sure it wouldn't jam at the worst possible moment. Everything looked good. And so, he began walking toward the bar. Kazuo Sato had shown up at just the right time. Now, he could be used as a cover. Carl didn't want Arasaka's corporate branches investigating this event too deeply. If they dug too far, they might connect the dots to Arasaka Academy. And that would be a problem. But now, Father's bounty contract provided the perfect excuse. The original plan had been simple. Start some random fight inside the bar. Use the chaos as cover for Carl to hack into Maxim's head, extract information, and wipe his memory. But now, with Kazuo Sato here, the plan could shift. Now it would look like a mercenary squad taking out a bounty target for a fixer's contract. Maxim, he'd be nothing more than collateral damage. A bystander caught in the crossfire. No one would suspect that Carl had wiped his memory while he was unconscious. As far as the world was concerned, Maxim and Katsu had nothing to do with this fight. Just two unlucky guys who happened to be at the wrong place, wrong time. And even if Katsu's father was truly their real target, there was no way he'd ever connect this bar brawl to some larger conspiracy against him. This situation, it was like a friend telling you they saw a wild dog biting another wild dog on the street. The two dogs ran around barking, almost crashing into them. Would you really worry about whether those dogs were secretly plotting to mug you for your grandma's famous cake recipe? That would be insane. To someone like Katsu Tanaka, street mercs, the Tiger Claws, even his own chauffeur. We're all just stray dogs. As long as they didn't bite him, they weren't worth a second thought. Oliver, Kazuo Sato, are we putting him down or keeping him alive? Carl, keep him alive, toss him in the trunk and send him to Father. He said if we found out why Sato killed that kid's father, he'd pay extra. If we deliver him alive and tied up, father might even let the kid get revenge himself. Jack, that works. Revenge should always be personal. All right, I'll start. Carl, get ready. Carl, move in. Carl made his way to the bar's back entrance. This was the same door used by customers arriving in vehicles. With overnight in hand, he took a deep breath. And waited. It didn't take long. A few seconds later, chaos erupted inside. The first thing Carl heard was Jack's voice. What the fuck are you looking at? Your corpo-ass eyes shine too bright or something. No way. Jack was going with that old-school provocation. But maybe that's why it worked so often. Carl then heard a brief silence, followed by Kazuo Sato's voice, laced with both confusion and anger. What's your problem? You're big as hell. What, I'm not allowed to look? Try looking again. Oh yeah, and what if I do? Then try it, dumbass. Bang. No hesitation. The moment Carl heard Jack's customized Doomsday Diva fire, he rushed inside. As soon as he stepped in, a wave of blinding neon lights hit his eyes. But within seconds, Carl processed everything. A few experienced Night City bargoers had already ducked under their seats, hands over their heads. Meanwhile, 8 tiger claws had drawn their weapons. 3 bartenders were also pulling guns from beneath the counter, all of them aiming at Jack, who was still seated at the bar. And in front of him, Kazuo Sato, clutching his gut, stumbling backward from the impact. Jack aimed for his stomach. Even with subdermal armor, Doomsday Diva was no ordinary gun. There was no way Sato's armor had fully absorbed that shot. But at least, Jack was keeping him alive. Carl stepped forward, gun raised. 11 enemies, with Oliver and Jack backing him up. This would take 1 second. The brass shell casing ejected from overnight gleaming gold as it spun through the air. Chapter 111, Who's Afraid of Who? For a brief moment, after the initial burst of gunfire, the bar fell into absolute silence. Then, thud, the first body hit the ground, followed by another, and another. Thud, thud, thud. A total of 11 times. Mixed in with the shattering of bottles and broken glasses, Oliver slowly holstered his Nova revolver. Then, just to show off, he blew away the lingering gunpowder smoke from his barrel. Nothing special. Carl, you took out 3 guys, and you're acting like a legend. Oliver, like you did any better, you only dropped 4. As Carl and Oliver bickered, Jack was actually still working. He stepped over Maxim, the driver he knocked out earlier with a stray elbow, and walked up to Kazuo Sato, who was still groaning in pain. Scanning the rest of the terrified patrons, Jack raised his voice. Just a merc job. If you got nothing to do with it, then get lost. Many of the regulars, still dazed from the gunfire, cautiously lifted their heads. And when they saw the situation inside the bar, their jaws dropped. The tiger claws, usually so high and mighty, had been annihilated before they could even react. What the hell, who are these guys? A few people stared at Jack, noticing his massive frame and thick arms. And in that moment, a new rumor was born in their minds. That guy, he's gotta be their leader. No way I'm messing with him. If he and his squad can wipe out an entire Tiger Claws bar in an instant, then they must be complete lunatics. Carl, if you're leaving, leave now. If more Tiger Claws show up, they might mistake you for our allies. The reminder snapped the remaining patrons out of their shock. Their gazes briefly flicked from Jack the mercenary boss to the young lackey who had just spoken. A few nodded in thanks, muttering appreciate it. Then, without wasting a single second, they bolted out of the bar. They knew. The Tiger Claws didn't care about innocence. When revenge came, it would be indiscriminate. Since the main area of the bar had no cameras, Carl casually strolled over to the wailing Kazuo Sato. Then, he stomped on his head. Sato let out a muffled groan, before passing out cold. With Sato silent, Carl turned to Maxim. Crouching down, he extended a monowire from his wrist, plugging it directly into the driver's neural port. Data extraction, in progress. Carl wasn't after anything complex. All he needed was the guy's communication history. And since Maxim was already unconscious, it only took him 5 seconds. Done, didn't even need to wipe his memory. Carl stood up, glancing at Maxim's limp body. Carl, by the way, Jack, you knocked this guy out with a stray elbow. That's not gonna look weird. Jack, no big deal. Drunken brawls in bars happen all the time. Even if he wakes up, he'll probably just think he was unlucky, caught in the crossfire while having a drink. Jack, a veteran of Night City's streets, casually hoisted the unconscious Kazuo Sato over his shoulder. Jack, first real fight I ever got into. I got accidentally knocked out too. Some bastard smashed a bottle over my head. Oliver, that explains why your skull looks so damn thick now. As Carl spoke, several bartenders from the VIP rooms had begun noticing what was happening outside. Guns in hand, they cautiously stepped out, only to be greeted by a friendly bullet from Oliver. One after another. 1, 2, 3, 6 down, Carl. That means I'm ahead of you now. Looks like the rest of them are smart enough to stay put. Hearing Oliver's smug remark, Carl simply rolled his eyes. Give me a break. The hallway from the VIP rooms leads straight to the front. Any rational person who sees 3 bodies stacked ahead would just sneak out the back. We should get moving. They've probably already called for Tiger Claw's backup. And this is Japantown. Stay too long and we'll get swarmed. Fair, but give me a sec. There's one last thing I gotta do. What thing? Oliver reached into his pocket, pulled out a $20 bill, and waved it in Carl's face. Then he placed it on the bar counter. 2 drinks for me and Jack, $14 total. This is $20. Oliver glanced at the corpse behind the counter. Keep the change, consider it a tip. Carl scoffed. Damn, you're really an honest guy, huh? Oliver simply shrugged. The drink was good. Even if the bartender pulled a gun on me afterward, I still think it was worth paying for. Carl snorted. So you're paying for the booze, but not the guy. Pretty much. With that, the 3 of them left the bar, tossing Kazuo Sato into the trunk. The bullet in his gut, thanks to his subdermal armor, had absorbed most of the damage. According to Oliver, who had some medical expertise, Sato had about 2 hours before things got critical. That was more than enough time. The quartz engine rumbled to life. Once again, Carl found himself sandwiched between Jack and Oliver in the cramped backseat. Man, I miss the Hera. Their next stop, the Glen District, the border zone between Haywood and Westbrook's Japantown. This was where Father was waiting. Glen District, the poorest part of Haywood, rampant with violence, mostly controlled by the Valentinos, but with a small 6th Street presence. The moment they entered Valentino/6th Street territory, their mission would be 80% complete. Even if the Tiger Claws sent a chase squad, they wouldn't dare storm into Valentino turf. Not unless they wanted both gangs turning against them. But before they could get there, they first had to make it out of Japantown. That was the real test. The quartz had barely been on the road for 1 minute when Oliver, glancing at the rearview mirror, noticed something. Welp, took them less than a minute. 4 Tiger Claws bikes already on our ass. Damn, these guys are efficient. He was just about to hit the gas, when suddenly, a car swerved into the intersection ahead, blocking their path. Its trajectory was deliberate. If Oliver maintained speed, they would collide head-on. Shit. Yet, instead of slowing down, Oliver slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The quartz roared forward at full speed. Fine, you wanna play. Let's see who's really afraid. Chapter 112, Wait and See. Bang! As the quartz collided with the oncoming car, 3 figures flung their doors open, tumbling onto the pavement in a controlled roll. Was that really necessary, Oliver? Jack was already taking cover, pulling out his Saratoga and opening fire on the incoming Tiger Claw bikers. I've GOT road rage. Fuck them if they thought this was gonna make me hit the brakes. Oliver turned back, his eyes flaring red. Staring at the quartz, its front left side completely caved in from the impact. His breathing got heavier. Fuck, my sister gave me that car. Carl, still a little dizzy from being thrown around, blinked. Wait, you only just realized that. And what's with those glowing red eyes, cyberpsychosis kicking in? Oliver smirked. I knew you'd say that. These are Kiroshi optics. I picked the red scan mode just to mess with people. Tells me when there's a life form nearby. Did I get ya? Carl shook his head. Honestly, I think you're too sane. Like, high-functioning cyberpsycho levels of sane. So now what? The car's wrecked, how are we moving out? Oliver scoffed. A little crash, that ain't enough to kill a quartz. I told you, trust in the Thornton build. The target's still in the trunk. We take out these kittens first, then we keep driving. Carl sighed. Fine, you're driving your call. Considering the speed of their pursuers, the quartz wasn't gonna outrun them forever. Might as well finish them off first. Done. Oliver popped 2 rounds into the drivers and passengers of the crashed car, putting down the remaining tigers. Jack, meanwhile, had already mowed down the bikers behind them. Man, this synaptic accelerator is insane. Thinking of pairing it with Berserk next. Maybe tweak my hormone regulation algorithm too. Berserk OS, a cyberware implant that enhances physical strength, durability, and regeneration. Higher-end models come with nanoskin impact absorption, allowing users to tank bullets like nothing. Carl holstered Dying Knight, realizing there was no one left to shoot. Hold off on that for now. Vic's been clear, you stack too much cyberware too fast, your body won't adapt properly. You just got the accelerator. Maybe put in an order first, let Vic source a good one. Jack nodded, considering cyberpsychosis risks. Fair, no need to rush. Oliver stretched, patting his Kiroshi optics. I'm set for now. Just gotta see how I adapt to these first. If it goes well, might pick up a Sandevistan next. No more waiting around to line up shots. Carl narrowed his eyes. That thing isn't for amateurs. At least don't get some corpo experimental model. We all know how that ends. Oliver smirked. Come on, I'm not an idiot. Who the fuck just grabs random cyberware without checking the manufacturer? Thanks to Vic's constant warnings, they never installed second-hand cyberware or mystery mods. Click. Jack popped open the trunk, checking the cargo. Kazuo Sato was still inside. His head had smacked against the trunk during the crash, leaving a massive lump. Still breathing. Jack grinned. Lucky bastard. Then let's not wait, keep moving. Oliver was mid-sentence when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar glow flickering in the distance. A very familiar glow. The moment he saw it, he immediately knew what it was. RPG. Shit, the car. Boom. The shockwave from the midair explosion barely reached Oliver. By the time it did, it was no stronger than a light breeze brushing against his face. They're actually trying to use that on us. Jack lowered his pistol. Staring at the smoking trail of the RPG, he just detonated mid-flight with a single shot. Why the hell do Tiger Claws have rocket launchers? Carl, in contrast, looked completely unfazed. Probably leftovers from that convoy job we ran. The higher-ups didn't use everything, so they sold off the extras at a ridiculous markup to the street-level goons. Classic corpo dog tactics, same reason I got this cyberware on my face right now. Waste not, want not, huh? Oliver popped open the car door, pulling out his Nekomata. Good thing my rifle made it through. He raised the scope. Took aim. Inside the crosshairs were 3 tiger claws, scrambling to reload another RPG. Compared to the agents who hit us before, these guys are laughably slow. They seriously didn't expect anyone to shoot their RPG midair. Come on, let me show them something fun. He exhaled, stabilizing his shot. Carl, I remember you once sniped a bullet into a gun's chamber mid-shot to jam it, right? Yeah. The last time we got hit by an RPG. Oliver grinned. Then let me show you something else. A mid-air detonation. The moment the Tigers launched their RPG, Oliver pulled the trigger. Showtime. Carl and Jack didn't even flinch. Just stood there, arms crossed, watching. They trusted Oliver's aim. Trusted it enough to bet their lives on it. WHIZZ. The Nekomata's bullet tore through the air. Faster than a blink. Intercepting the just-fired RPG mid-flight. Boom! A blinding fireball erupted in the night sky. Oliver lowered his rifle, flipped off the explosion, and muttered, "I fucking hate people who shoot RPGs at me." Because it always reminded him of his SOR-22. The rifle he never even got to fire once before it got blown to hell. Chapter 113, A Dream Becoming a Legend. No doubt about it, you guys did one hell of a job. Father let his men take Sato Kazuo away, both to deliver him to the grieving son for revenge and to extract the truth about why he murdered the boy's father. Then he stepped forward and gave Jack a big bear hug. At first glance, Father looked like nothing more than a kind old man, his face marked with obvious age spots. No one passing him on the street would ever suspect that this elderly man was actually the most powerful fixer in all of Haywood. After hugging Jack, Father turned his gaze to Carl. "This job's wrapped up, so take this as a little personal bonus from me." Beep. Carl glanced at his account balance. 90,000 eddies. Jesus. Carl had to admit, Father was one generous motherfucker. The original reward was 60,000 eddies. Father just dropped an extra 50% on top of that, out of his own pocket. Now that was a fixer worth respecting. Unlike that brain-dead corpo bootlicker, Faraday, Carl actually liked the way Father did business. Anytime you got work, just hit us up. Taking the money meant a few polite words were in order. Carl wired 30,000 each to Oliver and Jack, then glanced at his own balance. 990,000 eddies. He was about to break 1,000,000. But honestly, with his Chrome still in its adaptation phase, he didn't even have anything to spend it on. Carl wasn't into fancy cars, he was satisfied with his apartment, and now that he had real pork, even his food situation was settled. He literally didn't know what to do with all this cash. Even if he wanted to hand some over, Jack and Oliver wouldn't take it. Of course, technically speaking, if he didn't count that random 1,000,000 eddy payout from that Arasaka Corpo princess, he was actually still 10,000 in the hole from everything he'd spent. But that was a lucky break, not something he could count on happening again. So in the end, there was only one conclusion to make. More gigs. Always. That was Carl's final takeaway from staring at his overflowing account balance. Father were heading out. After delivering the target, they didn't linger long in Kings Boulevard. They dropped the quartz off at a repair shop and switched back to their freshly repaired Hira. Destination. The afterlife, Lizzie's, a fixer's office. Nah. El Coyote Koja. Carl hadn't been to Mama Wells' bar since starting school, and even though it had only been 3 days, he was already craving her homemade fries. On the way, Carl pinged Maine and the crew with an update. Carl got Tanaka's route, just sent it over. Need you guys to set up an ambush and nab him. Maine received. Don't worry, won't take long with this info. With 2 netrunners and 1 recovering netrunner, Maine's crew had way better tracking skills than Carl's. Carl, then I'll leave it to you. If anything goes sideways, ping me. Also, let me know the second you bag Tanaka. With that, he ended the call. Overall, the whole Militech job had gone off without a hitch. Hey, Carl. Jack spoke up not long after Carl ended the call. What's your endgame with all this? What's your goal? Goal? Yeah, goal like for example. I became a merc because I want to make a name for myself. Make eddies, get famous. Hell, if I can pull it off, maybe even become one of the legends. Morgan Blackhand, Waylon the Old Snake, that kinda level. I want every damn person in Night City to know my name. But you. We've been running together for a while now, and I've never seen you show much interest in anything besides food. So what the hell is it you're actually after? Yeah, I get that feeling too. Oliver, still gripping the wheel, added. For me, it's simple, same as Jack. I want eddies, I want my name out there. I want to rub it in the faces of the fuckers who kicked me out of the 6th Street gang. One day, I want them crawling back, begging me to take a contract, one I won't even bother looking at. That's why I became a merc. But you don't seem to have that kind of hunger. Turning a corner, Oliver continued. Honestly, Carl, sometimes I wonder if you're some kind of monk. No, scratch that. Those bald fucks still sneak off to watch Brandon's smut. They don't have that calm, that warmth you do. If I'm being real with you, Carl, you're different. You're like the sun. And I don't mean in some poetic, bullshit way. I mean it literally. You don't fit in with this city. You don't belong in Night City. Jack nodded. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, though Oliver's whole sun metaphor is kind of vague. Jack paused, then said, I'll put it in my own words. Before I met you, Carl, I never imagined someone could smile at everyone, treat every single person like they actually mattered. And I definitely never thought someone would actually show respect to anyone who could be called human. Remember the old junk dealer? In all my 28 years, I've seen plenty of people deal with guys like him. And you're the only one who ever treated him like a person. Carl blinked. Respect? Yeah. You mean I just have good manners? Maybe part of it, but it's more than that. You're too goddamn bright, Carl. Too warm. Looking at you, I start to think. Damn, maybe this city isn't so hopeless after all. Maybe people still have something to hold on to. You don't belong in Night City because you make people feel like there's still something worth believing in. Oliver chuckled. Yeah, exactly. You're like the daytime sun, clear as day. Everyone who gets to know you knows exactly what you love, what you hate. You don't hide a damn thing. And because of that, none of us have any clue what you're actually chasing. Jack nodded again. No one's real dream is to be a corpo bootlicker. No one's real goal is just making eddies and climbing the ranks. That's not what we're truly after. Money's just a tool to get where we want to go. Carl, when I look at you, I see someone who could walk a golden path to whatever dream you choose. So tell us, what's your dream? Carl fell silent. What was his dream? Come to think of it, ever since arriving in 2075, he'd just been rolling with the tide. Teaming up with Oliver. Pulling in Jack for gigs. Running missions back to back. But he'd never actually stopped to think about what he wanted. What do I want? Nothing concrete. But that's fine. Dreams are something you chase on the way. Carl lifted his head. Even from Haywood, he could see the towering skyline of Night City's city center. Then I guess my dream is. Carl smirked. Becoming a legend. Standing at the top. Chapter 114, Mercenaries and Blue Eyes. Maxim, why are you only answering now? My deepest apologies, Section Chief Tanaka. I was caught in the crossfire of a mercenary operation and was knocked unconscious. I just woke up now. A mercenary operation. At 6 p.m., still working overtime at Arasaka Tower, Tanaka frowned at Maxim's response and asked, Was my son harmed in any way? Your son, Katsuo, was completely unharmed. It seems the mercenaries were only after their target and left without involving anyone else. Do you know their identities? Thanks to the surveillance from Tiger Claws in Japantown, 2 of the 3 mercenaries had no cyberware to block facial recognition. Their identities have been confirmed. Since they previously took on a company contract, their profiles are recorded in our database. How many street mercs haven't done work for the company at some point? That's nothing unusual. Send me the footage. Yes, Section Chief Tanaka. On the other end of the call, Maxim's voice was filled with nervous tension. It was accompanied by the sound of wind, as if he was bowing repeatedly while speaking. Tanaka paid no mind to the display of submission. He had seen far too many people in Arasaka who thought bowing could express loyalty. The surveillance footage provided by the Tiger Claws was quickly transmitted to Tanaka's personal terminal. Curious about the mercenaries who had almost entangled his son in their work, he immediately opened the file and played the recording. Raiding a Tiger Claws bar in Japantown to kidnap someone, these guys have guts. Let's see who. With that thought, Tanaka watched the footage and immediately saw the unmasked faces of Carl and Jack. That face. Upon seeing Carl's face, Tanaka raised an eyebrow. He had already heard about this mercenary. The name was spreading fast among the Arasaka operatives in Night City. After all, this was the same mercenary who had protected Miss Hanako Arasaka and was specifically instructed by her to receive equivalent medical assistance and cyberware compensation. The footage even showed him nearly taking down a military spec AKPA from Militech in a one-on-one battle. How could it be him? That was Tanaka's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it as ridiculous. A mercenary is still just a mercenary. Even if he had saved Miss Hanako Arasaka, gaining temporary favor, he was still just a street dog. Running gigs for a paycheck was nothing unusual. It really must have been a pure coincidence. No one was targeting his son, no one was targeting him. Shortly after receiving Maxim's first-hand report, Tanaka found the same footage circulating in internal Arasaka briefings. Along with it, the final mercenary's identity was confirmed, the one whose face had been obscured by a Kuroshi optical cyberware system. It was Carl's squadmate, Oliver. This intelligence, compiled by Arasaka's counterintelligence division, did not raise much concern among Night City's corporate executives. A merc job on the streets was too insignificant to warrant attention. However, this same intelligence was placed on the desk of the only remaining Arasaka family member currently residing in Night City. Mercenaries. Meanwhile, inside El Coyote Kojo, Carl raised his cup of sweet tea and casually saluted the middle-aged man in a suit who had approached him. "For me, it's simple," Carl said. "If there's a gig, just tell me. No need for long speeches." Bold, no wonder you're the rising star of Night City's mercenaries, KK. The middle-aged man sitting across from Carl, his blue eyes glowing faintly, smiled before glancing at Oliver and Jack, who were seated beside Carl. "You three truly stand out as one of the rare, exceptional mercenary teams in Night City. Why do you sound so damn weird?" Jack took a sip of his lager, staring at the blue-eyed man. "No need to butter us up. Just tell us the job. We'll take short-term gigs, but long-term ones, we're already tied up with something else. Are you busy with Militech-related affairs?" The moment those words left the blue-eyed man's mouth, Carl, Jack, and Oliver narrowed their eyes slightly. "Looks like you know quite a lot." Carl gave him a long, deep look, but ultimately wasn't too bothered by what he had just said. So what if he knew they were working a long-term gig for Militech? Even if he snitched, the worst-case scenario would be the mission going south. It would hurt their mercenary reputation a bit, and they'd have to refund their advance payment, but nothing major. Besides, the fact that this guy had deliberately mentioned it meant he wasn't planning to rat them out. He was just flexing how much he knew. Gulp. Taking a sip of his sweet iced tea, which tasted almost like cold green tea, Carl set down his half-empty can. "So, since you already know we're busy, I'm guessing you're offering a short-term job that we can still take. If the pay's good, I don't mind. But..." Before Carl could finish, Oliver cut in for him. "You gotta pay up front. If we bust our asses and you ghost us after, we're not getting screwed over for free." "No need to worry." The blue-eyed man gave a mysterious smile. "I'm not here to hire you now. I'm just hoping that, after you finish your current job, you'll consider taking a long-term contract from me." "A reservation?" Jack raised an eyebrow, partially understanding but still skeptical. "You want to lock us in now. You're not worried we might fail this gig and end up dead in Militech's hands?" "I have faith in your abilities. A mere experimental project in Arasaka's Night City Research Division shouldn't be too much trouble for professionals like you." Leaning back into the worn-out leather couch at El Coyote Kojo, the blue-eyed man crossed his hands over his knee, his words dripping with implications. A mere experimental project. This was a military-grade cyberware test, something Militech itself considered highly classified. Yet, to this guy, it was just some minor test in Arasaka's research division. Big words. Who the hell was backing this guy? For today, let's just say we've been introduced. The blue-eyed man uncrossed his legs and stood up. He shot one last glance at Carl before heading for the exit. "When your mission is over, I'll be in touch immediately. In touch, you haven't even added my comms. As Carl watched the man leave, he wasn't sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. But in that last moment, when the man turned his head, Carl thought he saw the glow in his cybernetic blue eyes dim slightly. Was he using the same Kuroshi eye model as Oliver? The kind that changes color based on emotions. Chapter 115, Mercenary and Blue Eyes. Good morning, Gaius. Yo, good morning, David. It was quite the coincidence today. Gaius and David happened to run into each other at the school entrance. 7:10 a.m., you're here early today, Gaius. After getting to know Gaius, David was well aware of his habit of cutting it close when it came to school arrival times. Seeing him this early made him a bit curious. I have to head to the Lizzie's bar in Kabuki, Watson District tonight. Figured I'd get up early to prepare a few things. Lizzie's bar? You mean the Lizzie's bar, the one famous for its brain dances? David was clearly familiar with the name. In fact, for someone as obsessed with brain dances as he was, not knowing about Lizzie's bar would be downright strange. Yeah, is that one? Gaius, are you heading there to arrange some special services for the Academy crowd? But I remember no one ordered anything custom lately. Nah. Gaius took a bite of his bread, slathered with real butter, and only after chewing and swallowing did he respond. Just a personal matter I need to take care of, but you mentioning that reminded me, are you free tonight? Wanna come see some of the most cutting-edge, high-quality braindance editing in action? My treat. Wait, no need to pay for me. David checked his account balance, then thought for a moment before replying, I was planning to send some money to my mom so she wouldn't have to work so hard. After setting aside what I need for that and for buying braindances, I should still have enough for myself. I think I can afford the trip. Things over there can get pretty expensive, you know. It's top-tier service after all. Expensive, huh? David hesitated for a moment, but then nodded with determination. I can't always rely on you treating me, Gaius. I need to handle things myself too. That's so. Gaius chuckled. Well then, just remember, don't drink. Don't drink, what's that supposed to mean? David got his answer that night. At Lizzie's bar, as he browsed the drink menu, David's eyes widened in disbelief. A specialty cocktail costs 30 eddies. That's the cheap stuff, David. Jack took a sip of his vodka, lime juice, and ice-filled personal mix of ginger beer. Hearing David's exclamation, he paused to explain, swirling his glass. This little thing right here? Just some vodka poured into ginger beer in front of me, and they still charged me 40 eddies. That's why bars are bars, kid. This ain't Mama Wells El Coyote Kojo. Oliver smirked as he nursed a rusty nail cocktail. Even this mix I copied still cost me 40 eddies. So, the real attraction here isn't the drinks, it's the braindances. Carl's eyes scanned Lizzie's bar, his focus set on one thing, waiting for the person he had arranged to meet at 10 p.m. More specifically, he was waiting for the person who had set up a meeting with Alan, the green-haired, mohawked young man who had already died. When Carl first arrived in 2075, he had looted Alan's corpse, taking the eddies and the Lexington that had fallen from his hands. Back then, Carl had made a silent promise, if he had any family left. Then when I have the ability to do so, I'll find them and pay back my debt. That was why he had rented Alan's apartment and kept it intact up to this day. To Carl, this was a debt he had to repay. If it weren't for that Lexington, now modified into Midnight, he wouldn't have been able to save Oliver by chance, nor would he have met Jack and gone through everything that followed. Everything started with Alan's death. He was the beginning of Carl's story in 2075, and Carl would not forget him. Carl had searched for a long time, even reaching out to his NCPD contact, Johnson, for help. But all he had been able to learn was Alan's name, nothing more. Tonight, however, was his best chance at finally uncovering more. A tattooed young man had visited Alan's apartment and left a message in the visitor logs, arranging to meet Alan at 10 p.m. at Lizzie's bar. Carl was counting on this guy to give him more information about Alan. The current time, 9:50 p.m. And right on cue, Carl saw him, walking through the entrance of Lizzie's bar, looking exactly like the image from the visitor logs. I'm stepping out for a bit, you guys keep going. After leaving a few words for Jack, Oliver, and David, Carl sat down next to the tattooed young man at Lizzie's bar, just as he took his seat at the counter. Mind if we get to know each other? Carl initiated the conversation. Huh, who the hell are you? The tattooed youth glanced at Carl, frowning slightly. Clearly, he was wary of random men trying to strike up a conversation. I know Lizzie's bar has people offering those kinds of services, but I'm pretty sure they're all women. If that's what you're looking for, you should try Big Bird Round and Round instead. Big Bird Round and Round. A well-known gay bar in Vista del Rey, Haywood, primarily catering to psychological or physical males. Carl's eyelid twitched. He nearly threw a punch at this guy over his blatantly dismissive words. Damn, this dude was as street as they come. Restraint -1. If he weren't worried about literally blowing the guy's head off, he would have swung. Suppressing his irritation, Carl responded, Alan. Alan? The tattooed youth blinked in confusion before realization dawned on him. He studied Carl for a moment before asking, Did Alan send you? Why didn't he come himself? He's dead. Dead? The young man's eyes widened in brief surprise, but almost immediately, his expression returned to indifference, like the news wasn't anything significant. Dead, huh? Well, that's a shame. I was actually gonna pull him in on some work this time around. You knew him well. Knew him well. The tattooed youth gave Carl a puzzled look. We grew up together, came to Night City together to try and make it. Of course, I knew him. Someone you grew up with dies, and you're this indifferent. What else can I be? The young man let out a dry chuckle. There were 7 of us when we left home to try our luck here. As of this year, it's just me and Alan left. Surviving in this city is already tough as hell. Everyone's got their own shit to deal with. Even getting a check-in every now and then was rare. And now, well, looks like it's just me now. You get used to it. In Night City, whether you die early or late, what's the difference? His voice was calm, unshaken, like he had come to terms with the cruel reality long ago. Then, he turned the question on Carl. But what about you? I don't remember Alan having any friends. How do you know about him? I'm a merc, name's KK. I owed Alan a debt and I wanted to repay it. Carl introduced himself, then asked what mattered most to him. If you grew up together, does he have any family, any way to contact them? You trying to pay him back? The tattooed youth was about to say something, but stopped when he saw Carl's face. That expression, it was serious, completely sincere, without even a hint of deception. Yeah, I want to repay him. The young man stared at Carl in silence for a moment, then abruptly stood up. Carl followed suit, but all he got was the guy turning away, raising a hand in a casual wave as he walked off. No need to follow. Nice meeting you, KK. I can tell you're a good guy, so I guess coming to Lizzie's bar tonight wasn't a mistake. But since Alan isn't coming, there's no point in me sticking around either. And you, there's no need to go repaying debts or anything. Just let it go. Let it go, why? The young man stopped for a brief moment and looked back at Carl with a smile. Because we all came to Night City, because we had no family left. With those words, his expression remained unchanged, still smiling. For outsiders trying to make it in Night City, that's just how it is. But hey, I do appreciate that you even thought about repaying whatever random debt Alan left behind. But you know, not everything in life works out the way you want. Still, just knowing that someone besides me remembers Alan, that's pretty damn nice. He turned back around. If you really don't mind, then consider remembering Alan's name as your way of paying him back. He always used to talk about becoming somebody big. Guess he didn't quite make it, but if he can at least be remembered, if his name doesn't just vanish completely, then that's not too bad either. At least better than me. I probably won't be around much longer either. And when I go, if Alan's name still lingers in someone's mind, well, that's longer than either of us lasted. With that, the tattooed young man walked away, still smiling as he spoke so indifferently about death. Carl stood there frozen. He watched the man's back for a long time, before slowly resting his hand on Midnight at his waist. Remember, huh? Yeah. He'd remember. A huge thanks to Winter Aiko for subscribing. Your support means a lot. Thanks for being part of this adventure. Chapter 116, Struck Deep in the Heart. Something happened, Carl. Jack noticed Carl walking back, looking a little dazed. He was curious about his conversation with the stranger earlier. Just something. Not wanting his emotions to affect the others, Carl quickly adjusted himself. Did you guys check out Lizzie's bar's braindances yet? Knowing Carl was changing the subject, Oliver simply went along with it. Not yet. We were looking through the menu, still deciding. Anything special? Customizable sensory levels, pain adjustments, you can tweak a bunch of details. David added, most commercial braindances tone down sensory stimulation to avoid incidents, but the ones here can be cranked to full intensity or even higher. Real intense stuff. Like what? For example, David thought for a moment before answering. Like that black market braindance of you guys taking down James Norris. Here, you could crank the pain sensitivity up to 150%. Not that I think any sane person would want to experience that. A James Norris BD? Wait, does that mean the editor here is JK? Carl still hadn't let go of the fact that JK had twice put him in those Cyberpsycho Chronicles braindances. No, it's another editor. JK might be one of Night City's top-tier BD editors, but he's obsessed with cyberpsycho content. When it comes to fine-tuning sensory adjustments, this editor, JA, is better than him. So it's not JK, huh? Carl had been hoping to settle a score. If JK had been the editor behind Lizzie's BDs, he'd have paid him a very personal visit, preferably while stringing him up and beating the hell out of him. But since it wasn't him, there was no need to stir up trouble. You guys planning on taking some BDs home? These custom ones are rare, you'd be missing out if you didn't grab a few. Carl sipped his sweet tea, uninterested in the hedonistic experiences Lizzie's had to offer. This wasn't exactly the kind of place that sold instructional combat BDs, after all, but he did remember that Oliver loved this kind of stuff. I'm gonna try one first and see. Oliver picked out his BD and headed toward one of Lizzie's private booths. The bar had plenty of open BD stations in the main hall, but he wasn't that shameless. No way he'd risk certain reactions in public. Jack, David. Not my thing, I'm just here to hang out with you guys. Jack shrugged, then turned to David. You gonna try one? I think I'll pass on this kind of BD. David looked a little embarrassed at the sheer amount of explicit content Lizzie's had on display. A pure little schoolboy, huh? Yeah, I get it. Carl smirked. Well, let's get another round of drinks then, this one's on me. Also, this bar doesn't serve any real food. Do they not care that people might pass out from overindulgence and lack of nutrients? They've got Mexican tacos here, though they taste like plastic mixed with sawdust. Even you are complaining about the food. Hey, I am Mexican, you know. Jack finished his sentence, but just as he was about to say something else, his words cut off abruptly. He gestured toward Carl, signaling him to look in a certain direction. What is it? Carl followed Jack's gaze and immediately understood why he'd gone silent. Arasaka people, in a place like this. Carl spotted 3 men in full Arasaka corporate uniforms. It wasn't like Arasaka employees couldn't come to Lizzie's bar, plenty of them did, but they usually tried to be discreet. Walking in so openly like this, there was only one reason for it. Official business. What the hell was going on? Carl, Jack, and David weren't the only ones wondering. Other customers, still waiting to slot into a BD, turned to watch as well. Under their stares, the 3 Arasaka suits made their way toward a well-dressed, middle-aged man who was already looking at them in sheer terror. One of the Mox enforcers moved toward the group, probably to check what was happening, but she didn't even get close before one of the Arasaka agents held up a hand, signaling her to stop. This is internal corporate business. It won't be handled here. Hearing that, the Mox backed off. As long as no one started shooting or breaking things inside Lizzie's, the club didn't really care what happened between customers. What do you think's going on, Carl? Most likely just another faction war sacrifice. Carl wasn't particularly interested in the inner politics of megacorps. Corporate power struggles were just too common to waste time worrying about. But then, he noticed the expression on David's face. Curious, huh? What happens in internal conflicts? David stared at the pale-faced middle-aged man as the 3 Arasaka agents surrounded him, grabbing him roughly and dragging him toward the exit. Somewhere deep inside, David felt a sense of dread. I already told you, he's a sacrifice. What do you think happens? Carl set down his now empty can of sweet tea and stood up. If you want to see for yourself, I'll take you. Jack will be back soon. Be quick. With Jack's response in the background, David got up hesitantly and followed Carl. They squeezed through the dense crowd inside Lizzie's, trailing just behind the Arasaka enforcers. Before long, they exited through the back door, stepping into the alley outside. Take a good look, David, Carl said casually. If you're planning to work at Arasaka, you'll have to get used to this. David's eyes widened in horror. The middle-aged man was forced to his knees by 2 of the Arasaka agents, each holding one of his shoulders. The 3rd agent, standing in front of him, drew a gun. David recognized it instantly. A Kenshin. Wait. Bang. Carl's voice was calm. Execution. The gunshot wasn't particularly loud, but David could feel the impact. The middle-aged man's body twitched from the force of the bullet, then went completely limp. The 2 agents holding him let go, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a dull, sickening thud. Thud. The sound echoed in David's mind. It slammed deep into his heart. Chapter 117, A Change in Perspective. David's mother had told him, time and time again, if you join Arasaka, you'll have a respectable life and you'll be happy for the rest of your days. In the past, while David never completely agreed with this idea, he still accepted it under his mother's guidance. He believed that joining Arasaka was the path he had to take. Becoming an Arasaka employee meant stability, security. It meant ensuring a better life for his mother. Maybe he wouldn't be happy, but at least things would be stable. But now, after witnessing this execution firsthand, everything shattered. A respectable life. That middle-aged man, dressed in an expensive suit, clearly living a life far better than David could even imagine, had just been executed. His rank within Arasaka must have been high. Hell, higher than David could ever hope to achieve, even if he spent his entire life climbing the corporate ladder. And yet, despite all that wealth and status, he was dragged into the back alley of a bar, surrounded by the stench of vomit and piss, and executed like an insect. No, worse than an insect. At least an insect would flail before dying. The man only twitched from the impact of the bullet, and then nothing, no resistance, no struggle. David thought about his own desire to fight back when faced with danger. The reason he'd started following Carl to see the world for what it was. But if he joined Arasaka, would he end up like that man? Would he, too, lose his will to resist? For the first time, David questioned the future his mother had planned for him. He had endured rejection, humiliation, and hardship in Arasaka Academy, all for the sake of securing that future. And now, that dream shattered before his eyes. For the first time, he doubted whether becoming an Arasaka employee was the right path at all. As David stood there, lost in thought, the 3 Arasaka agents, now finished with their internal matter, finally noticed him and Carl standing near the back door. A couple of street rats looking to loot the corpse. One of the agents scanned them with his optical implants as he spoke. There's nothing here for you. Even the corpse belongs to Arasaka. Beep, beep. His scan results came back. His words cut off immediately. David Martinez, nothing special, just another Arasaka Academy student. But the black-haired young man standing beside him, casually grinning at them. Carl Merck KK. The moment they recognized the name, all 3 Arasaka agents instinctively took a step back. They were Arasaka security. While they hadn't participated in that incident, they knew the stories. KK wasn't just some random merc. This was the man who had single-handedly taken on a military-grade IKPA and survived. The man who had personally saved Arasaka heiress Hanako Arasaka and was granted special privileges by her of all people. They knew, if he wanted to, they would all be dead within seconds. One of the agents, the leader of the group, the one with the strongest corporate loyalty, managed to only take a single step back before forcing himself forward again, standing his ground under Carl's gaze. The Arasaka agent leading the group hesitated for a moment, then cautiously spoke, his tone noticeably softer, almost nervous. "This man, he's not one of your targets, is he?" Carl smirked. "No, just here to watch the show. Don't worry, I've got no interest in Arasaka's internal affairs. At least, not when I'm not on a job. You guys do whatever you want." Hearing this, the three Arasaka agents visibly relaxed. The two who had instinctively taken multiple steps back quickly moved forward, rushing to lift the lifeless body of the middle-aged man. As they hoisted him up, they shot Carl uneasy smiles, but under the glare of their superior, they hurriedly turned away, carrying the corpse as fast as they could. Just another bunch of corporate grunts scraping by. They weren't elite Arasaka enforcers, just low-level personnel doing exactly what they were paid for. If they had to face KK, they'd rather someone else take the hit. "Bastards, you really think I don't know what's running through your heads? Like I'd be any better off against this guy. Hell, I wasn't even on the shortlist for Hanako-sama's personal security detail." Despite his inner frustration, the lead agent, now standing alone, kept a nervous grin plastered on his face as he turned back toward Carl. But he didn't leave. He just stood there, grinning. "Aren't you gonna go?" Carl asked, eyebrows raised. I can leave." "Why wouldn't you be able to?" The agent felt like slapping himself. Why the hell did he ask that? He could have just left, walked away like the others. But now he was standing there, smiling like an idiot, waiting for, what? A bullet in the back. This was KK, a guy who had taken down a fully cybered-out military tech cyborg barehanded. And let's not forget those cyberpsycho Black Braindance recordings. The agent had seen them. In one, a group of elite Arasaka operatives, each one capable of taking out 5 of him, never even saw Carl's face before getting wiped out. In the other, some full-body military-grade cyberpsycho had been systematically dismantled, arms and legs severed, left writhing like some helpless, broken doll. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Without another word, the agent blurted out, "Right, I'll get going." Then he turned and ran. Carl turned back around to find David staring at him, eyes filled with a storm of emotions. "What's up, David?" Carl asked casually, hard to process. "No, it's not that, it's just that now, I understand how powerful Carl really is." David had always felt it, but now he knew. Carl could walk into Arasaka right now and rise higher than David ever could. For someone like Carl, reaching the top of Arasaka wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. And yet, he chose to remain on the streets as a merc. That's when the thought hit David, one that had been lingering in the back of his mind for some time. Maybe I don't need to join Arasaka to make something of myself. Maybe being a merc like Carl is the better path. But could I really protect Mom that way? Could I even convince her? Beep. Carl's personal comlink lit up. It was a message from Maine. Short. Straight to the point. "We've located Tanaka." Carl grinned. Showtime. Chapter 118. The net closes in. Tanaka's movements, Maine's crew already got a lock on him. Oliver, fresh from his braindance session, whistled in appreciation. No surprise, a squad with 3 netrunners, that kind of speed is expected. Well, technically, they don't have him yet, Carl corrected. What they do have is a lead. Tanaka regularly orders custom-made black braindances. So Maine came up with an idea. Instead of hunting Tanaka directly, why don't we find the BD editor making his stuff and lure him out? Oliver grinned. A trap, huh? Yeah, and as it turns out, we're in luck. The BD editor in question, Carl smirked. A guy named JK. Oliver blinked. Wait's that JK? Yep, the same JK responsible for those cyberpsycho BDs I keep showing up in. Didn't really plan on going after him specifically, but looks like fate handed him over on a silver platter. All right, so what's the plan? Simple. These customized BDs aren't ordered through any normal store. They're arranged through private, in-person meetings between the client and the editor. Since Tanaka's movements are heavily restricted by Arasaka security, we just grab JK, take his place, and bait Tanaka into meeting us alone. Oliver frowned. And you're sure he'll come alone, no guards? Come on, man. Even porn BDS have private rooms. You really think a corporate suit like Tanaka wants his dirty kinks public? Corpo execs care way too much about appearances. He'll show up alone. Jack leaned back in his seat. All right, so, have Maine's guys found out where to find JK yet? They're still working on it. Just as Carl finished speaking, a voice from the back seat chimed in. If it's JK, then his real name is Jimmy Kurosaki. Carl, Oliver, and Jack all turned to look at David. Oliver raised an eyebrow. You know a lot about him. David shrugged. I've watched all of his BD series. Carl smirked. Of course, you do deal in black market BDs, so I guess that makes sense. Oliver nodded. That makes things easier. If this guy's a well-known BD director, then he's not exactly hiding in the shadows. Shouldn't take long for Maine's team to track him down. And sure enough, just as David was getting dropped off at his apartment, Carl's comm pinged. Maine, we've got Jimmy Kurosaki's schedule. He'll be hitting up a club tomorrow night. We'll handle the extraction. Carl grinned. A reliable team made everything easier. Looks like things are coming together, he muttered. With that, Carl bid farewell to Oliver and Jack, then headed home to his apartment. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he sat down at his rented desktop terminal, bringing up Night City's local net. As he skimmed through the latest headlines, something unexpected caught his eye. A news article. Not about Night City, but about nomads. Nomads, a scattered people, bound by family, wandering the Badlands to survive. The news article about the nomads read, the Backer clan, a notorious band of outlaws in the Badlands, is once again facing internal conflict. Perhaps the very group that has troubled New America's Route 43 supply lines for so long will finally disappear due to their division. This, of course, would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of New America's soldiers. Carl skipped over the propaganda nonsense that followed, empty words meant to glorify the corporate-controlled military. His attention was fixated on just one thing. Backer. For some reason, the name felt familiar, like he had heard it before. He couldn't place it yet, but he mentally bookmarked the article. Something told him it was worth looking into later. Shifting his focus, Carl browsed through the latest updates in Night City. Following negotiations between Arasaka and Militech, it has been confirmed that the recent ACPA incident was orchestrated by a rogue former Militech executive. The individual, a former head of Militech's R&D division, attempted to reignite war in Night City for personal gain. Militech has since taken appropriate disciplinary action, reaffirming its commitment to maintaining peace. The successful diplomatic talks between Arasaka and Militech have once again ensured stability in Night City. Carl smirked. So the Fall Guy finally made it to the news cycle, huh? Judging from the narrative, it seemed like Militech caved first. That mission, both corps had blood on their hands. Arasaka's forces led the assassination. Militech provided the ACPA unit. Arasaka Security handled protection. Militech hired freelancers, including Carl's team. Arasaka's Hawks led the assault. Militech pilots operated the ACPA. A perfect web of deniability, tying everything into a clean resolution. Knock, knock. Just as Carl was about to call it a night, a knock echoed through his apartment. At this hour, he quickly tapped into his door camera feed. A man in a black suit stood outside. Mid-40s, not particularly muscular, but Carl immediately noticed the cyberware beneath his tailored sleeves. Asian features, golden yellow optics staring directly into the camera. Carl didn't recognize him. Someone new, and someone dangerous. Ignoring the continued knocking, Carl calmly slipped on his armored jacket, holstered Seraph, clipped on a few grenades, and grabbed his backup Crusher shotgun from his stash. 6 seconds later, fully geared up, he finally answered. Who's there? The voice through the door responded plainly. You may call me Kenakairo, mercenary KK. Carl's eyes narrowed. A Japanese name. After a brief pause, Carl moved to the door. He unlocked it and swung it open, facing the stranger. "What do you want?" That was Carl's first question, as they officially met. Chapter 119, Danger Girl Detective Agency. After closing the door behind him, Carl gestured for Kanekairo to sit down. For nearly 2 minutes, they sat in silence, staring at each other. Carl, growing impatient with Kanekairo's scrutinizing gaze, was the first to speak. "So, Mr. Kanekairo, why exactly are you here at this hour? I don't think I know who you are." "I am a bodyguard." The response was short and direct, but that wasn't enough for Carl. "A bodyguard? So, tell me, Mr. Kanekairo, why aren't you busy protecting your client?" Carl smirked, keeping things lighthearted but laced with sarcasm. "I don't recall hiring any security services. Unless, of course, you're offering your protection for free, though I have to decline. Free things tend to be the most expensive." Despite the baiting, Kanekairo remained silent. His eyes never wavered from Carl, but his calm, measured gaze somehow made Carl uneasy. There was a presence about this man. A sense of danger. It wasn't just a feeling. Carl's body instinctively reacted. His temple and chest began to feel a phantom pain, as if Kanekairo had already sized up the weakest points on his body. This guy locked onto my vital points in an instant. Carl wasn't used to being watched like this. It was uncomfortable. So, with a casual wave of his hand, he cut the interaction short. "Look, I was polite enough to let you inside. If you've got nothing important to say, don't waste my time." Kanekairo ignored his words completely. Instead, he made a comment. "Your skills are impressive." Carl sighed. Was this guy testing him? "Yeah, thanks for the compliment. Now, what do you want?" Kanekairo finally got to the point. "I came to offer you a job." From inside his suit jacket, he pulled out a document and placed it on the glass coffee table between them. "You qualify for this." Carl picked up the papers, expecting it to be some kind of mercenary contract. Instead, his eyes narrowed. An employment salary sheet. At the top of the document, the company name was clearly printed. Danger Girl Detective Agency. Carl had heard of them. Danger Girl. A private investigation, security, and personal protection agency based in Night City. Founded by Arasaka Michiko, the company became infamous for its investigators, young female detectives enhanced with cyberware like cat ears for heightened sensory perception. Though they had declined in recent years, Danger Girl still dominated a significant portion of the market. Carl froze for a moment. Arasaka Michiko's private detective agency is scouting me, at midnight. He kept his expression neutral, flipping through the details of the contract to understand what kind of deal they were offering. Because Carl identified as male, he wouldn't be joining as a cat-eared, cybernetically enhanced detective girl. His role would be focused on security and bodyguard work with a month-to-month contract. The benefits he'd receive included discounts on popular cyberware. Not a big deal, he could already get discounts from Victor. No mention of internal-grade gear, meaning at best, it would be on par with his current Arasaka Type 3 cyberware. High quality, but already outdated for him. Performance-based commission. His cut depended on client satisfaction, maxing out at 60%. Not great, he made 100% on his own jobs. Why would working for a company lower his share? Minimal standby time. He only had to show up when needed. If he wasn't notified, the agency took full responsibility. Something felt off. The wording made him feel like a contingency plan or a last resort specialist. Was this even a normal bodyguard role? Base salary, 300,000 eddies per month. 300,000 per month. That's 3.6 million per year. If bonuses applied, it could reach 4 or even 5 million annually. Higher than most mid-level corporate managers. For a bodyguard, Carl knew he was worth that kind of money, but why was a detective agency, not Arasaka or Militech, offering him such a high salary? His gut told him something wasn't right. Carl locked eyes with Kanekairo. Why? Why are you offering me this job? Carl wasn't blind. From the moment Kanekairo walked in, his expression had been one of disdain and scrutiny. Why would an agency send someone who clearly disliked him to recruit him? Kanekairo exhaled slowly. Even now, I don't approve of you, but you qualify. His tone was purely objective. You are among the top 20 people I've encountered. Top 20. Carl wasn't sure if that was an insult or a compliment. But more importantly, then why not recruit someone from your top 19? Why me? Kanekairo stared at him for several minutes. Carl was starting to get annoyed again. Finally, Kanekairo spoke, his tone slightly heavier. Because you are someone whom mistrusts. Miss. You have protected her before. Arasaka Michiko's private agency. Ridiculously high salary. Last-minute emergency response, role. A miss he had protected before. Carl looked at the contract again. No restrictive clauses. No non-compete agreements. No full-time duties, just emergency response. Kanekairo's gaze sharpened. You're not allowed to be around during normal operations. His tone shifted slightly, carrying an undercurrent of warning. Carl grinned. He tapped the paper lightly with his fingers. I think we can discuss some details when finalizing the contract. His grin widened. Tell me, does your agency allow part-time employees? Chapter 120, Complicated Matters. 300,000 a month. Carl, and you still claim you don't have connections with that Arasaka heiress. The next day, after learning about Carl's contract and salary, Oliver slammed the steering wheel of his Thornton Colby Hera, refusing to believe that his friend had just landed himself a sugar mommy. He wasn't jealous, but... Carl, you're not planning to quit Merc work and let yourself get kept, are you? That was his real concern. Carl chuckled, shaking his head. Kept, come on, don't say weird stuff. It's a legit contract for a legit bodyguard job. I'll only be called in when necessary. Obviously, it's just a side gig. He leaned back in his seat, completely unfazed. Honestly, I doubt they'll even call me. I'm probably just a backup plan in case things go south. Oliver sighed, rubbing his temples. Yeah, that makes sense. Unlike Oliver, Jackie wasn't too worked up about it. Sounds like they just want a failsafe after what happened last time. His words made Oliver pause and reconsider the situation seriously. So, not only do they have their visible security detail, but they also keep hidden reinforcements on standby. Damn, that Arasaka chick must be terrified after last time. But honestly, with their corporate security, it'd take some serious firepower to even reach her. Carl nodded. Exactly. No regular attacker is getting past Arasaka's security. His eyes narrowed slightly. But if they do call me, it means we're dealing with something on the level of at least an ACPA-level threat. Oliver rested his hands on the wheel, exhaling. Man, that's a dangerous paycheck. Carl shrugged. Realistically, no one's dumb enough to target the Arasaka family. Even if someone did, they'd have to break through an entire army of corpo security first. He grinned. So, statistically speaking, I'm basically getting paid $300K a month for doing nothing. Oliver opened his mouth to argue, but then stopped. It was true that such an attack was unlikely. Still, it was bad luck to say it out loud. So he decided to shut up instead. Jackie, on the other hand, offered a final piece of advice. If shit ever hits the fan, don't go alone. Carl smirked. You think I'm an idiot? Of course I'll call you guys. Just as Carl got into the Hera, Jack's optics flickered. A call was coming in. A few seconds later, his expression changed. A strange, conflicted look crossed his face, something rare for Jackie. Carl and Oliver immediately noticed. Before they could ask, Jack spoke. My ex Camilla just called me. Silence. Carl and Oliver didn't need an explanation. They already knew who Camilla was. Jackie had mentioned her before, back when he was drunk at a party. She was his childhood friend, the girl who joined Valentino's at the same time as him. While Jackie left the gang over time, Camilla stayed and rose through the ranks. Now, she wasn't just a Valentino's member. She was a high-ranking officer, one of the most powerful women in the gang. For her to reach out to Jackie now, something serious was happening. Despite leaving their gangs, both Jackie and Oliver still had ties to them. If something big was happening in Valentino's, if it involved people they cared about, they couldn't ignore it. Like Mama Wells. She had deep Valentino's ties. Or Oliver's father and sister. Still involved with 6th Street. Jackie sighed, rubbing his neck. Carl watched him carefully. Is it bad? If it is, I can take the day off. Carl's words made Jack shake his head. Don't even think about ditching school, Carl. It's nothing serious. After reading the entire message and getting a full understanding of the situation, Jack smiled, reassuring Carl and Oliver that there was no need to worry. Camilla just needs someone to watch over a place in Vista del Rey. They're short-handed and need someone trustworthy for a bit. Then he glanced at Oliver. It's a conflict with 6th Street. Vista del Rey, huh? Hearing that, Oliver immediately understood. That area had been a constant battleground between 6th Street and Valentino's. It wasn't particularly rich or valuable, but even leftover scraps were enough for gangs to fight over. If it's about that place, once we drop Carl off at school, I'll go with you. Oliver offered calmly. If it's someone I know, maybe I can talk them down. That's not gonna work, Oliver. Jack didn't reject the offer, but he wasn't optimistic about talking things out either. Oliver had barely lasted a week in 6th Street before getting kicked out. Even if he grew up around them, how many of the current members would still listen to him? Jack wasn't holding his breath. Carl yawned, slumping back into his seat. As long as it's not something major. He didn't particularly care about Jack helping his ex with security, but he did bring up an important issue. But listen, Jackie, you're running off to help your ex. What happens if Misty finds out? Silence. Jack froze. Oliver, who hadn't even thought of that, suddenly realized Jack was fucked. And now, he was looking at him with a mix of pity and amusement. It's just for a day, no big deal. Jack forced a smile. Besides, I'm not doing anything shady, it's a paid job like any other gig. And if you and Oliver don't snitch, no one will ever know. You sure about that? Carl raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Even if he kept quiet. Misty's tarot readings had a suspiciously high accuracy. Carl had a feeling Jack was about to suffer. I replayed all 3 life paths for V today and noticed something interesting in the Corpo route. When your boss gives you the file on Abernathy, it includes some bank details. Her accounts: Night City Credit Union, $8,343.01. Marmo Bank, $5,023,030, 1.3. Matterhorn Swiss Bank, $2,543,432.05. That's a total of $7,574,806.09. Meanwhile, Corpo V's savings: $121,994, plus an extra $45,800 in mission funds. That's $167,794 total, around 44 times less than Abernathy's accounts. Either V wasn't saving money, or there's a massive wealth gap even within Arasaka. Chapter 121, Capturing Jimmy Kurizaki. During a break between classes, Gaius was stopped by one of the friends he had made at the academy. The girl, with long azure blue hair tied into a single ponytail, stared at him and asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy?" Sharp as always. As usual, Gaius didn't bother hiding the truth. He sat down on a bench directly under a surveillance camera and casually adjusted its angle so it wouldn't capture him or the girl. "But how did you notice?" "Because you're in a good mood today." The girl responded in a calm tone. Like a bird finally escaping its cage, singing freely among the flowers. If you said that to any normal Night City resident, they wouldn't have a clue what you meant. Most people here have never even seen birds or flowers. Gaius patted the empty spot beside him, gesturing for her to sit. "You're right, I'm leaving probably within the next few days." The blue-haired girl hesitated. She stared at the empty space beside him. She stared at Gaius. Then finally she sat down. But she made sure to stay on the opposite edge of the bench. After a brief silence, she spoke. "Did you complete your mission at the academy?" More or less. Gaius smirked. Are you planning to report me? For selling black brain dances? The girl's expression remained calm. Oh wait, you knew. For the first time, Gaius flinched slightly. His smile stiffened. You never tried to hide it. She replied matter-of-factly. I've seen you carrying braindance chips through the hallways, right in front of the cameras. Well, that confirms it then. Gaius leaned back on the bench. If you noticed, then the faculty, who monitor the cameras constantly, must have known for a while too. And yet, they never took action. That means they have their own plans for you. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. Are they planning to replace you? I like how quickly you catch on. Gaius grinned. Since they've decided to ignore my activities, that means they're planning to let someone else take over my business after I leave. In that case, I should leave them a little reminder before I go. A warning, so they don't get any funny ideas about taking over my network. Gaius stood up. That's enough for now. I won't leave immediately. I'll wait a couple more days until things cool down. He glanced at her. If you want to talk again, you know where to find me. Then he smirked. After all, having a corporate kid like you as a friend isn't so bad. Maybe I'll teach you more about how the real world works. Wait. The girl also stood up. She took a few steps forward, blocking his path. Then she looked him directly in the eyes. Can I know your real identity? Nope. Gaius rejected her without hesitation. Because you still don't trust me. She pressed further. No. Gaius raised a hand, pointing to the side. Because we have company. A group of Arasaka Academy students were passing by. Gaius waited for them to move out of earshot before continuing. I call you my friend because I trust you. If I misjudged you, then that's on me. But revealing my real face right now, not happening. However, Gaius paused for a moment, then smirked. I can at least tell you my name. The girl tilted her head. But if you won't show me your real face, then your name is fake too, isn't it? Well, just like I never asked for your name either, right? One person knows the face but not the name. The other knows the name but not the face. Seems fair. He tapped his chest. I'm Carl. The girl blinked. I never heard of you. Then you need to get out more. Gaius, no, Carl grinned. Is your name really that well known? The blue-haired girl gave Carl a thoughtful look. I see. I'll try not to look into it until we officially meet again. I'll be looking forward to that day. After parting ways with his academy acquaintance, Carl didn't even make it far from campus before receiving a call from Man. Carl, we've captured JK. Captured already. That was fast. Did you run into any trouble? Nah, nothing major, just a small surprise. Man continued, sounding annoyed. Turns out this JK, Jimmy Kurizaki, was carrying a small EMP device. Almost knocked me out cold. A small EMP, was he even able to withstand it himself? He's got a few minor cyberware implants, but nothing heavy like me. Still, he thought that EMP would save him. Carl narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Man chuckled. The idiot assumed that once my cyberware got fried, I'd be defenseless. So he walked right up to me, thinking he could just check if I was down. That's when I reminded him. Even if my arm's disabled, it's still made of steel. Carl sighed. So what happened? Man laughed. I just swung my deadweight arm at him like a club and smashed his face in. He went down instantly. Carl could only imagine it. A braindance editor like JK must have thought he was so clever, carrying an EMP to disable mercs. But walking up to a still-conscious, cybernetically enhanced mercenary. That was just asking to die. Is he willing to cooperate? Not awake yet. Man sounded casual, like this was just another day on the job. I hit him pretty hard. His face got caved in, so we're patching him up right now. Wait, he's still alive, right? Carl frowned. This guy's our lead. Relax. Man reassured him. Pillar's taking care of him. You remember Pillar, right? Our team's tech specialist. Fixing a person's body is no different from repairing cyberware for him. Carl exhaled. All right, when are we moving on to the next phase? JK's gonna need some persuasion first. Man's tone turned dark. Give us until tomorrow. Once we force out the location of his private meetings with Tanaka, we'll send you the details. Then, you just need to show up. Carl nodded slightly. Having a professional merc team as backup was convenient as hell. They handled everything: tracking, capturing, interrogation. All Carl had to do was show up at the right time and finish the job. All right, see you tomorrow. With that, the call ended. Tomorrow would mark the final step of his academy mission. It hadn't even been a full week, yet their progress was light years ahead of the Militech-imposed 2-month deadline. Carl smirked. Not bad at all. I didn't want to cram too much into the last PS, so here's something interesting I noticed when replaying V's 3 different life paths. Turns out, before moving into the apartment, both male and female V lived in Jackie's house, sharing a room with him. Damn, Jackie really treated V like a sibling. Also, the game originally had cutscenes for when V moved in and met Mama Wells, moved out and said goodbye. Too bad they weren't fully developed. It would have given Jackie more screen time. Also, I finally figured out why Mama Wells treats V like family. She literally watched them grow up in Night City. No wonder she calls V her own child. Oh, and one last random financial fact. After getting fired as a corpo, V starts their new life with only $45,800 in cash. All of Arasaka's cyberware gets deactivated, so V needs to spend all that money just to replace their lost cybernetics. So yeah, cyberware is cheaper than we thought. Okay, I'm taking a break tomorrow, but I'll be back with 4 chapters the next day. See ya. Chapter 122, The 6th Street Takeover. 8:44 p.m., Carl sat inside a small diner in the Glen. He opened his messages. Jackie and Oliver will need a bit more time to wrap up. Order something while you wait. We'll be there by 9. Everything's been quiet. 6th Street hasn't shown up. It's been smooth so far. Carl wondered if Jackie had run into his ex. Since this morning, when Jackie and Oliver had dropped him off at school, they'd been on security duty for nearly 12 hours. Had 6th Street backed off because they saw them standing watch? Or were they planning something later? According to the address Jackie sent, the bar they were watching over was new, right on the borderline between 6th Street and Valentino's turf. If 6th Street had even a little common sense, they'd recognize that this bar belonged to the Valentinos. 12 hours without starting a fight, that probably meant they were accepting it. Maybe they're just biding their time. Carl wasn't sure. But either way, Jackie's job was only for today. Whatever happened after tonight wasn't their problem. Worst is over. No way they show up at the last minute. Carl was mentally jinxing the situation while sitting in a corner booth. Through the window, he could see straight into the bar across the street. Oliver's bright blonde hair was practically glowing. Did that bastard put something in his hair to make it shine like that? Carl ordered tomato pasta and a bottle of real water from the electronic menu. He was just about to pick something for Oliver and Jackie when the diner door creaked open. CHKK. The sound of old glass and metal grinding together filled the room. Carl glanced up. A familiar face walked in. David. Carl was about to call out, hand already half raised, when he noticed the person behind him. A middle-aged woman followed closely behind. Her face was worn with exhaustion, deep lines from years of hard work. Even without introductions, Carl recognized her immediately. Gloria Martinez. David's mother. A trauma medic at a Night City emergency center. David was smiling, chatting excitedly with her. Despite her tired expression, Gloria smiled back, responding warmly. Carl quietly lowered his hand. They were probably heading home from city center and stopped here for dinner. Considering Gloria usually worked past midnight, this was a rare chance for them to eat together. She probably got off early just for this. Carl leaned back in his seat, glad he had picked a corner booth. With the backrest blocking part of the view, David hadn't noticed him yet. If he did see Carl, he'd definitely drag him over. I should probably stay out of this. Carl didn't want to intrude on a mother-son moment. He also knew that Gloria had worked hard to keep David away from street life. Seeing him casually chatting with a mercenary in a place like this, she might worry he was falling in with the wrong crowd. Carl wasn't just some random street kid. He was David's friend, which meant he needed to be careful about how he handled things. David's mother dreamed of him becoming an Arasaka executive. She'd protected him from the streets his whole life. If she saw David happily chatting with a merc in combat boots, armed to the teeth, would she still feel at ease? Carl stayed quiet. Thankfully, David didn't notice him. He glanced around the diner before picking a window seat, coincidentally, right in front of Carl's booth. David picked one of the best seats in the diner. Clearly, he had learned a thing or two from Carl and the others. Jackie and Oliver won't be here for a while. David and his mom should finish eating before then. If not, I'll tell them to hold off. Carl watched silently as David and his mother placed their orders. I'll have the tomato pasta. David picked the exact same dish as Carl. What about you, Mom? Gloria hesitated for a long time before ordering the same meal. Carl, listening from his seat, glanced at the menu. Tomato pasta was the cheapest thing on it. 3 eddies. Even in a legit restaurant in the Glen, food was this cheap. This place really was dirt poor. Carl hadn't paid attention to menu prices in a while. Unless something had 3 digits, he barely noticed. While waiting for their food, Gloria brought up the money David had suddenly sent her. David, where did you get that much money? 5,000 eddies. You didn't do something illegal, did you? No way, Mom. I've just been selling braindances at school. Legit ones. You know I used to help that Ripperdoc sell BDs, right? I just got lucky, made a lot this time. Don't worry. Selling normal braindances isn't against the rules. You think I'm just sitting at home all day? I'm checking inventory. Selling BDs can make that much. Of course, no one else at the academy can get them. I'm their only source. This won't mess up your studies, will it? Not at all, don't worry. I only sell during breaks. I pay full attention in class. If you say so. Gloria still looked a little unsure. David put on his most confident look. You'll see, we've got exams coming up this week. I guarantee I'll make top 10 in the whole school. As long as your grades don't suffer. They won't, trust me. Oh, and Mom, since I can already make good money, you don't have to work so hard anymore. You should stop taking such long shifts. I think I can cover my tuition myself now. I'm old enough to take responsibility for myself. Gloria shook her head. It's good that you're making money, and I'm proud of you, but there will always be bigger expenses in the future. What if you get into the university program? You'll have extra costs. You can't just stop working hard because you're making a little money now. You'll need it later. There's always scholarships. Before David could finish his sentence, the diner door slammed open. Bang! A group of men stormed in. They were dressed in entropism fashion, clothes marked with 6th Street insignias. Each one was armed. Entropism, a night city fashion trend that values function over style. It's popular among 6th Street and some mercs. Fix us some food. This diner belongs to 6th Street now. Hearing this, David glanced toward the window. Somehow, without him noticing, more than 26th Street members had gathered outside, blocking off the entire street. Chapter 123, a 3-way powder keg. 6th Street, what are they doing here? David scanned the outside, focusing on where the gang members had gathered. Most of them were standing in front of the bar across the street. So the bar is their target, and this place just got caught up in it. David turned back, glancing at his mother across the table. Her face was tense with fear. Mom is scared, why? Right, she should be scared. It was only now, in a moment of clarity, that David realized how much his own mindset had changed. The old him would have reacted the same way as his mother, terrified at the sight of gun-wielding gang members, desperately hoping NCPD would show up. But now, David was shocked to find that he wasn't afraid. Not of their guns. Not of the way they moved around the store. No. Instead, his mind was calculating how long it would take for them to raise their weapons. If he drew his gun first, could they react in time? Why am I even thinking like this? What's happening to me? Was it because of Carl, Jackie, and Oliver? Was it their training, their lessons on how to handle yourself in Night City? David realized something. He wasn't just losing his fear. He was gaining the courage to stand on equal footing with real gang members. "Mom, it's okay." David tried to reassure her. "This has nothing to do with us." Gloria stared at him. She couldn't believe how calm and composed her son looked. "David, trust me, Mom." David's hand slowly reached under his jacket, resting on his kenshin. "I'll protect you." David now had the courage to defend his family, and at least some of the power to do it. There were 6 6th Street members inside the diner. 2 of them talked to the owner while checking the kitchen. The other 4 spread out to the 4 corners, standing guard. Their movements were tactical, disciplined. They weren't just here to eat. If a fight broke out at the bar, they wanted to seize this place fast, turn it into a firing position. David understood now why 6th Street, with only about 2,300 members, managed to hold down Santo Domingo and even extend their reach into Haywood. They weren't just gangsters. They were ex-military. Well-trained, efficient. Other gangs couldn't match them in sheer combat skill. One of the 6th Street guys, standing in the corner, glanced at the customers. His eyes lingered on one person, sitting alone in the back. Head lowered, hunched over like he was trying to make himself smaller. Dark hair. Seemed scared shitless. Didn't look important. The 6th Street guy lost interest and turned away. "Looks like just an ordinary diner customer. As long as he doesn't interfere, he can keep hiding." Holding an Ajax assault rifle, the 6th Street member positioned himself in the corner of the restaurant. Militech M251S Ajax, a durable and reliable assault rifle, the top choice for soldiers worldwide. As he stood there, his eyes remained fixed on the bar across the street. Those Valentino punks had boldly opened a bar right on the agreed border between both territories. That was a clear provocation. No way this ends peacefully. If a shootout broke out, the 6th Street soldier tightened his grip on his gun. Would he survive it? Valentinos were the biggest gang in Night City. If this turned into an all-out war, it would be a brutal fight. No guarantees he'd make it out alive. Inside the diner, the only sound was the muffled conversation between the owner and the 6th Street guys. The customers stayed completely silent. Nobody wanted to get involved in a gang dispute. But the tense silence didn't last long. Not after a new group arrived. A small crew of Valentinos had pulled up outside. Shit, this is about to blow up. David watched as both gangs lined up against each other. He felt a terrible sense of foreboding. His table was right by the window. If they started shooting, stray bullets would tear right through the glass. Then, before the standoff could explode, a third group rolled in, riding all sorts of modded-out bikes. Even the Tiger Claws are here. The Glen was already a powder keg where Valentinos, Tiger Claws, and 6th Street all had territory. With 6th Street and Valentinos on the brink of war, it made sense for the Tiger Claws to show up. If things went south, this might be their chance to push deeper into the Glen. The new arrivals immediately drew attention from both sides. Neither 6th Street nor Valentinos wanted them here. This wasn't their fight. This wasn't their turf. But then, something changed. A Tiger Claw representative had a quick conversation with one of the Valentinos. Then, without hesitation, the Tiger Claws joined their side. They turned their weapons toward 6th Street. In an instant, the balance shifted. David couldn't hear what was said, but it was obvious. Tiger Claws and Valentinos had cut a deal. 6th Street was about to get screwed. It was just like their parent corporations. Arasaka would do anything to undermine Militech. Just like Militech would do anything to undermine Arasaka. Initially, 6th Street had the advantage. They outnumbered the Valentinos, 20 versus 10. That's why things had stayed at a standoff. But now, with Tiger Claws backing them up, the numbers were even. David watched as the Valentinos and Tiger Claws stepped forward. The 6th Street guys in the diner gripped their weapons tighter. All it took was one spark. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Nobody knew who fired first. But the powder keg had just exploded. Chapter 124, Al Menos Haslo. Call NCPD. Somebody call NCPD now. The moment gunfire erupted, most of the restaurant's customers dove for cover, scrambling toward the back of the establishment. This was Night City. They all knew what happened when gangs started shooting. It wouldn't be long before this whole place became a war zone. Mom, we need to go now. David grabbed his mother, shielding her as they rushed toward the back. Their table was right in the line of fire. They had to move. Bang, bang, bang. The moment they left their seats, gunfire ripped through their former spot. A tiger claw had unleashed a full auto spray inside the restaurant, sweeping his gun across the room. They had spotted the 6th Street members and had no intention of holding back. Fucking Valentinos, fucking tiger claw bastards. The 6th Street soldier in the corner immediately ducked behind the closest cover, using an overturned table as a makeshift barricade. He raised his Ajax assault rifle, returning fire through the shattered window. At the same time, he barked orders into his comms, calling for backup. He emptied his entire mag, suppressing the outside shooters. As soon as the rifle clicked empty, he pressed himself against the table, reaching for a fresh clip. That's when he noticed something. The black-haired customer, who had been hiding in the corner earlier, was gone. Guess he ran for his life, can't blame him. The 6th Street soldier reloaded, ready to fire again. But before he could peek out and return fire, something rolled across the floor. An oval-shaped object. Grenade. Without a second of hesitation, the soldier threw himself backward, diving toward the rear of the restaurant. Boom! The shockwave hit his back, launching him forward. His entire torso felt like it had just been punched by a sledgehammer. His lungs burned. His vision blurred. For a moment, he was barely aware of his surroundings. When his head cleared, he realized something. His roll had landed him right at David's feet. David, who was desperately dragging his mother toward the kitchen. Outside, the tiger claw who had thrown the grenade noticed his target was still alive. He raised his rifle. Arasaka HJSH 18 Massimmune, a fully automatic assault rifle, developed by Arasaka in the 2050s. Simple, reliable, and deadly. Capable of switching to 3-round burst fire with the flick of a switch. Without hesitation, the tiger claw pulled the trigger. The 6th Street soldier, still recovering, didn't stand a chance. His back was torn apart by a dozen high-velocity rounds. The bullets shredded through his armor, turning his body into nothing but meat and blood. But the tiger didn't stop firing. His adrenaline-fueled brain kept his finger locked on the trigger. He wildly jerked his rifle toward the next 6th Street member. But his gun wasn't under control. The recoil was too much for him. The barrel of his weapon kicked upward. Bullets sprayed toward David and his mother. To the tiger claws, they were just random civilians. Collateral damage didn't matter. They never cared about who got caught in the crossfire. From the moment the first shot was fired, David knew this was a bad situation. Now, his worst fear was coming true. The moment he saw the tiger claw's rifle rising toward him, a sharp, piercing instinct screamed in his mind. "Moms, get down." David tackled his mother, forcing her to the ground. But in that split second, he felt it. A violent jolt in his left arm. Then numbness. Then pain. A hot, burning sensation bloomed in his upper arm. He had been hit. But it was just a graze. If the bullet had landed directly, his entire arm might have been torn off. David. Gloria's eyes widened in horror as she saw blood spraying from David's arm. His shredded Arasaka Academy uniform fluttered in the air. She had seen this before. Her husband had been gunned down in front of her eyes. A stray bullet from a gang war. Now, her son was bleeding right in front of her. "I'm fine, Mom." David endured the pain and forced a smile, just as he was about to comfort his mother, only to notice how pale she had become. The bullet had grazed his left arm, so where had it ultimately landed? The answer was Gloria's shoulder. David's eyes turned red as he looked at his mother's shoulder, already a bloody mess. Through the torn fabric of her jacket, bone was visible. David, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Gloria had no idea she had been shot. The panic, the chaos, it had numbed her to the pain. When she saw that David was still standing, her breath eased. But as that breath left her body, her vision began to blur. And then she collapsed. The moment of seeing her son injured overlapped with the memory of her husband's death. Her mind, already stretched to its limit from endless overtime shifts, finally snapped. And combined with the shock of being shot, Gloria's overworked body shut down the moment she confirmed that David was safe. Mom. David dragged his mother behind the cashier's counter, trying desperately to wake her up. But no matter how much he called out, she didn't respond. And as he struggled to move her, he only made the bleeding worse. Shit, fuck. David's mind spiraled into chaos. His rage told him to pull his gun and kill the tiger claw that shot her. But his last shred of reason reminded him. She needed help. He needed to save her first. At that moment, "Here, take this, David." Carl was there. "Hi." David froze, staring at the man now crouching in front of him, handing him a Revitin 3 injector. "Carl, what? What are you staring at, you an idiot?" Carl shoved the Revitin 3 into David's hands. "Neck injection, you know how to use it, right?" Of course." David was still dazed, but the moment he saw his mother's wound, he snapped back into focus. He gripped the Revitin 3 and immediately administered the injection. As he did, he heard Carl apologize. "Sorry, I was in the shop this whole time. Didn't want to meet your mom, so I kept my head down. When the shooting started, I moved to the kitchen, didn't think too much of it. Then I realized, fuck, you guys were right in the middle of it. I turned back and saw that Tiger Claw spraying the place down. I drew my gun, but he wouldn't stop firing. I only managed to shoot down 9 bullets, one still got through. That one hit you and your mom." Carl's expression darkened. He was frustrated with himself. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had treated David differently. They had done a job together before. And in that job, Carl had protected David, but he had also treated him like an equal. Like he would treat Man or any other merc. And because of that, when the gunfire started, Carl's instinct told him David would be fine. What was some random gangbanger going to do? Nothing that could actually threaten David, right? But David wasn't like Man. David wasn't Carl. By the time he realized that, it was already too late. "I should have reacted faster," Carl muttered. "This isn't your fault." David, seeing his mother's breathing stabilize, did something unexpected. He comforted Carl instead. "I wanted to protect my family. But when things really went bad, I couldn't do anything. I was too scared. And in the end, I could only think about you. It's my fault. I let down your training. I let down Jackie. I let down Oliver. I wasn't strong enough." David's grip tightened around the Massimune at his waist. "He drew it. That's why. At the very least, I have to prove I learned something." David still remembered Oliver, Jackie, and Carl's lessons. 2 hands on the gun. Don't grip too tight, just like turning a doorknob. And then, David leaned out from cover, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The tiger claw's head exploded. The bastard who shot his mother was dead. Chapter 125, Trust and Transformation. "You're a good shot, David. I'm still far from being as good as you and the others, Carl." After taking down the tiger claw as payback, David turned to Carl with a request. "Carl, can you recommend a merc team for me? I want to start taking jobs like you do, after school." "You want to be a merc?" Carl looked at David, meeting the unwavering determination in his eyes. Amidst the relentless gunfire outside their cover, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. "That look in your eyes, have you already decided not to go down the corpo route anymore? I still have a year until I graduate from the Academy's high school division. Then, Arasaka Academy's university division takes another 2 years. That means it'll be at least 3 years before I even become a low-level corpo employee. And after that, who knows how long it would take before I climb up high enough to have any real protection? That's too long. I want the power to protect my mom now. But you've been safe all this time, haven't you? Carl stopped mid-sentence. How long would that luck last? Tonight had been proof that it wouldn't last forever. Even so, you don't have to be a merc, Carl countered. Being a merc is more dangerous than the life you're living now. You could take a job in the morning and be dead by noon, hell, even before lunch. If you want to get stronger, there are other ways. Carl knew exactly what kind of business mercenary work was. You could hire someone to train you. That was a stupid thing to say. David's family, hiring bodyguards or trainers, that was never an option. Carl sighed and added, I can lend you money, enough to hire a trainer or a bodyguard. When you start making money as a corpo, you can pay me back or not. I don't really care. No, Carl. David shook his head, rejecting the offer. He looked Carl dead in the eye. I've been relying on you guys for everything, but this is the one decision I don't want to depend on anyone else for. David thought back to that moment of desperation. When he was pinned down, when his mother was bleeding out. The first thing he thought of was Carl. That wasn't right. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'm really grateful to you guys, Carl, David continued. You, Jackie, Oliver, you helped me grow. You made me see what the corpos really are. But I think, at least when it comes to things that could cost me my life, I have to make those decisions myself. That's a very mature way of thinking, David. Carl studied him for a moment, then asked a question. What's your dream? In the past, under his mother's expectations, David would have automatically answered. To climb the ranks of Arasaka. But this time, David didn't hesitate. I want to protect the people I care about. It sounded the same as before. But the way he said it, the way the words held weight, that made all the difference. Watching David, shining like gold, his ambition glowing like a fire that had finally been ignited, Carl asked one last question. Aren't you afraid of what would happen to your mother if you died? I don't want to live with the regret of being too weak to protect her. David's voice was steady. I want to become stronger. Stronger than thugs. Stronger than gangs. Stronger than the darkness of the corpos. So just this once, Carl, let me be selfish. To live in constant fear, clinging to the illusion of safety within a corporation's walls. Or to walk into the darkness on his own terms, carving his own path, fighting to truly stand above the core in his mother's name. David had already made his choice. To stand still, paralyzed by fear, waiting for death to come at any moment. Or to move forward, to face death head-on and try to overcome it. How do you choose? Everyone has their own answer, but Carl knew one thing: anyone who took that step forward was someone he would always respect. You're an incredible friend, David. David knew he wasn't strong enough yet, so he had chosen to become stronger. He refused to keep relying on Carl, Jackie, and Oliver. The David standing before him now was a man who could stand as their equal. So Carl realized he hadn't been wrong to treat David like one of them from the start. A man's conviction wasn't something he had the right to interfere with. So in the end, he simply smiled and said something that made David, who had been standing so firm in his decision, let out a small, exasperated chuckle. You keep saying you don't want to rely on us, but now you're asking us to recommend a merc team for you. Well, David's face flushed red as the determined image he had just put up completely crumbled. Then, a little embarrassed, he muttered, just this once. Then let's call this your first real favor owed to me, David. Carl grinned. A favor from a future legend. Guess I better find you a damn good merc team, huh? Carl started going through the merc teams he knew. Not many, just 2. But both of them were trustworthy. One was Brown's squad. He had met them during a convoy job. A team that faced certain death with such ease, who nearly got buried alongside Carl and his crew. Even in their final moments, they looked after the youngest, made sure someone got out alive, made sure someone carried their legacy. David would be in good hands with them. But Carl didn't know if they were looking for new members. That's why the second option was a safer bet. Maine's crew. Carl thought back to that same convoy job. To Maine, who said he'd take the front line. And actually did. To the way his team worked like a machine. Efficient, well-organized, clear roles. Yeah, Carl figured he could ask Maine if he'd be willing to take on a rookie looking to learn the ropes. But throwing in a kid with no chrome at all, even if it was just for supply runs or grunt work, that didn't sit right. If you're gonna juggle being a student and a merc, David, you're gonna need some cyberware, Carl pointed out. Luckily, I've got something for you. Something I wasn't gonna use anyway. I don't like the neural link on it. If you want it, it's yours for free. You don't have to refuse, Carl added quickly, seeing the look on David's face. This isn't a favor, just a gift between friends. If it makes you feel better, consider it your first job payment. Job payment? Tomorrow I'll take you to meet a merc crew I know. You'll run support work for them, just grunt stuff. If you do a good job, you'll get your first payday and my recommendation. And if I don't do a good job? You doubting yourself? David's eyes hardened. No. Then you owe me that favor. Carl smirked. I trust you, so I'm paying you in advance. Outside, the gunfire gradually died down. Carl checked his comms and hit up Vic. Yo, Vic, you got a ballistic coprocessor. Ballistic coprocessor. A cyberware implant that directly links the user's optical implants with their weapon systems, providing real-time tracking and targeting assistance. Tomorrow, David's new life would begin. Chapter 126, Lions, Tigers, and Rabbits. As David led his mother out through the back door, Carl stood up just as the gunfight in the streets had begun to subside. It wasn't that the gang members had decided to stop fighting. Rather, most of the people inside the shop had already been killed. Carl glanced around at the corpses littering the restaurant and then at the wounded gang members outside, groaning and screaming in pain. He shook his head. Gang wars were nothing new to him. As a mercenary, he had no intention of getting involved unless he had a job. To him, it was nothing more than dogs tearing each other apart. Neither side was any better than the other. Noticing a bullet-riddled vending machine in the shop, Carl took a few steps toward it, stuffed a banknote into the now-exposed coin slot, and retrieved a can of real water. It was about time. Carl, looks like it's almost over out here. Did anyone try to break into the bar? Oliver, nope. Everyone inside except me and Jackie rushed out to join the fight. They're all going at it outside, shooting like crazy. Since our job was just to guard the bar, I didn't bother getting involved. Carl and you, Jackie, you didn't go out either. Jackie, we were hired to protect the bar, so we're protecting the bar. We're mercs, we don't need to get involved in anything extra. Besides, I don't even know any of these guys outside. Why should I care? Carl, fair enough. The Valentinos have nearly 6,000 members, no way you know all of them. And you're not exactly the social type. Jackie, hey, watch it, Carl. I used to be pretty damn popular. But yeah, I get it. Some people have nostalgia for their old crew, but I'm a merc now. I'm not about to start helping people just because we used to roll in the same gang. Oliver, honestly, it's better that no one ran inside. It would have been a real headache if that happened. Jackie and I came from opposite backgrounds, so if people had tried to barge in, we'd probably have to just stick to the job and do what we were hired for. Jackie, exactly. This is the last time I take a job tied to my old crew. Things get too messy when past and present collide. Carl, I already called NCPD. They'll be here soon to clean up. Oh, I hear the sirens now. Looks like the 6th Street gang is gonna take the fall for this one. It's past 9 time for us to head out. Oliver, got it. Jackie and I are wrapping up here. Meet us at the bar and we'll take the car out the back. Mercenaries had no stake in gang wars. You either took a job or you didn't. And if you did, you stuck to it. No unnecessary heroics. They were supposed to be done by 9, and they had already stayed past their shift. No one was paying them for overtime. Finishing the last sips of his water, Carl walked out into the street, stepping over the scattered shell casings. The moment he stepped outside, he caught the attention of all three gang factions. The unspoken rule in the streets was to settle things before NCPD arrived. If they showed up, things might be negotiable. But if the Max DAC squad was called in, it was game over. Hearing the growing wail of sirens, all three gangs realized the fight was over. They began gathering their equipment and dragging away their fallen comrades' bodies, preparing to leave. But just as the battle was coming to a close, a man strolled right into the center of their former battlefield. Dressed neatly, moving casually, drinking from a can as if he were out for a leisurely evening walk, he stood out like a sore thumb. Who the hell is this guy? Every gang member who had just survived the brutal shootout had the same thought. The scene was absurd. If they had to describe it, they would say it was like a rabbit hopping between two bloodied beasts, a lion and a tiger, just after they had finished mauling each other. Either the beast had gone insane, or the rabbit had lost its mind. Who in their right mind would casually stroll through the middle of a battlefield, right after both sides had just lowered their guns? Even among the most thick-skinned Night City residents, those who had long grown numb to shootouts, there wasn't a single person reckless enough to do something like that. Carl walked over to a street-side trash bin and, with a certain sense of etiquette, tossed his empty can inside. Then, he shook his hands to fling off the condensation that had formed on the cold aluminum and stuck to his fingers. The air was still hot from the gunfight, almost as if the battle itself had raised the temperature a few degrees. But drinking an ice-cold can of real water straight from a vending machine? Now that was refreshing. After disposing of the can, Carl noticed the stunned gazes coming from both sides of the street. He didn't pay them much mind. He simply nodded toward the group on the left, then did the same toward the group on the right. That should count as saying hello. It's already late. Get some rest, everyone. As Carl calmly walked into the bar, his demeanor completely unshaken, the gang members finally snapped out of their daze. And just like that, time, momentarily frozen, began to move again. For some reason, the wounded lions and tigers had only resumed their actions after seeing the rabbit walk past them. Hurry up and drag the wounded out, this one's still alive. Leave the bodies for the trauma center, we'll claim them later. Damn those tiger claws, I swear, I'll get every last one of them on the street next time I see them. Move, move, NCPD's here. Don't let those corrupt bastards catch us, or they'll be more than happy to put a bullet in our heads just to pad their damn arrest record. Shit, why the hell did NCPD get here so fast today? Amid the chaos, the gang members, seasoned in handling street skirmishes, couldn't shake off a lingering thought from their minds. They had all seen it. That black-haired young man, walking straight through the heart of the battle with no hesitation. Normally, if someone pulled a stunt like that, at least one gang member would have reacted. Someone would have threatened him. Someone would have drawn their gun just to flex their dominance. But no one did. Why? Was it because they thought it pointless to deal with a lunatic? Then why, out of the 30-something hardened street soldiers present, not a single one had spoken a word? Not one had moved a muscle. It was as if they had all been muted, like someone had pressed the silence button in a braindance. Why, in that moment, had the only sounds in the street come from the wounded, writhing in pain? Only after they had all retreated did the lions and tigers realize the truth. In those old African savanna braindances, when a real lion walked through the plains, the little rabbits hiding in their burrows would never dare make a sound. Only the wounded ones, those who had nowhere left to run, would cry out. Chapter 127, Immunity. Today was Thursday, December 5, 2075, Carl's last day of school. He had enrolled on November 30, making this his 6th day attending. Finally, it's over. Gaius's face morphed back into Carl's as he stretched his arms in excitement inside the Thornton Hera. His hands nearly touched the car's ceiling, and his whole demeanor had improved dramatically, as if he were a student just starting summer vacation. If I had to sit through another day of half the lessons teaching how to suck up to superiors, I swear I'd lose my damn mind. Hearing Carl's excitement, David, sitting quietly beside him, scratched his cheek in mild confusion. I don't think it was that bad. That's because you're still stuck in it, while I just got out, and now you have to go back in. Totally different experiences. Carl suddenly remembered something and asked, David, how's your mom? She's fine. I paid to have her moved to a Santo Domingo medical center. She's already awake and should be discharged tomorrow. That's good to hear. Oliver, also from Santo Domingo, spoke up while driving. I've been treated at that hospital before. A little pricey, but the service is solid. Yeah, almost uncomfortably friendly. They better be, for that kind of money. Definitely better than some back alley ripperdoc. But if we're talking real professionals, I only trust Old Vic. Old Vic. That's where we're headed right now. Carl's getting rid of his facial cyberware. He's had it long enough. I remember he was planning to give it to you. Be careful with it, wear it too long, and it fuses with your nerves. Then, you'll never be able to take it off. I don't mind, keeping it on suits me just fine. Hearing that, Jackie, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled. Yeah, makes sense. Only someone like Carl, who's obsessed with keeping his original face, would go through the trouble of removing cyberware. I hate the nerve pain, and I hate even more the idea of getting used to it over time. Carl tapped his cheek. Honestly, I care a lot about my face. Yeah, you really do, literally. With Oliver's remark, the Aegis Hera smoothly pulled up near Misty's esoterica. This time, Oliver had learned his lesson. He activated the alarm system before they all headed inside. After greeting Misty, Jackie stayed behind to keep his girlfriend company, while the others slipped through the back door to Vic's clinic. Old Vic had been informed about the procedure the day before, and by the time they arrived as scheduled, everything was ready. Lie down. That same, familiar line he always used before a cyberware procedure. The behavioral synchronization faceplate was an impressive piece of tech, but installing and removing it was surprisingly simple. It didn't take Vic long to finish the operation. Keep your facial expressions active for the next few days. If any residual sensations linger, your facial nerves might stiffen. If you don't want to end up with a frozen face, smile more. Got it, Vic. Carl took the towel Oliver handed him and wiped off the last traces of blood from his face. Then, stepping down from the operating table, he looked at his reflection. After 6 days without sunlight, his face was noticeably paler. He reached up and rubbed his cheek. To be honest, the sensation was no different from when he had the cyberware on, but somehow it just felt right. At least now, his face wouldn't change. And he wouldn't have to deal with the nerve pain that came with it. He wasn't some Sichuan opera face-changing master. Why would he need so many faces? If you wear that thing for too long, you might never be able to take it off. Are you ready, kid? Carl was done, and now it was David's turn. Hearing Victor's voice, David took a deep breath and nodded. Lie down then. I'll start with your hand. The facial cyberware still needs some adjustments and a cleaning. Normally, I don't use second-hand cyberware in surgeries, but this behavioral synchronization faceplate just happens to be universally adaptable. You'll have to bear with it, it might hurt a little. The nerves around your cybernetic eyes might be affected, causing some flickering and color loss. As he spoke, Old Vic administered the anesthetic, and under Carl and Oliver's watchful eyes, began the procedure. Installing the ballistic coprocessor in David's palm didn't take too long. By the time Jackie and Misty finished chatting and walked in, the surgery was already wrapping up. Damn, that was fast. The real challenge is coming up next, but don't worry, it'll be over soon. Vic glanced at Jackie, then reassured the panting David. He pulled out another syringe and injected a small dose of anesthetic to test David's resistance before determining the right amount. This time, it was the real deal. I'm gonna peel your face open in a moment. Try not to resist too much when you're half-conscious. I also need to reroute the cyberware wiring connected to your cybereye, the guy who did your implants. Was he a ripperdoc from Santo Domingo? Victor, you can tell. The work is rough, but passable. Not many ripperdocs in Night City can manage something like that. Saying this, Victor injected David with the full anesthetic. As the cold liquid coursed through his veins, a chill spread across his body, and his consciousness faded. When he opened his eyes again, the installation was complete. Here, an inhalable immunosuppressant. You'll feel a bit off for a few days, nerve pain and all that. 1 dose a day for 2 days should be enough. The human body naturally resists foreign implants, but this stuff will help your system adapt. Immunoblocker, a drug that suppresses the body's immune response. Got it, doc. Hold up, we still need to select and adjust your facial settings. Sit tight and figure out which face you want to use going forward. As David regained full awareness and chatted with Victor, Carl couldn't help, but the immunosuppressant Victor tossed over. Hey, old Vic, why didn't you give me one? I was in pain for a good while last time. You don't need it. Victor shot Carl a glance and replied calmly. Your body's rejection response to cyberware is surprisingly low. It's like the implants were made for you, as if they've always been a part of your body. You don't need immunosuppressants. The pain you felt was just neural linkage pain, not an immune reaction. Huh, like they've always been a part of me. Huh, that makes me sound like a pile of spare parts, plug-and-play style. Who knows? Either way, even if your rejection rate is low, try to limit your upgrades. No matter how advanced cyberware gets, it'll never be as comfortable as your original body. Can't be helped, old Vic. A merc's gotta do what a merc's gotta do. Sometimes, upgrades are necessary, but I don't have any urgent needs right now, can't even get my hands on a better neural interface. Just wait. Victor turned back to his work, then mentioned something that piqued Carl's interest. I've been in touch with a supplier, someone from inside a corp. He's working on reallocating some internal stock. If things go well, you might be able to get some high-end gear soon. Rather than slapping on random cyberware, I'd rather you just upgrade your neural interface. Damn, Vic, where the hell did you pull this off? Corporate-grade hardware. Not me, it's who I know. What about me, old Vic? I want a Sandivistan. Oliver, you should wait a bit. You haven't been running with your current setup for that long. As the conversation about corporate hardware heated up, the sky outside the clinic darkened. And then, beneath the neon glow, Night City flickered to life once more. Chapter 128, Tanaka arrives. Nighttime, the designated secret meeting spot. This guy is Jimmy Kurizaki. Carl looked at the BD director with long, deep blue hair. He was surprised that the guy who had put him on screen twice actually looked like a serious artist. Or rather, like the stereotypical image of an artist. Long hair and earring. While Carl was sizing up Jimmy Kurizaki, the BD director was also scrutinizing him. And the moment he got a clear look at Carl's face, his expression suddenly turned excited, despite having a pistol aimed at his head by Maine. You're not Carl, are you? The Merc KK, one of the most famous in Night City right now. Carl wasn't surprised that Jimmy Kurizaki knew him. After all, he'd been on screen twice already. If the guy still didn't recognize him, that would have been ridiculous. What Carl didn't understand was why he was so excited about it. Yeah, that's me, problem. I'm Jimmy Kurizaki, the top BD director in Night City. Yeah, I know, you made a BD featuring me, and I've been thinking about smacking you for it, so. As Carl eyed him suspiciously, Jimmy Kurizaki twitched slightly. The moment he moved, Maine shoved the barrel of the gun right against his temple. Don't move. Whoa, relax, relax. I already agreed to cooperate. I wouldn't break my word. I just wanted to properly introduce myself to the man standing in front of me. As he spoke, Jimmy casually waved a hand to signal that Maine didn't need to be so tense. Then, without a care in the world, he pulled a small piece of paper from his coat, held it carefully in both hands, and respectfully handed it over to Carl. Carl glanced down and saw that it was, of all things, Jimmy Kurizaki's business card. You're giving me this for? If you ever feel like starring in something, don't hesitate to contact me. I'll offer a high Eddie's payout. Just out of curiosity, what kind of BD are you thinking? Jimmy Kurizaki lifted his head with a look of genuine confusion. Obviously a cyberpsycho BD series. With your talent, it'd be a shame not to be featured in one. But I'm not a cyberpsycho. Every cyberpsycho says that. Jimmy didn't seem to care in the slightest. And even if you aren't one yet, it's only a matter of time. Let me make a reservation in advance. The payout will be huge. A reservation. Carl's expression remained calm as he clenched his fist. First, this gonk made him waste money on a BD. Then, he put him in a cyberpsycho BD series without his consent. And now this. That made 3 times. And anyone who pissed him off 3 times. The hell you are, you gonk. Whoa, Carl, don't do anything rash. Jackie and Oliver each grabbed one of Carl's arms, barely managing to pull him back before his fist connected with Jimmy Kirazaki's face. With the kind of strength you've got now, one punch and this gonk would be dead. Hold off for now, plenty of time to kill him after the job's done. As Oliver tried to reason with him, Jimmy Kirazaki, who had just brushed past death, was now staring at Carl, his eyes filled with a growing excitement. Then, in a complete reversal, he suddenly lunged toward Carl. Don't stop him. I already activated my BD recording software in my head. If he kills me, this will be the ultimate masterpiece. The guy recording cyberpsychos finally dying to one, the irony, the poetic justice, it's absolutely perfect. Shit. Maine had to use one arm to forcefully hold Jimmy Kirazaki back, yanking him away. You're seriously starting to act like a cyberpsycho yourself. As the struggle continued, David and the rest of the team stood frozen, watching the bizarre scene unfold, all of them completely bewildered. Finally, Rebecca voiced what they were all thinking. The fuck is going on? This harmonious first meeting didn't last long, though Tanaka was already nearby. After going back and forth with Carl, agreeing to future roles, and even suggesting that Carl publicly execute him for dramatic effect, Jimmy Kirazaki finally gave up on dying tonight. After all, even if he died now, today's main event was Tanaka, not him. No way was he going to die as a side character. He was a famous BD director in Night City. Dying as a nameless extra would be pathetic. I swear to hell, I'm gonna string you up and beat you like a spinning top with a belt. Carl flipped off Jimmy Kirazaki, feeling like he'd just been covered in some slimy, nasty-ass sludge that he couldn't shake off. But no matter how much Jimmy pissed him off, Carl was still a professional merc. He pushed down his irritation and focused on the mission. He, Oliver, Maine, and the others all took cover in different corners of the meeting spot, leaving only Jimmy Kirazaki standing alone on the first floor of the designated building. From the shadows, several guns were aimed straight at him. If he showed even the slightest intention of warning Tanaka, his body would be full of lead before he could finish his sentence. Not that Jimmy Kirazaki seemed to care about having multiple barrels trained on him. Ever since he'd casually revealed that he had a BD recorder installed in his head, Lucy and Kiwi had already disabled it remotely. Now, all he wanted was to wrap up this job as fast as possible and then send Carl another offer to star in a BD. A low screech filled the quiet space. Tires grinding over loose gravel. The soft friction of small rocks shifting under the weight of a vehicle. Then steady, composed footsteps echoed in the night. Under Jimmy Kirazaki's control, the door to the meeting spot slid open. Tanaka walked in. When he saw Jimmy Kirazaki grinning at him, his face remained calm. But when he spoke, there was a subtle hint of expectation in his tone. What's the new BD this time? You've been releasing them pretty fast lately. Used to take you months to drop a new one. With the right material, that's how it is. I'm sure you understand, I have very high standards for my subjects. And lately, I've come across some truly phenomenal material. That BD of ex-Militech Lieutenant James was a hit at the company. A lot of my subordinates are watching it. And now, after something that high level, you're saying you've got another breakthrough. Of course, can't afford to let you down, right? But rather than saying I found inspiration. Rather than saying, I'd say the ultimate inspiration came to me instead. Came to you. Tanaka didn't have time to process Jimmy Kirazaki's cryptic words. Because suddenly, a gun was pressed against his back. Don't move. Carl stood behind him. Chapter 129, One of a Kind. You bastard. Tanaka instinctively wanted to turn around, but the gun pressed tightly against his back stopped him midway. If he turned, the other party might shoot. He wasn't willing to take that risk. Realizing he had walked into a trap, Tanaka glared at Jimmy Kirazaki, his eyes filled with anger. Kirazaki, you son of a bitch. I'm sorry, sir, I was forced into this too. Tanaka knew that blaming Jimmy Kurosaki was pointless at this moment, so he simply turned his gaze toward the man emerging from behind Kurosaki. Man. Do you even know who I am? Of course we do, you're our target. Oliver stepped up beside Tanaka, sizing up the corpo dog. And don't bother trying to call for help. This place is jammed. Whether you want to contact the corp or reach out to a gang, it's not happening. You bastards. Oh, and by the way, we also disabled Trauma Team's biometric monitoring for you. No need to thank us. Tanaka glared at Oliver and tried to reach out to the outside world, only to find that, just as Oliver said, the jammer had cut off all signals. The corp will notice my disappearance soon enough. When they do, they'll track my last signal. We know, that's why this won't take long. Oliver smirked, holding a set of restraints. It'll all be over soon. At that moment, Tanaka made one last attempt to bargain. How much were you paid for this job? If you're willing to return me and provide detailed intel, the company will pay double. Sorry, but we don't break contracts. Now just behave. A large hand clamped down on Tanaka's shoulder. At the same time, as he turned his head slightly, he saw another person reaching out toward him. A burly guy, his muscles looking solid as hell, a small braid tied at the back of his head. He looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The moment Tanaka laid eyes on him, he felt a sense of familiarity. Or rather, the blond man beside him holding the restraints also seemed oddly familiar. Thinking back for a second, Tanaka suddenly realized who they were. Jack, Oliver, mercs from the city. The moment he recognized them, Tanaka also figured out how his location had been exposed. The kabuki job, that wasn't just an accident, was it? Sharp, no wonder you've survived in Arasaka this long. The voice of the person pressing the gun to his back sent Tanaka's heart sinking into the abyss. Jack and Oliver, two mercs with rising notoriety in Arasaka's records. But right now, they weren't the ones Tanaka feared the most. It was the person behind him, the one who hadn't shown his face yet. Carl, you're Merc KK, aren't you? Looks like my reputation precedes me. If it's you, I have nothing more to say. Tanaka slowly raised his hands. Ask me whatever intel you need. As long as you let me live, Just as they were waiting for Tanaka to utter the word, surrender, their guard lowering ever so slightly. The moment Tanaka raised both hands in surrender, his palms suddenly began to shift. His palms shed their skin and opened up. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of unfolding components, a dense array of needle-like projectile launchers appeared within the exposed sections of his hands and the backs of his palms. Needle projectiles, a deployable firing system that can be installed under the skin, unfolding at critical moments to launch deadly steel needles. Both the back and palm of Tanaka's hands had needle projectile launchers. With his raised hands, the entire room, except for the person crouching beneath his arms, was within the attack range of the steel needles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the launchers fired the steel needles in all directions, time seemed to slow down from Carl and Jack's perspective. They could clearly see the steel needles being ejected from the launchers in Tanaka's hands, scattering outward. Corpo dog, figures, even his surrender had a hidden kill move. In that slowed down moment, both Carl and Jack knew exactly what to do. Jack grabbed Oliver and pulled him behind himself. The power of these hand-launched steel needles wasn't enough to penetrate his subdermal armor, but Oliver wouldn't be so lucky. Carl dodged the incoming steel needles and raised his midnight, aiming at Tanaka's outstretched arm. Since he still wanted to struggle, he might as well lose those hands. Bang whoosh. Clang clang clang. The sharp metallic sound of steel needles clashing against subdermal armor was followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the secret hideout. AOTH. Why struggle when you were done for anyway? Carl calmly lowered his midnight, looking at Tanaka, who was now on his knees, wailing in agony. Both of his hands had been severed, leaving only half-limbs behind. This guy doesn't have a pain editor. Pain editor? A neural coprocessor that suppresses pain signals from reaching the brain's parietal lobe, preventing the user from feeling pain. Some models are even said to alleviate fatigue. Carl and his crew didn't have one installed, they were mercs, and the added burden on the body wasn't worth it. But a corpo dog of this level, someone who didn't even need to get his hands dirty, should have had one. Black braindance junkies are freaks. He was probably chasing that pain stimulation. If he had a pain editor, he wouldn't have been able to feel the experience properly. Man, who had easily tanked the steel needles with his subdermal armor, walked over and glanced at the kneeling Tanaka. Though I'm not sure if a pain editor would interfere with BD pain modulation. If you want to know, why not ask our BD director? Carl turned to look at Jimmy Kurizaki, only to find him already on the ground. A BD director with a small EMP implant and barely any cyberware. Would he have installed subdermal armor? Obviously not. After activating an EMP, his flesh and blood body wouldn't be able to support the weight of a metal shell. Tanaka was the shooter, Oliver had Jack covering him, and Carl had dodged the attack. Of the 4 people without subdermal armor, Jimmy Kurizaki was the unlucky one, no protection, no ability to evade, and no chance to tank the damage. His body was riddled with steel needles, the wounds turning his flesh into a pulpy mess. Carl shook his head and walked over to the barely breathing man. Any last words? Unblock the recording, kill me, you can keep the tape for yourself. All right. Carl nodded. A stream of data flowed as he unblocked the segment of Jimmy Kurizaki's brain that was linked to the BD recording. Then, he raised his midnight and aimed it at him. Blood seeped from the corners of Kurizaki's mouth as he smiled. Damn shame, could have edited it a little more. Bang! Carl put him down. What a waste. After finishing him off, Carl muttered those words. Whether he regretted not stringing the guy up for a beating or something else, no one could tell. Buzz click. A chip ejected from the back of Jimmy Kurizaki's neck, recording complete. Carl caught it in his hand. It was only a few seconds of BD footage, but it was definitely worth keeping. The Cyberpsycho Chronicles had reached its conclusion. The final one-of-a-kind edition, now in Carl's hands. Chapter 130, Arasaka Special Operations Squad. Carl, we've got a problem. Kiwi's voice came through the comms. Arasaka personnel are closing in, looks like they've already tracked this location. How the hell did they get here this fast? Maine, clearly surprised, lifted Tanaka, who had already passed out, while Oliver performed basic first aid to stop him from bleeding out. Even if they noticed the signal jamming, it should still take them time to trace his hidden location, right? Tanaka set this meeting up privately. I know why. Lucy's voice chimed in. Just now, I checked the latest corporate downsizing list from Arasaka. Tanaka's name is on it. It was posted less than a minute ago. Because of our signal jammer, he didn't receive the notification. What, he got fired? What the hell, then these guys are? They're here to clean him up. Carl's thoughts drifted back to Lizzie's bar, where he had seen the aftermath of corporate power struggles firsthand. So, Tanaka had been caught up in that mess too. And yet, he still had time to go watch black market BDs. Did he seriously not realize he was next on the chopping block? So, what's the plan? Extracting the data from Tanaka's head is gonna take time. We might not be able to finish before Arasaka gets here. Maine turned to Carl for a decision, and Carl didn't hesitate. Tanaka was a section chief in R&D who knows how much classified Arasaka tech he has in his head. There's no way they'll let us walk away with him. Me, Maine, Jack, and Oliver stay behind. The rest of you take Tanaka and extract the adamant cyberware data from his neural implants. Leaving the strongest 4 to hold off Arasaka's pursuit team was the only logical move. Hearing Carl's orders over comms, Dorio, the muscle of Maine's crew, stepped up. 4 against Arasaka's elite, you sure that's enough? I should stay too. The retreat team needs cover just as much. 4 is enough. Dorio, fall back. Technically, Carl wasn't even part of their crew, but hearing him speak, Dorio found herself unable to argue. Without further hesitation, she started prepping the extraction team outside. David, hand Tanaka over to them. Got it. Knowing he wasn't strong enough to help in the fight, David didn't waste time. He grabbed Tanaka's unconscious body and hauled him out. Seeing the thin-looking kid carry Tanaka like it was nothing, Maine raised an eyebrow. Carl, your recruit's got some strength. Animal stimulant booster. Same stuff the animal's gang uses. He bought a dose before the job. Ha, the kid's going the muscle route like me. More like muscle augmentation plus cyberware integration. He's still gotta train his body to handle future upgrades. A strong physique was necessary to withstand high-end cyberware. David's original frame wasn't cut out for it, so that's where the transformation had to start. Not long after David and the extraction team left, Kiwi's voice came through the comms again. It's Arasaka Special Operations personnel. Be careful. These guys are elite, way above regular Arasaka grunts, 11 of them, and they've got a netrunner. I can hold them off remotely for now, but once they get too close, you're on your own. No problem, you've done enough. Maine cut the call immediately to prevent Arasaka from tracing Kiwi's location. Then, he grabbed his Militech Crusher Power shotgun and pumped it. Arasaka Special Ops, we've dealt with worse. Oliver aimed at the ceiling hole left by the steel fléchettes earlier, then drew his Nova revolver and blasted the hole wider. With Jack's help, he climbed to the second floor and set up his sniper rifle by the window. Let's see if their smart weapons can still lock onto me at max range. 11 guys against us, sucks for them. Jack pulled out his Saratoga SMG and took position near the first floor window. I just hope they don't drop too fast. Carl climbed up after Oliver and pulled out his Seraph. The only downside is that we might have to expose our identities. Originally, Carl had wanted to stay under the radar so they could keep taking jobs related to the Adamant cyberware project. But thanks to Arasaka's constant corporate backstabbing, that plan was already falling apart. Even if Militech hired them next time, Arasaka would be on full alert. So what, we just kill them all? Maine didn't see the issue. Special ops squads have BD recorders or surveillance implants. Some of them even have direct uplink feeds. Remember what happened last time? That gig ended up on the black market as a BD. Wait, what? So don't think too hard about it, just kill them all. We're exposed anyway, keep it simple. The 11-man Arasaka Special Operations team quickly locked onto Tanaka's last known location, the safe house in the distance. Be careful, the signal's been cut for over 3 minutes, there may be others involved. Are they protecting Tanaka? What's the order? Wipe them out, no survivors. As soon as the squad leader gave the order, the team's netrunner finished his scan. The enemy netrunner is gone. I've established a link to the safe house's local network. I'm detecting 4 biosignals, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second. Got it, mark them for us. Understood, marking no. The netrunner's words cut off as a surge of data flooded his neural link, his cyberdeck overheating instantly. The enemy has a netrunner, SH-ARG. His comm signal cut out abruptly. Hey 6, respond. Captain 6's vitals just flatlined. Cause of death, cyberware overheating. That's impossible. He was using an Arasaka Type 3, top-of-the-line military-grade tech. Only Special Ops gets access to it. There's no way some random overheat attack bypassed its firewall. Before the squad leader could process what just happened, something in the safe house window on the second floor flashed for a brief moment. A glint of light. His thoughts hadn't even fully formed before a bullet pierced his skull, taking his life with it. Better gear than the rest, must have been the leader. Oliver muttered to himself as the squad leader's headless body swayed, then collapsed heavily onto the ground. In just one exchange, 2 members of Arasaka's Special Ops team were dead. Character info and loadouts. Carl. Age, 18, recognized appearance A. Weapons, Kenshin pistol, backup weapons including Saratoga SMG. Cyberware, Arasaka Type 3 Neuralink, monowire arm augments, titanium bone structure, dense bone marrow, reinforced tendons, synthetic skin. Netrunning protocols, target lock, cyberware overheat, memory erasure, mobility disruption. Vehicle, Thornton Hera, never driven. Jack. Age, 29. Weapons, Malorian Arms 3516, Gold Custom, Saratoga SMG. Cyberware, subdermal armor, synaptic accelerator, basic Kiroshi optics. Vehicle, Nazari motorcycle. Oliver. Age 24. Weapons: Nekomata Tech Sniper Rifle, Nova Revolver, Shingen Smart SMG. Cyberware: Kiroshi Optics Custom Color Model, Nanofiber Skin, Basic Augments Omitted. Vehicles: Quartz Thornton Hera, Actual Driver. V. Not yet introduced. Age 22, born in 2053. Weapons: Cyberware. Vehicle: Upcoming cyberware upgrades. Carl, upgrading Neuralink, more TBD. Jack, Berserk System. Oliver, Kyan T. Sendivistanum K4. Chapter 131, Intel and Retreat. 9 left. As Arasaka's squad fell into brief disarray following the death of their leader, Oliver adjusted his Nekomata, locking onto his next target through the scope. Trigger pulled. Now it's 8. Sniper. In tactical combat, few threats crushed morale like a sniper systematically picking off targets. Back when Carl's crew had run that escort job, a single sniper had pinned down an entire squad of mercs. Now, the same scenario was unfolding here. With their captain dead and another man down, the remaining 8 operatives snapped to their senses, scrambling for cover and concealing their positions. Confirming the weapon. Based on the gunshot sound and impact force, Sniper is using a Nekomata. Nekomata. Hearing this over comms, the rest of the Arasaka team froze. The Nekomata Tech Sniper Rifle, a precision railgun capable of punching through nearly any cover. Can we take him out? Where's our sniper? Bad position, no line of sight. Hearing their own sniper's frustrated response, the acting squad leader resisted the urge to curse. This was supposed to be a simple cleanup job, taking out some corporate reject too dumb to realize he was already marked for elimination. How the hell had it turned into this? An enemy netrunner who fried their own hacker instantly. A sniper wielding a Nekomata with pinpoint accuracy. They weren't supposed to be fighting Militech Black Ops, so why the hell did it feel like they were? But retreating wasn't an option. If they failed this mission, corporate would bury them. Move, keep to cover, flank from both sides, spread out and identify the opposition. If it's Militech, we call for backup. If Militech was involved, Arasaka would escalate. Confirming Militech presence would justify an immediate force deployment, likely bringing in at least 60 more operatives. Arasaka would never hesitate to throw numbers at Militech just to slow them down. Would Militech operatives even be this good? Corporate security forces were no different from military contractors, with training on par with state armies. Arasaka and Militech had been locked in covert warfare for years, their special forces constantly clashing in secret. From what the squad knew, Militech shouldn't have been operating at this level. Shouldn't. Doesn't matter, confirm first. Despite his firm tone, the acting commander felt an unsettling sense of dread. His team was right. Militech's strike teams were no better or worse than Arasaka's. Both companies equipped their squads with their own gear, often using missions to cycle out surplus inventory. Which meant that it was usually easy to identify corporate forces. But a Nekomata, that wasn't standard issue Militech or Arasaka tech. That rifle was Tsunami Defense Systems' high-end military hardware, the kind of weapon only elite squads or wealthy private buyers could afford. His team couldn't afford it, which meant Militech couldn't afford it either. And if these people weren't Militech, Arasaka wasn't sending reinforcements. They couldn't afford it, meaning neither could Militech's equivalent units. If these weren't Militech operatives, corporate wouldn't authorize reinforcements. It couldn't be Tsunami Defense, could it? Tsunami Defense Systems, headquartered in Osaka, Japan, had always been at odds with Arasaka, based in Tokyo. The rivalry had nearly escalated into a modern Japanese civil war, if Osaka's Tsunami operatives had somehow gotten involved. The acting squad leader, well-versed in corporate geopolitics, felt his anxiety spike. Unknown enemies were the most dangerous. Who the hell knew what was waiting for them ahead? It couldn't be an ACPA, could it? Sir, we've confirmed 2 of the 4 targets. The comms officer had linked to Arasaka's intelligence division, using the excuse of potential Militech involvement to justify a satellite surveillance request. Within moments, image data came through. Who are they? Street Mercs, Jackie Wells and Maine. Jackie Wells, Maine. The acting squad leader had never heard of either name, but the next sentence from the comms officer sent a chill through the squad. Jackie Wells is part of the same crew as Merc KK. They operate together frequently. KK, that lunatic. Good news, this wasn't some unknown monstrosity like an ACPA or Tsunami Black Ops. They were facing a known threat. Bad news, the known threat was Merc KK. Without hesitation, the acting commander sent an emergency request to corporate HQ. Requesting orders, encountered Merc KK while attempting to eliminate Tanaka. 3 squad members have already been lost. He dumped the problem straight onto HQ. Based on Arasaka's internal combat evaluations, eliminating KK was beyond their capabilities. If this cleanup operation was to succeed, reinforcements were mandatory. Whether or not this mission was worth the investment was for corporate to decide. KK is on site. HQ responded quickly. Have you confirmed his identity? The acting commander hadn't, but just the possibility of encountering KK was enough for him to play it smart. He carefully worded his response. We've detected his presence. Technically, spotting his crew counted as detecting his presence, right? If his presence is confirmed. The corporate officer on the other end of the line picked up on the little word game the squad leader was playing. But he didn't call it out. Instead, after a brief 2-second pause, he issued a new command. Pull back, cleanup teams are being deployed all across Night City. Regroup with other units and handle more important targets. Understood. Relief washed over the acting commander as he immediately relayed the withdrawal order to his team. Within moments, the squad retreated just as swiftly as they had arrived. Meanwhile, the corporate officer, who had just authorized the withdrawal, reviewed Tanaka's file. Upon seeing that Tanaka had worked in Night City's experimental division and had been involved in the Adamant cyberware project, his expression shifted. A discarded experimental lure, and Militech has its eyes on Adamant cyberware. He recalled the original purpose of the Adamant project, who it was being developed for. After a long moment of contemplation, the corporate officer forwarded the file to Night City's Security Division Director. The newly appointed security chief, who had arrived alongside Miss Hanako Arasaka, would find this information very interesting. Chapter 132, Wakako. Why the hell did they just retreat? Oliver deactivated the glow of his Kiroshi optics, watching the silhouettes disappearing into the night. Confused, he kept his finger off the trigger, no point wasting ammo. Probably decided it wasn't worth the effort and bylaid. Jack's voice came from the first floor. If they're not looking for trouble, neither are we. We should get moving too. Kiwi and the others are already gone, the jammer's offline, and trauma team is gonna be here soon since Jimmy Kurasaki's biomonitor flatlined. Doesn't trauma team consider a dead client a failed contract? Why would they still show up? Oliver frowned. No point in retrieving a corpse, right? Depends on the membership tier. Higher-end plans come with extra services, body retrieval, funeral arrangements, that kind of thing. Even Delamin offers those now. That still doesn't have anything to do with us, right? Trauma team considers anyone interfering with their mission a hostile. Best not to run into those money-hungry bastards. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Jack glanced toward Carl, who had just jumped down from the second floor. The look in his eyes made it pretty clear who he was worried about. If trauma team was just retrieving the body, Carl wouldn't care. He respected the dead. But if they got pushy, tried to shove someone aside, or worse, zap them with a stun baton. Jack had a feeling they'd end up hanging from a rope, replacing Jimmy Kurosaki. Completely unaware of Jack's thoughts, Carl holstered his seraph, frustrated. Damn Arasaka bastards, why the hell are they so spineless? Not even gonna fight back, would have been a good chance to get some target practice. Where's everyone else? Carl turned to Maine, who was sending out a comms update to their team. They made it back to base. Tanaka's hooked up and they're extracting the data now, but it'll take a while. Got it. Carl opened his contact list and made a call. We've secured Tanaka. Fast work, so you got the intel yet? On the other end was Blanca, still grinding away at the office, like any dedicated corporate dog. Being on the clock meant instant response times. Still pulling the data might take a while. If you want it straight from the source, you could come grab it yourself. Save us the trouble. I trust you to get it done. I assume you'll have something worth my time. Of course. Carl caught the unspoken message. The intel on adamant cyberware was what Militech wanted. But what Blanca wanted was something else. Information locked inside Tanaka's head that had nothing to do with the job. In other words, intel valuable to her personally. Next time we touch base, it'll be ready for you. Main ETA. We're using Tanaka's internal admin privileges to bypass Arasaka's security on adamant cyberware. They fired him, but his stealth clearance hasn't been revoked yet. We're racing the clock, but we should have it all cracked by tomorrow morning. Main paraphrased Kiwi's report word for word. Need a hand? I know a little about net running. Lucy and I got it. Too many people just raises red flags. Since Main had relayed Kiwi's response, Carl let it go. So what now? We go home. Oliver slung his nekomata over his shoulder and headed downstairs. You guys can handle the cleanup from here, right, Main? Nothing more we can do. We got it, don't worry. We'll take care of the rest. Want a ride? No need, I'll make my way back. Hearing Main's response and confirming that Kiwi and the others weren't being tracked, Carl and Jackie climbed into Oliver's Thornton Hera. This gig had lasted just under 2 weeks, making it the first long-term job Carl's crew had taken from start to finish. $500K after the deposit and Main's cut, we're left with $200K that puts us at about $60K each. Any plans on how you're spending it? Settling into the driver's seat, Oliver already had his money earmarked. Yeah, I'm handing mine over to Vic to get myself a Sandivistan. That Berserk model you mentioned. Jackie glanced over, curious. Vic said he had some corporate supplier connection. Did you ever find out which corp? Nah, but for $60K, I can at least get a Sandivistan and test if my body can handle it. No point going high-end right away if it fries my system. I'd rather start low-tier than force myself into cyberpsychosis. As Oliver spoke, an idea hit him. Hey, what if I install a Kerenzikov first? That thing enhances reaction time, right? Usually paired with Sandivistans. Might give me a preview of what it feels like. Do what you want. Vic's got you covered. If your body can't handle it, he'll rip it out before it kills you. Carl had full confidence in Vic's work, so his response was casual. Then, his comms lit up. Unknown number. He answered. Is this KK? The voice on the other end was old, unmistakably female. Carl's instincts flared. Who's asking, and how'd you get my number? For a fixer, that's no big secret. A merc in demand always has people looking for his number. A fixer. Hearing Carl's tone, Oliver and Jackie paused their conversation. They were just as curious about who this was. Carl, giving them a nod, continued. I don't deal much with Night City's fixers. Who am I speaking to? Just call me Wakako. Wakako. Carl knew that name. A fixer from Japantown, and she was reaching out to him. Got a job. A small one, standard rescue gig, interested. That depends, what's the pay? Not much, 30K eddies. If you're in, details are in the attachment. The client also hired a netrunner for support. If you take the gig, reach out to her, she might have useful intel. I'll take a look. The call ended, Carl opened the attachment. Whether or not he'd accept the job, checking it out was always worth it. The first thing that caught his eye was the netrunner's name. Her handle was T-Bug. Chapter 133, Max DAC. T-Bug. Carl knew that name, as well as he knew Jackie and Vic. Before arriving in 2075, he had seen the old footage. T-Bug had been the netrunner for V and Jackie's crew. What did he remember about her? A dark-skinned, bald woman. This job looked worth taking. What do you think about Wakako's job? Carl was already leaning toward accepting, but he wanted Jackie's input. He had more street experience. Wakako, can't say much about her. I don't know Japantown's fixers that well. Jackie paused, thinking before answering. But I've heard she's got some Tiger Claws connections. She also deals with rich corpos up in Charter Hill and North Oak. She's got more corporate connections than most fixers. Charter Hill and North Oak. Carl recalled the two areas. Charter Hill, a newer district in Night City, home to ambitious corpos with mid to high-level wealth. A prime location for upward mobility. North Oak, once a refugee slum during Night City's reconstruction. Now, after corporate cleanup and redevelopment, it had become a dreamlike luxury district. Only top-tier executives and high society elites could afford to live there. Massive private estates, artificial landscapes, controlled micro-ecosystems, and impenetrable security. These were just basic amenities for North Oak's residents. People living there still need fixers. Of course, some things can't be handled openly. Corpo types love to talk shit about fixers, saying they're just street dogs waiting for corporate scraps. But when they need a job done off the record, they're the first to throw a bone. Jackie smirked, then turned to Carl. So, what's the job? Pretty much like that gig we got from Faraday, rescue mission. No details on who the target is or where they're being held. We need to contact a netrunner named T-Bug for intel. Figures, a fixer who's made a name for herself in Westbrook wouldn't hand out full mission details up front. Oliver, still driving, hadn't checked the briefing yet, but hearing the lack of specifics, he nodded approvingly. Better than that Faraday asshole. At least she understands the value of operational security. Makes it easier to trust her with a job. If this were Faraday, he'd probably send the same contract to 3 or 4 different Merc crews, making them fight over the job. Even if a team accepted, leaks from competing Mercs could compromise the entire mission. Admit it, you just hate Faraday. Having detailed mission info up front isn't a bad thing. Lets us decide whether it's worth taking before committing. Carl smirked. Rejecting a job before accepting it was one thing. Accepting then backing out, that was reputation suicide in Night City. For Mercs, fixers like Faraday, who made sure those who weren't up for the job backed out early, were actually preferable. Oliver didn't disagree, but he had another reason for preferring Wakako. Nah, it's not just that. Wakako's paying $40K for this gig, Carl. She called it a small job, and it's $40K, think about it. How much did we get for our first job with Faraday? Oliver still remembered that number all too well. 6K eddies. That bastard gave us 6K. You tell me, how much did he skim off the top? At least Wakako's 40K makes me actually feel like my balance is going up. Different job, different payout. Besides, bang, bang, bang. The sudden burst of gunfire cut Carl off mid-sentence, making all 3 passengers in the Thornton Hira tense up. Enemies. Jackie instinctively ducked down, peering out the window. Arasaka, did they change their minds? Gunfire's not that close. Carl had already drawn his Kenshin, but a quick glance at the situation told him they'd overreacted. Just a stick-up. Ahead of them, 4 street thugs had stopped a luxury sedan, dragging the owner out at gunpoint while firing shots into the air to scare off bystanders. Late-night heist, pretty standard. Jackie watched the corporate suit kneeling beside his car, hands over his head. If I were him, would have run their asses over. Maybe his ride ain't bulletproof. Under the dim streetlights, Carl couldn't tell the make or model, only that the vehicle oozed luxury. No way, that's a Guadria 66 model 640 TS. Bulletproof glass is probably the least impressive thing about it. Oliver, a car enthusiast, identified it instantly, even in the dark. That car's been around since 2055, 20 years now, but even today, it's still top 5 in Night City for style and speed. Damn shame to see it jacked by some street punks. Despite his words, Oliver had no intention of getting involved. They were mercs, not heroes. This was NCPD's problem. These gonks are screwed. Jackie shook his head. There's traffic surveillance around here. Boosting a car right in the open? If I were that corpo, I'd pay off the cops just to have these guys locked up. Might not even need to wait. Carl glanced up, spotting something closing in fast, a dark silhouette barely visible against the night sky. I think they're already dead. Wait, that's... Following Carl's gaze, Oliver and Jackie spotted the approaching AV. Oliver recognized it immediately. Scorpius, Militech Scorpius AV, with an NCPD badge. This Militech-built aerial vehicle was designed for military ops. In Night City, only one group had bought a fleet of them and painted NCPD on the side. Max DAC. Chapter 134, What Happens Next? Max DAC, NCPD's elite cyberpsycho suppression unit. Their official duty was simple: neutralize cyberpsychos. But in reality, they did whatever the hell they wanted. Equipped with cutting-edge cyberware, prototype gear, and near-total legal immunity, Max DAC had the power to enforce, judge, and punish as they saw fit. Sometimes, they'd even recruit the cyberpsychos they were sent to kill. Other times, they'd do random acts of heroism just for fun. Like now. This just-finished-a-mission Max DAC squad had apparently taken an interest in the 4 thugs trying to jack that luxury car. The thugs hadn't noticed the AV closing in from above. They were too busy celebrating their new ride, waving their guns and parading around the Guadria 66 Model 640 TS. Then, one of them stepped in front of the car, admiring their freshly stolen trophy. And the car turned on. The engine roared to life. The driver, still kneeling on the ground, hands over his head. The keys, stolen. No one should have been able to start the engine. And yet, the car launched forward at full speed. The Guadria 66, one of Oliver's most admired sports cars, lived up to its reputation. Its acceleration was instant. Before the others could react. Crunch! The thug in front of the car never saw it coming. Even as it ran him down, even as his bones shattered beneath the tires, he never understood what was happening. They hacked the vehicle system and forced a full-speed launch. Carl's gaze shifted to the AV above. The side hatch was open, and a Max DAC netrunner was perched inside, monitoring a laptop while observing the chaos below. So he's their netrunner. Meanwhile, the 3 surviving thugs snapped out of their shock. Their first instinct: blame the corpo. Their target's car had just run over their friend. Logically, that meant the corpo did something. The biggest of the 3, holding an Arasaka Yutaka handgun, barked in rage. You just couldn't stay down, huh, corpo scum. Fury twisted his face as he squeezed the trigger. He'd planned to leave this corpo alive, take his car and cash and bounce. But the bastard had to resist. So now, he'd start by putting a bullet in his head. The instant he pulled the trigger, a Max DAC trooper dropped from the AV. Splat. Cracked. The gunshot went wild, ricocheting off a street lamp. The thug turned into a bloodstain. The Max DAC operative, clad in full-body armor, had landed directly on top of him. A fully kitted-out trooper, dropping from 6 meters up, crushing him under their weight. The thug's skeleton had burst from his skin. At this moment, the 2 remaining thugs finally realized what was happening. Shock froze their brains. For a split second, their minds went blank. Then, they had to decide. What was more important? That their leader just got turned into roadkill? Or that they were staring at Max DAC? No doubt about it, the second option mattered more. Max DAC. The 2 remaining thugs, their voices trembling with disbelief and fear, barely had time to process what was happening before their bodies reacted first. When faced with overwhelming terror, the human body tends to lose control of certain physiological functions. Like pissing yourself. And these 2, they pissed themselves. The same insult they had thrown at others on the streets was now their reality, running down their legs. What do gangsters in Night City fear? A stronger gang. And what do those gangs fear? Cyberpsychos. Those lunatics don't care who you are. When they snap, everyone dies. And who hunts cyberpsychos? Max DAC. A squad made up of cyberpsychos. Never in their lives had these 2 thugs imagined they'd be facing Max DAC. Their minds overloaded from pure shock. Then, they passed out. They fainted. The Max DAC operative, shotgun in hand, had been ready to pull the trigger. But when he saw the two drop before he even fired, his cybernetic optics scanned their vitals. Sympathetic nervous system overload, heart rate spiked, blood pressure through the roof. They actually passed out. Finding this mildly disappointing, the Max DAC officer lowered his weapon. Lame, typical Gangoons. Shaking his head, he stepped back, and the AV lowered slightly. With a single powerful jump, he leaped 4 meters back into the vehicle. We're done here, let's move. The side hatch of the AV sealed shut, and just like that, they were gone. It was clear now, this was nothing more than a casual distraction to them. A minor inconvenience. And once they got bored, they left. Damn, their gear looks insane. Jackie watched them go, but then, in the corner of his eye, he noticed something else. The corporate suit, the man who had been carjacked, stood up. Calmly, he walked over to one of the corpses, picked up the Arasaka Yutaka the dead thug had dropped, and then executed the unconscious ones. A bullet to the head for each. Then, as if nothing had happened, he tossed the gun aside, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and dropped it onto the corpse. Yeah, that's Night City. Oliver sighed, watching the corporate man casually walk back to his dented luxury sedan. No doubt. Carl muttered, his eyes fixed on the disappearing AV. Max DAC. Hearing about them wasn't the same as seeing them in action. No doubt about it. They were strong. But Carl couldn't help but wonder. If he ever had to face them, what would happen? Chapter 135, T-Bug. At 7 a.m., Carl opened his eyes. Out of habit, he got up, washed up, and went to the fridge to grab bread and milk. Then it hit him. Wait, I don't have to go to school today, do I? Holding the still unopened loaf and milk carton, Carl put them back in the fridge and sat down on the couch, holding his head. Shit, woke up early for nothing. You guys awake? Carl sent a message to Oliver and Jackie. After waiting a moment, no reply. Guess they're adjusting faster than me, they're probably still asleep. Thinking for a second, Carl decided to message David. Carl, you up? How was yesterday? David, already at the academy. I went home after they hooked up Tanaka. Maine said interns didn't need to be involved in what comes next. Carl, did Maine say anything? David, yeah, he said once this gig's done, he'll take me on a few smaller jobs first. Seems like that's how they all got started. Carl, looks like Maine really plans to bring you in. Testing new members with small jobs, that was standard practice for street crews. Maine, having risen from the bottom, was a lot more experienced in that kind of process than Carl and his crew. After a moment's thought, Carl sent one last message. Carl, from now on, you're on your own when it comes to school and BD stuff. Do your best. He didn't wait for a reply before grabbing his Kenshin, opening the door, and heading out for breakfast. His fridge was still stocked with frozen pork, but defrosting it would take too long. He wasn't about to waste time frying pork slices in the morning. A quick bite at a street stall sounded much better. The elevator was packed. When Carl stepped in, 6 other people were already inside. Glancing at the random mix of Night City megabuilding residents, Carl simply stood in the middle. If this were a movie, those 6 people would probably be assassins sent by some secret organization to take him out. But this was Night City. People were too busy surviving to play out movie cliches. To the average Night City resident, assassination meant pulling out a Lexington and unloading it into someone's back in broad daylight. The elevator reached the ground floor. Carl stepped out. Megabuilding ground floors were labeled as Floor 1. In that regard, Night City's system, a relic from the old NUSA days, was more familiar to Carl than the British-style floor numbering from his past life. As usual, he walked over to the small food stall near the megabuilding exit and took a seat. He greeted the familiar vendor. Morning, got anything good? Ah, customer, what can I get ya? Fried noodles with synthetic egg mixed in, light on the starch sausages, just a little, and some organic greens. In 2075, organic greens weren't actually real vegetables. A corporation trademarked the term and slapped it on synthetic food products, just like XX Cola or XX Iced Tea. They had similar labels for organic pork and other lab-grown meats. Carl could tolerate starch sausages, but only barely. At least they had more starch than synthetic meat, making them better than the stuff that tasted like rotten wood and melted plastic. Got it, just give me a sec. While the vendor got to work on the grill, Carl went over to the mini vending machine attached to the stall and bought a sweet tea. Then he dialed T-Bug. He had made up his mind. He was taking the job. Beep. Carl expected her to be asleep, or at least ignore his call. But the moment he dialed, she picked up. Was she an early riser, or just a night owl who never slept? Carl had no idea. On the other end of the call, a woman's voice came through. Who are you? How did you get my contact code? At the same time, Carl noticed a data stream flowing through the connection. T-Bug was probing his system, trying to get a read on him. High alert, smart. I'm here through Wakako's recommendation. That one sentence made T-Bug pause and stop her intrusion attempt. Wakako got it, so you're the merc she hired. Something like that. She told me to reach out to you for details. What exactly is this job about? Hold on a sec. T-Bug's voice was less guarded now, but there was still some skepticism. Just dropping Wakako's name isn't enough. Could be some random gonk who overheard it from another merc. The ones Wakako hires usually have some reputation. Who are you? Carl caught the implication. If he couldn't name-drop himself or started dodging the question, the paused data stream would probably start digging again. Carl wasn't interested in playing cyberwar with his potential new partner. He knew his limits. If he got too cocky, she might actually breach his system and pull up his entire ops history. So instead, he answered directly. I'm KK, heard of me. Merc KK. T-Bug paused briefly, then spoke again after processing the information. Didn't think Wakako could pull someone like you in. Aren't you worried I might be an imposter? In Night City, anyone stupid enough to impersonate you and take fixer contracts hasn't been born yet. That's oddly flattering. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Reputation matters. Since it's you, this gig just got a whole lot easier. Want the target's details and kidnappers' profiles now. Carl raised an eyebrow. He had skimmed the briefing from Wakako the night before. The file lacked critical information, but did mention that the target was kidnapped at 10 p.m. That was barely 9 hours ago, and T-Bug already had everything. Wait, detailed info, you sure about that? In this line of work, detailed means digging up their entire family tree. Maybe not that deep, but I know their family situations, current activities, hobbies, kinks, and even which sex dolls they regularly rent. Carl blinked. Damn. He was genuinely impressed. He didn't know many elite netrunners, himself barely counts, Sasha, Lucy, Kiwi. And even if all 4 of them worked together, pulling off what T-Bug just casually described would still take 3 to 4 days. Maybe longer. She's on another level. How the hell did you do that? Humans are social creatures. The moment they interact with society, they leave traces. The quote felt familiar. Carl raised an eyebrow. Aristotle. Oh, didn't expect you to know that. Carl skimmed through the files she sent while responding. So this netrunner wasn't just dangerously skilled, she was educated too. Not something you saw often, considering how knowledge was hoarded these days. Not many people on the streets even knew who Aristotle was. Chapter 136, First Job with T-Bug. Orders ready, here's your fried noodles. Yeah, sent the payment over. Nodding, Carl grabbed the disposable chopsticks and started eating. At the same time, he had just about finished reviewing the intel T-Bug sent over. All right, let's summarize the key points. First, the target. An 18-year-old corpo's daughter. Decent-looking, 4 eyes, 1 mouth, 1 nose. Yeah, real unique aesthetic. Then the kidnappers. Figures, tiger claws. And the reason. They planned to sell her off to Cloud Club as a sex doll. Cloud Club, full name, Cloud Club Dollhouse. The name alone says it all. It's the best dollhouse in Japantown, hell, probably in all of Night City. Even picky-ass corpo execs were loyal customers. Selling the girl there. Yeah, that tracks. Jackie mentioned yesterday that Wakako had some ties to the Tiger Claws. If she's brokering this kind of job, yeah, something shady's going on. Still, none of that mattered. Cloud Club was Tiger Claw's territory. Grabbing a girl off the streets and selling her, there was just another Tuesday for them. Only thing that slowed it down: territory disputes. The Tigers running Cloud Club weren't the same ones handling the kidnapping. Different bosses. That small complication was why the sale hadn't gone through yet. If Carl had delayed any longer, the girl would have already been shipped off. Then the gig would turn into a Cloud Club raid instead. Which, honestly, Carl wasn't opposed to wiping out a few tigers, but waltzing into a dollhouse wasn't exactly his idea of a fun day. Better to get this over with fast. The kidnappers. A small Tiger Claws crew. They lost a few guys recently, now sitting at 21 members total. Currently holed up in Kabuki, Watson District. Head count, check location, check objective, check payout, check. All that was left: execution. Love jobs like this. Simple, direct, no bullshit. When are you planning to move in? T-Bug was still on the line. Right now. Right now. Hearing Carl's chopsticks clink against the bowl, T-Bug hesitated. Wait, you're still eating. Last bite, I'm done. Carl stood up, heading over on foot. You're walking. T-Bug sounded a little unsure. What about your car, your crew? Car's with my friend. Besides, it's close. Driving's just gonna get me stuck in traffic. As for my crew. Carl glanced at his phone. They're probably still asleep. I'll call them on the way, see if they wake up before I get there. T-Bug fell silent for a second. Then, and if they don't wake up, then I won't bother them. Carl yawned, rubbing his neck. No point in waking people up for nothing. I'll just have them pick me up when I'm done. You're going up against 21 full-fledged Tiger Claws. Yeah, I know. And was that supposed to impress him? Carl had something better than 21 gangsters. He had one of himself. I just hope you make it out alive. Carl chuckled. Appreciate the vote of confidence. Stepping into the scene, facing a gang alone. Carl, who took down 10 Maelstrom goons in seconds early in his merc career, clearly didn't take T-Bug's words as actual concern. To him, her comment just sounded like a standard job blessing, so he even thanked her for it. Hearing his polite response, T-Bug couldn't help but feel that this so-called infamous mercenary might not be as reliable as his reputation suggested. She flipped through the files she had pulled on KK. Taking on 21 guys alone. Sure, he went toe-to-toe with an ACPA before and wiped out an Arasaka Special Operations Squad just last night. Wait. She paused. Her habit of scanning background data had pulled up something strange. Taking a closer look, she realized something. She had only heard KK's name before, but never actually studied him in detail. T-Bug, someone who spent her free time reading books and refining her hacking skills, wasn't exactly the type to waste time on online gossip or viral vids. So she had no idea why KK was so famous. Now, after watching the video that had spread all over Night City, she understood. For this guy, taking on 21 gangers really wasn't a big deal. But last night's Arasaka Special Ops fight, that vid was suspiciously fresh. She wasn't sure who recorded it, but it looked like a satellite feed covering the entire battle. Every moment getting ambushed, the gunfight, even their retreat, was perfectly captured, as if someone was watching the show from orbit. That didn't feel like an Arasaka Intelligence Division job. Based on what she knew, Arasaka's intel guys would write up a 300-page report just for using a few seconds of satellite footage. Recording an entire firefight. That would be a waste of resources, even for them. But the way it was filmed definitely had an Arasaka-style recon feel. Weird. T-Bug kept watching, but couldn't figure it out. No way some random Arasaka exec saw the battle and told the intel team to record the whole thing, right? Would they really micromanage special ops footage that hard? And after Arasaka's team retreated, the footage kept rolling on KK's squad. So, who was the real target here? After thinking for a moment, T-Bug came up with a plausible explanation. Probably Militech. They must have recorded it just to screw with Arasaka. Only Militech would waste company resources just for the satisfaction of pissing off Arasaka. While still chatting with T-Bug, Carl reached Kabuki and finally got a reply from Jackie and Oliver. Jackie, on my way, Oliver. Got a job, I'm coming. These two assholes woke up just as he was about to arrive. So, did he just walk here for nothing? Carl sighed. Here he was, being considerate and letting them sleep in, and they still show up anyway. Mumbling under his breath, he sat down on a bench by the street and waited for them to arrive. While at it, he added T-Bug to the squad's comms. Carl, meet our netrunner for this gig, T-Bug. Like in Evelyn's braindance, she scanned the guy beating her but didn't even recognize Sasquatch. That's wild. Chapter 137, Time to Move. I'm in. At the base of an apartment complex in Kabuki, Carl retracted his monowire from an external network port. Man, I love places like this. Kabuki's full of leftover access points from old renovations, plug in, and boom, full control. This building used to be a front for scavs. Those guys never did clean work. Listening in on Carl and T-Bug's conversation, Jackie scanned the surroundings, finger resting on his Saratoga's trigger. After confirming no one was watching, he spoke up. When do we start? We're already getting too many curious looks. Don't want some nosy street rat blowing our cover. Right now. The back door to the complex swung open. I've taken over the local network. The entire building is packed with tiger claws. I'm sending you a detailed floor plan, check your HUDs. Watch out, they've rigged some spots with mines. Shit girl, that was fast. Jackie chuckled, impressed. Then he glanced at Carl. His look said it all. Carl sighed. Give me some time, and I could have figured it out too, you know. Time is money, hermano. Oliver stepped up, gripping his Nova revolver, car parked and alarm system primed. Buildings all tiger claws, that makes things simple. We just drop every motherfucker we see. The client didn't ask for stealth, so your call. Carl readied his pistols, sliding against the back entrance before smoothly slipping inside. I'll disarm the mine near the door first. Seconds later. Clear. With Carl's go-ahead, Oliver and Jackie followed inside, weapons drawn. The moment they stepped in, the back door shut again. Wouldn't want some random idiot wandering in and getting in the way. All right, check the floor plan, keep count. T-Bug's voice came through comms. 6 tiger claws are drinking and eating in room 3, first floor. 8 more are resting in rooms 1 and 2, second floor. The targets being held in room 3, third floor, surrounded by 7 tigers. Be careful, they've got her right in the middle, watch your shots. 7 guys around 1 girl, sounds like some twisted fairy tale shit. Oliver joked, but got no response. All right, so, what's the plan? Slow and methodical or fast and dirty? Depends, you want speed or you want clean? Carl asked through comms. Speed's easy, we sneak up to the 3rd floor, drop the 7 guys, grab the girl and fight our way back down. And clean. 1 floor per person. Oliver grinned. That actually sounds faster and cleaner. Fine by me, let's do it. Carl and Jackie had no complaints. Carl called the big plays, but for tactical choices like this, they discussed it together. Oliver wanted it this way. Then this way it was. Which floor you taking? Oliver cracked his neck. First or second, your pick. I'll take the 1st floor, too lazy to walk upstairs. Carl glanced at Jackie. You good with protecting the target? Come on, Mano, no question. Just 7 tiger claws. Jackie could handle that without breaking a sweat, even while making sure the target stayed safe. All right, Carl, you take 1st floor, Jackie handles 3rd, and I'll grab 2nd. Should be easy to clear out the sleeping ones. With plan set, it was go time. As Oliver and Jackie crept up the stairs, Carl approached room 3 on the 1st floor, twin knight in hand. These tiger claw assholes were actually pretty cautious. They had rigged the hallway with a trip mine. Not worried about drunk idiots stumbling out and blowing up the whole crew. The order of attack was critical. If Jackie's side got spooked too soon, things would get messy. Jackie had to strike first. Carl would follow immediately after. Oliver, as long as he snapped necks quietly, the second floor wouldn't be an issue. I'm in position, third floor. Carl readied himself to breach room 3, but then... Hold on, incoming. T-Bug's voice cut through comms. Incoming. Checking, Carl. Jackie, hold off for a sec. Fine. Carl stepped back and slid behind a busted vending machine, vanishing into the shadows. From inside room 3, loud chatter and laughter continued. Then, the main entrance creaked open. Footsteps. Confirmed, more tiger claws. They're from Clouds, here to finalize the deal. A handoff right now. Oliver cut in over comms. Cleared my floor, 8 guys, didn't wake up a single one. Need me to back you up, Carl? Nah, just a couple extras. Carl listened closely to the footsteps approaching the hallway. T-Bug, how many? 3, 2 men, 1 woman. No heavy weapons, but the woman might have mantis blades. The security cams here are garbage, so I can't confirm. Mantis blades, huh? Carl filed that info away. The 3 newcomers entered the hallway. Carl's target, room 3, suddenly swung open. A drunk tiger claw with purple-dyed hair stumbled out, beer bottle in hand, looking irritated as hell. The hell are you doing here early? We agreed on tonight, man. We're still drinking. Just passing through. The most well-dressed of the 3 newcomers, someone trying way too hard to look corpo, replied. The purple-haired tiger claw scratched his head with the bottom of his beer bottle and sighed. Pain in the ass, whatever, I'll take you upstairs. Boss is waiting. Watch your step, we got trip mines set up. Lemme disarm. His gaze drifted downward, toward the mine near the door. Then... He froze. The mine was already disarmed. Confused, he glanced at the 3 Clouds tigers. You guys disarmed it. The hell, no, we just got here. The well-dressed man suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes locked onto something in the shadows behind purple hair. Someone stepped forward from the darkness. A black-haired young man, handgun raised. Purple hair noticed the shift in their expressions and turned around. He froze just like them. Who the fuck? Carl grinned. Morning, fellas. Then, over comms, Jackie's shout rang through. Now KARL. Chapter 138, Job's done. The moment Jackie shouted, Carl had already pulled the trigger. 4 targets. 1 bullet each. Splat. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh echoed in unison. 3 of them didn't even react, just stood there stunned before dropping dead. But only 3. Carl had been about to rush to room 3 on the first floor to finish off the remaining 5 tiger claws when he felt it, time slowing down. Of the 4 guarding the door, only 1 reacted to the gunfire. The woman. Mantis blades sprang from her forearms, her sandivistan flared to life. Time crawled. In that slowed-down moment, she sliced the bullet flying straight for her head. Mantis blades and sandivistan. Classic combo. From Carl's perspective, she leapt at him like a lion pouncing on prey, both blades raised high, aiming to run them straight through his chest. Flying leap, huh? Cute. Seen it before. Next. Data surged. Cyberware overheat. Mid-lunge, her body seized up, then crashed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Mantis blades and a sandivistan, and you're just a tiger claw. No way you've got anti-hack support on top of all that. Carl stepped over her, not even sparing a glance. Sorry, kinda busy. Still need to figure out what I'm having for lunch. No time to play. Without hesitation, he kicked in the door to room 3. From the first shot to now, 2 seconds flat. Inside, the tiger claws were still stunned, their booze-saturated brains failing to process what was happening. Clearly, they hadn't shelled out for detox implants or hormone regulators. Pardon the interruption. Carl said it like a proper guest as he raised Twin Knight. 1 second later. All clear on my end. His voice came through the comms. 4 seconds after that, Jackie chimed in. Same here, Mano. That leader guy had some tough skin, damn near like that maelstrom boss we ran into. Good thing my firepower's up to spec. The target, she okay? T-Bug had been monitoring everything, but she still wanted confirmation on the hostage. She's good. Clothes are still intact. Looks like these tiger claws really were planning to get a good price for her. Jackie paused. But looks like they slotted her with some kind of virus chip. She's still out cold. Can you access it, Jackie? Let me check. I'll jack in while carrying her down. Data ports. Yeah, found it. Behind her ear, covered by her hair. Guess she cares about her looks. As Carl listened to their chatter, he searched the bodies. Total haul, barely 500 eddies. With a sigh, he called an old contact, NCPD's Johnson. Mr. Johnson, just wrapped up a gig. Got a bunch of flatline tiger claws here. Think you can handle cleanup? Scavs, sure, tiger claws. I'm no corpse collector, that's trauma team's job. Got some decent guns. Send the address, I'm on my way. Carl gave him the location and let out a yawn. He really had gotten up too damn early today. Selling the weapons wasn't worth it. Gun vendors lowballed second-hand gear like it was garbage. Better to hand them off to Johnson. At least his crew could put them to use. Carl knew Johnson wasn't exactly a saint. The guy took bribes, extorted street vendors for protection money, and roughed up the ones who didn't pay. But in Night City, that practically made him a model cop. When shit hit the fan, Johnson showed up. He took on cyberpsychos. He got civilians out. That already put him above 90% of the NCPD. Most of the force were just glorified scavs, looting weapons, stripping implants from corpses, selling whatever they could. Johnson and his crew, at least they did their jobs. Carl knew the guns he handed over would actually be used to take down scavs, gangs, maybe even a psycho or two. That was enough. While gathering weapons, Carl felt something hard on the woman's waist. He hadn't noticed it when looting her earlier. A chip. He flipped it over, Japanese text etched across the casing. Carl blinked and read it aloud. Experimental in-house Sandivistan records, Subject 8. Experimental Sandivistan. A tiger claw with both mantis blades and a sandy. Now it made sense. Cheap mantis blades existed, sure, but a Sandivistan, that was a high-end implant, minimum 70K eddies. No average gang grunt could afford it. She was a test subject. Classic corpo play, turn some street rat into a lab rat, offer premium gear, and let them loose. Hard to say no when you're desperate for power. And at least gangsters were better test material than random civilians. They had combat experience. Carl was curious what was on the chip. But there was no way he was slotting it in here. It could be loaded with malware. One wrong move, and Jackie and Oliver would be hauling his fried ass to Vic's clinic while cracking jokes the whole way. Just picturing it made him shudder. Getting double-crossed by a client was one thing. Falling for an avoidable trap because you got curious. Embarrassing. By the time Johnson and his crew showed up, Carl and the others were already getting ready to leave. After a nod of greeting, they loaded the unconscious girl into the trunk and headed for Japantown to meet Wakako at the agreed location. Nicely done, KK. The target's unharmed. Client'll be happy. I've transferred the payment. This job's done. 40,000 eddies. Job complete. Just as T-Bug was about to disconnect, Carl tossed out a casual offer. Hey, T-Bug, you up for working together again sometime? Chapter 139, 2 Understanding. Work together. T-Bug remained silent for a moment before responding. Are you asking me to join your squad? More or less. My squad is currently missing a permanent hacker who can provide support from the backline. Since you were able to collaborate with us on this mission, I assume you don't have a fixed team. What do you think? Interested in forming a long-term partnership? You guys are quite skilled, and having teammates like that is reassuring. But I need to think about it. T-Bug didn't seem entirely opposed to the idea, just hesitant. If you're interested, I'll go ahead and lay out the squad's rules so you can consider them in advance. Carl didn't mind her indecision and started explaining. As mercenaries, most of us are in it for the money. As for payment, if no one played a particularly crucial role that everyone acknowledges, the earnings are split evenly. Nobody gets more, nobody gets less. If there's any leftover change that's hard to split, we put it towards group meals. Seeing that T-Bug had no objections, he continued. As for missions, we discuss them together, just like the one we did today. But whether we take a job or not is usually my decision. That cool with you? The leader makes the calls, just like a fish follows its leader. No problem with that. That's pretty much all the rules. We don't have any extra restrictions. If you have any concerns, we can adjust as needed. No issues with the rules. They seem reasonable. T-Bug replied, but I still need to think about it. This was only my first mission with you guys, and I need to go over the details. All right, we'll wait for you to reach out. Whether you decide to join or not, I just ask that you let us know. Even if you don't join the squad, we can always call on you for help when needed. Got it. With that, T-Bug ended the call, but she didn't leave the squad's group chat. What do you think, Jack? Hearing Carl and T-Bug's conversation, Oliver glanced at Jack in the passenger seat. I think we've got a good chance. Jack smirked. I have a feeling we'll be welcoming one hell of a hacker into the squad soon. I'll trust your instincts. Oliver, driving, then asked Carl in the backseat, what's next? Grabbing lunch. Let's order takeout and head to your place. I've got something for you guys to look at. Carl flipped his hand and passed a chip to Jack. What's this? Something from Arasaka, most likely. Take it and check it out on Oliver's computer. Custom Sandevistan prototype. Jack muttered, showing the chip to Oliver while they were stopped at a red light. A custom Sandevistan from Arasaka. You know what that reminds me of? After taking a glance at the chip before the light turned green, Oliver replied, remember the first cyberpsycho Carl took down? Patrick Bell. Carl still had some memory of that cyberpsycho. And then, in an instant, he understood why Oliver mentioned it. I remember Johnson said that since he was an Arasaka security contractor, all his gear had to be returned to them. I even ranted to you guys about that when I got back. I remember, he also had a mantis blade and a Sandevistan setup, right? Jack said, looking at it this way, these two pieces of cyberware really are the standard loadout for cyberpsychos. Do they have some kind of particularly strong stimulant effect? Maybe, Carl muttered before realizing something. Wait, his implants were later examined. Johnson said it was a Dinara Sandevistan Type 1, not this so-called custom Arasaka Sandevistan, so they shouldn't be related, right? Then it clicked for him. Got it, tolerance testing. That's what I was thinking too, Oliver added. I heard from some old 6th Street vets who fought in the Unification War that Arasaka's operatives love this setup, mantis blades and a Sandevistan. Their so-called custom Sandevistan testing? No way they're using their elite prepped forces for that. They're definitely starting with low-level security contractors or bottom-rung guys like Tiger Claws. Oliver continued, and I've heard that inside Arasaka, there's actually a special Sandevistan model exclusively for elite operatives. Guess where they get their testing data? No wonder it's a corporation, experimenting on their own people with this much expertise. Jack sighed. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they make these test subjects pay for the cyberware themselves. Come on, Jack, no need to speculate, Carl said with a smirk. That Patrick Bell guy went through a basic endurance test, and even after death, all his implants legally belonged to the company. You really think they wouldn't make them pay? I'd bet they offer these guys discounted implants, trapping them in lifelong debt, so they practically have to sell themselves to Arasaka just to qualify for this privilege. As Carl spoke, they pulled into the underground parking lot of their mega building. Being turned into a lab rat and having to pay for it, what a joke. Jack summed it up in a single sentence as they took the elevator up to Oliver's apartment. Without wasting time, they entered the room. While Oliver and Jack ordered food, Carl inserted the chip into Oliver's computer to review its contents. Cholesterol levels, lipoproteins, blood pressure readings. This looked more like a medical checkup report. After scanning through a long list of data, Carl removed the chip from the computer. To summarize, it was a chip that constantly monitored the user's vitals, but for Carl, it was completely useless. Maybe a specialist could make sense of it, but for a merc like him, what the hell was he supposed to do with this data? Was he supposed to reverse engineer Arasaka's custom Sandevistan from it? No wonder they felt safe handing this stuff over to gangsters. Just another way to exploit the lack of technical knowledge on the streets. Carl might not understand it, but he knew someone who would. Or, more specifically, someone who had people that would. He made a call. Carl needs something. Blanca's voice came through the line. I've got some Arasaka tech here, interested. Arasaka tech, military tech would definitely be. Chapter 140, Dumb Goose. Time to split the money, time to split the money. By the time the takeout arrived, Carl had already completed his deal with Blanca. She was quite interested in the Arasaka data stored in the chip and bought it from Carl for 30,000 eddies. This brought their total earnings from the job to 70,000 eddies. After informing Jack and Oliver about the deal, Carl transferred their shares, 23,000 eddies each. The extra 1,000 eddies, same as always, it would go toward the takeout bill. Compared to the 2,000 eddies we got from working for Faraday, Wagako's job netted us 23,000 each. That's a ridiculous difference, Oliver muttered, checking his bank balance. Good thing we decided not to take any more jobs from that cheapskate. Technically, if you subtract the extra from the trade, our actual commission was 13,000 eddies per person, Carl noted. And taking out tiger claws wasn't the same as dealing with scavs. That said, even if Faraday had sent them after tiger claws instead, Carl doubted the payout would have been much better. Given how stingy he had been in both of their previous contracts, it wasn't hard to imagine. I have no idea how Maine puts up with him, Jack said, shaking his head as he bit into a slice of pizza. That kind of fixer isn't even worth working with. No rep means no gigs. Sometimes you just have to suck it up, Carl replied, chewing on his sausage and potato pizza. But as he kept eating, something felt off. It still tastes like soggy cardboard, same as before. But for some reason, today it's actually tolerable. This place isn't bad. Oliver, make a note of it. We might order from here again. Relax, young master. I never forget a good spot in Night City, Oliver said, tapping his temple with a finger. All logged in here. Wouldn't hurt to go all in for a day, Carl mused before turning to Jack. Speaking of food, hey Jack. Ahem. Jack looked over, confused mid-bite. He saw Carl setting down his pizza, looking serious. You remember the promise we made? For a moment, Jack drew a blank. Promise? What promise? Oliver, on the other hand, caught on instantly. He walked over, placed both hands on Jack's shoulders, and gave him a shake. Yeah, remember. We agreed that after we wrapped up this cyberware job. Oliver deliberately slowed his speech, waiting for Jack to recall on his own. And sure enough, as soon as Jack heard that, something clicked. Oh, you mean how I said that after this gig, we'd all hang out at my place. I'd make nachos and steamed pork. That's not the important part. It was rare to hear those words from Carl, someone who took food very seriously. But in this case, it was true. Wiping his hands on the napkin that came with the pizza, Carl walked over and, along with Oliver, started shaking Jack back and forth like a human rocking chair. The important part is something else entirely. Don't tell me you forgot. Carl leaned in. You promised you'd invite someone. And besides Vic, you also have to invite. Jack gulped. Misty. Under Oliver and Carl's shaking, Jack finally said his girlfriend's name. As soon as the words left his mouth, Oliver and Carl stopped rocking him. But Jack's face showed an awkward expression that completely clashed with his usual demeanor. Can't we wait a bit? Didn't we say we'd have a gathering on Christmas too? It's December 5th today. Christmas is the 25th. It's not that far off, right? Jack Wells, are you the kind of man who doesn't keep his promises? Oliver's words were clearly meant to provoke him, and Jack fell silent. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he hesitated halfway through, closing his mouth again. His expression shifted several times, nervousness, unease, until finally it settled into determination. All right then tonight, we'll do it at my place, and I'll invite Vic and Misty too. That's what we wanted to hear. Carl wasted no time, immediately dialing Vic on his phone. I'll call Vic. I'll let Mama Wells know. Oliver also started making a call, leaving just one person for Jack to contact. Hey Vic, got time tonight? We're planning. Mama Wells, how's your day going? We're planning. Watching Carl and Oliver already making their calls, Jack sighed but didn't hesitate. Beep, beep. Click. Jack. A familiar soft voice came from the other end. Strangely, Jack found himself feeling nervous again. His usually loud and boastful heart pounded hard a few times before he finally, in a quiet voice, called out his girlfriend's name. Misty. What's up? Misty seemed to pick up on the nervousness still lingering in Jack's voice. She chuckled as she spoke. You must have some kind of surprise for me, right? I just did a reading, and guess what? It told me that harmony and happiness await you in the near future. I was just about to tell you that when you called. Hearing his girlfriend's voice, Jack wasn't sure why, but all the nervousness in his heart melted away. He found himself smiling. Guess I can't keep anything from you, Misty. Of course not. I'm the greatest fortune teller in Night City. Misty's proud words made Jack laugh, and then he finally spoke. I want to have dinner with you tonight. Carl, Oliver, and Vic will all be there. That sounds great. I'm free tonight. Are you coming to pick me up? Of course. Oh, right, Misty. Dinner's at my place tonight. At Jack's words, Misty, who was usually so cheerful and easygoing, fell into rare silence. A few seconds passed. Carl and Oliver, having just finished their own calls, were staring at Jack with nervous anticipation. Finally, he heard Misty's voice again. Can I? It was a simple question, but Jack's smile grew even brighter. Of course. Seeing Jack's face light up, hearing the firm way he spoke, Carl and Oliver turned to look at each other. Today's a good day. Yeah, it really is. They both smiled, exchanging words like two dumb geese. Chapter 141, Just in Time. We're here, Mrs. Wells. Welcome, Carl and Oliver. It's been a while since you last visited. Just a few days. Carrying some defrosted pork and a bunch of drinks, Carl responded to Mrs. Wells while stepping into Jackie's home. They had been to the El Coyote Kojo countless times, but this was actually their first time visiting Jackie's house. They had never seen it before. Why is it just you two? Where's Jackie? Mrs. Wells looked at Carl and Oliver entering, but didn't see her son anywhere. He went to pick someone up. He should be here soon. Anyone else coming? Mrs. Wells noticed the smiles on their faces and seemed slightly curious, but she didn't dwell on it. More important than worrying about missing guests was making sure these two boys were well taken care of. Have a seat, the fries are almost ready. Want something to drink? We brought our own drinks today. All right, if you need more, just let me know. Saying that, Mrs. Wells returned to the kitchen. The fries were still frying, and she needed to keep an eye on them. Oliver plopped down onto the couch in the living room, glancing around at the decorations while chatting with Carl. I heard Jackie is thinking about moving into the garage soon. Honestly, a garage isn't nearly as cozy as a real home. Maybe he just wants to be closer to his ride. Carl also took a look around the house. It was simple, but had a warm and homey feel. Unlike Oliver, he didn't sit down but instead walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. So Jackie comes down these stairs every morning. I actually like this kind of layout, where the stairs connect the two floors inside the house. Yeah, after living in an apartment for so long, it makes sense to appreciate something different. Oliver stroked the stubble on his chin. That being said, with the kind of money we're making now, we could totally afford a high-rise penthouse with a yard, maybe even one with a pool if we really push it. The price would be a bit steep, though. Like what? Like the Valley View Villa in Haywood. It's a high-rise duplex, meaning the apartment spans 2 whole floors, rents about 40,000 eddies a month. You could fit an entire squad, 30 people in there, and it still wouldn't feel cramped. 40,000 a month, huh? Hearing that number, Carl thought about the 1,000 eddies he paid for his current super skyscraper apartment. The difference was insane. That much money would cover our rent for 40 months, over 3 years. That's why I said we'd have to push it. Oliver counted on his fingers. Our rent is almost due this month anyway. Why don't we all chip in and rent a place together? If we bring Jackie along too, it'll be cheaper per person, and having a bigger place would be nice, wouldn't it? No thanks. We're just now starting to build a name for ourselves. Let's not waste money on luxury just yet. Carl had no complaints about his current apartment. Sure, it was smaller and less fancy than Oliver's dream penthouse, but it was decent enough for him. Carl added, "Let's think about upgrading after we land a big job. Besides, aren't you and Jackie planning to spend your money on cyberware upgrades? Unless you're asking me for a loan, which I wouldn't mind." "Forget it." Oliver let go of his dream penthouse in an instant. As much as he liked the idea of living in luxury, upgrading their cyberware to strengthen the team was way more important. "Sandevistan, that's what I really want." "Not long now. We're close to the adaptation period Vic mentioned, and his contact should be ready soon. Wonder what kind of cyberware he can get us." "I don't have high expectations. Just give me something from Zedatech, and I'll be happy." Zedatech. Hearing Oliver's words, Carl recalled what he had read about Zedatech Sandevistan. Zedatech Sandevistan was one of the rare models designed for the general public. Its mainstream versions followed a minimalist approach, meaning they didn't come packed with unnecessary extra functions. If we're talking about the currently popular Zedatech Type 1, it was likely the lightest in terms of bodily strain. Not feeling too confident, going for Zedatech. "I just don't want to end up cyberpsycho." Ding! Amid Carl and Oliver's conversation, the doorbell rang. Oliver stood up, checked the monitor, and then opened the door with his arms wide open. "Vic, you finally made it. We were just talking about you." "Let me guess, cyberware talk again." Victor, clearly used to this, casually hugged Oliver and then turned to Carl. "You guys can drop by my clinic tomorrow. The shipment should be here." "So soon, Vic. I thought we needed an adaptation period." Carl was a little surprised. "Tomorrow's just to take a look at the gear, not to install it right away. You need to see what's available first. And even if I told you guys to wait, do you really think you'd hold back once you see it? A safe adaptation period would be another 2 or 3 days, but you're all in good shape. As long as I check for any severe rejection reactions, you'll just need to be careful afterward." Hearing Vic's explanation, Oliver's face lit up with excitement. "Then, Vic, you better eat well tonight. Don't want you passing out during surgery." "Save it, kid. You better not stuff me so full I start hiccuping while holding the scalpel." "Come on, what we eat tonight will be digested by tomorrow. No way that happens. I don't have stomachs like yours." Victor chuckled as he noticed Mrs. Wells peeking out from the kitchen, curious about the new guest. He greeted her with a nod. Because of Jackie, Mrs. Wells and Victor had known each other for a long time. They weren't strangers. "Jackie didn't come with you." Mrs. Wells seemed puzzled to see Vic arriving alone. When she spotted him at the door, she had assumed that Jackie had gone to pick him up. But her son was still nowhere in sight. "Jackie, he's right behind me. Should be here any second now." Vic looked at Mrs. Wells and flashed a smile she didn't quite understand. As if to confirm his words, right after he spoke, Jackie appeared at the door. And standing beside him, Mrs. Wells looked at the slightly nervous girl holding what appeared to be a gift for her, smiling at her politely. She hadn't expected that the guest Jackie personally went to pick up was her. Thinking back to Carl and Oliver's mysterious grins before they entered the house, and now seeing Vic's knowing smile, Mrs. Wells finally turned to her son. Jackie wasn't looking at her. His eyes were on the girl beside him, his face filled with encouragement and warmth. "Ah, so that's how it is." Mrs. Wells then turned to the girl, who, despite her nerves, was smiling just as brightly as the boy next to her. She smiled too. Returning to the kitchen, she brought out the freshly fried fries and turned toward their new guest. "Welcome, Misty. You got here just in time." Chapter 142, Cyberware. "Beep. You awake, Carl?" "I'm up, brushing my teeth and washing my face. Give me a sec, I'll be ready soon." Fresh out of bed, Carl spoke while checking with Oliver on the other end of the call. "We're heading to Vic's now, right?" "Picking gear, you gotta go early, of course." Sounds like someone's getting impatient. Opening the fridge, Carl grabbed the synthetic milk he'd grown used to and asked, "You and Jackie already had breakfast. Should we grab something first?" "Jackie and I had some reheated pork rice that Mama Wells made, stuffed, man. By the way, Carl, didn't you stay over at Jackie's last night? Woke up and found him passed out right next to me." "You two drank too much, I didn't." After dropping off Vic and Misty, I headed home. I even said goodbye before leaving, while you two were still going at it with the booze. You blacked out. Maybe a little, head's still killing me. Might need Vic to check on that first. You want us to grab something for you? Yeah, grab me a bowl of jjajangmyeon from the stall outside my building. No diced meat, soybean paste only, oh, and a can of sweet tea. You really like that stuff, huh? Anything else? Nah, I'll eat in the car. Be down in a minute. Got it. Carl quickly finished his synthetic milk, then stepped out, heading for the elevator. The hallway looked just the same as ever. Some gangoons slumped against the walls, others standing around arguing with spit flying, guns in hand. Same neon signs, same flashing ads. Carl stepped into the elevator. Night City, still the same Night City. No different from a month ago when he first arrived. Once downstairs, he hopped into his ride, Oliver at the wheel as usual. Taking the food Jackie handed him, he started eating while listening to their conversation. What's your choice of cyberware, Jackie? I'm thinking of getting a Zetatech Sandevistan. Probably a Biodyne Berserk. They've got the best ones on the market right now. But Vic mentioned he might hook us up with some corpo-grade stuff. You're not hoping for something even better. Corpo-grade is corpo-grade, but Vic never said which company his contact works for. Some core don't even develop Berserk or Sandevistan tech. We can't expect his guy to have everything for us to pick from. True. Oliver nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, Carl, didn't Blanca say that after we take down those rookie ACPA pilots and her people secure that department, she'd use her clearance to get us 2 pieces of Militech grade gear? Yeah, she did, but it hasn't been that long since ACPAs started showing up on the streets. Those guys are still outside Night City. As far as long-term jobs go, who knows how long this one's gonna take. Carl slurped down the last of his noodles. Are Militech Sandevistan and Berserk really that impressive? You used to run with the 6th Street, wouldn't you know better than me? Yeah, but back then, I was too broke to even dream about high-end cyberware. Yeah. Carl thought for a moment before saying. As far as I remember, the only Militech Berserk model available on the market is the Militech Berserk MK. V heard that thing is a masterpiece in nanotechnology. Its regeneration and recovery capabilities blow every other Berserk out of the water. Jackie couldn't help but ask, on the market, so you can actually buy it. It's one of those exists, but doesn't exist deals. Carl explained the meaning of the phrase. Basically, there's demand, a big one, but you can't actually buy it. They list it as a commercial product, but really, it's just a PR stunt to flex their tech. Even if you camp out to place an order, you won't get one. This kind of gear isn't meant for outsiders. Let me guess, want this badass cyberware? Join our corp. Jackie picked up on the subtext. Wouldn't be surprising. Some solo mercs get lured in just for the high-end chrome. It's one-way core recruit talent. After all, if you don't show off your best gear, who's gonna know you've got the edge? Carl continued. Then there's Militech, Peregrine, Sandevistan, MK. V Peregrines used to be the fastest animals on Earth, and just like the name, this Sandevistan is leagues ahead of your average model in terms of speed. It used to be just like the Berserk MK. V, super exclusive, only issued to Militech's elite operatives. But recently, I saw some news saying they're planning to mass produce and sell it to regular consumers. No idea if that's legit or not. Probably legit. Jackie added, remember that ex-Militech lieutenant we took out? He was running some experimental Militech Sandevistan. My guess is Militech made a breakthrough in Sandevistan tech, so now they can afford to sell off what used to be priceless. Keep the best for themselves, sell off the scraps, that checks out. Oliver nodded. If we don't find anything good today, we can always bank on Blanca's promised corpo-grade cyberware once we finish her job. Yeah, well, Militech isn't exactly known for its neural implants, so I'm not expecting much. Either way, if today's haul sucks, we can just wait. Give it a month or 2, this whole thing will blow over, and then we'll take that job. People forget news real fast. As Carl finished talking, they arrived at Vic's clinic, just a short distance from the megabuilding. They got out, locked the car's security system, walked through Misty's Esoterica and Tarot, and greeted Misty before stepping into the clinic. Vic was already waiting for them. "All right, come take a look." With that, he spun his monitor around, displaying what was on the screen. Chapter 143, Further Cyberware Upgrades. This is Zetatech gear. Oliver stared at the list of cyberware available on Vic's screen, surprised that he had lucked out. Vic had managed to get his hands on Zetatech gear, just the thing Oliver wanted. "I've got some connections," Vic said casually, clearly not planning to elaborate. He pointed at the screen. "This is all I could get. The best stuff is at the bottom. You can scroll down and check it out. Oh, and none of this is here. It's all one-hand pay, one-hand receive. Once you pay up, the supplier will send it over via drone." "Got it, Vic. I've dealt with corp transactions like this before," Oliver nodded. Most of his experience came from watching his old man and the 6th Street gang shake down suppliers, but he was no stranger to how things worked. The military funding they used to get from Militech came through drones carrying cash and cyberware. This was nothing new. Feeling lucky about the selection, Oliver scratched his head and looked at Carl and Jack. "Guess I lucked out this time." "Vic's connections aren't going anywhere. It's not really luck, it's just how things work," Jack said dismissively. "Besides, Zetatech's Berserk line is solid. It was already on my list of possible picks." With that, Jack and Oliver scrolled through the list on Vic's screen and quickly found what they wanted. "Zetatech Sandevistan MK. I'll take this one. Perfectly industrialized, mass-produced, and a soldier's best friend," Oliver declared. Carl raised an eyebrow. Sandivistans were rare cyberware, sure, but this particular model wasn't impossible to find. Given the chance to grab something from an internal corp supply, Oliver was really going with this. "Why pick this one? You can buy it outside." Carl voiced his question, and Oliver's answer was straightforward. "It's my first time. I need to test my limits before going all in. Getting something too high-end right away might be more than I can handle. Also, look at the price difference. The outside market price is nearly double the internal one. If I can get it cheaper, why not?" "Fair enough, solid reasoning." Oliver locked in his choice, Zetatech Sandevistan MK. I. Jack's choice was just as simple, Zetatech Berserk MK, IV. One of the top-tier Berserk models available on the market, only the MK, V was superior. As for why he didn't go for the MK, V. First, because even within Zetatech, that was top-tier, hard-to-get gear. Second, well, Zetatech was known for two things, solid products and insane prices. As one of the most expensive Berserk units available, Jack simply couldn't afford it. He'd have to borrow money from Carl, and while borrowing wasn't an issue, blowing that much eddies on a first-time install was risky as hell. Zetatech Sandevistan MK. Zetatech Berserk MK. IV solid picks, Carl commented, watching his two friends make their selections. He couldn't deny that he was feeling a little left out. Zetatech was a smaller company compared to Arasaka and Militech. They thrived on niche markets rather than direct competition, which meant they didn't put much investment into neural processors. In other words, even their internal supply didn't have top-tier neuralware. But Vic was Vic. There was no way he'd let Carl walk out empty-handed. He knew Oliver and Jack had been eyeing Sandivistans and Berserk modules for a while, but he also knew Carl had always wanted a better neural processor. Vic coughed. The three of them were still focused on the screen when he walked over to a corner of his clinic, pulled open a refrigerated storage unit, and retrieved a sealed case from inside. Then, holding it carefully in his arms, he turned back toward them. Ahem. Carl glanced over. "Vic, you coming down with something?" Carl immediately turned around at the sound, and what he saw was Vic, smiling, holding a sealed case in his hands. "Vic, what's this?" "Something I got for you. Just remember to pay up. I covered the cost for you in advance." Hearing that, both Oliver and Jack also turned to look, while Carl had already figured it out. His face lit up with anticipation. "Vic, don't tell me." "That's right, an upgrade module. I happen to know a thing or two about this, so I should be able to upgrade your Arasaka MK. III neural processor to a MK, IV. You can directly upgrade it to MK, IV, no compatibility issues. Some cyberware might have issues, and of course, Core love locking their stuff behind proprietary encryption. But the upgrade chip needed to go from Arasaka MK. III to MK. Roman 4 isn't hard to come by, so, you know. Vic. It was a real surprise, and Carl knew exactly what Vic meant by not hard to come by. In reality, getting an upgrade chip containing the latest model's functionality was a nightmare. Core wanted people to buy new models outright, not upgrade old ones. There was no way Vic got this without jumping through a ton of hoops. He hadn't said a word about it before, clearly planning to give Carl a proper surprise. Carl was so overwhelmed that, after a long pause, the only thing he could say was the most basic, sincere response. "Thank you." Beyond that, he had no idea what else to say. "Considerate payment for when you helped me deal with those gangoons. Oh, and don't give me that grateful look, you still gotta pay, not a single eddy less." Vic chuckled, waving him off before sitting down on a chair nearby. Then, he turned to Jack and Oliver. "You guys done picking? If so, I need to prep for surgery. Move it." "We'll move the computer over. You do your thing, Vic." Oliver immediately stood up, picking up the monitor as he and Jack moved aside. "Careful with that, you two handle things like a couple of clumsy oafs." Shaking his head, Vic rolled his chair over to the workstation, grabbing some equipment before turning back to Carl. "You want to start now?" "Hell yeah." Without hesitation, Carl lay back on the operating table. "No worries. This is just a software upgrade and a few minor enhancements. It won't take long." As usual, Vic reassured him first, then opened the case. Inside were the upgrade chip and a prepped dose of anesthetics. "All right, let's get started." Chapter 144, Time to Hit the Afterlife. "Broke again, huh?" That was the first thing Oliver said as he stepped down from the operating table, freshly installed cyberware in place. "Yeah, we're completely broke." Jack, who had finished his installation earlier, nodded in agreement. This round of cyberware upgrades had drained almost all their funds. Money flows like water. Carl stared at his account balance, just 1 million eddies left. He had built it up to a nice 1.09 million, and then immediately spent a huge chunk of it on upgrading his neural processor. Carl still had some money, but the team, they were broke. "Well, we do burn through eddies fast." Oliver inhaled a dose of stabilizers that Vic handed him and sighed. "I spent a fortune on my Nekomata, Jack bought a bike, and Carl, you not only upgraded your cyberdeck, but also bought that high-end monomolecular wire. What part of that sounds affordable?" "Yeah, now I get why so many mercs stick with bargain bin cyberware, even after years on the street." Carl thought back to Mann's crew and Brown's squad. Both had been operating way longer than his own team, yet their gear wasn't much better. Even Mann had only managed to upgrade his projectile launch system after the last job. It really put things into perspective. "I see why so many mercs use second-hand cyberware, even knowing how risky it is. This stuff is expensive as hell." Hearing that, Jack chuckled. "So what you're saying is, our squad is already above average." "We're definitely a cut above." Oliver finished inhaling the stabilizers, flexing his limbs as he spoke. "Man, I feel powerful." "Feeling cocky already." Carl eyed Oliver, curious. "How's it feel, holding up okay?" "Haven't tested it yet, gimme a sec." Oliver turned to Jack. "Jack, I'm about to get behind you." And with that, he activated his Sandevistan. Time slowed to a crawl. Oliver took a moment to fully absorb the sensation before moving. His body left a trail of afterimages in the slowed time, streaking across the space toward Jack. But Jack was already turning to face him. With his Berserk system, Jack's natural reflex booster had gotten a major upgrade. His hormone regulation enhancements allowed him to partially trigger time dilation at will. At the same time, Carl stepped forward, his movements just as fast. Oliver and Carl both extended a hand toward Jack. To Vic, watching from the outside, all three had simply vanished from their spots. Then, just as suddenly, Jack turned around, and their hands all met in the middle. "Woo, nailed it." Oliver let out a celebratory shout, then did a double take at Carl. "Wait, Carl, how the hell are you keeping up with us now?" How do I explain it?" Carl thought for a second before responding. "You could say I can now manually adjust my own hormones, nerve impulses, and synaptic activity at will. So, basically, your entire body feels like cyberware now, and you can control it like that. More or less, it's like I've turned into a fully integrated system that I can actively manipulate. I get the medical terms, I study this stuff, but I don't fully grasp what you're saying." Oliver tilted his head. "So, in simple terms, not only are your reactions keeping up, but your movements too. It depends on processing power. If I'm using my CyberDex processing for hacking, I can't keep up my reaction speed boost for long, and vice versa. Sounds like your processing power still isn't enough, huh?" Hearing Carl's explanation, Jack realized something. Even with the Arasaka, MKIV, Carl's computing power was already starting to feel insufficient. Man, your body really is something else. Jack didn't fully understand the specifics, so he turned to Vic. "Vic, any medical explanation for this? Been in this business for years, and I've never seen anything like it." Vic shrugged. "If you really want an answer, I just chalk it up to a unique talent. Some people are just built different." "Fine by me." Oliver grinned. "At least now, we can all keep up with each other. I was a little worried Carl might get left behind. Guys shouldn't be too fast." Carl smirked, waving a hand dismissively. But he turned serious when he looked at Oliver. "How's the Sandivistan feel? Think you can handle it?" "For now, one activation feels fine. No clue what my actual limit is, though." "Let's check again." At Vic's request, Oliver lay back down on the operating table. After a quick scan, Vic nodded. No signs of nerve desynchronization, no structural collapse, no melting or fusing either. Could be that Zedatech Sandivistan is just a well-optimized model that doesn't stress the body as much. Or maybe you're just naturally built for this. Either way, your body's handling it pretty well. Hearing that, Oliver grinned ear to ear. "Hell yeah, I'm built different." "Don't get cocky, kid." Vic cut him off. "Even if it's handling well, Sandivistan is still a major load on the body. Keep it under 4 activations per day. Any more, and you might start running into issues. Oh, and check your immunosuppressant dosage." Vic handed Oliver a prescription sheet. "Here's yours too, Jack. Take it together. Rejection symptoms are rare, but they can happen. You guys are lucky, yours are pretty mild, so you'll only need to take these for a short while. Once your body fully adjusts, you can stop taking them. But listen up, no new cyberware until this adjustment period is over. If you stack new implants while your body's still adapting, you'll end up dying in the streets." "Got it, Vic. We know you're only bending the rules for us this time." Oliver, being medically trained, had no intention of ignoring Vic's orders. Besides, he was broke and didn't have the money for more upgrades anyway. Vic had already prepared their immunosuppressants and placed them aside, ready to be picked up when they left. Now that that's settled, we need to find work. With Oliver and Jack confirmed to be in good condition, Carl shifted focus. "Only problem is, where do we find a job?" Middlemen usually reached out to mercs when they had a fitting gig. If no one was calling, it meant either the jobs weren't suited to them, or their rep was too high for the scraps currently available. But being broke meant waiting wasn't an option. As they debated whether to drop by the Wounded Coyote and pick up a few quick gigs, another idea came to mind. A place where the jobs were bigger and the pay was better. It was time to hit the afterlife. Chapter 145, The Job and the Blue Eyes We Meet Again. I love the afterlife. Jack, this isn't your first time here. Is it really that exciting? You don't get it, Carl. Every time we come here, it's a new life. Why else would it be called the afterlife? At the entrance of the afterlife, the bouncer, Emmerich Bronson, watched as Carl's team approached. He didn't say a word, simply stepping aside to let them through. "Good evening, Emmerich." When Carl saw Emmerich, he stopped talking with Jack and greeted the bouncer with genuine enthusiasm. "Good evening, KK." Emmerich nodded, then reached out to push open the bar's door. Immediately, the familiar green lighting spilled out, casting a ghostly glow over the three of them. Still got that eerie afterlife vibe. Shaking his head, Carl walked into the bar, taking a seat at the counter alongside Oliver and Jack. The Afterlife's bartender, Claire, noticed the three of them and approached with a friendly smile. "What can I get you guys tonight?" "Just 3 sodas, no booze today." Jack answered, and Claire, upon hearing that they weren't drinking, squinted slightly before giving them a knowing smile. "Looking for work? Can't be hammered while waiting for a gig. Want me to spread the word? With your reputation, there's no shortage of people who'd love to hire you but just don't have a way to reach you. I'd bet someone will come up to you before long. I'll get your sodas ready. Ice. Yeah, do us a favor and let them know we're open for business. 3 sodas on ice." "Got it, give me a sec." With that, Claire turned away to prepare their drinks. "Wanna order something to eat? Just drinking water feels kind of bland." Jack turned to Carl, only to be met with a dramatic eye roll. "Yeah, right, I already checked last time. This place doesn't have anything decent to eat. Just vending machine junk. If I have to eat that crap, I'd rather starve." "Man, you're picky as ever. If you ran a all-foods factory, I bet I'd never have to worry about finding some weird-ass surprise in my meal." "Give me a break. Even if I were in charge of all foods, I still wouldn't eat their garbage." As Carl's team continued their casual banter, time passed quickly. Claire came and went, bringing them their sodas. By the time Oliver was starting to feel the need to hit the restroom, someone approached them. The guy, from his attire, looked like just another corporate suit. He didn't waste time on small talk. He simply walked over, said a single sentence, and placed a small note in front of them. "This is the contact number of a gentleman who reserved a job with you in advance." After delivering the message, the corporate man left without another word. Carl looked at the note, considering the meaning behind his words. Reserved a job in advance. Who would do something like that? As he was thinking, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. A middle-aged man with cybernetic eyes glowing bright blue. "Once you finish this mission, I'll contact you immediately." That mysterious, blue-eyed man who had approached Carl and his team at the Wild Wolf Bar, immediately knowing they were working on a Militech job investigating the Adamant Titan, left a lasting impression on Carl. Back then, he had wondered how the man planned to contact them, considering they hadn't exchanged numbers. But now, it seemed like tracking them down was no challenge for him at all. Jack also recalled the enigmatic, oddly spoken middle-aged man with glowing blue cyber eyes. He glanced at the note on the table, then looked at Carl. "So, what do we do about this job? We don't have anything lined up right now, so we might as well check it out first. If it seems off and there's no down payment, we can always turn it down. That guy clearly has some kind of inside intel, but sketchy business dealings aren't exactly reassuring." Saying this, Carl picked up the note and dialed the number written on it. Beep. Almost instantly, the call connected, as if the person on the other end had been expecting Carl's call at that exact moment. "Hello, are you the guy from before?" If you're referring to the middle-aged man with glowing blue cyber eyes who approached you at the Wild Wolf Bar, then yes, that's me. Yeah, he still had that odd way of talking, like he was making an objective observation rather than holding a normal conversation. "So, you figured out we're free now, and want to discuss that long-term job you mentioned." "That's correct. However, I assume your level of trust in me isn't yet sufficient, so before we proceed with that, I'd like to establish a working relationship through a smaller assignment. A preliminary collaboration to build a solid foundation of trust." "You're sounding a lot like a fixer. What should we call you, and what's this job about?" Hopefully, he's not another cheapskate like Faraday. As Carl was considering this, a file transfer notification popped up, along with a payment. "You may refer to me as you see fit. The file has been transmitted, along with the down payment. If you're willing to take on this job to establish trust, you may collect the payment after reviewing the details." Weirdly formal, but pretty generous. Seeing a 6,000 deddies down payment, Carl was curious about what kind of job this guy was offering. "Can I share the file with my teammates?" Strong bonds within a team are the first step toward a successful mission. "I guess that's a yes." After giving Oliver and Jack a heads up, Carl forwarded the file to them while opening it himself. Almost immediately, a few key phrases caught his attention. Militech engineer Thomas Stein, nomads kidnapping. A Militech engineer named Thomas Stein had been traveling with a transport convoy when they were ambushed by a group of nomads called the Night Stalkers in the Badlands. The entire convoy was wiped out, except for Stein, who was taken hostage. His biomonitor signal had vanished, and the blue-eyed man wanted Carl's team to track down the nomads and rescue him. A Militech employee. Does that mean this blue-eyed man is from Militech? That would explain how he knew about the Adamant Titan job and why he approached them so soon after they completed it. If he was an insider, he'd naturally have access to that kind of information. But something felt off. Back at the Wild Wolf Bar, when Carl spoke with him, his attitude toward both Arasaka and Militech was one of detached indifference, like he had no allegiance to either side, as if their secrets were all open books to him. His tone had that eerie neutrality, almost like he was observing them from above. Would someone like that really be Militech? It didn't make sense. Corporate affairs were always a pain to deal with. But they did have their perks. Carl's gaze locked onto the payment amount listed in the mission details. Corporate-funded jobs were always generous. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 150,000 eddies. That was about the same payout as when they took down former Lieutenant James Norris. Chapter 146, Preparing to Head to the Badlands. After Carl accepted the advance payment and confirmed their willingness to take on the mission, the blue-eyed man ended the call. So Carl got a plan, Oliver asked. Should we go through the usual process? What process? I don't know the Badlands. This time we're relying on you, our very own Santo Domingo native. Since Santo Domingo was close to the Badlands, there was no one in the team who understood the area better than Oliver. Hearing Carl's words, Oliver, who was already used to Carl making the team's decisions, suddenly realized his mistake. He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Yeah, that's on me. I must be an idiot, huh? A guy who practically grew up here asking an outsider about this stuff. So, what's the deal with these Night Stalkers? Just another Badlands gang. You could call them a gang, but out in the Badlands, most nomads refer to their groups as families. The Night Stalkers. Well, if I had to put it simply, you can think of them as the Badlands version of the Maelstrom gang. Maelstrom. Jack, who had an intense dislike for Maelstrom, took a sip of his soda before scoffing. So, basically, another bunch of kidnapping, chrome-crazy psychos. They're similar but not exactly the same. Unlike Maelstrom, they're more obsessed with modding their vehicles rather than themselves. Think of the kind of guys who are car enthusiasts, but crank that obsession up by a factor of 10. You've never seen the shit they drive, Jack. These things look like rolling, creaking mechanical porcupines. Every possible kind of modification you can imagine, it's all there. Modded vehicles, huh? Jack started to get the picture. So, you're saying their cars might be packing some serious firepower? Pretty much. They're not rich enough to afford things like mounted missile launchers, but you can bet they've got machine guns strapped to their rides. Maybe even a grenade launcher or two. From what I remember, the 6th Street Gang had a few run-ins with different Night Stalker groups out in the Badlands. Some of them got wiped out easily, others were a real pain in the ass because of their firepower. Honestly, it's hard to predict what we'll be dealing with. Wait, aren't the Night Stalkers all part of the same group? How the hell is there such a big difference in their gear? Carl wasn't familiar with how things worked in the Badlands, so he asked. Oliver explained. Rather than thinking of them as one unified gang, it's more accurate to say that a bunch of different people all call themselves Night Stalkers. Supposedly, they're made up of exiles and outcasts from various nomad families, so their backgrounds are all over the place. No central leadership, no real organization. At most, they work together occasionally. So, a loose alliance of misfits and renegades who left, or got kicked out of their nomad families. Carl started piecing things together. That means even if we find a group of Night Stalkers, there's no guarantee they'll actually know anything about the ones who kidnapped our guy, right? Exactly, Oliver nodded. This job isn't going to be as easy as it sounds. Taking out some Night Stalkers, that's no problem for us, but finding the right ones, that's the real challenge. So this is that guy's way of testing our skills. Carl thought for a moment before asking Oliver a key question. Do you have any connections in the Badlands? Anyone familiar with the area? I wish I did, but honestly, don't count on me for that. Carl turned to Jack, but Jack just shook his head. Yeah, don't look at me either. I don't know shit about the Badlands. With neither Oliver nor Jack having the right connections, there was no way Carl, who had only been in Night City for a little over a month, would know anyone either. Hell, he barely even knew all the districts in the city yet. Carl downed his glass of soda in one go. We can't just charge into the Badlands blindly like headless chickens. Being reckless in the city is one thing since you guys know the streets, but out there, we'll be driving through unfamiliar territory. If the car breaks down, we won't even know which way to run. Carl's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Oliver and Jack momentarily silent. Lack of intel was undoubtedly the biggest weakness of their team. Fortunately, today was their lucky day. Just as the three were deep in thought about what to do next, a familiar voice rang through their squad comms. Still there, guys. T-Bug. Hearing T-Bug's laid-back, casual tone, Carl connected to the squad comms. So, you've made up your mind. Of course, one day is more than enough for me to think things through. Consider yourselves lucky, you're about to have the best netrunner in Night City watching your backs. Welcome aboard. Oliver joined in. Can I throw in a compliment? Among all the netrunners I've seen, none of them even come close to you. I'm well aware of my own abilities, T-Bug replied smoothly, with a hint of amusement. But I wouldn't turn down a bit of extra praise. You've joined at the right time, Chica. Jack chimed in, and on the other end of the line, T-Bug raised an eyebrow. Joined at the right time, did that mean? Just as she was wondering if the team had already landed a job, a transfer notification popped up on her end. 15,000 eddies from Carl. What's this? Advance payment, 6,000 each. I already sent you the contract details, take a quick look. The full payout for this gig is 150,000. Damn, now that's generous. T-Bug didn't hesitate to accept the money. She took a minute to skim through the job details. A Militech engineer got kidnapped, and an anonymous client wants us to rescue him. The ones responsible are the Night Stalkers. T-Bug chuckled, and I'm guessing you guys are lacking intel on the Badlands. Figured it out in one go, huh? Carl smirked, so got any ideas, T-Bug? It's hard to keep secrets from corpos, and besides them, who else knows the streets better than fixers and gangsters? T-Bug explained, give me a sec. I'm looking into fixers who specialize in Badlands jobs. If we can find one, we can pay them to locate this Night Stalker crew for us. Locals know best, after all. Classic outsourcing. But Carl had to admit, it was a solid plan. Even back in ancient times, generals needed local guides to navigate foreign terrain. Why should their job be any different? Now I get why so many mercs retire and become fixers. Jack chuckled. We're sitting here in Afterlife, and Rogue, one of Night City's living legends, was a merc before she became a fixer. Must feel pretty damn good to go from taking orders to giving them. If you live long enough in this line of work, you're bound to build up enough connections. Might as well put them to use, right? Oliver shrugged. If I ever retire, I wouldn't mind becoming a fixer myself. Oh, come on, Oliver. Jack scoffed. You really think retiring as a fixer is that easy? Your old enemies would come knocking before you even set up shop. And by then, we'd probably be too old to hold a gun straight, he added with a grin. Speak for yourself, Oliver smirked. Even if I retire, I'll still be landing headshots. Carl shook his head. You guys are already thinking about retirement when we haven't even made a name for ourselves yet. In Night City, just making it to retirement is a miracle. The moment Oliver finished his sentence, T-Bug's voice cut through the comms again. Dakota Smith, she's the most well-known fixer in the Badlands. Carl, I've got her contact info, sending it over now. Chapter 147, Dakota Smith. Beep. Hello, is this Ms. Dakota Smith? Where'd you get my number, kid? Ah, whatever, drop the Ms., just call me Dakota. Now tell me who you are. Dakota Smith picked up the call, slightly surprised. As a fixer, she was usually the one reaching out to mercs, using her netrunners to dig up their info when necessary. Being on the receiving end of that was a first for her. My merc handle is KK. Don't know if you've heard of me. KK, the merc making waves in the city lately. Yeah, I've heard the name. Carl's reputation had spread among fixers, especially those managing their own territories. Any serious fixer would at least know of him, but just because they knew his name didn't mean they'd reach out first. This was due to the unspoken territorial rules among fixers. A merc was usually handled by the fixer of whatever region they were operating in. Only the most reckless fixers ignored these boundaries. If KK was in the Badlands, Dakota naturally would have wanted to bring him into her network. But as far as her intel went, KK hadn't stepped foot outside Night City yet. Had her information, network failed to track him. Curious, Dakota asked, "So, what's the deal, KK? You coming to the Badlands to solve some of my headaches? If that's the case, you're more than welcome." A merc with a 100% job completion rate and a flawless reputation, no fixer would turn that down. She had a stack of difficult gigs piling up. Having someone that competent around would be a blessing. "If you've got any side jobs I can handle on the way, I wouldn't mind. I'm still in the city, but I'll be heading out soon. Thought I'd introduce myself to the best fixer in the Badlands before I arrive and set up a contract while I'm at it." Set up a contract? Now that was interesting. Out of habit, Dakota took a hit from the oxygen tank strapped to her belt, a practice she'd maintained for decades to keep her thoughts clear. "You mean you're hiring me?" "More or less, I need you to track a crew. A group of Night Stalkers hit a Corpo convoy recently, and we need to find them." "So, you're working for a corp?" Dakota's question was met with silence, but she understood. That was as good as a confirmation. Legendary merc Morgan Blackhand had once written a book, The Enforcer's Handbook. It laid out essential guidelines for mercenary work. What to do, what not to do. Most well-known mercs had read it, and over time, many of its rules had become industry standards. One of them was simple. Never disclose job details to unrelated parties. Once a mission was complete, sure, you could brag all you wanted, down to how many leg hairs your target had through the scope. But during a job, a real merc never talked. Carl, valuing his reputation as a merc, wouldn't spill any details, but smart people could read between the lines. Dakota Smith didn't press the matter. Instead, she focused on the most important question. How much are you offering? The price determined the quality of mercs you could hire. Every fixer knew exactly how much money it took to secure a certain level of talent. Every fixer also fantasized about hiring top-tier mercs for just a few thousand eddies, but in the end, that was just wishful thinking. Carl understood the business. He knew the rules, so he gave a reasonable number right away. 30,000 eddies. I can pay 10,000 up front as a retainer. Before calling Dakota, Carl had already discussed the payment with his crew over squad comms. As the team leader, he would front the cost himself and deduct it from their total payout later. The client was paying him directly anyway, so it saved everyone an extra transaction. 30,000, huh? Dakota's voice softened slightly, and there was even a hint of amusement in it. That's no small sum for the Badlands. So, what kind of merc could you hire for 30,000 eddies? With 60,000, the priest could have hired Carl's team for a gig. With 30,000, Wakako had been able to hire them for their first job together. In other words, it was enough to hire a merc team of Carl's caliber, at least in the Badlands. Of course, the comparison wasn't perfect. When working for the priest or Wakako, they had considered those jobs small gigs. Normally, their price would be higher, but other factors had brought the cost down, like favors owed or having a netrunner to assist. 30,000 wouldn't land you a team like Carl's in the Badlands. But considering how broke most mercs out here were, that kind of money could definitely get you someone on the level of Badlands Man or Badlands Brown, the kind of mercs with enough street cred to drink at Afterlife. Most mercs in the Badlands would kill for that kind of money. I just need to think about who's right for the job. As Dakota considered her options, she knew one thing for sure: the Badlands were a rough place to live. Most mercs operating here didn't actually live in the wasteland. they stayed closer to Santo Domingo and only took gigs on the outskirts. Those types could handle simple jobs, but tracking down night stalkers? Not a chance. For that, she needed someone with real experience. And that gave her an idea. Finding the night stalkers didn't necessarily mean hiring mercs. The nomad clans of the Badlands would be just as good a choice. Dakota had deep knowledge of the local clans. One, in particular, came to mind: the Backers. The Backers were in a state of internal conflict. After their old leader died, no successor had managed to hold power for more than 2 years. The clan was directionless and on the verge of splintering. Recently, some Backer members had even started negotiating with the infamous Snake Nation, much to the dismay of the younger generation. A number of them were actively seeking outside connections, hoping to change their clan's course. As luck would have it, a group of these Backers had been operating near Night City for the past few months. And from what Dakota knew, they were desperate for money. They just might be interested in this gig. Chapter 148, Ambush on the Conv. 7:00 a.m. Badlands. A Thornton Mackinac Larimore pickup truck cruised over the desolate terrain. I hate every two-seater vehicle. Once again crammed between the passenger seat and the driver's seat, Carl voiced his sincere complaint. Why do we always have to drive these damn two-seaters? Quit complaining, Carl, Oliver replied in a calm tone as he kept his eyes on the road. Neither the Quartz nor the Harrow we own are modified to handle the Badlands sandstorms. This pickup truck is our best option, so just deal with it. Sigh. Carl let out a long sigh, but he knew Oliver was right. Compared to the Quartz and the Harrow, the Thornton Mackinac Larimore, designed for cargo transport, long-distance travel, and extreme durability, was indeed the most suitable choice. Look on the bright side, Carl, Jackie chimed in, keeping his hand on the truck door without fully closing it. At least with this truck, even if we get lost in the Badlands, we have 20 gallons of water, about 76 liters in the back. We'd survive for days. Look on the bright side, why the hell is getting lost the starting premise? Despite his complaints, Carl wasn't actually upset about the truck itself, just the two-seater design. First, because it was clearly the best vehicle for this kind of terrain. And second, because the old-timer from the afterlife, a veteran merc who hung around the Wolf Bar, had lent it to them out of goodwill. The guy even made sure to reinforce it with Badlands protection. If he was willing to entrust them with his precious ride, it would be downright rude to complain. The wind howled as it carried sand, pelting against the windows with a harsh scratching sound. Listening to this, Jackie brought up another topic. You know, when we passed through Santo Domingo, I really thought we were about to get into it with those 6th Street guys. Jackie was referring to the tent standoff that had happened about 2 hours earlier. Because of his past with the gang, Oliver had been kicked out of 6th Street and was banned from ever returning to Santo Domingo. But to get to the Badlands, the fastest route from Watson ran right through Santo Domingo. Originally, Oliver planned to just drive through unnoticed, figuring he could avoid trouble. But when he drove the pickup through Santo Domingo, a few 6th Street members spotted him. Within minutes, more than 20 armed gangers surrounded them. The tension escalated as they raised their weapons. Jackie had already drawn his gun, ready for a fight. From the way things looked, I was about to shoot first, Jackie admitted. No need to rush, Carl said, still relaxed despite having been sandwiched between Oliver and Jackie earlier. They wouldn't have dared to pull the trigger. That's true. Jackie grinned at Carl's confidence. 20 guys, they really thought that was enough to take Oliver down. I'm starting to think that rather than trying to kill Oliver, they were actually scared shitless of you two showing up. T-Bug's voice crackled through the comms. From what I saw on the cameras, half of them were trembling when they gathered around. Honestly, it felt less like they were threatening you and more like they were terrified that you had come to kill them. When they kicked me out of 6th Street, they acted so damn cocky, talking all that shit about how not even my father or my sister could save me if I ever came back, Oliver muttered. Looking at them now, 6th Street's really gone soft. At the center of the previous conflict, Oliver didn't seem to have any strong emotions about the situation. He simply shook his head in slight disappointment. I actually saw the guy who was the loudest when they kicked me out of 6th Street. I was planning to take him out first if they tried anything. But that bastard spent the whole time hiding in the back, too scared to even say a word. And here I was, still holding a grudge against someone like that? Seriously, what a joke. Wanting to stay alive isn't a crime. Carl responded calmly. Everyone has their own way of living. Maybe. Oliver muttered, but then, out in the distance, a massive cloud of dust began to rise, rapidly approaching them. Is that? Jackie narrowed his eyes at the dust cloud, immediately thinking of the worst. Sandstorm. No, those are tire tracks, a convoy heading our way. Oliver, more familiar with the Badlands, turned the wheel to avoid the oncoming vehicles. Maybe we're just in their path by accident. I'll try to steer clear. That was his reasoning, but deep down, Oliver knew something was off. A normal convoy wouldn't spread out like this. They'd form a straight line to make it easier for trailing vehicles to follow their tracks. But this was a full frontal charge. And worse, they weren't backing off. The moment Oliver turned to avoid them, the convoy adjusted their trajectory and continued charging straight toward them. That confirms it, hostiles. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Oliver quickly identified their vehicles. Thornton Colby C240 TS, classic nomad rides. So what? Nomads looking for trouble. Jackie heard the roar of engines, followed by gunfire and wild shouting behind them. Shit, could be the Wraiths. Who knows? Carl gripped his Liberty pistol. But they're already firing at us. No point in asking questions now. T-Bug, how many vehicles? 6, your signal's weak out there, so I can only tap into the front-mounted cameras. No clue on their numbers. That's good enough. Jackie grabbed his Saratoga, then kicked the door open and jumped out. Berserk activated, synaptic accelerator engaged. Time slowed to a crawl in Jackie's perception. In midair, he twisted his body, planted one hand on the roof, and pushed off, flipping himself onto the top of the truck in a single fluid motion. I'll handle the top side. The moment the words left his mouth, Jackie stabilized himself, dropping into a crouched position atop the moving vehicle. With both hands gripping his Saratoga, he opened fire on the approaching convoy. Then I'll take care of their systems. Carl responded, already shutting his eyes and reclining in his seat. T-Bug, I need access. Already on it. As data surged into his neural link, Carl's vision shifted, his consciousness diving into the network systems of the pursuing vehicles. The convoy was right behind them. Chapter 149, IMV. There were 6 cars in total. Let's take out 2 first. As data streamed through, with T-Bug's assistance, Carl smoothly hacked into the control systems of the 2 fastest-moving vehicles. If they had been older models without upgraded control systems, hacking into them would have been a pipe dream. But as luck would have it, the group chasing them, who might very well be the Wraiths, had heavily modified their rides. A perfectly fine Thornton Colby C240T had been turned into a spiked, gun-mounted death machine. Controlling them? A piece of cake. Once he confirmed control, Carl didn't hesitate to give a command. Engine self-destruct. Trying to play high-speed chase against a car with a netrunner inside. These guys really had a death wish. Boom! The explosion from the engines blowing out left nothing but charred remains of the 2 vehicles' occupants. The blast even impacted some of the nearby pursuers, one of whom lost control and spun out of the chase. Oliver, now's the time. Already on it. Jack roared from the rooftop as Oliver yanked the steering wheel hard. The violent turn generated such intense centrifugal force that Carl nearly got thrown out of the car. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Take them out. Carl opened his eyes, gripped Sapphire tightly, and leaned out the window. With their car now facing the enemy vehicles head-on, he wasted no time opening fire. Let's see some explosions, you bastards. With the car's autopilot engaged, Oliver activated his Sandevistan. Then, reaching into the center console between the driver and passenger seats, he grabbed a handful of grenades. As their car weaved through the enemy convoy, he yanked the pins and tossed them out the window like confetti. Boom, 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 boom. As the deafening explosions tore through the enemy vehicles, Oliver grabbed the wheel again, took a quick glance at the rearview mirror, and flipped off the smoldering wrecks left in their wake. "You want to race with me, maybe in your next life. You've definitely got road rage, man." Jack, still in the back, finished off any survivors who had managed to bail from their wrecked vehicles before tapping the roof with his gun stock, signaling Oliver to slow down. So, who the hell were those guys? After circling back to survey the carnage, Oliver finally voiced the obvious question as he stepped out of the car. They had gunned down their pursuers without a second thought, yet hadn't even figured out who they were. "Hell if I know." Carl kicked a shattered piece of a gun lying on the ground. "They came looking for trouble, got wiped out for nothing, and didn't even try to surrender so we could interrogate them. I mean, we didn't exactly give them a chance to surrender, did we?" Jack rifled through a few bullet-riddled corpses and eventually spotted a familiar insignia on their clothing. That symbol. Shit, they really were wraiths. The maelstrom of the Badlands, guess that saying isn't wrong. How many psychos are out here? Carl shook his head. "We're just a single car. Normally, we wouldn't even be worth robbing. But they came in full force, boxed us in with a whole convoy. I don't get it. What the hell were they thinking?" "Who cares?" Oliver said, kneeling to loot the bodies. "What really matters is whether they've got anything worth taking." After rummaging through several corpses, Oliver came up empty-handed, except for a handful of Eurobucks. 330 eddies. Are you kidding me? These guys were broke. What do you expect from wraiths barely scraping by in the Badlands? Carl gestured toward the wrecked vehicles. "They blew all their eddies on modding their rides, and now we've trashed them. Maelstrom in Night City, wraiths in the Badlands. One mods their bodies, the other mods their cars. Either way, both are just broke-ass gangers to us." Oliver shook his head helplessly. "All right, let's keep moving. How's the contact with Dakota Smith?" "She said she's already arranged a nomad specialist for us. They're waiting in an abandoned town up ahead. She even waived the fixer's fee for this job, put all 30K eddies toward hiring the right person. So whoever's coming must be real competent." Carl's words made Jack raise an eyebrow. "A fixer waiving their fee? Sounds like she's expecting us to owe her one for later." "She didn't say it outright, but yeah, that's the gist of it. Still, she did us a solid, so we gotta acknowledge that. As long as it's not some dumb gig from a guy like Faraday, I'm fine with it." Dissing Faraday on the daily was practically a ritual for Oliver by now. They didn't dwell on the topic for long. After all, they had someone waiting for them. So after wrapping things up, they got back on the road. Their destination wasn't too far. After another half-hour of driving, the abandoned town came into view. "Carl, what's the status on the Nomad?" "Got a message. He's already noticed us approaching. Asked if the incoming vehicle was ours. He's cautious. I confirmed it for him. They're watching us from the rooftop of a small house near the town entrance. I've locked on to them." T-Bug's voice came through. "There are 3 people up there. The one in charge is heading down now, the other 2 are still on the 2nd floor. 3 of them, but only one coming down to negotiate." As Oliver muttered to himself, their vehicle rolled to a stop at the town's entrance. Carl, feeling a bit cramped in the back, nudged Jack to get out first before stepping out himself. Looking up, he spotted a young man with short black hair approaching from a distance. "Looks pretty young. You sure he's reliable?" Oliver's comment nearly made Carl roll his eyes. Who the fuck was he trying to hint at? Guess we'll find out soon enough. As the designated negotiator, Carl strode forward to meet the black-haired young man, while Oliver and Jack remained behind, arms crossed, watching. "You're the client who put out this job." The young man scanned Carl from head to toe before adding, "You're pretty young. You sure you're reliable?" What a goddamn rookie. That was Carl's first impression. Normally, you don't talk to a client like that right to their face. Pushing aside that thought, Carl extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. "What should I call you? I'm KK." "KK." For some reason, the black-haired man seemed momentarily taken aback. Then, after a brief pause, he reached out and shook Carl's hand. "Didn't expect you to use a single-letter alias, too." Then, he gave a name that made Carl freeze for a moment. "I'm V." Chapter 150, Wraith Camp. V. Hearing that name, one he was more familiar with than any other, Carl had to admit, a lot went through his mind in that instant. He remembered the time before he arrived in this world. It was 2018. He had been sitting in front of his computer, watching the gameplay demo for the fourth time. The headphones buzzed with game commentary, introducing him to this cybernetic, futuristic world. And the character in that demo, the one he had controlled, was named V. A single, simple letter. Yet it was the last thing Carl remembered from his past life. He opened his eyes. V stood in a megabuilding, staring at the neon-lit ads. He opened his eyes. Carl stood in a megabuilding, staring at the neon-lit ads. Both of them looking down at Night City. That's a good name. The emotions running through Carl's mind were too complex to put into words. But he knew one thing: the young man standing before him, in a future that should have been, was him. Yours too, KK. V gave a small smile. He didn't know why, but there was something about this guy that just felt right. Even though they had only just met, even though they had only exchanged fake names, V felt an unexpected sense of ease. It was as if something deep inside him whispered, "This guy can be trusted." It was a rare feeling, something he hadn't felt in a long time, not since his family shattered. After the brief name exchange, Carl got straight to business. "I'm tracking a group of wraiths. Dakota should have already given you the details. The ones who hit a Militech convoy recently, right? Yeah, we've already tracked them down. You just need to follow us." V gestured toward the house behind him. "Our ride's parked out back." "Efficient." Beep. A faint light flickered across V's cyber eye as he noticed a transaction notification. 15,000 eddies, sent by Carl. "Half up front, the rest on delivery. That work for you? You guys actually pay deposits for jobs." V sounded genuinely surprised. Carl had underestimated just how much of a rookie this guy still was. Taking jobs without an upfront payment, was he not worried about getting stiffed afterward? "It's standard. Is this your first gig or something?" Carl studied V for a moment. His words made V's expression stiffen slightly, but he didn't bother hiding the truth. "Yeah, first time." And this guy had the nerve to ask them if they were reliable. At least he was honest. "You'll get used to it after a few more runs. Anyway, the deposit's paid. Lead the way." "Won't take long. It's close, just stay tight." V nodded at Carl, then turned back to his two companions and waved them over. Seeing that, Oliver and Jack finally dropped their guarded stances. Carl walked back to his crew. "So, the Nomad's good to work with." T-Bug's voice came through the comms. "They're solid. More than that, they're efficient. I thought we'd be spending days tracking the wraiths, but they've already found them. Now it's just a matter of getting there." "Sounds like an easy job. Your signal's crap right now. I'll check in when you're somewhere with better reception." "I'll check in later, T-Bug." After wrapping up the team comms, Carl looked at Jack and Oliver. "They've already found the target. We just need to follow them." "That's some damn efficiency." Oliver muttered, glancing at V's back before shifting his gaze to Carl. He frowned. "Now that I think about it, maybe it's just me, but don't you and that guy look kinda similar?" "Similar?" Carl thought about V's appearance for a second before shaking his head. "Other than our hair color, we don't look alike at all. His hair's shorter than mine, his skin's darker, and he's got a Western face while mine's more Eastern. How the hell do we look similar?" "Yes, maybe you're right." Oliver scratched his head, feeling a little weird about his own impression. "It's strange, though. It's not about your looks, but when I saw you two standing there, for some reason, it felt like, I don't know, like you were brothers, or like the same person standing in one place. Maybe it's the way you both carry yourselves." "I got the same weird feeling, man." Jack chimed in while watching V's back. "He gives me the same vibe I got when I first met you, Carl. Like, I just knew we'd get along. And that sense of security, like he's someone you can count on. You don't usually get that in Night City." "The Badlands aren't technically part of Night City. So yeah, guess you wouldn't see that in Night City." Carl said that, but he still turned to look at V again. This job really turned out to be worth it. A few minutes later. "I hate every two-seater car in existence." Squeezed between Oliver and Jack. Carl swore to himself that after this job, he'd never cram 3 people into a 2-seater again. Just hang in there, Carl. Didn't they say the place was close? Jack tried to reassure him, then noticed the car in front slowing down. See, looks like we're here. V wasn't lying. The ride really was short. Barely 5 minutes had passed before they arrived at a high point on a hillside. From here, they had a clear view of the camp below, where a large group of people had set up. The Wraith insignia was visible on every single one of them. They don't have lookouts. If I were a Wraith, I'd post a sentry up here in a heartbeat. After stepping out of the car, Oliver surveyed the camp below in disbelief. They had gotten this close, able to see everything from above, and the Wraiths hadn't noticed a thing. V, who had walked over after parking, gave Oliver an explanation. Wraiths are mostly outcasts from nomad families. They either got kicked out for something unforgivable or left on their own. These guys don't give a shit about anyone but themselves. They only join the Wraiths for protection. Doing something for others? Forget about it. A job like standing guard? No way in hell. V gestured toward the camp. Besides, this is a temporary base. They're about to move out. Look at them, they're already packing up. In a situation like this, even the ones forced to stand watch won't stick around. From their perspective, who the hell knows if some other bastard will try to swipe their stuff while they're not looking? They don't even trust each other. That makes sense. Gotta hand it to the real nomads of the Badlands. They get how this works. Now that they understood the situation, it was time to start the job. All right, where's our target? Oliver activated his Kiroshi optics and started scanning the camp. Chapter 151. 7-to-1 disparity, the advantage is ours. V watched as Oliver's optics flickered with shifting colors. It was clear he hadn't seen this particular model in real life before, and his curiosity made him take a closer look. After observing the changing hues, he recognized the type. That's a Kiroshi selective color variant, just hit the market recently. If I remember right, it comes with built-in anti-surveillance features, a scanning function, and the latest high-resolution zoom tech. You really know your stuff, been keeping up with this tech. Oliver was busy scanning the camp, but didn't mind chatting with V, who already seemed like the type to make friends easily. It's not the most high-end model out there, but it suits me just fine. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it, big brand and all. V seemed to have a solid grasp of cybertech, and he and Oliver had barely been talking when Oliver suddenly spotted something. Got something? West side of the camp, there's a cave. Heat signatures inside. Even with all this movement and relocation, the people in there haven't budged an inch. I'm guessing that's where our target is. Any count on numbers? Carl walked over. Still scanning. So far, I've picked up 42 life signs, but I can't tell how many are inside the cave. The heat signatures in there are messing with the readings. 42, huh? Got it. Carl turned to V. Veep. This job's done. V blinked in confusion as another 15,000 eddies landed in his account. Wait, the job isn't over yet. Huh? What the hell did he mean not over yet? Wasn't this gig simple? V and his crew tracked down the Wraiths, brought Carl's team here, and now they'd handle the rest. Seeing Carl's confused expression, V looked just as baffled. You said half up front, half on delivery. I get why you sent me the eddies, but the job's not done yet. We still haven't wiped out the Wraiths or rescued your people. Huh? Jack and Oliver, who had just wrapped up their scans, turned their heads. Wait, you guys are helping us take out the Wraiths and rescue the hostages. What else would we be doing? V's 2 nomad companions had already grabbed their gear and were heading over. V, still not getting why the 3 of them looked so surprised, just frowned. You paid 30,000 eddies. Isn't that for us to help with the rescue? The money's already in our account, why wouldn't we do the job? What the hell is wrong with city folk? That was V's current thought. What the hell is wrong with these nomads? That was the thought running through the minds of Carl, Jack, and Oliver, 3 people completely immersed in Night City's way of thinking. In mercenary work, you get what you pay for. After spending enough time in the business, Carl and his crew had learned that lesson well. How much you get paid determines exactly how much you do. No more, no less. But this situation was different. To Carl and his team, 30,000 eddies was just the fee to have V and his crew track the wraiths and lead them to their base. But to V and his people, tracking and guiding were just minor details. That kind of money, that was payment for the real job, helping with the rescue. There was no debate about it. As for why the job listing only mentioned tracking the wraiths, well, what else would you do after tracking a bunch of Badlands gangoons? The obvious next step was a fight. This difference in perspective suddenly turned a 3-man operation into a 6-man team, completely unplanned. Good thing you guys aren't mercs. The fixers would be fighting over you. Carl sighed. All he wanted was a group of capable trackers to find the wraith's trail. He hadn't expected the tracking to be just an afterthought and the real service to be hired muscle delivered straight to his doorstep. Thinking the money was too much for an easy job, so the real task had to be harder. Being a hired gun and then worrying for the client, making sure they got their money's worth. Carl could only think one thing. These guys are the ultimate suckers. Watching V casually spin his Nova revolver, Carl got the feeling this guy would probably take on a job for a fixer over just a few thousand eddies. After a moment's thought, Carl walked to the back of their pickup and popped open the trunk. Originally, he hadn't planned on counting V's crew as part of the job, but since they were here, they deserved some proper compensation. Handing them more eddies and explaining why 30,000 wasn't a lot for a merc team, too much of a hassle. Better to just give them something useful. If you're in, at least swap out your gear. Carl motioned for V and his 2 nomad companions. That Nova revolver's not gonna cut it, take these instead. With that, he tossed them the extra weapons he'd packed before leaving. A Copperhead assault rifle, a Crusher shotgun, and a Saratoga SMG, loot from past gigs, now in the hands of the 3 nomads. He followed up with a pack of ammo. 4 full mags for each should be enough. After shutting the truck's tailgate, Carl pulled back the slide on Sapphire, ensuring the chamber was ready. Saratoga's a good piece of hardware. Crusher's worth at least 1,000 eddies. While his companions checked their weapons, V, holding the Copperhead, didn't seem particularly impressed. His old nomad family had plenty of these. He'd just never bothered upgrading. His Nova had always been enough. All right, let's go over the plan. After making sure everyone had checked their gear, Carl continued. The target is likely inside that cave on the west side of the camp. We wait until most of the wraiths have finished packing up and are about to move. That's when we strike. One team takes out the guards at the cave entrance and moves in to retrieve the target. Another team holds the entrance to prevent reinforcements from cutting us off. Once the wraiths realize what's happening and regroup, a third team attacks from the rear. The ones inside will push out while we flank them from both sides. Carl glanced around at the 5 others. In simple terms, 2 go in, 2 hold the entrance, 2 stay outside for backup. Attacking from the outside first ran the risk of the wraiths killing the hostages before they could get inside. But if everyone charged into the cave at once and got trapped inside, they were as good as dead. Splitting into teams of 2 ensured they weren't outmaneuvered. A larger wraith force might surround the cave entrance, but they'd be pinned down once the third team struck from behind. Carl had considered just brute forcing his way through with cyberware, but Victor had warned him about the risks of implant rejection. Oliver and Jack had already used their Sandivistans and Berserk implants earlier today. There was no telling if pushing them too hard again would cause complications. A more tactical approach was the safer play. Originally, Carl had planned to do this with just the 3 of them, but now each group had doubled in size. 6 against 42. Each of them only had to deal with 7 enemies. The advantage was clearly theirs. Chapter 152, The Target and the Exoskeleton. Cracked. Carl snapped the neck of a netrunner in front of him, who had his back turned. Then, he sent a message through the squad comms. Successfully entered the cave, enemy neutralized. Same here, all clear. At the same time Carl made his move, V had also snapped the neck of another netrunner inside the cave. That should be the last one in here. Let's hope the netrunners don't react too quickly and come back to check the cave. Carl nodded at V, who stood not far away. Their mission was to infiltrate the cave and extract the potential target. Meanwhile, Jackie and a nomad wielding a crusher shotgun remained at the cave entrance to intercept any netrunners trying to enter. Supporting them from outside were Oliver, armed with a Nekomata, and another nomad carrying a Saratoga SMG, ready to assist and execute a pincer attack when necessary. After a brief discussion, this team formation had been settled on a well-balanced setup, and in practice, Carl could only say, it felt damn good. No need for excessive communication. V understood him perfectly and synchronized with his movements. They had taken down enemies in perfect coordination, snapping necks simultaneously without a single word exchanged. You're pretty damn good at this. I think if you ever go full merc, you'd make it big. V shook his head at Carl's words. Right now, I just want to be a nomad, running free across the Badlands. Feels more liberating. Being a merc can be pretty freeing too. If you ever find yourself with nowhere to go, consider it. Our crew always welcomes skilled people. Nowhere to go, huh? There was something unsettlingly certain about Carl's words, as if he knew something. V thought about it for a moment before giving a non-committal answer. If it ever comes to that, I'll think about it. Truthfully, things weren't looking great within his clan. If they couldn't pick a proper leader, the family would either split apart or be forced to join the Snake Nation. V himself wasn't even sure what he'd do if that happened. Maybe becoming a merc wouldn't be so bad after all. Clank. As Carl and V moved deeper into the cave, a strange sound echoed from within. Heavy, mechanical footsteps. Carl's instincts immediately went on high alert. That sound, it was one he recognized all too well. The last time he'd heard it was during an escort mission. Giant mechanical legs stomping against the ground. Boom! Just as Carl tensed up, a burst of fire erupted from the darkness ahead. Emerging from the flames, under Carl and V's watchful eyes, was a towering humanoid construct, standing nearly 2.3 meters tall. The humanoid mechanical construct, assembled from a mess of random parts, had a rotary machine gun mounted on its left arm and a long blade attached to its right. Below the blade, there was a flamethrower. Through the gaps in its patchwork armor, Carl could see a middle-aged man with messy hair and oil-stained clothes operating the machine from within its encasing. The moment the man spotted Carl and V, his expression shifted, his face lit up with rage. You fucking scavs, you're dead. Shit, this guy, he looks kind of familiar. Don't tell me he's the rescue target from the contract. And what the hell is he wearing? Is that a makeshift exoskeleton? How the fuck did he manage to build this thing right under the scavs' noses? This thing is almost the size of a mid-tier ACPA. Who the fuck does he think he is? Some genius inventor kidnapped by terrorists? Carl was about to explain that they were here to rescue him, but the Militech engineer had clearly suffered too much at the hands of the scavs. The second he saw Carl and V, he pulled the trigger on the rotary gun. Shit. Carl ducked and shouted while dodging, We're mercs. We took a contract to get you out of here. You scav bastards think I'd fall for that. Hearing Carl only seemed to enrage the engineer more. The bullets tracked Carl's every move as he rolled behind cover. You assholes already tricked me once before. You think I'm that fucking dumb? You actually are a fucking idiot. Carl shot back without hesitation, rolling behind a metal crate as bullets slammed into the other side. He's the target, V. Be careful not to kill him. Kill him? The fuck do you expect me to do against this thing? Is this an ACPA? V, also taking cover behind a piece of machinery, was already losing his shit. This was way too much. It's just an exoskeleton. Okay, fine, it's big, but it's still just an exoskeleton. We need to shut it down and get this half-crazy bastard to listen. Yeah, and how do we do that? The gunfire inside the cave had already drawn attention. A few seconds later, shots rang out from the cave entrance. Jack and the others were engaged in a firefight with the scavs. This is the first time I've been screwed over by the target I'm supposed to save. The scavs shoot at me, the guy I'm rescuing shoots at me. How the fuck is this mission fair? Carl grumbled, but kept thinking of a way to stop the engineer without turning him into paste. For now, he decided to give diplomacy one last shot. We're really here to help you. A blue-eyed middle-aged guy hired us. Blue-eyed middle-aged guy? Never heard of him. You think I'd fall for that? You're trying to play me for a fool, me, a top-tier Militech engineer? I'll fucking kill you. I'm KK, do you know me? Blanca, do you know Blanca? I know her. KK, who the fuck is that? Blanca, you mean that bitch who just climbed her way up in the ops department? So she's the reason my route got leaked. You scav fuckers are her people. When I get out of here, I'm putting a bullet in her head. Great, he hates Blanca. Well, so much for talking. He won't listen to reason. Carl took a deep breath and sprang out from cover. V, toss me something for cover. I'm shutting him down. That was all he needed to say. V instantly understood. You're a fucking lunatic, KK. V pulled a grenade from his belt, yanked the pin, and tossed it. Catch. Chapter 153. Do you know KK now? Grenade. Seeing V toss a grenade over, the Militech engineer named Thomas Stein clearly panicked. The exoskeleton he built was a modified SKL 1903 security unit made by Militech, and when it came to blast resistance, it was far inferior to real exoskeletons and ACPA armor. In other words, its defense was weak. It couldn't withstand the explosive force of a grenade. As an engineer, his combat experience was severely lacking. Faced with a grenade that could end his life, he froze up for a moment, unsure how to react. He didn't even try to dodge. Watching his dumbfounded expression, Carl could only think that it was lucky they arrived in time. Otherwise, Thomas Stein might have been strutting around in his exoskeleton, acting invincible, only to step out of the cave and get turned into Swiss cheese by the Night Runners. If he weren't the mission target and they couldn't kill him, Carl could have taken care of him in an instant. System breach. If you're gonna freeze up, then stay like that for me. Movement inhibited. With Marionette controlling the exoskeleton and locking it in place, Carl grabbed the grenade V had thrown from behind and forcefully hurled it at the rocky ceiling of the cave. Let's bring this whole place down. Don't worry, I watched a brain dance on proper demolition by a miner. Boom! As the explosion echoed, Thomas Stein, realizing the grenade wasn't aimed directly at him, still didn't have time to react before a pile of rocks came crashing down, burying him underneath. Thanks to his exoskeleton, he didn't suffer any real injuries. It wasn't thrown at me. Just as Thomas Stein's brain finally processed that these two weren't actually trying to kill him, Carl was already standing on top of the debris covering his exoskeleton, looking down at him. Also looking down at him was a Unity pistol, its barrel aimed directly at a weak point in the mechanical structure, right at his head. I surrender. Very obediently, Thomas Stein raised both hands as high as he could inside the exoskeleton. Knowing when to submit, he wisely chose the smart approach. Then, he saw a faint glow flicker on the wrist of the young man in front of him, the one who called himself KK. A monowire. The moment he recognized the cyberware, the monowire lashed out and completed its cut. Feeling a sudden lightness on his head, Thomas Stein belatedly realized that his exoskeleton's entire upper section had been sliced clean off, along with my hair. Quit whining, dumbass. Maybe next time, listen when people try to talk to you. You brought this on yourself. Carl grabbed the dirty collar of Thomas Stein's shirt, yanking him out of the immobilized exoskeleton. Then, locking eyes with him, he asked a simple question. Now do you know KK? I know you all too well. And now, do you believe I'm the merc here to save you? I do, I really, really do. Good. Carl let out a long sigh, then smiled and placed Thomas Stein steadily on the pile of rocks. Once he made sure the man was standing properly, he patted his shoulder, not too hard, not too soft. If I ever get a contract to take you out, you're as good as dead. You understand that, right? Thomas Stein shrank back, sensing the danger behind Carl's smile. But you're not planning to kill me now, right? That's why you better hope I never run into you again. Carl's fingers twitched slightly. Oh, and by the way, good morning. Hi. Before Thomas Stein could react, Carl had already pressed his fingers against his carotid sinus. With the right amount of pressure, this spot could make someone pass out instantly, and Carl's arms had no shortage of strength. As Thomas Stein slumped to the ground, Carl shook his arms slightly. If you didn't pass out from that, I would have had to use rougher methods. To prevent this idiot from interfering with the mission again, Carl made sure he blacked out after explaining everything. V, I'll leave handling the target to you. That cool? Yeah, sure. V walked over, glanced at the unconscious man, then looked at Carl. You took care of that exoskeleton that easily. He didn't even know how to use it properly. And you got too hyped up the moment you saw something that looked like an ACPA exoskeleton. Didn't you see how he reacted? He froze up like a scared chicken the second I tossed that grenade. I doubt that thing could even withstand an explosion. Fair point. V realized he had overestimated the situation. Because of his technical knowledge, he understood how powerful exoskeletons and ACPAs could be. But he had assumed this one was a full-powered version, when in reality, it was a stripped-down, weaker model. He had used the full version as a reference, which was kind of dumb. But still, V glanced at Carl. Even if it was a weaker version, it looked like an ACPA on the outside. Most people, when faced with it, would panic and not think too much about its actual capabilities. Did KK instantly assess the threat level and counter it accordingly? Is this what a real mercenary is like? Damn, he's strong. V hadn't even realized that while he had been overestimating Thomas Stein's exoskeleton, he had also instantly understood Carl's plan in battle. Without hesitation, despite the risk of getting gunned down by a rotary machine gun, he had leaned out, aimed precisely, and thrown the grenade flawlessly. There was not a single mistake in his execution. V always assumed his enemies were stronger, but when it came down to it, he acted with perfect efficiency, unaffected by fear or hesitation. Recognizing a threat, but still executing the best possible response, that in itself was an impressive skill. As V picked up Thomas Stein and followed Carl out of the cave, the battle outside had reached its peak. Come on, chooms, Jackie Wells is here. Drawing fire toward himself, Jackie had already taken down 7 enemies with his Saratoga submachine gun. But the Wraith's gangers, realizing they couldn't break through, brought in a mounted machine gun for suppression fire. Just as they were about to open fire, a gunshot rang out from a high position on the hillside. The mounted gun, along with the Wraith's ganger who had just grabbed it, was torn in half by a single bullet. Sniper! As the Wraith's gangers screamed in panic, Carl and V had already reached the cave entrance. Everyone was in position. Chapter 154, Collapse. As Carl reached the entrance, he received an updated tactical map from Oliver in the team comms. From his vantage point overlooking the entire camp, Oliver had a clear view of every movement the Wraiths made. Carl, perfect timing. 40 meters ahead of you, behind that brown modified Hera, there are 4 guys, probably the leaders. Take them out. They're on high alert and seem to be packing some kind of electromagnetic jamming gear. My scope can't penetrate cover well enough to get a clean shot. Can't you just put a round through the Hera's engine and blow it up? Tried that on another vehicle. They react too fast. Engine gets hit, but it doesn't blow immediately. Before it does, they scatter. If I don't activate my Sandevistan, I can't catch them. You might not be fast enough, but come on. No way all 4 of them have Karendzikov implants. Who knows? Karendzikov wasn't exactly rare. Plenty of gang goons in the city had it. But in the harsh, dust-filled environment of the Badlands, using such a precision-based implant seemed like a maintenance nightmare. Not that it mattered to Carl what these guys shoved into their bodies. Time slowed. Carl stepped forward, weaving through the storm of bullets. Each footfall sent dust swirling beneath him as he moved effortlessly between gunfire. He watched the rounds carve paths through the air, felt every fiber of his body screaming with exhilaration. Just speeding up his reaction time, his muscle movements. It was enough to make it feel like he owned time itself. No wonder people got addicted to cyberware. That overwhelming sense of power, that absolute control over movement, maybe that was the real root of cyberpsychosis. Carl didn't fully understand the mechanics behind Sandevistan, but in his mind, he'd always imagined it worked like a fish. When he was a kid, he used to watch other children trying to catch fish in a creek. No matter how close their hands got, just centimeters away, the moment they struck, the fish would already be gone. It was as if it had teleported, effortlessly gliding through the water, as if the child's outstretched fingers had never even been there. That explosive burst of reaction speed, that seamless motion, it was something beyond human capability. So maybe that's what Sandevistan did. It gave people what they lacked, letting them move like fish in a slowed-down river of time, slipping through the gaps, dodging the sluggish hands of reality. Too much thinking. Carl had already crossed 20 meters, reaching the Wraith's position. He shook his head slightly. He wasn't some protagonist from a time-stopping story. Those guys had all the time in the world to monologue about existential nonsense. This was just time dilation. Thinking too much in a moment like this. Did time slowing down automatically make people think they were above humanity? Screw that, he had no intention of becoming some cyberpsycho clutching a steamroller. Carl forced himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. Maybe it was just the neural response boost making his brain overactive. Either way, he'd made it to his destination. A sharp sting coursed through his nerves and body as he came to a stop. He had covered a total distance of 24 meters from his starting point. He could push a little further, but this was pretty much the limit. Time resumed its natural flow. Standing in the midst of the wraiths, Carl raised both hands. From his wrists, the monowire hummed to life, glowing as it reached full charge. Who the hell is this guy? The 6 wraiths surrounding Carl snapped their heads toward him, pupils dilating in shock. But before they could react, the monowire lashed out. A flash of light sliced through the air as Carl swung, then retracted the wire in a fluid motion, stepping forward. Sorry, just passing through. The ones screaming weren't the 6 wraiths, already lying in 12 separate pieces on the ground. Seeing someone appear in their midst and instantly carve up half a dozen of their own, the remaining wraiths responded exactly as expected, from a gang that nobody in the Badlands had any respect for. They wiped out our guys, we're screwed, run for your lives. Get to the cars, move it. They bolted. Calling it a total rout might have been an overstatement, but at the very least, they had the basic survival instincts to retreat toward their vehicles and grab their weapons before making a getaway. And as Carl's attack sent shockwaves through their ranks, the rest of the wraiths made one thing very clear. Nobody was sticking around to cover for anyone else. They knew each other too well to expect that kind of loyalty, every man for himself. When they had the advantage, they hesitated. The moment things turned against them, they collapsed like a house of cards. Not even street gang goons were this pathetic. Night City's big players really were on another level. Everything had gone far smoother than anyone in Carl's crew expected. Oliver had assumed they'd need to inflict at least 50% casualties, along with taking out the wraith leaders, before the gang would consider running. That was why he'd insisted Carl prioritize their leaders first. Who could have guessed that just 6 bodies hitting the ground would completely break them? This would get you executed in the 6th Street gang. Oliver holstered his mocks. He wasn't some bloodthirsty psycho. He wasn't about to chase them down just to kill them. Things were wrapped up. No need to go overboard. Damn shame. I kinda wanted to see if those 4 leaders were worth anything. Carl watched their retreating figures. Though, it looks like at least one of them did have a Karensikov. I caught a glimpse of one guy's back, clear signs of an implant slot. No idea how they're getting proper ripperdocs out here in the Badlands. Maybe they've got backing. I mean, it's already crazy enough that they managed to jack a Militech convoy. As Oliver finished speaking, Carl's comms lit up. An incoming call. The name on the screen. Blanca. P.S. I originally planned to take a break because of a stiff neck, even posted a notice. But then I slapped on some Yunnan Bayou, felt better, and decided to update after all. That stuff is seriously strong. Chapter 155, Blanca's Job. A call from Blanca. Carl didn't think too much about it before answering. Carl, on a job, what's up? Blanca, did you just wipe out a wraith camp? Just now. Carl glanced at the wraiths, still running for their lives, and corrected her. Carl, more like right now. Blanca, did you rescue an engineer, guy named Thomas Stein? Carl, yeah, Militech's guy. Blanca went silent for a moment. Just when Carl thought she had ended the call, another message came through. Blanca, he's the one I sold out. Carl didn't respond immediately. His mind flashed back to when Thomas Stein had reacted so intensely upon hearing Blanca's name. At the time, Carl had just assumed the guy was overly emotional, biting at anyone like a rabid dog. But now, turns out she really had sold him out. Blanca, I sent 4 of my subordinates to make sure the job got done. You let them go, didn't you? 4. Carl recalled the 4 guys, who had bolted like hellhounds, were on their heels. So that's why there were suddenly 4 wraiths out here with Karensikov implants, cyberware that needs constant maintenance. Figures. Carl, I wouldn't say let them go. More like, they ran fast enough that I didn't get the chance to kill them. Blanca, yeah, right? Like I don't know what you're capable of. If you really wanted them dead, they'd be dead. Fine, I'll owe you one. Don't worry about Thomas Stein, he's a nobody. His position at Militech's already been revoked. The guy's fired. You saved him, whatever. Something felt off. Carl knew Blanca well enough after working with her multiple times. She was pure corpo, never did anything unless there was something in it for her. Those 4 were her people. She didn't need to bring them up, yet she did. Not only that, she said she owed him for sparing them. That wasn't normal. And then there was Thomas Stein. She had sold him out, and Carl had taken a job to save him. Normally, she'd be pissed, maybe even try to pay him more to finish the job properly, make sure all loose ends were tied up. Instead, she was outright dismissing him as unimportant. That was very wrong. What are you scheming? Scheming? What now? I can't even say I owe you one without it being a scheme. Do I really seem that untrustworthy? Yeah, you owing me a favor and letting Thomas Stein live. It doesn't fit you. It's suspicious as hell. Carl didn't hesitate in his response. He knew exactly what kind of corpo Blanca was. Heh, fine, I won't mess with you. Just take it at face value, all right? Maybe I really am just trying to be friendly for once. Consider it a favor. You can cash it in later if you need me for something small. I don't mind. As for Thomas Stein, he's already marked. Someone else will handle him, not my problem. So that settled his doubts about Stein. But the favor. So this is just a transaction now. A favor for minor jobs, meaning I shouldn't expect any help with bigger ones. 4 subordinates aren't worth me owing you anything big. Something still felt off. Listening to Blanca's tone, so casual, almost like friendly banter. Carl felt completely out of his element. One thing he was sure of, though. Blanca was definitely scheming, something she couldn't say out loud. After thinking for a moment, Carl asked a question. You're not scheming something that's gonna end with me having to put a bullet in you, right? They were familiar enough with each other that even Carl would hesitate a little before pulling the trigger. On the other end of the line, Blanca clearly froze for a second. Then, as she processed what Carl meant, her tone shifted, now tinged with irritation. You bastard merc, why do you always assume I'm scheming against you? Can't you think normally for once? Here I was actually expecting you to say something else. What do you mean? Carl's confusion only seemed to piss Blanca off even more. Forget it, take the damn favor or don't. But just so you know, if you really wanted to, I wouldn't even say no if you asked me out for dinner. With that, Blanca angrily cut the call. Was that just her way of trying to put him at ease? Carl frowned. Leave it to a corpo to retreat to advance, acting mad just to make him lower his guard. But still, what was that about agreeing to dinner? Just some random comment to make herself seem more trustworthy. Carl considered, for a brief second, the possibility that Blanca genuinely wanted to use this favor as an excuse to have dinner with him. But the image of Blanca as a sharp, calculating corpo was way too deeply ingrained in his mind. It was hard to believe she'd do something without a hidden agenda. There had to be something she wanted from him. That much Carl was sure of. But what exactly was it? His skills. Was she trying to pull him closer, get him to work under her? Weird. Hopefully, this wouldn't actually end with him putting a bullet in her. Still lost in thought, Carl was about to head back and help Jack with looting the battlefield when a new message popped up. If you really do want to take me out, I like that Spanish place in city center. Okay. That place is good, yeah. Kinda pricey, though. As Carl helped Jack scavenge weapons from the wraiths near the cave entrance, another message arrived after a long silence. I can pay for it. Pay for it. See, knew she was up to something. Trying to bribe him with food. We meeting in a few days, you planning to discuss a job in person, can I bring others? You, go on a dinner with a woman and bring other people. Carl thought about Mama Wells and Misty. Yeah, why not? I can book out the whole place. Anyway, you're free on Christmas Eve, right? Not sure. Christmas Day, my crew's got a bar night planned. My biomonitor just flagged a blood pressure spike, and I think I finally understand how to talk to you. How's that? Carl picked up a discarded rifle, gave it a once-over, then sighed and tossed it back. It was busted. At the same time, a new transfer hit his account. 40,000 eddies. Christmas Eve, you, alone, at the Spanish place. The job is to have dinner with me and keep me safe. You could have just said that from the start. If it's a gig, I'm in, but why alone? You just said you could book the whole place. Wouldn't my crew be better for protection? Alone. So, just like before, there was some internal corpo mess going on. No trusted subordinates, needed to keep things quiet. And she was calling him in for that. That was her real reason. I'll be there. After that, Blanca went silent, clearly not interested in continuing the conversation. Half an hour later, while Carl was still looting, a thought crept up on him. Was this actually just Blanca making up an excuse to go on a date? That possibility was quickly thrown out the window. Because she paid him. Back in Carl's day, everyone knew that if money was involved, it wasn't a real date. If you had to pay for someone to meet you, then either one or both sides were being weird. And Carl was damn sure he wasn't the weird one here. So Blanca was definitely scheming something. After all, that was 40,000 eddies. A full 10K more than what he had paid V and his crew. Chapter 156, Chance Encounter. Hit us up if you ever need help in the Badlands again. I will see you around. After waving goodbye to V and his crew, who were hauling a pile of scavenged gear, Carl and his team headed back to Night City, bringing their client with them. A single day in the Badlands, but overall, a damn good haul. Met V. Met a new fixer. Not bad at all. As their car weaved through the streets of Santo Domingo, Carl reconnected with T-Bug now that their net signal was back. Job's done, just need to drop the target off with the client. You up for a drink in person? We've never actually met offline. Next time, I'm still handling some post-op interference. Right after you pulled the guy out, Militech started scanning for his biometrics. They want him for something. I'm blocking the signal for now. The guy got fired from Militech. Carl recalled Blanca's words. It's probably one of their cleanup squads. They're getting rid of loose ends. Not our problem, though. Once we drop him off, it's out of our hands. No need for heavy jamming, just throw them off a little. Militech's people aren't dumb. Once they see we ran the gig, they'll follow protocol. Got it, I've sent out interference. They'll be chasing bad data for a while. 30 minutes enough. More than enough, trust my driving. Oliver's voice came through the comms as he floored the gas pedal. I've been racing through these streets since I was a kid. Since you were a kid, your quartz aerondite was a gift from your sister on her 20th birthday. Carl clearly remembered Oliver mentioning that once. You don't need your own car to steal your dad's keys and take his for a spin. My guess, you got your ass kicked a lot as a kid. Shit talk all you want, my old man trusted me. In other words, he just didn't give a damn about what you did. Carl's words hit just right. Oliver went quiet, clearly just a little offended. Jack, on the other hand, changed the topic. Come to think of it, don't all the Corps have dedicated teams just for cleaning up fired employees now? Gotta make sure no one takes trade secrets to a rival. Real paranoid shit. Yeah, but they only bother with important people. Carl shrugged. If you're some low-level corpo nobody, they won't waste resources taking you out. They'd rather screw you over financially, slap you with debt so big your grandkids'll still be paying them off. Screech. Right as Carl was talking, Oliver suddenly slammed on the brakes without warning. Carl and Jack, neither wearing seatbelts, nearly face-planted into the dashboard. What the hell? Jack immediately reached for the door handle, kicking it open and nearly activating his berserk implant. His first instinct was that they'd been ambushed. Enemies. Carl had already drawn Sapphire. No. Oliver stared straight ahead for a second, then turned to them, looking a little embarrassed. My old man's out patrolling today. I just saw him. Carl and Jack followed Oliver's gaze down the street. Sure enough, a short distance away, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, wearing a jacket with the 6th Street gang insignia, was walking along the sidewalk with a few other 6th Street members. The resemblance to Oliver was unmistakable. Well, that's some timing. Carl thought for a second, debating between calling him uncle or sir, before settling on the first. This is my first time meeting you, uncle. You're looking sharp. He's just a stubborn old bastard. Oliver muttered before nodding at Jack and Carl, then slowly pulling the car up beside his father. He rolled down the window. Old man making your rounds. Oliver's father immediately reached for his waist the moment he noticed an unfamiliar car stopping next to them. But when the window rolled down, revealing not the barrel of a gun but his son, he paused. Oliver, what are you doing here? He eyed the car for a moment. New ride. Borrowed it, had a job out in the Badlands today. Passed through here this morning, someone was trying to block my way. Didn't think I'd see you this afternoon. This morning must have been firearms people. Oliver's father snorted. That bastard's been getting more active lately. Well, Firearm was one of the most senior figures in 6th Street, second only to the boss himself. It was his nephew, sent on a golden job to make a name for himself, who ended up dead, leading to Oliver's departure from the gang. Oliver's old man clearly had nothing good to say about the guy. Good afternoon, sir. Carl, always polite when it came to his friend's parents, greeted Oliver's father from the passenger seat. And you are? The older man's gaze landed on Carl's black hair. Recognition flickered in his eyes, followed by a small smile. You must be KK. This dumbass has told me about you. Thanks for looking after him. It's more like he's been looking after me. Carl replied sincerely. If Oliver hadn't shown him the ropes, he'd probably still be some low-level merc scraping by in the backstreets. And without Oliver's support on missions, Carl wouldn't have been able to take the risks he did. Hey there. Jack, squeezed into the back, also greeted Oliver's father. Unlike Carl, though, he wasn't a stranger. After all, Jack used to run with the Valentinos. Oliver's father simply nodded at him and said, Next time, let's grab a drink. Count on it. Jack grinned. They didn't linger long. T-Bug could only keep the signal jammed for 30 minutes, and there was still some distance between Santo Domingo and Wild Wraith's bar in Haywood, the meetup point where the old fixer and the client were waiting for the car and their target. As their truck rumbled back onto the road, one of the older 6th Street members walking behind Oliver's father stepped up. Firearm's been getting bolder. With the higher-ups making moves, his people think they can do whatever they want. Oliver's father exhaled slowly. I'm telling you, it won't be long before things start falling apart on the inside. At those words, the other 6th Street members fell silent. Well, Firearm was already the second most powerful man in the gang. Now, he was making plays with the top brass. What was he planning? 6th Street was about to get messy. Chapter 157, Training Chip. Flawless execution, exceptional speed, without a doubt, a perfect outcome. This job is complete, Mr. Carl. Listening to the voice of the blue-eyed middle-aged man over the comms, Carl sat in Wild Wraith's bar, casually eating fries as he responded in a calm tone. I figured you'd come to collect the target yourself, but you sent someone else instead. Guess the guy wasn't all that important to you after all. You misunderstand, Mr. Carl. He has his significance. There are simply matters that don't require a personal appearance. The man continued, What truly matters now is our next job together. Judging by that, you're about to send the files over now, aren't you? Rest is necessary. I'd rather you be in peak condition before carrying out my task. So, you're telling me to take 2 days off. As a merc, your efficiency and speed in completing jobs are certainly reassuring. but your mental state also requires some care. His wording was weirdly formal, but his meaning was clear. He was concerned about Carl's mental state and wanted him to take a break. Carl had heard this enough times from people who didn't really know him, so he couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Just because he worked a little harder than most, now people were worried about his psyche. What was he supposed to say to that? If mercs all slacked off, corpos like this guy wouldn't even be able to find someone to do their dirty work. Fine, I'll wait for your update. Just hope this big job comes with the right kind of payout. You'll be satisfied, Mr. Carl, but as an apology for not being able to provide you with immediate work, I've sent something to your apartment. I believe it will interest you. Consider it a token of compensation. My apartment. Of course they knew where he lived. Carl wasn't dumb enough to ask something that obvious. In this age, privacy was a joke. If someone with the right connections wanted to know where you slept, they'd know. He was about to ask what exactly had been sent when the line abruptly cut off. Weird. That was the only way Carl could describe this mysterious client. No idea what this thing I'll find interesting was supposed to be. Curious, Carl didn't linger in Wild Wraith's bar for long after finishing the job. After Mama Wells handed him a massive bag of fries, he gave a quick farewell to Jack and Oliver, who were still drinking, and hopped on the metro home. It wasn't long before he reached his floor in the megabuilding. Stepping into his apartment, the first thing he saw was a package sitting in the corner of the room. Guess they had a delivery bot bring it in. Man, this megabuilding really has zero privacy. They'll literally drop shit right inside your home. Carl wasn't in a rush to open it. It probably wasn't dangerous, but being cautious with unexpected packages was just common sense. Keeping a safe distance, he used his monowire to slice open the wrapping from a few meters away. Inside was a transparent glass case. A case. Looking through the roughly 60-centimeter glass cube, Carl spotted what was inside. A single chip. They really needed a case this big just to transport a chip. Carl opened the case, held his breath for a few seconds, and confirmed there were no gas traps or other nasty surprises before picking up the chip. He slotted it into his computer and ran a basic scan using his net-running skills. Turned out it was a training chip. Training chips were widely used in military forces across many nations. Once slotted in, the user would be transported into a virtual environment where they could simulate combat against various enemies across different terrain, an advanced tool for honing skills. Carl remembered that Militech had invested heavily in this tech, and knew America's soldiers used them in bulk. No idea if this one was a Militech issue version or not. His PC wasn't as reliable for security checks as his personal interface station, so after running a basic scan and confirming it was clean, Carl slotted the chip into his neural port for a deeper scan. Risky, sure, but nothing in here seemed off. For what it was worth, the blue-eyed client had actually sent him something genuine. The only question was, how good was it? Carl was familiar with the standard training chips issued to low-rank Militech grunts. To put it bluntly, they were shit. The simulated opponents were barely above the level of bottom-feeder gangoons, thugs so useless they couldn't even get into a real crew. The kind of guys even the laziest NCPD cop would charge at head-on for an easy promotion. If this is supposed to impress me, the AI better be on par with 6th Street's elites at least. Carl activated the chip. His consciousness sank into the virtual space, and a series of calibration panels materialized in front of him. A list of enemy combatants appeared, data that had been loaded into the training program. Available opponents: Arasaka Special Operations, Agents Arasaka Ninjas Militech Tactical Operatives, New America Sergeants, Kang Tao Security Mex Phantom Dogs, Elite Operatives, Lazarus Official Mercenaries. Carl only needed a quick glance to realize this was good. Every single opponent listed here. Any one of them could solo a scav hideout without breaking a sweat. The strongest ones, clearing out an entire gang outpost would be nothing. Even the weakest among them could at least take on 3 or 4 armed gangsters in a straight fight. Looking over the opponent profiles, cyberware, loadouts, combat abilities, Carl had to admit The blue-eyed client's gift was far beyond expectations. In fact, he was beyond satisfied. By Carl's own standard. Anyone in this dataset, aside from the mechs, was at least on the level of Mr. Johnson. Which, well, was kind of an insult to Johnson. Still, how the hell had this guy collected so much high-end combat data? This chip could probably sell for over 100,000 eddies easy. Guess I'll give it a test run. Carl decided to set up a difficulty test, see just how far he could push himself. Simulation setup. Location: a 3-story villa, including surrounding area, 7,200 m2 total. Enemy force: 15 Kang Tao security, mechs 10 phantom dogs, elite operatives, 7 New America sergeants, 3 Lazarus official mercenaries, 2 Arasaka ninjas total. 37 enemies. Weapons: Lexington pistol copperhead, assault rifle. Mission objective: complete elimination. Carl added a few more constraints. Additional conditions: max 40 rounds allowed, headshots only, firearms only. Even the blue-eyed corpo probably never expected his gift, meant to help Carl stay sharp over his 2-day break, would end up being used for brutal high-intensity training instead. Chapter 158, Intense Training. Shit, that was insane. Jack's eyes shot open as he let out a loud yell. Sitting on the couch, his hands were still trembling. The aftereffects of dying in the simulation were rough, even for a guy like him. Shaking it off wasn't easy. Guess you haven't messed around with black braindances much, huh? My reaction wasn't nearly as bad. By the way, what difficulty did you go for? Oliver, sitting on his bed and drinking water, watched Jack recover with curiosity. Carl had brought the training chip over that morning, and this was both of their first times trying it. Already drenched in sweat from his own run, Oliver continued. Carl set up multiple difficulty levels, right? Training mode, easy, hard, and challenge. How far did you get? I breezed through training and easy. Hard was a little intense, but I managed. Challenge didn't last long. One of the preloaded Arasaka ninjas caught me. Both mantis blades straight through my chest. Jack removed the chip, still looking a bit shaken, then pointed at his chest. I swear I could feel my heart getting carved out by those damn things. Oh, so literally getting your heart ripped out. You did better than me. I made it through hard, but at the very end, a New America soldier suicide-bombed me. Caught me completely off guard. Oliver turned to Carl, who was watching TV. By the way, Carl, have you beaten every difficulty setting you added? I only set them up after clearing them. Carl stretched and shrugged. Beyond this, all I could do was add more enemies, and that'd be kinda pointless. I already balanced things as best as possible. There's no better combat data available, so challenge is as far as it goes. So challenge just means challenging for you, huh? Hold on, if we did have higher-end combat data, does that mean your despair mode would just throw me straight into a killbox full of exosuits? More like a mix of heavy, medium, and light ACPA units, backed by a full Militech strike team and Arasaka ninjas. New America troops patrolling the perimeter. Maybe throw in 10 or so Kang Tao security mechs, and for good measure, have a seasoned Lazarus merc as a wildcard. Let's be real, just a couple of exosuits wouldn't exactly make me despair yet. Jesus, who the hell is supposed to beat that, you torturing people now? That's why it's called despair mode. Carl didn't see the issue. Despair was the whole point. You know, I should be grateful there's no higher-tier combat data in this thing. Otherwise, I'd probably get turned to paste by a goddamn autocannon the second I stepped in. Oliver was still talking when Jack casually handed him the chip. Want another go, Oliver? Of course. Without hesitation, Oliver grabbed the chip. No way I'm letting hard mode stop me. This time, I'm ditching that piece of shit SOR-22. It's nowhere near as good as the mocks. Can't believe I wasted so much time on it. Well, there's a huge price gap between them. You think gun manufacturers are out here being generous, giving you cheap weapons that are also high quality? Yeah, no. Okay, sure, some good budget guns exist, but for high-end weapons like sniper rifles, don't count on it. Carl waved him off and turned back to the TV. Just as Oliver slotted the chip, Carl spoke up again. Oh, and just so you know, I preset over 10 different maps for randomization. Enemy placements and compositions pull from 20 different templates. So, yeah, don't bother memorizing the patterns. This is real practice. Good luck. Are you kidding me? You think I was planning to cheese my way through this? I'm clearing this thing today. Oliver plugged in the chip with a stubborn look. He was clearly hooked. Considering his occasional bouts of road rage, Carl just hoped he wouldn't completely fry his brain today. Why's a sniper getting so worked up over this anyway? Jack, clearly done for the day after a single training session, grabbed a beer and plopped down next to Carl to watch TV. Breakthroughs and clearing enemies, that's our job, isn't it? More practice can't hurt. Never know when he'll have to handle a close-quarters situation himself. Carl glanced at Oliver again. Seeing him lying on the bed, fully immersed in the training sim, Carl extended his monowire and plugged it into the TV port beside the couch, switching channels. Carl. Jack, puzzled by Carl's action, quickly figured it out the next second. What had been a boring broadcast of news, and ads suddenly changed to, "Oh hell yes, Tilda." Jack grinned as the screen now displayed Oliver struggling in the simulation, pinned down by gunfire, refusing to activate his Sandevistan out of sheer stubbornness. Damn, third-person spectator mode. Hacked the feed, also ordered breakfast delivery. Figured we could watch while eating. Beers and drinks are on the way too. Shit, this is way better than any movie. What could possibly be more entertaining than watching a friend suffer? The only thing better was doing it while eating and drinking in comfort. By the time Oliver had died 4 times, their food arrived. Jack and Carl casually ate as they chatted. How many tries do you think Oliver will need to clear it? Jack asked, and Carl thought for a moment before answering. Oliver hasn't been on the streets as long as you, Jack. Even after forming our crew, his close combat experience is still kinda lacking. If he keeps at it, I'd say under 20 tries. 20, that many. I think 15 at most. Boom. On screen, Oliver once again got blown to pieces. If it weren't too much effort, Carl would have added a "you suck" overlay just for fun. Man, you're really eating a lot today, Carl. Watching this kind of shit makes the food taste better. And don't act like you're any different, you're eating just as much, Jack. Can't help it, I've got an appetite today. After 24 attempts, Oliver finally cleared hard mode without taking a single hit. Exhausted and starving, he pulled the chip from his port and opened his eyes. Only to find Carl and Jack completely stuffed, sprawled out on the couch, unable to move. The TV screen was dark, and the floor was covered in empty containers and bottles. Confused, Oliver asked, "What the hell were you guys watching? A cooking show? Food porn? You were eating like it was the best thing ever." Chapter 159, Saving Face. After realizing why Carl and Jack had been so full, Oliver nearly lost control of the wheel, almost swerving the car straight into the polluted river, taking both of those assholes down with him. All right, we admit it, our bad. We just wanted to watch your training session, you know? Supervise a little." Carl's words made Oliver's hands twitch on the steering wheel. The slight jerking of the vehicle was enough for Carl to wisely shut his mouth. What's worse than pissing off a driver while they're behind the wheel? Pissing off a driver with road rage. If you don't know how to shut up, Carl, just don't talk. Jack, riding shotgun, tried to console Oliver. Look on the bright side, at least for once, we actually ate till we were full. The car shook even more violently, causing a few nearby drivers to lower their windows and curse at them. "Oh yeah, you two ate plenty, but I was left with nothing but scraps." Oliver gave Jack a deadpan side glance. "Eyes on the road, Oliver, the road." Carl, sitting in the back, was genuinely concerned. Oliver behind the wheel was scarier than any firefight. If they crashed the car, fine, Carl would just squeeze in uncomfortably. But if they hit someone, that would be a problem. "I am watching, relax, my optics are crystal clear." After making a sharp turn, Oliver refocused on driving and muttered, "Anyway, what's the job today? The blue-eyed guy send over a gig?" "Nope," he said to wait a few days, and with guys like that, a few days could mean weeks. It's barely been a few days. Jack, having made some decent eddies from their last job, wasn't in any rush. He turned to Carl. What was it you said we were doing today? Jack, I swear, you should consider getting a memory implant. Carl glanced out the window at the scenery. Got a side gig from Danger Girls. It's not urgent, just one of those extra pay gigs. They want me to check out a missing persons case in the city center. Figured I'd take it since we've got nothing else going on. Oh right, you mentioned something about a missing person. Wait, hold up. Jack's memory finally kicked in. Isn't Danger Girls supposed to have a bunch of cat-eared girls handling missing person cases? I've seen their ads. And wasn't your contract with them mostly escort duty and bodyguard work? Why are you the one investigating? Carl had to admit, Jack's memory was weirdly selective. Because the missing person is one of the cat-eared detectives. Carl explained. A cat-eared girl detective went missing while investigating, so now their bodyguard division, aka me, is playing damage control. So today's job is just this. Yup. Once they arrived, Carl opened the door and stepped out. There's a confidentiality clause, no outsiders allowed. And you guys count as outsiders in this case. I'd rather not mess with my paycheck over this. You say that like you actually care about rules. Oliver, having cooled off from earlier, leaned on the driver's seat and asked. All right, fine, but we can still help in other ways, right? You don't have to tell us the full story, just tell us what needs doing. T-Bug's free today too. If we all investigate together, wouldn't that be way easier? I'm afraid that won't be possible, mercenary Oliver. The voice didn't belong to Carl. Instead, it came from a man walking toward them, dressed in a black suit. Kanekairo. For this job, Carl will be assisting me. So Carl isn't even the lead on this job. Oliver glanced at Kanekairo, his gaze lingering for a moment on the man's East Asian features, similar to Carl's. So this is the Kanekairo Carl mentioned, the one who's probably ex-Arasaka. Jack was also watching Kanekairo, but his focus was different. Even with the suit covering him, the cyberware beneath was still obvious, enough for Jack to instinctively sense danger. It was like he was standing in front of a lethal killing machine. The combatants in the challenge mode of the training chip, compared to this guy, didn't seem all that different. If Jack had to describe the level of threat Kanekairo gave off, he'd put him on par with someone he'd only seen once. That moment Carl had been downed, and Jack caught a glimpse of a certain man. Adam Smasher. The same level of overwhelming danger. While we were driving earlier, the Padre sent over a quick job. I forwarded the details to you guys, go handle that for today. Carl, smiling, spoke casually to Oliver and Jack. Then, looking at Kanekairo with a calm expression, he asked, Mr. Kanekairo, you wouldn't mind if I said a quick goodbye to my friends, would you? It's not that urgent. Kanekairo simply stepped aside, his demeanor composed. The job's all yours. Got it. After exchanging a few words, Oliver and Jack left. A few kilometers down the road, Oliver finally broke the silence. That guy, was he watching Carl? More like evaluating him. First job together, he probably wanted to see Carl's skills firsthand. Jack, unable to shake the feeling, almost turned back. That guy is insanely strong. I got the same feeling. From a sniper's perspective, I'd say even if I had already pulled the trigger, if the bullet was just inches from his skin, he'd still react in time to dodge and countertrack my position. So that's what true corporate elites are like. If so, we're way out of our league. So, we keep grinding that training chip. Oliver's driving was smooth, and as he accelerated, he connected to T-Bug. T-Bug, comms open, you listening? We're handling this gig fast, we need to get back and start training again. Carl sent me the file. I already pinpointed your targets and sent you the location. Head there now, I'll assist with surveillance. Reliable as ever, T-Bug. The quartz Hera sped up. All right, let's wrap this up quick. Standing there, unable to say a single tough word under that guy's pressure, that wasn't them. As Carl's friends, they had a duty to back him up. At the very least, they needed to make it clear. If anyone tried messing with Carl, they'd have to deal with them too. Chapter 160, Investigation. The deceased was 32 years old, a resident of Santo Domingo, occupation delivery driver. Family. Sergeant Johnson, the cause of death has been determined, It was asphyxiation. Asphyxiation. Recently promoted from sergeant to lieutenant, Johnson turned to look at the officer handing him the report, struggling to believe the forensic department's findings. He took the file and skimmed through it. The report was clear. The cause of death was asphyxiation. Johnson turned back toward the crime scene, scanning the splattered chunks of flesh and pools of blood inside the perimeter. And they were saying, this guy choked to death. So you're telling me he suffocated first, then was dismembered? That's our current assumption. That's strange. If the guy was already dead, what's the point of hacking his body to bits? Or was it just a rush job to remove his cyberware? Could the perp be a scav? The information was too limited. Johnson wasn't a dedicated investigator, so for now, he just took the forensics team's findings at face value. Check the surrounding surveillance footage. Question anyone nearby. If it was scavs, we might need to schedule a cleanup operation. Just as he finished speaking, a uniformed officer ran toward him, clearly in a hurry. Lieutenant, sir. What is it? Unauthorized personnel approaching. Unauthorized. Johnson frowned. Usually, if someone got close during an active investigation, the standard procedure was simple: tell them to back off. Why the hell was this guy reporting it like some major issue? There are two of them. One of them is Carl. Carl. Johnson immediately understood why the officer came running. If it was Carl, that changed things. All right, let him through. And the other one? The officer hesitated. I don't know who he is. He swallowed nervously, but I saw Carl nodding and listening to him. Carl was listening to him. That wasn't like Carl at all. The Carl Johnson knew was loud, reckless, and, if you didn't know better, you might mistake him for an unhinged cyberpsycho. Since when did he just stand there and quietly listen to someone else talk? Now that was weird. Let them both through. I'm curious, who's the guy that Carl actually listens to? Yes, sir. The officer turned and hurried back, not because he thought Carl would get impatient waiting. No. He just didn't want to keep Carl waiting. The young officer had been there both times Carl took down cyberpsychos. Hell, Carl had saved his life twice. Unlike the rest of Night City, which saw Carl, KK, as a reckless merc, an absolute lunatic feared by gangs and fixers alike, this cop wasn't afraid of him at all. In fact, he felt safer every time he saw him. Because he knew this so-called menace of the underworld, this boogeyman for gangoons, was actually a decent guy. Carl was reasonable, Carl was polite. And to this officer, Carl represented something that NCPD had long abandoned. Justice. Not the fake, corrupt, backroom deal type of justice the cops of Night City peddled. But real justice. Most people in Night City, they didn't care about justice or fairness. Maybe they woke up in a bad mood. Maybe a broken neon sign was flickering too much. Maybe some random pedestrian walked too straight in front of them. And that was all it took for someone to pull a gun and start shooting at strangers. But Carl never did that. If Carl came for you, there was always a reason. And in this city, where most people died without even knowing why, that was a rarity. Most people didn't get the luxury of dying with clarity. They just dropped dead, never knowing who they pissed off, what rule they broke, or which psycho decided they were next. Living in a city where you spent every day terrified that some lunatic might randomly gun you down, that was suffocating. So when you met someone who actually had limits, who played by some kind of rules, who treated you like an actual human being, how could that not make you feel safe? Much appreciated, thanks. Carl smiled as he nodded to the officer before stepping forward with Kanekairo. They entered the sealed-off crime scene. Lieutenant Johnson, good morning. Morning, Carl. Johnson returned the smile, a rare sight, and then turned his gaze to Kanekairo. His eyes lingered for a moment on the black suit, then shifted back to Carl. And this is. Let's call him my superior. Carl didn't say Kanekairo's name, just his role. Your superior. Johnson looked genuinely shocked. You're working for a corp now. More like part-time. You've heard of Danger Girls, right? The cat-eared girl detective agency. Danger Girls, huh? As a veteran of Night City, Of course Johnson knew about them. Their reputation had faded in recent years, but back in Johnson's youth, Danger Girls was the hottest detective agency in the city. Hell, he even bought one of their Catgirl detective photo books back in the day. So you're here investigating. This isn't about the case, is it? If you guys were actual detectives, I'd welcome you on board, but... Johnson's eyes flicked back to Kanekiro. You guys have cat-eared girl detectives, right? Or did Danger Girls rebrand into an old man detective agency? Or maybe, if he takes off that suit, he's actually a cat-eared girl underneath. For the first time, Kanekiro's expression faltered. Only slightly. His face remained calm, but there was the faintest twitch in his eye. Yet instead of responding, he simply chose silence, leaving the negotiation to Carl. Damn, what a pro. Even after hearing that, all he did was twitch a little. Carl internally praised Kanekiro's composure. Still, he decided not to leave his temporary boss hanging for too long, and started explaining things to Johnson. Chapter 161, Clues and Bones. So, you're saying a Danger Girls detective was investigating the victim, then vanished in the middle of their investigation. After listening to Carl's explanation, Johnson was starting to piece things together. To add a bit more context, when the detective started investigating, the victim was still alive. Carl glanced at the gruesome crime scene inside the perimeter. And now, this just got interesting. A detective looks into someone. Then that person ends up dead in a city center alley, and the detective goes missing. Johnson muttered to himself, realizing this case wasn't as simple as he first thought. Looks like my initial guess was wrong. This probably wasn't a scav job. Considering city center's scavs had just been wiped out recently, there was no way a new crew had already gotten bold enough to make a detective disappear. Mind if I take a look at the victim's file, Lieutenant Johnson? Since you're already involved, sure. Johnson handed over the file without much hesitation. Technically speaking, even those directly involved in a case wouldn't be allowed access, but NCPD had long stopped caring about rules like that. And Johnson, he cared even less. Carl skimmed through the file, memorizing the important details. He had zero intention of handing it over to Kanekiro, who was basically just standing there like background decoration. After a quick read, Carl returned the file to Johnson. The victim was from Santo Domingo, and he only operated around that district in the past few weeks. But his body was found here, in city center. Carl looked over at the report again. The file says there's no surveillance footage showing him walking out of Santo Domingo. So that means... Carl started piecing things together. He either had a way to bypass security cameras, or he was driven to city center. Or someone stuffed him in a trunk and dumped him here. In Night City, there were only so many ways to get around. Walking, driving, or public transport. And if the victim had used the metro, there'd be ID records from his travel card. But there weren't. That meant the only real possibilities left were walking or being driven. Technically, he could have taken an AV, but considering his financial situation, unlikely. The victim was just a delivery driver, a low-level worker who still had 2 years left on the payments for his company transport. The chances of him affording an AV were practically zero, so it was only worth considering if every other possibility was ruled out. What was the detective investigating him for? Johnson and Carl were bouncing ideas back and forth, searching for any lead. Apparently, he was having an affair with a married man. The husband suspected his partner was cheating, so he hired a professional detective to investigate. You know how it is, most private detective work isn't about solving crimes. This kind of domestic case, that's their bread and butter. An affair, huh? Johnson wasn't particularly surprised. Relationships were freeform in this era. Hell, even genders weren't fixed anymore, so this kind of thing was just another Tuesday. What he was considering, though, was the possibility of a revenge killing. What if it was a crime of passion? Maybe the detective found proof that the husband's partner was cheating, so. The husband was checked out, so was his partner. After the detective went missing, the agency investigated both of them. It was just a misunderstanding, the so-called affair was with someone else entirely. There goes that lead. Johnson frowned. Back in his younger years, he was actually damn good at solving cases. But as time passed, he realized it didn't matter. No matter how much evidence he found, no matter how airtight the case was, the suspects always walked free. So he stopped caring about investigations. Instead of wasting time digging for clues, he just fired first. Rather than investigating, he trained his aim. And now, after years of letting those skills rot, trying to pick them back up again was difficult. Kenichiro stood silently beside them. Still not speaking. But his cybernetic eyes flickered every now and then, clearly processing streams of data, probably transmitting everything he saw somewhere else. Carl, knowing full well this job was a test, wasn't paying any attention to his so-called superior. He already knew what this was. Arasaka types love their stupid trials. He'd experienced it once already, just indirectly. Now, this was just the real deal. Not like it mattered. Compared to this pointless evaluation, Carl was genuinely interested in the detective work itself. Playing Sherlock Holmes every now and then wasn't bad at all. With external leads running dry, Carl decided to switch approaches. Instead of focusing on the victim's connections, he turned his attention to the victim's body. He had already reviewed the autopsy reports. But there was one thing those reports had missed. Carl stepped past the police line, crouching down. His full focus locked onto the scattered chunks of flesh, blood, and bone. Every piece of knowledge he had ever gathered began piecing itself together in his mind. Johnson didn't interrupt him. He simply stood there, watching, curious to see what Carl would find. Carl's eyes scanned the scene methodically. He analyzed each shattered bone, mentally reconstructing where they originally belonged in the human body. And then, he found something. Rising to his feet, Carl carefully stepped along the bloodied ground, moving toward a particular spot before crouching down again. From the scattered bones, he plucked one out. At first glance, it looked identical to the others. Blood-stained, broken, insignificant. But Carl knew better. He held it up, turning to Johnson. Found something interesting. Holding the bone up, Carl motioned for Johnson to take a look. This isn't from the victim. Not from the victim. Johnson stepped closer, narrowing his eyes at the fragment in Carl's fingers. You saying we got a second body? No. Then, Carl pinched the bone fragment between his index and middle finger. Then, with a small amount of pressure, he snapped it in half. He held up the broken edge for Johnson to see. This isn't human bone. And not human. Yeah, most people wouldn't recognize it. Carl grinned. But I do. Because just a few days ago, I personally chopped some up myself. He dropped the broken fragments into Johnson's open palm. This, Carl said, is pig bone. A pig. Johnson's initial surprise quickly gave way to deep thought. Because this was where things got interesting. Smuggling pigs into Night City wasn't easy. It was expensive. Very expensive. And yet, here they were. Pig bones mixed in with a murder victim's remains. Chapter 162, Capitulo 162, Centro Logistico. 10:35 a.m. Carl sat inside an NCPD patrol car. The model. Skyline Hera ECH, I-860 NCPD Enforcer. Skyline Hera ECH, I-860 NCPD Enforcer. A custom-modified Hera, specially commissioned by NCPD from Skyline Motors. Unlike the standard Hera, which was notorious for its cheap plastic body panels and flimsy bumper, this law enforcement variant was built to endure. Its frame had been reinforced with fireproof, bullet-resistant materials, and even the bumpers had been replaced with thick steel plating. Few vehicles in Night City could match its durability. Hell, even if a reckless officer plowed it straight into a concrete wall, the car would probably take barely a scratch. Seated in one of NCPD's few truly well-equipped rides, Carl absent-mindedly tapped his temple with a finger, processing the clues so far. Let's go over this again. The victim was a delivery driver, right? Which means, before he died, he was regularly handling shipments of goods. And he was from Santo Domingo, which also happens to be Night City's closest district to the Badlands and the biggest hub for smuggling operations. "So," Johnson said, still watching Carl from the driver's seat, "you think this pig bone has something to do with his deliveries?" Ignoring Kanekairo, who sat completely silent in the passenger seat, Johnson continued. "Are you saying he was involved in real meat smuggling? If you think in that direction, it's easy to come up with several possibilities," Carl said. "But right now, none of those really matter. Because the only thing we actually need is to find the key person behind this supply chain. Once we track them down, we'll get our answers. Whether that's for your murder investigation or for my missing detective. So instead of playing detective, you're suggesting we just find the right guy and make him talk." Johnson smirked. "Not gonna lie, that's more my style these days." His hand rested on the steering wheel, foot ready to hit the gas. "All right, what's our destination?" "Santo Domingo, Arroyo District, Logistics Hub." "Arroyo's Hub." Johnson clicked his tongue. "NCPD barely patrols that place." Most of NCPD's manpower was focused on City Center, the district that paid the most in bribes and donations. Even Watson and Haywood, which were right next door, didn't get much attention. And Santo Domingo. It was practically ignored entirely. Hell, that's why the 6th Street Gang exists. If NCPD had done its job, 6th Street never would have been formed in the first place. Though, to be fair, the Corps were behind that one too. "Yeah, we don't go there often," Johnson admitted. "But you still see a few rookie officers patrolling the streets, don't you?" "Yeah, that's just the usual mix of dumbasses with hero complexes and fresh recruits with idealistic dreams. Give them some time. After a few lessons, they'll figure it out. Saving a city. Yeah, it's not that simple." "Is that so?" Carl listened, but his mind was elsewhere. Data streamed into his cyberware. His Arasaka issue, S4 Cyberdeck, ran a quick hack, pulling up Johnson's personnel file from NCPD's internal records. Johnson. Rank, Lieutenant. Age, 45. Background, Santo Domingo, Arroyo District, Night City. Experience, served as a patrol officer in Santo Domingo for 16 years. Achievements, solved 3 major cases, intervened in 14 gang conflicts, and earned 17 third-class merits along with 5 second-class merits. Carl recalled NCPD's merit system. Taking down a violent offender or capturing a wanted criminal was worth a third-class merit. Leading a squad to neutralize an entire gang operation or making an equivalent contribution granted a second-class merit. So when Johnson said, "Saving a place isn't that easy," was that the resignation of a once decorated officer, someone who had genuinely tried to save his home, only to fail? Carl shook his head slightly. There was nothing to say in response to that. Because for someone who had actually tried, words from outsiders didn't matter. If a few encouraging words could change anything, then people like Johnson wouldn't have held on for years, only to finally let go. The lone patrol car drove through the streets of Santo Domingo, drawing curious glances from locals. A single NCPD vehicle, entering Santo Domingo alone. Now that was rare. Had these cops suddenly grown a pair? Or was this some kind of deal? A few 6th Street gang members, spotting the patrol car, immediately forwarded the info up the chain. It wasn't major intelligence, but in the streets, even small details mattered. Arroyo Logistics Hub. Despite playing a crucial role in Night City's supply chain, this logistics hub was tiny. Compared to the massive corporate towers in City Center, this place barely covered 5 or 6 football fields. And yet, it handled at least 1/5 of Night City's logistics and transportation needs. 1/5 of a city with 7 million people. All running through this small-ass facility. Carl stepped out of the car, taking in the cramped facility. Looking at this logistics hub, I finally get why so many Badlands runners operate in the city. If people relied only on official transport, getting outside goods quickly would be damn near impossible. He glanced at Johnson. With all the trouble getting external shipments in, Doesn't that bother the Corps? They don't care, Johnson replied, stepping out. Every corp has their own specialized supply routes. Even Arasaka has Arasaka waterfront for maritime shipments. You think the other Corps don't have something similar? Saying this, Johnson turned toward Kenakairo, still standing beside them. His gaze lingered then. I mentioned Arasaka. That didn't offend you, did it? I am not employed by Arasaka. Kenakairo responded with calm indifference. Like Johnson's probing question meant nothing at all. Trying to dig into my background. You'll have to try harder than that. This guy's just putting on a show, Johnson thought. Why the hell is Carl even working with him? Years of experience told Johnson that Kenakairo was dangerous. But no matter how many times he tested him, the man's reaction was always the same, calm and unshaken. Even if Johnson wanted to warn Carl about him, he couldn't find any evidence to back it up. Carl ignored the exchange. Instead, standing at the logistics hub entrance, he dialed a number. It was a contact Oliver had given him. A number specifically for ordering real meat. The pig bones at the crime scene had been fresh. Even analyzing the marrow, there were no signs of freezing. Meaning the pig had been recently butchered. And given how difficult it was to smuggle real meat into Night City, shipments were rare, maybe once a month if that. In other words, the pig bones from the crime scene, and the pigs Carl had access to, were probably from the same batch. Chapter 163, Internal Problems. The guy handling the smuggling agreed to meet with me. Carl hung up the call. We arranged to meet at the back entrance of the logistics center. It's not far, we can walk. Looks like, thanks to doing business with Oliver before, he's happy to talk to me. As Carl spoke, he noticed Johnson taking off his NCPD uniform and pulling an Ajax assault rifle from the trunk. Militech M251S Ajax. Kinetic assault rifle reliable, practical, and easy to use, requires no extensive training or high-end cyberware, the go-to weapon for soldiers worldwide. Johnson, you're using an Ajax. Carl recalled that last time he saw Johnson, he had a different sidearm. All thanks to you. Johnson inspected the brand new rifle and smirked. Now that my squad actually has decent weapons and armor, I can finally spend some of that misallocated money on myself. Carl chuckled. Damn, is the NCPD really that broke? Bribery, embezzlement. Last I checked, you were shaking down street vendors for protection money. How'd you even afford an Ajax? Johnson, wiping his new rifle with his sleeve like it was a prized possession, shot back. Don't underestimate the Ajax. For the price, this is the best damn rifle you can get. Carl raised a brow. So the NCPD really does care about budget-to-performance ratio that much. Johnson shrugged. A brand new one runs close to 2,000 eddies. You think we don't care? For a police chief barely making ends meet, finally having a decent weapon was a big deal. If it kills, it's a good gun. Carl glanced at the Ajax, now wondering if he should pick up an assault rifle himself. His overnight was great for close range, but when it came to sustained firepower, it lacked the ammo capacity to hold up in prolonged fights. Plus, since he had emptied his entire armory for V and his crew, it was about time to restock. Assault rifle, white heavy checkmark shotgun, white heavy checkmark SMG, white heavy checkmark. If he was serious about optimizing his loadout, he'd need all three. As they walked down the street, Johnson, with his American-looking face, military posture, and Ajax rifle, could easily pass for a 6th Street gang member. Carl, hands in pockets, walking like he owned the place, looked more like some corpo kid on a field trip. Kenakairo, in a sleek black suit, trailing behind like a silent bodyguard, completed the picture. The sight of them together. They stood out immediately. So much so that, at the logistics center's back entrance, Carl's contact spotted them right away. The smuggler. Young, probably around Oliver's age, grew up on the same block, took different paths. One joined 6th Street, the other stayed legit, got a job at the logistics center. The smuggler eyed Carl's companions, frowning slightly. Who are these two? He recognized Carl, his reputation preceded him, but he hadn't expected him to show up with two unknowns. Carl casually introduced them. This here is Johnson, NCPD police chief. A friend. He's helping me investigate something. NCPD. The smuggler stiffened, eyes widening in panic. For someone in the smuggling business, the NCPD was bad news. But when he saw Carl's expression, he quickly realized something. The smuggler glanced around, then back at Johnson, who was now standing behind Carl. He lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "Is he one of yours?" Carl hesitated for a second before answering. He's my friend." The smuggler nodded, a relieved expression crossing his face. "As long as he's your friend, that's fine. No worries, I get it. I've got friends like that too." Saying that, he turned his attention to Kenakairo. Carl continued the introductions. "He's from the Dangerous Girls Detective Agency. Technically, my boss." "Wait, what? Dangerous Girls?" The smuggler frowned, clearly surprised. "I thought all their detectives were, cat-eared girls." Carl sighed. "Man, Unite City locals really know your shit, huh? First thing you mention is the damn cat ears. No, he's security personnel. Anyway." Carl decided to cut the conversation short before it spiraled into another old dude detective debate. He quickly explained the whole situation to Oliver's friend. "So let me get this straight." The smuggler processed the information. A cat-eared girl detective went missing while tailing someone. The target she was investigating later turned up dead, his body chopped to bits in city center. And at the crime scene, you found fresh pig bones. Now he was frowning. "Yeah, that's weird." Carl perked up. "Weird?" The smuggler nodded, his expression serious. "Yeah, we only smuggled in 2 pigs recently, one you bought, and the other is still in cold storage. If the pig bones you found were fresh, with no signs of freezing, that means there's someone else smuggling pigs into the city." Carl narrowed his eyes. "Have you seen any other smugglers operating recently?" The smuggler shook his head. "Not a single one. Moving real meat isn't easy, it takes a whole chain of bribes to make it work. We've been doing this for generations, passed down from our parents. Outsiders, no way in hell they're sneaking in without us knowing." Carl thought for a moment. Then something clicked. "In that case, there's only one possibility." The smuggler tensed. "What possibility?" Carl looked at him. "Can you take me to the storage facility?" The smuggler's frown deepened. "Wait, you're saying the pig in storage?" He trailed off, then gritted his teeth. "But only our people know where the warehouse is. You're telling me there's a problem inside." Carl shrugged, offering a solution. "Just pretend I'm a customer." He wired the guy 10,000 eddies on the spot. "If the pig's still there, consider it a sale. I'll buy it right now." The smuggler hesitated, but Carl had already outmaneuvered him. Taking random outsiders to see smuggled goods. Right arrow not okay, too risky. Taking a paying customer to inspect their purchase. Right arrow perfectly reasonable. Carl had given him a way out, he couldn't refuse. The smuggler laughed in surprise. "Damn, you don't mess around, huh?" After a brief pause, he made up his mind. "All right, let's go." Whether the problem was internal or not, they'd find out soon enough. Chapter 164, The Freezer. "This is the warehouse where the meat is stored. Give me a second, I remember I put it in this freezer." Jed, the contact, activated his cybernetic eye, unlocking the freezer door. He then led Johnson, Carl, and Kenakairo into the cold storage room, where a thick mist of condensation swirled around them. As soon as they stepped inside, Carl's eyes lit up. Right before him stood 7 three-tiered metal racks, filled with various cuts of meat. "You've got quite a bit of stock here. Is it just pork, or do you also have lamb, beef, duck, and chicken?" "Don't get your hopes up. Read the labels before you get excited," Jed replied. "They might look fresh and bloody, but they're all synthetic meat. If you're into earthworm-based imitation beef, well, there's plenty of that." Carl's eager expression immediately darkened. "Yeah, I'll pass on the synthetic crap, but what about the real stuff? Can you get the meats I just mentioned?" "As long as the price is right, there's nothing you can't get in Night City," Jed smirked. "Well, except maybe a genuine heart, as Oliver likes to joke." He chuckled while making small talk, all the while scanning the racks for the hidden, real pork he had carefully disguised and sectioned off. However, as he searched each rack one by one, his expression gradually turned grim. He couldn't find it. The pork was gone. Only a handful of people had access to this freezer, and even fewer knew which packages were real meat. The worst-case scenario had become reality. Jed took a deep breath of the cold, lung-stinging air, then turned to Carl. "The pork is missing." "So that means the pig bones found at the crime scene likely came from this warehouse," Johnson muttered, scanning the cold room. But something felt off. Why did it feel like the freezer was getting colder? Typically, commercial freezers regulate temperature through industrial refrigeration units, which use low boiling point liquids as coolants. These are controlled from a central system, ensuring a stable environment. But this rapid drop in temperature was unnatural. It felt deliberate, like someone in the control room had just turned the dial all the way down. And that's when Kanekairo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "My biomonitor detects a significant drop in temperature." Temperature drop. Jed was still distracted, thinking about potential traitors within his group. But then, he saw it. Right behind Carl, the freezer door was closing. The door. Jed's face twisted in panic. The doors of these storage units were reinforced with 120 thick composite panels. Once shut, they were nearly impossible to open from the inside. He immediately tried to override the system, using his clearance to keep the door open. But his access was blocked. It was like his requests weren't even being processed, as if someone had already overridden his authority. Bang! With a heavy metallic thud, the thick, insulated steel door slammed shut. They were trapped. "Shit, we need to call someone outside." That was Jed's first instinct. But as soon as he tried to connect to his comms, he froze in place. His connection was dead. It was completely jammed, as if someone had activated a signal blocker, cutting them off from the outside world. Fuck. Jed's expression twisted in frustration. What the hell was happening? How had things escalated so fast? Johnson, who had just witnessed the freezer door slamming shut, turned with a grim look and asked, "Can this door be opened from the inside?" The cold storage door uses a semi-mechanical lock with an integrated smart unlock system. If we lose scan authorization, then it can only be opened from the outside. Shivering from the cold, Jed clenched his arms and added, "They were planning to upgrade it to a magnetic door, the kind you can open from both inside and out, but they decided it was too expensive, so they stuck with this old-school crap. Does anyone else come here? I'm the only one on shift today." Hearing Jed's increasingly shaky voice, Johnson stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it! Walking straight into an enclosed space while investigating a case and getting locked inside. How the hell did I fall into a cliché brain-dense plotline? He tried making a call, but nothing. His comms were completely jammed. At that moment, Johnson realized the full picture. Someone had been watching them this entire time. Otherwise, how else could they have timed it so perfectly to lock them in and jam their communication right as they entered the freezer? His mind began racing. It was 11 a.m. That meant 13 hours until midnight, but more importantly, when does the next shift start? 6 a.m. So they had to survive for 19 hours. In these freezing conditions, would they even make it to rescue time? Whether they could or not, he had to figure out a way for Carl to survive at the very least. As long as Carl got out of here alive, this case wouldn't end here. Carl would hunt down whoever was behind this. Johnson steeled his resolve. He was just about to suggest they huddle together to preserve body heat when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Carl was gone. The only person left standing next to him was Kanekairo, whose expression was completely unchanged, his face calm as ever. Where the hell was Carl? Just as that thought rushed into Johnson's head, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly roared through the freezer. Boom! The entire freezer trembled from the shockwave. Still shivering from the cold, Jed and Johnson turned toward the source of the sound. And both reacted the exact same way. They froze in place, their mouths hanging open. "What are you guys standing around for?" Carl stood casually in front of the collapsed freezer door, shaking off the dust from his hands. The door's open. Let's go, it's fucking freezing in here. What? Jed stared blankly at where the heavy, reinforced freezer door had once stood, now replaced by a gaping hole in the wall. His brain short-circuited. Oh, my bad, Carl added casually. I broke your freezer door. Let me know how much it costs, I'll cover it. That's not really the issue here. Jed barely managed to get the words out. But Carl, misinterpreting his concern, continued explaining. You should probably upgrade this freezer anyway. The door was pretty thick, but the walls, way too flimsy. I barely put in any effort and the whole thing collapsed. I don't think that's the problem here. As Jed struggled to process what just happened, Kenichiro casually walked past him, stepping out into the open air. Clearly, even he didn't want to stay in that freezing room any longer. Jed and Johnson watched in stunned silence as Kenichiro calmly exited through the wreckage. And only then did they realize something. Carl and Kenichiro had never once looked worried. From the moment the freezer door shut, only Jed and Johnson had been panicking about how to escape. Carl and Kenichiro. They never even considered the possibility that they wouldn't get out. Johnson exhaled deeply, rubbing his temples. Guess crime solving in this era really just comes down to brute force. Chapter 165, Forced Interception. They're already gone. By the time Jed led Carl and the others into the warehouse control room, all they found was an empty security station. Did they realize we escaped the cold storage and evacuate early? Johnson scanned the control room for any clues, then turned his eyes to one of the security feeds, a frozen image of the destroyed cold storage door. They had a clear view of the breach from here. Let me check. Carl extended a monowire, connecting to the security terminal and hacking into the system. As data streams flowed through his neural interface, he quickly extracted the information he needed. Got them, they're heading for the back exit, we can still catch up. After wiping their own security footage and disabling cameras along their path, Carl turned and headed out. No words were needed. Johnson and Kenichiro immediately followed. Jed hesitated for a moment, then clenched his jaw and hurried after them. Wait, count me in, I'm coming too. Not planning on clocking in today, Carl asked dryly. This whole place is run by our people. If I step out for a bit, no one will even notice. Besides, Jed's hand hovered over his Lexington pistol, fingers tightening. I need to know who sold us out, and why just finding out about it meant I had to die. Carl glanced toward Kenichiro, silently asking for his opinion. After all, technically, Kenichiro was the one in charge of this job. He's an involved party. Kenichiro's response was brief but decisive. Very by the book, huh? If you're not involved, stay out of it, but if you're in deep, you're in all the way. Carl, now in full control of the warehouse's surveillance, kept an eye on the fleeing targets as they reached the back exit. There, one of the escapees jumped into a Thornton Colby, a two-seater. So only one person was already inside, just one accomplice. Carl didn't rush to hijack the vehicle remotely. Patience, better to let them lead us further. Besides, this wasn't a modified Colby. It lacked autonomous driving capabilities, meaning Carl couldn't seize direct control even if he wanted to. Instead, he hacked into its GPS tracking system, keeping it under constant surveillance. You were watching us earlier, now it's your turn. As the Colby sped off into the distance, Carl and the others reached the NCPD cruiser. The heavily armored Enforcer sat untouched. Nobody in their right mind would dare mess with a cop car in broad daylight, so there were no nasty surprises like missing tires or a busted windshield. The moment all four of them were inside, the cruiser roared to life. Carl, now pressed into his seat from the sheer acceleration, couldn't help but question whether all Santo Domingo natives were born with road rage and a need for speed. Still, he had to issue a warning. Johnson, no need to gun it. I've already sent you their location, we should tail them from a distance. If a cop car starts riding their ass, they'll definitely notice. You're thinking there's more waiting ahead, huh? Johnson grinned, keeping his foot on the gas. Don't worry, Carl. Based on my experience, guys like this will spill everything after a little persuasion. Hearing Carl's plan to play the long game, Johnson slammed his foot down on the gas, making the cruiser accelerate even faster. Don't you dirty cops have any kind of protocol? This was way too brutal. Carl, who had initially intended to investigate this case like a proper detective, now felt the sheer force of the speeding vehicle and wisely chose to shut up. Right now, his only fear was that if Johnson hit the brakes too suddenly, he might end up biting his own tongue off. The Johnson inside the car and the Johnson outside the car were two completely different people. Santo Domingo natives really do all have road rage and a street racing complex, huh? Carl was seriously considering engraving the stereotype into his mind. Despite starting later, the NCPD cruiser was now rapidly closing in on the fleeing Thornton Colby ahead, its driver already pushing the gas to the limit. The moment the Colby's driver noticed the police vehicle approaching, the car jerked twice, as if the person behind the wheel had started shaking uncontrollably. Johnson, maybe slow down a little. If they panic and crash into a building, they'll just end up killing themselves. Carl had wanted to stay quiet, but at this rate, he had no choice but to say something. Relax, I've handled plenty of scumbags like this. Slow down, not happening. Johnson pressed a button on the dashboard, and Carl watched in disbelief as the cruiser accelerated even more. Wait, that button. Carl's hunch was dead on. This damn thing had been modified for speed. Are NCPD cops really out here modding their own cruisers? Meanwhile, Jed, sitting beside Carl in the backseat, had turned completely pale. Did I make the wrong decision getting in this car? At this speed, even the slightest mistake could send them spinning straight into a concrete wall. Up ahead, the Colby, now under immense pressure from the pursuing police cruiser, veered wildly, its driver visibly losing control. Carl watched as the car completely failed to make a proper turn, its wheels jerking erratically before suddenly starting to spin out of control. He had seen plenty of race crashes before, and the outcome was always the same. After a few uncontrollable spins, the car would inevitably slam into a barrier at full speed. Those guys inside, they're dead for sure. But just as Carl had this thought, Johnson floored the gas and surged forward. Dying from a self-inflicted crash, not on my watch. The moment the Colby spun sideways, leaving its broadside exposed, Johnson struck. Slamming the police cruiser into the Colby's side, he forced it to stop mid-spin, using the momentum to shove it forward in a controlled slide. The screeching of tires on asphalt filled the air as the Colby skidded sideways, dragged along by the force of the impact. Then, just as they reached the perfect position, Johnson eased off the gas, allowing inertia to carry them forward before finally hitting the brakes. With a final screech, the NCPD cruiser came to a stop. The Colby, now fully immobilized in front of them. Forced interception, successful. Chapter 166, Reputation. Johnson, are you sure this won't kill anyone? That was the first thing Carl said after the enforcer came to a stop. Johnson, thinking he was referring to the people in the Thornton Colby, answered without hesitation. Relax, they won't die. I'm experienced in this. I've never had a single casualty when intercepting a vehicle. Actually, I wasn't talking about them, but whatever. Not a single death so far. What kind of legendary driver is this guy? Carl was just relieved that Oliver wasn't around. If Oliver had been here, he'd probably try to pull off the same stunt next time. Once or twice is fine, but doing this too often, that's not good for your heart. Sure, Carl could escape even if something went wrong, but being able to escape and actually enjoying a game of bumper cars are two very different things. Urgh. Jade, who had been holding it in, couldn't take it anymore. He rushed out of the car, bent over, and started throwing up beside the enforcer. Seeing this, Johnson clicked his tongue. Getting carsick already? Kid, you need to work on your tolerance. Johnson, I think it's more likely he's experiencing autonomic nervous system dysfunction from extreme stress, which is causing nausea and vomiting. After getting out of the car and dusting off his now messy clothes from all the turbulence, Carl turned his attention to the vehicle they had just intercepted. Inside, he saw two people struggling to free themselves from the wreckage. Damn, Johnson, you really do have skills. Not a single fatality. Watching the two bloodied men trying to crawl out, Carl smirked. At most, they're just a little banged up. You think I was bluffing? Best driver in the precinct, no contest. Johnson stepped up to the mangled Colby, raised his foot, and kicked open the crushed door. At the same time, he lifted his Ajax rifle and pointed it at the two men as they tumbled onto the ground. NCPD, you're under arrest. Fuck you, NCPD. One of them gritted his teeth and tried to get up. Bang! The Ajax's gunshot rang out. A bullet punched a hole in the ground right next to the man's head. Feeling the heat of the bullet as it grazed past, his pupils contracted in terror. Johnson calmly adjusted his aim, now pointing directly at his forehead. Say one more thing I don't like, and the next one goes through your skull. I only need one of you for questioning. Hearing that, the other guy, who had also been trying to get up, immediately gave up and lay back down. Dying while resisting wasn't the problem. But dying while your partner got interrogated, flipped, and walked away free. That was unacceptable. People who have sold someone out once, who's to say they won't do it again? Before the interrogation, Carl checked on their injuries. After confirming that neither of them would be dying anytime soon, he called over Jade, who had just finished vomiting and looked completely drained. Do you know these guys? Jade leaned against the enforcer, took one look at the two men, then turned away. I used to, not anymore. Traitors, what was the point of recognizing them? Especially the kind that tried to get you killed. The two men lying face down on the ground immediately recognized the familiar voice. Lifting their heads, they saw Jade. Jade. They had suspected it might be him, but actually seeing him here, alongside the people who had chased them down, was almost unbelievable. How did you find out it was us? How the hell did you get NCPD to chase us down? These two idiots clearly hadn't considered that Carl's crew could have pulled up their information in seconds. They were just guilty bastards running from the law, hoping they could escape before NCPD caught them. But now, faced with reality, seeing that it was Jade and the very people they had locked inside the cold storage, their faces turned pale as death. The first of the two traitors, still pinned under Johnson's Ajax, immediately started begging for his life. Jade, please let me go. We've known each other for years. It was just a moment of weakness. I was tricked. It was all his idea. The other guy, hearing how quickly his so-called friend threw him under the bus, reacted just as fast. Jade, please, I swear, I only wanted to trap you, that's all. Lowering the temperature to kill you? That was him. He said we couldn't leave you alive since you started getting suspicious of us. I never wanted to hurt you, I swear. It was all his idea. Hearing the two of them pathetically beg, Jade kept his head turned away, refusing to even look at them. He had nothing to say to traitors like these. Carl sighed. They actually think they can weasel their way out of this. That's just ridiculous. This level of shamelessness was beyond words. They betrayed their friend, tried to kill him. Now that they were caught, they were crying about friendship to get off easy. What a joke. Still, the heart of a traitor is cold, but the heart of someone who truly cared always leaves a sliver of hesitation. Carl glanced at Jade, who was deliberately avoiding their gaze. Even now, despite everything, there was a small part of him that felt something. And that was just sad. Carl leaned down, lowered his voice, and asked Johnson a quick question. After getting confirmation, he turned to the two traitors. Start talking, be honest, and I might just let you live. You'll do time, but at least you'll have a chance to get out someday. Carl tapped their heads with his tone calm, yet ice cold. Lie to me, or hold anything back. You know what happens. The instant they heard, there's a chance to live. Both men completely ignored Jade and turned eagerly toward Carl. They were about to spill every secret they ever knew. Hell, they were probably ready to confess to stealing candy as kids. But then, they saw Carl's face. Black hair, smiling expression. In a split second, their faces twisted in absolute horror. They finally realized who Carl was. KK, it's KK. One of them screamed like a madman. Please, please don't turn me into a limbless corpse and roast me over a fire. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I've got 3,000 EUROBUCKS in MY account. Just kill me quick, I'm begging you. Carl's entire face was filled with confusion. Turn people into limbless stumps. Roast them alive. Have I ever done something like that? What the hell kind of reputation do I have? As Carl sat there, looking utterly dumbfounded, the two traitors sobbed like broken men. Meanwhile, Kenichiro stood silently to the side, watching. His cyber eyes flickered for a brief moment. Chapter 167, Seeking Justice. Did they confess everything, Johnson? Oh, they confessed all right. Johnson gave Carl a weird look. They confessed too much. I barely had time to sort through all the key points. Then, with an even stranger expression, he added, they weren't even begging to live anymore, just to die. Not by your hands, specifically. What the hell have you done to make people react like this? Carl let out a long sigh. How the fuck should I know? So, what did they spill? Johnson took a moment to mentally organize the information. All right, here's the breakdown. These two bastards were working with outsiders. They've been selling out their own people for a while now. Smuggling real meat into Night City is expensive. Some customers couldn't afford the full transport fee, but still wanted a taste. So these two took bribes to expose our delivery routes. The delivery guy that got killed. He grabbed the wrong shipment and saw the real meat. The people behind all this didn't want him talking, so they silenced him. As for the detective, she was snooping around at the wrong time and got caught. Carl crossed his arms, processing the new info. The smuggling routes. Standing nearby, Jade's face darkened. I thought all the recent busts were just bad luck. I assumed NCPD was behind it, confiscating the shipments. Johnson let out a short laugh. NCPD, confiscating meat? Oh kid, we never got any of that. I remember getting reports about smuggling, yeah, but when we showed up, all we ever found were bodies. He scoffed. All we did was collect the corpses. But hey, at least we got to call it a successful operation for the records. Jade clenched his fists. Those two bastards, I actually believed it was the route itself that was compromised. I thought it was a coincidence. He took a shaky breath, his rage barely contained. 6 men. 6 of our own. Men who grew up together, trusted each other. And they sold them out like it was nothing. For what? Johnson exhaled sharply, his tone flat. 5,000 eddies. Jade froze. Johnson continued. I checked their transactions. Altogether, they made about 20 grand from this. But they spent most of it already. The last 5,000. That was just sent to them recently. Carl let out a low whistle. Selling out your own crew for just 5,000 eddies. That's fucking pathetic. Without hesitation, Carl pulled up his interface. A moment later, 5,000 eddies transferred to Jade. Jade blinked in confusion. Carl shrugged. Their blood money won't bring anyone back. But at least their families can buy a gun. In this city, being unarmed isn't an option. Jade stared at Carl for a second. Then, with a slow nod, he accepted the funds. Yeah. They'll need it. After a brief pause, Jade pulled up his own account. A moment later, he sent back the 10,000 eddies Carl had originally paid him for the meat. The pigs are gone. Deal's off, you get your money back. Carl rejected Jade's transfer request. Hold on. Carl flashed a grin. The meat isn't necessarily gone. We still need to have a little chat with the guy behind all this. He took my pork without permission, didn't he? Jade pressed his lips into a thin line, staring at Carl for a long moment. Then, with a heavy nod, he muttered. Thanks. What for? Carl laughed. I was gonna rescue someone anyway. A cat-eared detective trapped in a villain's lair, waiting for me to save her. Taking down the evil dragon is just part of the job, right? Carl climbed into the Enforcer. Johnson, let's drive. Johnson raised a brow. Hold up. My guys aren't here yet. I need to hand these two over first. Also, he shot Carl a look. I might not be able to drop you off at your next destination. That place. You're planning to storm in, aren't you? Carl smirked. When the alarms go off, please try to stall for a bit, will you? Stall, huh? Johnson grinned. I don't have that kind of authority. Buet. If a call for backup happens to come in, I might suddenly find my belt too loose, my uniform a bit messy. He shrugged dramatically. Wouldn't be right to head out in such an undignified state. Might need a good half hour to fix it. After all, NCPD is Night City's proud enforcer of justice, aren't we? Carl chuckled. Gotta look sharp for the important folks. As he scrolled through the location Johnson had just sent him, Carl's grin widened. North Oak, Westbrook. The only district in the city with no gangs, no slums, just pure high-class elite living. Fancy. An ordinary merc like me. Invited to see the high life. What a privilege. Carl's smile turned sharp. Wonder how this greedy bastard will feel when he sees me at his doorstep. A man who already has wealth, yet still chooses to cut corners to save a few bucks. At the cost of 6 lives. I wonder, will his attitude toward death be any different from theirs? If he doesn't react the way I want him to. Carl cracked his knuckles. I might just have to try a few alternative methods. After NCPD backup arrived, Johnson slid into the driver's seat. This time, this police vehicle wasn't heading to uphold the law. It was heading out to deliver justice. You coming? Carl stood by the open door, looking at Jade. The man was watching as the 2 traitors were dragged into a squad car. Jade tightened his grip on his Lexington. Of course. He firmly shook Carl's hand. For my brothers. We have to make this right. It didn't matter if it was for those who had already fallen, or for the ones who still thought they were brothers. Justice had to be served. Even if all he had was a Lexington. Even if all he could do was stand beside Carl. That was enough. Seated in the front passenger seat, Kanekairo remained silent. He simply opened a secure line and made a call. Not long after, in Japantown, a group of Tiger Claws received an urgent message from the top. A certain elite resident of North Oak. Someone who had paid them handsomely for emergency protection services. Just had their contract revoked. The reason? They dared to mess with the dangerous girls' detective agency. Chapter 168, North Oak. This is my first time in North Oak. Gotta say, the place really does feel different from the rest of the city. Elite folks sure live in style. Stepping out of the car and shutting the door behind him, Carl took a moment to glance around. He scanned the elevated district, expecting to see something specific, but when he didn't, he turned to Johnson with a puzzled expression. Johnson, wasn't North Oak supposed to have top-tier security? I heard that even taking a stroll here means you'll have countless security drones and sentry turrets locking onto you. Why does it feel so peaceful? You're thinking of how it was before the Reconstruction. No matter how strict security is these days, no district in Night City is gonna be turned into a full-on fortress. The big shots living in these mansions, they don't trust centralized security. Before, Arasaka handled all the defenses, but now, with North Oak becoming a new hub for high society elites, they all prefer their own hired guns over a unified security force. Johnson shrugged. This district is home to people from Militech, Arasaka, and every other major corp. You think they just hand over security to their rivals? That makes sense. With that little history lesson, Carl understood the situation. So, basically, I don't have to fight my way through dozens of sentry turrets and an army of armed drones just to break in. Inside his mansion, maybe, but outside, forget it. Damn, that kinda kills my excitement. Carl sighed. He had just been running high-level breach scenarios on his training chip, and now there wouldn't even be a chance to put it to real use. What a letdown. But don't get careless. You never know what kind of security setup these rich bastards have inside their homes. Anyway, this is as far as I can take you. You got everything figured out from here. Crystal clear, Johnson. Carl grinned. A private estate complete with its own garden and swimming pool, overlook villa, right? Those 2 snitches gave me all the details. Didn't take much digging to confirm it. But it's kinda ironic, isn't it? A guy who owns a €5 to €6 million mansion, 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, yet he's pinching pennies on security costs by trading lives for savings. Classic. Think high-end standalone homes in California for reference. That kind of irony is exactly why he can afford to live in a place like that. Johnson didn't say much else. Instead, he reached over and handed Carl his freshly acquired Ajax M251S. Carl blinked, caught off guard before his face lit up. Wait, seriously? You're giving it back when this is over? Of course, but are you sure? Just consider it my way of pitching in. Johnson shoved the gun into Carl's hands and turned away as if it was no big deal. I can't help with the job itself, but the least I can do is make sure you're properly armed, and be careful with it. I just bought that thing, haven't even fired it much yet. Don't worry, Carl said with a smirk, gripping the Ajax tightly. I'll put it to good use. Carl wasn't particularly concerned about the Ajax rifle itself. If he wanted one, he could easily buy it. What he valued more was the meaning behind Johnson handing it over. Holding the rifle with care, he glanced at Jed and Kenakairo. All right, let me go in first. Kenakairo was both his superior and an observer for this mission, so there was no reason for him to take the lead. As for Jed, he only had a Lexington. Sending him in against potential villa security would be suicide. From the start, Carl had planned to clear the place himself. With just midnight, his firepower would have been lacking without backup from Jack and the others. But now, with Ajax in hand, that was no longer a problem. After a quick weapon check, Carl moved forward. One thing was undeniable: North Oak, perched high in the hills, truly lived up to its reputation. Compared to the rest of Night City, the streetlights here were pristine. As he walked along the winding mountain road, not a single light flickered or was dead from poor maintenance. The evenly spaced lamps glowed like guiding beacons, illuminating his path as he steadily ascended. Carl had only one thought in mind. Climbing hills on foot sucks. Why do rich people love high places so much? Office buildings, meeting spots, even their damn houses, always at the top. If NCPD could have driven straight into North Oak without drawing attention, Carl would have gladly let Johnson drop him off at the front gate. That way, he could have just stepped out, guns blazing, job done. Too bad my personal chauffeur isn't around. While Carl grumbled internally, the two men behind him had entirely different attitudes. Kenakairo remained as calm as ever, his expression unreadable, cybernetic eyes flashing intermittently, likely engaged in data transmission or remote communication. Jed, on the other hand, was clutching his Lexington tightly, his face a mix of excitement and nerves. Even Oliver, who had grown up in a gang family, hadn't participated in a full-blown raid before joining 6th Street, let alone Jed, whose family was in logistics. At most, he'd pulled a gun on some street punks in a standoff. But this, going after a corporate elite, this was a whole different level of thrill. So this is the life of a merc. Is this what Oliver does every day? If Carl had heard Jed's thoughts, he probably would have rolled his eyes and shot back. What kind of mercenary has to walk to their gig when they don't have backup? Luckily, the trek wasn't too long. Otherwise, lazy as he was, Carl might have seriously considered flagging down a passing car for a lift. If there was one thing North Oak's roads had in abundance, it was luxury cars. One after another, sleek, high-end vehicles cruised past, their wealthy occupants throwing curious glances at Carl and his group. Even these rich folks seemed surprised. Who the hell walks in North Oak? But their curiosity didn't last long. For the wealthy elite, small things like this were nothing more than fleeting distractions, momentary amusements before being discarded from their thoughts. Unless it directly affected them. After all, what could a few random pedestrians possibly have to do with them? It's not like some street thugs would be bold enough to target them, right? Chapter 169, Fujiwara Yoshinaga. The transport operation has been exposed. Fujiwara Yoshinaga, seated on the luxurious sofa in his villa's grand hall, sipping red wine, frowned slightly as he read the incoming message. He vaguely recognized the sender, one of the low-level logistics workers responsible for supplying his fresh meat. So the operation got exposed. Does that mean my transactions, paying for meat deliveries, have been uncovered? Useless bottom feeders. At 28 years old, Fujiwara Yoshinaga hailed from an aristocratic Japanese family, one that once held noble status. But after losing a power struggle, he had been forced to relocate to Night City, now in his 4th year here. His feelings toward the city? Nothing but disgust. No servants, no personal butlers, nothing. Everything had to be personally arranged, personally handled. He was sick of it. Just earlier today, the so-called trained chef he had hired, who boasted a degree from a prestigious culinary school, had utterly failed at making even 3 simple meals. So, naturally, he fired him not too long ago. And now, just as he was planning to hire a new chef, he suddenly had a problem with his food supply. Handle it yourself. I'm paying you, and I already cleaned up your mess when you botched the shipment. I even had my men take care of that idiot who picked up the wrong package. If you still want to get paid, then fix it yourself. After sending off that half-hearted reply, Fujiwara turned his attention to another concerning message, a contract termination notice from the Tiger Claws. Frowning deeper, he immediately contacted the chief of his villa's security team. The Tiger Claws suddenly terminated my security contract, probably because someone from my family is still pulling strings, trying to take me out. Keep your men alert tonight. But this time, he received no response. His brows furrowed further. Savage, useless Americans. He cursed under his breath. If it weren't for security concerns, he would have disposed of them long ago. Just like that useless chef, drowning them in his swimming pool, shattering their bodies, and using them as fertilizer for his garden flowers. His flowers had been looking weak lately, struggling from poor nutrition. And if it hadn't been for that pathetic logistics worker insisting on staging the murder as a street gang hit, he would have already ground up the pig bones and used them for fertilizer. Just thinking about it irritated him. Not to mention, that same security team had already caused him a massive headache. When he ordered them to clean up the loose ends, they not only grabbed the delivery guy, but also brought back a tailing detective. And not just any detective. A dangerous girls detective. That wasn't someone they could just kill and forget. Murdering some random bottom feeder was a trivial matter, something that could be forgotten the next day. But kidnapping a dangerous girls investigator. That was the kind of shit that could get him killed. These fools will snatch anything, huh? If it weren't for hacking into the detective's neural chip, confirming her movements weren't being tracked, and double-checking security logs to ensure no one had spotted her abduction, he would have already been scrambling to negotiate a way out of this mess. Still, keeping her locked up indefinitely wasn't a solution either. He needed to stage an accident, something that would eliminate both her and his security team. Once they were dead, all he had to do was delete the mission records and silence any remaining personnel. Make sure there were no loose ends. Even if the real power behind dangerous girls suspected something, they wouldn't be able to act openly against him. After all, his ancestors had served the emperor with unwavering loyalty. Even if he was a disgraced exile, they wouldn't disregard centuries of allegiance over a minor inconvenience, right? But there was another reason he couldn't just release the dangerous girls detective, an even bigger issue. The moment she was brought into his villa, while he was away, she had attempted an escape, and accidentally saw something she shouldn't have. Fujiwara Yoshinaga had confidential records, data he had secretly compiled to assist a certain high-ranking figure back in Japan after being exiled to Night City. That information was far more critical than kidnapping and detaining a dangerous girls detective. It could not be exposed. If it ever got out, Fujiwara Yoshinaga would have no chance of survival. Truth be told, he had considered alternative solutions, perhaps hiring a netrunner to wipe the detective's memory entirely. Or better yet, just eliminating her outright, either personally or through his security team. But he didn't trust them. He didn't trust any netrunner he could hire, and he certainly didn't trust his security team. What if the hacker decided to sell that classified memory data instead? What if his security team slipped up and leaked the truth about her murder? Fujiwara, knowing how unreliable and self-serving people were, was deeply paranoid about betrayal. And honestly, he wasn't even surprised by their incompetence anymore. If those idiotic mercenaries hadn't grabbed the detective in the first place, he wouldn't be in this situation, unable to kill her, yet unable to let her go. They had put him in an impossible position, and now he had to figure out how to escape it. Fujiwara was fully aware of his own predicament. Kidnapping a subordinate of a major power. That alone was a death sentence. If he killed her, her superiors would hunt down the culprit, and the moment they found out he was involved, he was finished. If he let her go, she would escape with valuable intel, and he'd be as good as dead anyway. There was only one option: keep her imprisoned until he could stage an accident. The plan was simple. He would eliminate the detective and his security team in one go, frame it as an unfortunate incident. Then he'd plead ignorance, offer the dead security team as a scapegoat, and invoke the old loyalty his family had shown to the emperor as protection. If everything went smoothly, the higher-ups might just let it slide. Damn it! Fujiwara slammed his fist onto the glass table, hard enough to rattle his half-empty glass of red wine, causing some to spill onto the surface. The fact that he was forced to rely on delaying her disappearance instead of executing a clean kill, all because he needed more time, was insulting. This whole mess, the fault of those idiotic American mercenaries. If he weren't forced to hire outsiders, if he weren't constantly paranoid that Japanese hires would contain spies from his own family, he never would have ended up like this. Those American fools are utterly useless. Fujiwara glared at his message log. His security chief still hadn't responded. How dare they? Ignoring a direct message from their employer. Not even a simple yes or understood. These arrogant Americans. They didn't know how to bow, they didn't know how to show respect, they didn't know how to follow orders. And they were terrible at their jobs. Why the hell had he hired them in the first place? Then, amidst his rage, Fujiwara suddenly felt something was off. The villa was too quiet. Too quiet. His biomechanical guard dog, the one patrolling the perimeter, wasn't sending any signals. Why? Chapter 170, Do You Feel It Now? Fujiwara Yoshinaga sprang up from the sofa, his hand instinctively reaching into the crevice between the cushions. With a swift motion, he pulled out a Yukimura smart pistol, his fingers wrapping tightly around the grip. At the same time, he frantically tried to contact his security team and sync with his biomechanical guard dog. Yet, no response came. Silence. An unnatural silence. Something was wrong. No. Something is very wrong. What the hell happened? Why was every connection cut? Why wasn't his security team responding? Was the signal being jammed? He checked, no disruptions detected. His comms were functional. Which meant it wasn't interference. They simply weren't there anymore. His mind suddenly flashed back to the terminated Tiger Claw's security contract. A sharp, suffocating feeling gripped his chest. He was in danger. Desperate, he switched to his last available option. Emergency services. NCPD emergency line. NCPD, my estate has been breached. Possible intruders, I need immediate assistance. My address is... A calm, youthful male voice cut him off. We'll be there as soon as possible, Mr. Fujiwara Yoshinaga. Click. The line went dead. Fujiwara Yoshinaga froze. His blood ran cold. How did the dispatcher know his name before he even said it? How did he know it was him calling? An overwhelming sense of dread sank into his gut. His fingers tightened around the Yukimura. Then, a sound. A soft creak from the left side of the room. The door opened. The absolute silence of the villa was shattered by the gentle groan of hinges. Fujiwara Yoshinaga spun on his heels, the barrel of his Yukimura snapping up to aim. His cybernetic eyes adjusted instantly. Ballot box with check infrared scan, right arrow, nothing. Ballot box with check night vision, right arrow, nothing. Ballot box with check smart targeting, no hostiles detected. The room was empty. The door had simply opened on its own. Fujiwara broke into a cold sweat. That door. It leads to the inner hallway. There are no windows nearby. No drafts. And most importantly, he locked that door himself. Every fiber of his being screamed, "Run!" But he couldn't move. He stood, rooted in place, as his breathing grew ragged. His left eye locked onto the open doorway. His right eye flicked to the floor-to-ceiling window on the opposite side of the room. Outside was his darkened garden, shrouded in shadows. Slowly, step by step, he backed away, until his shoulders pressed against the solid concrete wall. A thin sense of relief flickered through him. At least now, no one could sneak up behind him. If anyone dared to move, his cybernetic optics and smart targeting system would lock onto them instantly. All he had to do was pull the trigger. Click! His gun snapped to the right. The floor-to-ceiling window had just unlocked. It slid open. By itself. No one was there. His breathing hitched. His hands trembled. His mind screamed at him to get out. But his legs wouldn't move. No. No, no, no. Stay calm, stay rational. Think. Then. Cracked. A sound. Right behind him. Too late. His body jerked as he tried to turn. But before he could even react. Boom. The wall behind him exploded. A hand shot through the concrete, gripping his wrist in an unbreakable vice. Before Fujiwara could scream, he heard it. A sharp crunch. His smart pistol, his Yukimura, was being crushed. His cybernetic fingers, shattering within the grip of an unseen force. Bone and metal, cracking together, mangled beyond repair. The pressure was unbearable. Pain shot through his entire nervous system. His mind could no longer process what was happening. Then, through the splintering concrete, through the crimson haze of agony, he heard a voice. A voice dripping with amusement. A voice that mocked his fear. So, Fujiwara, do you feel it now? You like breaking things so much. Why not try feeling what it's like to be broken yourself, Fujiwara Yoshinaga? The exact same voice from his NCPD distress call echoed behind him. In that instant, a second hand shot out from the shattered wall and clamped around his throat. Fujiwara couldn't even scream. All he could do was gasp as his body was yanked backward, his skull cracking hard against the jagged concrete. Pain exploded through his head. His vision blurred as he was dragged through the collapsed hole. For a brief moment, his mind teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Then, thud, Fujiwara hit the ground hard. The iron grip around his throat vanished. Gah, cough, cough. He doubled over, choking violently. Saliva splattered onto the floor as his entire body convulsed. It felt like his lungs were being forcibly ripped from his chest. Ah, choking is pretty unpleasant, isn't it? The voice was mocking. Footsteps approached. Then, a quadrupedal machine padded softly to his side. A biomechanical guard dog, its metallic eyes glowing in the dim light. A giraffe cybernetic hound. Damn, you really splurged on security. Took me a bit of effort to hack into it, you know. The voice's owner finally stepped into view. One hand idly petted the machine's head. The other casually tucked into his pocket. I used to laugh at Oliver for never seeing a real dog before. Guess this fancy toy will be a nice introduction for him. Fujiwara curled into himself. Like a wounded animal, he trembled on the ground. It was fear. A deep, paralyzing fear. His mind raced. His breathing hitched. But his right hand subtly reached toward his coat. Hiding a gun, huh? The voice was amused. Smart move, you're hoping I'll drop my guard, right? Go ahead, draw it. I'll give you one shot. Now. Fujiwara lunged, his left hand yanking a Kenshin pistol from his coat. He barely got the barrel halfway up. Crunch. A boot slammed down onto his wrist. Cracked. His fingers twisted. His bones and cybernetics snapping under grinding pressure. Aohhh. Fujiwara screamed in agony. But the pain didn't stop. Swish. A thin, glowing filament flashed in the darkness. Fujiwara fell silent. His voice was gone. His vocal cords severed. Precise, surgical. Not a single unnecessary organ was damaged. Just enough to ensure he would never speak again. Fujiwara writhed on the ground, gasping. But no sound came. Only dry, rasping wheezes. As he rolled over, his vision finally cleared. And he saw his attacker. A young man with jet black hair. Cold eyes stared down at him. No anger. No hatred. Just pure indifference. So, do you feel it now? The suffocation. The silence. That moment of helplessness, where you sink into the darkness and realize no one's coming to save you. Maybe, just maybe, you're starting to understand what those people you killed felt in their final moments. Fujiwara's pupils shrank. His breathing quickened. His mind reeled in disbelief. He knew that face. He knew that name. KK. Impossible. This is impossible. We have no history, no connection. Why is he here? Why is he doing this to me? Chapter 171, The 100 Ninja Squad Extra. Breaking into the mansion and wiping out Fujiwara Yashinaga's security team didn't take Carl much time. About 30 seconds, give or take. However, dealing with the biomechanical guard dog took him a full 2 minutes. Not because the thing was particularly strong, even with its built-in machine gun that popped out of its back. The issue was that Carl found it interesting. He wanted to capture it intact and bring it back for Oliver to mess around with, which meant he had to be extra careful. In the end, he had to overclock his neural response system, enduring a sharp jolt of pain through his nerves just to outmaneuver the dog and hack into it with a monowire connection before it could react. Still, not a bad deal. He patted the synthetic leather and artificial fur covering the mechanical dog's head. It felt just like the real thing. Satisfied, Carl stood up and glanced over at Kanekairo, who was still scanning Fujiwara Yashinaga's mind for intel. Not done yet, Mr. Kanekairo. Jade's been waiting to gut this bastard. Carl gestured toward Jade, but the man immediately shook his head. No rush, Carl. Take your time, Mr. Kanekairo. I can wait. At this point, Jade wasn't nervous anymore. If anything, he was still trying to process what had just happened. Carl had told them he'd go in first to scout and clear the area. Jade had expected some sort of signal, maybe a call for backup, maybe an order to charge in. Instead, what he got was Carl's message. All clear. All clear. With his Lexington gripped tightly, Jade cautiously stepped into the mansion. What he saw left him stunned. Carl really had cleaned the place out. All 8 of Fujiwara's professional security personnel, the kind that could wipe out an entire gang squad, had gone down without a fight. Jade had mentally prepared himself for a brutal, drawn-out firefight. And for what? The enemies didn't even last a single round against Carl. Now, standing among the bodies, Jade finally understood why Carl, Night City's infamous merc KK, had such a terrifying reputation. Meanwhile, Kanekairo remained focused, his optical implants flickering as data streamed through them. He stayed silent for another full minute before finally disconnecting from the half-conscious Fujiwara. For this job, I'm adding an extra 100,000 eddies to your end-of-month paycheck. Carl's monthly salary was around 300,000 eddies. An extra 100K. That was a third of his entire earnings. It even made Carl pause, his hand still resting on the mechanical dog's head. This job's worth 100K, seriously. Carl frowned. It hadn't seemed like anything special. If anything, it felt way too easy. The detective work had some difficulty, sure, but the mansion's security. Any decent merc crew could have breached it just fine. The bonus isn't for the job itself. I found something valuable in his comms data. Kanekairo turned to Jade and gave him a slight nod. You can handle your personal business now. This man has no further use. With that, Kanekairo started walking toward the main hall, subtly gesturing for Carl to follow. Jade noticed the exchange, but didn't say anything. No need to get involved in things that didn't concern him. His real concern was right in front of him, the bastard responsible for his friends' deaths. Carl trailed behind Kanekairo, stepping through the shattered doorway as the older man moved through the living room. pressing various hidden switches and panels. So, the detective is locked up in some secret room. She's in the basement, I'm looking for something else. Kenichiro's expression darkened slightly. Something far more important, a piece of evidence proving someone has betrayed Miss Hanako. Evidence? Carl listened and realized something. So, Fujiwara Yoshinaga was involved in that incident. A small fry exiled from his original family, unaware of his own insignificance. Speaking in slightly awkward but clearly Chinese phrases, Kenichiro pressed a button under the glass table. Under Carl's watchful gaze, the glass table began to rise, revealing an oval-shaped metal pillar emerging from the ground. On that pillar, there was a recess slot with a password input panel. You already know the password. On the day he lost the family power struggle. HMPH, people like him always cling to past failures. Those who remain trapped in their past defeats will never achieve future success. Kenichiro spoke in an almost lecturing tone, but instead of entering a password, he simply scanned the input panel with his cybernetic eye. The panel immediately flipped over, revealing a hidden document underneath. Clearly, such rudimentary security measures were no match for an elite's cybernetic infiltration. The document was paper-based. Kenichiro reached out and retrieved it. Using physical documents to secure leverage, trying to prevent being discarded. A foolish decision. The moment they dared to entertain thoughts of betraying Miss Hanako, survival was never an option for them. Listening to Kenichiro's overly loyal and particularly emphatic statement, Carl rubbed his arms. Probably, most likely, he was talking about Fujiwara Yoshinaga and the people behind him who wanted to move against Hanako. After scanning the document for a while, Kenichiro turned to Carl and unexpectedly handed it to him. I can read this. A bit surprised, Carl lowered his arms and reached out to take the document. Kenichiro's next words made his expression turn slightly serious. Mercenary KK. Mercenary KK. That had nothing to do with his work at Dangerous Girls. Switching to a more professional mindset, Carl nodded. Is this a contract? This contract must not leave any trace of connection to your team. The total payout is 320,000 eddies. 200,000 will be your operational budget, while your personal cut is 120,000 eddies. I need you to hire trustworthy mercs to eliminate a target. Understood. Outsourcing the contract while taking 120,000 eddies as his cut, and using 200,000 as funding to hire the right people. Who's the target? Carl only cared about that. 200,000 eddies, this wasn't a small job. One of the members of the 100 Ninja Squad. Hearing Kenichiro's words, Carl's expression turned completely serious. The 100 Ninja Squad, he had heard of them. A legendary unit, personally selected by Saburo Arasaka himself, the most elite protection force within Arasaka Corporation. Chapter 172, Truly Exaggerated plus Extra. Phew. Breathing out a puff of white mist into the chilly night air, Carl watched as the vehicle carrying the Dangerous Girls detective and Kenichiro disappeared into the distance. Then, he turned to look at Jed beside him. You're not planning on leaving yet. I should at least stick around until the goods are delivered properly, don't you think? Jed pointed to the items securely strapped to the back of the robotic dog, which he had wrapped and transported to the outskirts of North Oak. Since you're not even complaining about half the meat being gone, the least I can do is provide good service until the end. Honestly, I think the fried pork cutlet you cooked for me and Kenichiro in that bastard's kitchen more than makes up for it. Carl recalled the taste with a satisfied expression. Your cooking skills are worth the apology. You completely got rid of the gamey taste, the crispiness was just right. It was the best pork cutlet I've had since coming to Night City. Glad you liked it. Hearing Carl's praise, Jed looked a little embarrassed. Cooking an ordinary meal in a room still reeking of blood hardly seemed like something worthy of such compliments. No need to be modest about it, even my boss praised your cooking. Carl smirked, and he did it with that deadpan face of his too, saying it tastes good with a straight face like that, it's almost like he became a completely different person. Amazing. Thinking back on it, Jed felt that Carl's ability to casually request a meal in a blood-soaked mansion was far more impressive. Huh? Carl let out a yawn, starting to feel sleepy. Ahead of them, an NCPD enforcer was slowly approaching. "You're too slow, Johnson. I haven't even mentioned how you hijacked the NCPD communication line and rerouted it to your own terminal, Carl." Johnson stepped out of the enforcer. "I gave you access to the dispatch channel for monitoring, not so you could just use it however you like. I expected you to eavesdrop, not directly take calls. So, you've taken care of everything." "Of course I have. But damn it, Carl, you get an idea and act on impulse, and I'm the one stuck cleaning up the mess for half an hour." Johnson gave Carl a weary look. "Next time, don't pull something like that, all right? Most things I can let slide, but writing reports, that's the real nightmare." "Sounds like you just didn't study hard enough back in the academy, Johnson." "Even if I had, writing bureaucratic reports is a nightmare for everyone." Johnson sighed and motioned towards the enforcer with his thumb. "So, how about it? Want me to give you two a ride back?" "Just take Jed. My friend's already on the way to pick me up. Oh, and take the meat on that dog with you." "Meat?" Johnson glanced at the neatly secured packages on the back of the robotic dog. His expression shifted slightly. "You're not asking me to dispose of another corpse, are you? Rich people's bodies are a pain in the ass to deal with." "Relax. Trauma teams showed up and took his corpse away not long after he died. This is just pork. That bastard wasted half of it, but the rest was properly stored. You should take it back and have a barbecue with your squad. Think of it as my way of saying thanks for the trouble I put you through." "Pork." Johnson glanced at the large bundle strapped to the back of the robotic dog as it walked over, realizing that when Carl said pork, he wasn't talking about the synthetic kind. This was the real deal. Swallowing hard, Johnson muttered, "You know this counts as bribing an officer, right?" "Forget bribery," Carl waved him off. "I've been meaning to bring you some homemade braised pork for a while now, but when I called you back then, you were too busy dealing with police work. Take this back for your squad to enjoy. Besides..." Carl spread his hands. "Would it really be strange for the NCPD to accept a bribe?" "Not like I was gonna refuse," Johnson replied, lifting the heavy bundle of pork with surprising ease. He casually tossed the over 100 pounds of meat into the enforcer's holding compartment, normally reserved for prisoners. "If you keep helping us out like this, my squad's gonna be so grateful they'll want to become your personal security force." Isn't the NCPD already a collection of private forces, divided by whichever faction pays them the most? "You're not wrong," Johnson admitted, "but I used to think my squad wouldn't end up like that." Letting out a sigh, he shook his head. "I managed to resist corporate influence, avoided bending to the top brass, but turns out the one I didn't account for was you. Now, anytime you need something, my guys might show up faster than I do." "Come on, Johnson," Carl smirked. "You call that a private army? What, should I have ignored the only cops who actually do their jobs and started handing out favors to those lazy bastards who take bribes but never lift a damn finger?" "That's where you're wrong, Carl. You might think you're just helping us out of goodwill, but we owe you for this." Johnson gestured for Jed to hop into the police car. In Night City, someone who genuinely helps others without expecting anything in return, that's rare. Hell, it's damn near legendary. The door shut, the window rolled down, the engine rumbled to life. "Just don't forget, we can help you too." "Same goes for us, Carl." Jed leaned out from the passenger seat, waving. "If you ever need anything with logistics, don't forget about us. Everyone wants to return the favor." As the enforcer turned the corner and drove off into the night, Carl shook his head, amused. "Damn, that's dramatic." He ran a hand over the synthetic fur of the robotic dog that had nestled up beside him. "When Oliver and Jack get here, we'll get T-Bug in on it too. We'll all figure out a name for you. And while we're at it, I'll add some extra gear, make sure you're properly linked up. That way, I won't have to keep setting up security measures in my car every time. You'll be my built-in watchdog. Couldn't rely on anti-theft devices alone forever. A proper guard dog was the way to go." At the very least, this was still technically a dog, right? Carl studied the robotic canine a little closer. The synthetic leather and faux fur gave it a distinctly black and white color scheme. Like a husky? No, something was off about it. If anything, its color pattern reminded him more of a panda. A panda dog, what a weird-looking thing. Its dopey, harmless appearance was completely at odds with the fact that, in combat, it was as strong as a professional security operative. The machine gun mounted on its back could output firepower on par with Militech's Model 31 heavy machine gun. Man, the level of tech in these biomechanical animals is seriously insane. Chapter 173, Rogue plus Extra. Bella, no matter what, the dog's name has to be Bella. I think Sir Woofington sounds much better. What kind of weird British name is that? Jack, don't you think Bella sounds way better? Also, how the hell did a brute like you come up with such an overly cute name? Who cares? I just think it's a great name. Has a brave little guy kind of vibe, doesn't it? Listening to Oliver and Jack argue over the dog's name, T-Bug, watching everything through the car's display screen, finally spoke up. How about Kyukyu? Don't you guys think it curls up like a little ball? Black and white curled up, it's a soccer ball. That's way too plain. Bella is still the best choice. It means noble and excellent. Don't you think that fits this dog perfectly? Not at all. Jack and T-Bug responded in unison, shutting down Oliver's attempt at persuasion. Lying in the backseat, Carl was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected his friends to have such an oddly passionate love for pets. It was just a biomechanical dog, yet they were arguing so seriously over its name. Not that he minded. Carl himself didn't care about names much. If it were up to him, he'd probably just name it something basic like Unit 1 or Unit 2. Tuning out their endless debate, Carl turned his focus to his finances. He had just received the 320,000 eddies from Kanekairo. According to him, 120,000 of that was Carl's personal referral fee, but Carl wasn't some middleman. Hell, some fixers even paid out of pocket to grease wheels for a job. He wasn't about to pay out of his own pocket, but taking a cut for introducing work to friends felt unnecessary. Instead of keeping that 120,000 for himself, he figured he'd just pool it into the 200,000 eddies meant for hiring mercs. 320,000 total meant he could hire 2 teams instead of 1, ensuring maximum security for the job. That extra cash could go toward better gear for them too. Ensuring the mission's success was Carl's top priority. The 2 teams Carl trusted were Brown's squad and Man's squad. Brown's team had 6 members, while Man's team had 9. Their numbers weren't the same, and each squad had different strengths and weaknesses. Man's team had a hacker, a tech specialist, and a dedicated driver. A well-rounded group. But in Carl's opinion, only Man and Dorio could be considered top-tier combatants. Dorio wasn't bad, but she wasn't quite on Man's level either. Just like how, during that previous escort mission, Man was the only one sent out. When it came to a direct fight with the 100 Ninja Group target, Man was probably the only one who could hold his own. Brown's squad, on the other hand, even the rookie that Brown had pulled from the last escort job, originally left behind to collect bodies, was skilled enough to handle himself in a real fight. Brown himself was on par with Man, and his other 5 teammates were all strong fighters. Their raw combat power easily surpassed Man's squad. The downside, they were too specialized in combat. They lacked a driver, a tech specialist, and a hacker. Hiring just one of these squads wouldn't be ideal, but hiring both to complement each other, that was perfect. Brown's team would provide firepower. Man's team would cover tech, hacking, and logistics. Carl had to admit, if this was his first job acting as a fixer, this setup was looking way too good. But setting up a death flag before the mission even started, probably not a good idea. Carl skimmed through the comm messages, confirming his meeting with Brown and Man at Afterlife. Closing his eyes, he leaned back for a moment, shutting out the endless bickering over the dog's name. As Carl relaxed, letting the noise fade into the background, Afterlife was already coming into view. Not planning to grab a drink. Nah, Carl, you go ahead. Jack, T-Bug, and I have to settle the dog's name today, no matter what. Hearing Oliver's response, Carl just shook his head in quiet disbelief. What could he even say? Nothing, really. So, he just got out of the car alone and walked into Afterlife, the bar's atmosphere as eerie as ever. Emerick, the bouncer, saw Carl approaching and greeted him. "Your friends are already inside, booth 5. Got it, appreciate it." After a quick nod of thanks, Carl stepped inside Afterlife, only to spot someone unfamiliar sitting at the bar, chatting with Claire, the bartender. It was a woman. Long hair, well-kept, though clearly not young. She wore a jacket, her right arm resting on the bar as she casually held a glass of reddish liquor between her fingers. Carl immediately recognized the drink. He'd seen Jack and Oliver order it plenty of times before. A Johnny Silverhand. And the woman drinking it. She looked familiar. As Carl tried to place her, she locked eyes with him first. "Night City's newest rising merc, KK, first time meeting you." She lifted her glass slightly, acknowledging him before speaking again. "I'm Rogue." Rogue. The moment Carl heard her name, he knew exactly who she was. Rogue, the last legend of Night City, the queen of fixers, the owner of Afterlife. "KK." Carl gave her a nod in return, formally introducing himself, but didn't say much else. He'd seen living legends before. Atom Smasher was the first. Running into another, not exactly shocking anymore. Compared to Carl's laid-back attitude, Rogue seemed genuinely interested in the merc who'd been making waves across Night City. Truthfully, she'd been waiting for him. She knew he had a meeting here tonight, which was why she'd parked herself at the bar. But seeing how Carl wasn't in the mood to chat, she didn't push it. "We should work together sometime." A simple phrase, one that meant she'd be sending jobs his way soon. With that, she turned back to her Johnny Silverhand, slowly savoring the drink, clearly enjoying every sip. Of course. Carl wasn't about to turn down jobs from the most powerful fixer in Night City. His gaze briefly lingered on the glass in Rogue's hand, then he made his way toward the private booth. Seemed like tonight was a good call. Not only was he here to hand out work, but he might also be landing some of his own. The real question was, what kind of job would Night City's most legendary fixer hand out? Something worth looking forward to. Chapter 174, The Old Captain plus Extra. "Yo, Carl, you're here." There weren't many people in the reserved booth at Afterlife, just the two merc leaders waiting inside. Seeing Carl arrive, Maine raised his glass in greeting. "Already drinking." Carl smiled, nodding at both Maine and Brown before settling onto the booth's couch. "I thought you guys would be a little more tense. You said the job doesn't start tonight. Besides, I haven't had a drink with Brown since the last gig. Of course, we had to knock back a few." Maine took a long sip and downed the rest of his drink. "Right, Brown. As a merc, I can't argue with that." Brown, 46 years old, his face marked with the scars of a long mercenary career, nodded slightly. "Long time no see, Carl." "Yeah, been a while, Brown." Carl took a swig of the bottle of soda, left on the booth's table before asking, "Did you discuss the job with your teams?" Brown nodded again, this time more firmly. "The whole crew agreed to take it. After all, we've crawled out of hell together before. They'd rather trust you than some random fixer throwing gigs our way. Besides," he chuckled, "the payout is too good to turn down." Brown glanced at Maine, smirking. 16 grand per squad. What, did you strike gold or something?" "Not exactly. The money isn't mine, it's from someone higher up. You could say I'm acting as a part-time fixer for this one." Carl tapped his temple. "You guys understand the job, right? Taking down a lone Arasaka 100 Ninjas unit operative, definitely a challenge." Maine nodded, a grin creeping onto his face. "But doable. Do we have movement intel on him, Carl?" Unlike Maine, Brown was straight to business. He wanted details. The more they knew, the less chance of unexpected problems. "I'd love to say yes, but the people above me can't hand over intel directly. At least not in a way that makes it obvious. They want this to look like a random hit. So, no." Carl shrugged. "But with your teams working together, you've got the face, name, identity, and approximate location. Finding him shouldn't be too hard." Saying that, Carl suddenly remembered something. "Data streaming. The 16 grand for each team, just send it over." "Getting paid up front, huh?" Maine checked his balance and grinned wide. Damn, Carl, you're feeling generous. I always work with deposits. If I expect that from others, I should do the same. 16 grand per team is the deposit. Once the job's done, we'll all meet up at El Coyote Kojo. I'll cover the drinks. That'll be the real payout. Carl leaned back, stretching slightly. This isn't an easy gig. Take that money and upgrade your gear, maybe even swap out some implants. A full round of drinks from Carl is payment. That's worth it. Brown glanced at Carl, reading between the lines. Let me guess, the 32 grand is the full amount they gave you, isn't it? You're not keeping any of it. Bingo, but I'm just a part-time fixer this time. If I ever go full fixer, then I'll start worrying about skimming a cut. Carl waved a dismissive hand. If you feel bad about it, just make sure the job goes smoothly. If this thing gets handled cleanly, my other job's paycheck might even go up. And hell, come to El Coyote Kojo more often. Keeps the idiot gangers from causing trouble. Lately, 6th Street's been lurking around. 6th Street? They don't usually operate outside Santo Domingo. Brown narrowed his eyes. Doesn't Valentino keep an eye on El Coyote Kojo? Brown raised an eyebrow at Carl's comment. Lately, Haywood's been expanding. They got into a fight with the Tiger Claws over in West Wind Estate, and most of their guys have been pulled over there. Meanwhile, 6th Street is pissed off, so, you get it. Word is, some of those dumbasses are even planning to go after the priest. Going after the priest? That's ballsy. Even though Brown mainly operated in Watson, he was well aware of Haywood's most infamous fixer. Most mercs stuck to a specific district, just like fixers, but the ones who made it to Afterlife weren't your average hired guns. They didn't just take jobs in their home turf, they worked all over Night City. Naturally, that meant getting familiar with fixers from different districts. Just like Maine, who primarily worked in Santo Domingo but still took gigs from Cormac instead of just sticking to Faraday. Cormac, a fixer from the comics. At their level, everyone knew everyone. Brown crossed his arms. So is 6th Street trying to start a full-on gang war? More likely, it's internal power plays, someone using outside fights to wear down their rivals and move up the ranks. Carl shrugged. Not really our problem as mercs. Just keep an eye out for 6th Street jobs while you're working, and swing by El Coyote Kojo more often. A bigger presence should make even the dumbest gonk think twice. Man, you're KK. If they find out you're always around that bar, no one's gonna be stupid enough to start shit. Maine leaned back, but suddenly his cyber optics flared. Incoming call, hold on, unknown number, let me check. Carl and Brown went quiet. Watching Maine take a random merc call felt weirdly familiar. Could this be? After about a minute, Maine's optics dimmed. He looked between Carl and Brown and nodded. Some new fixer reached out to me. Says he's just getting into the business in Santo Domingo. Wanted to introduce himself and offer me a gig. But since I just took Carl's job, I turned him down. A new fixer in Santo Domingo? Who is it? Some bottom-tier nobody, Carl asked, but the answer he got sounded familiar. It's the old captain, the guy who sells used and stolen cars. Apparently, he wants to be a fixer now. Him, Carl remembered old captain. He'd bought his Hera from the guy, never expected a car dealer to start working as a fixer. Santo Domingo's still mostly run by Faraday, right? Wonder if old captain's got any shot at making a name for himself. As Carl mulled it over, his own phone rang. This time, it wasn't an unknown number. It was the same contact he used when he bought his car. No way, Carl glanced at Maine and Brown, then picked up the call. Yo, can you hear me? It's old captain. I'm getting into the fixer game now, so I figured I'd reach out. Listen, big shot KK, any chance you could bless a newbie like me and put that high-class trigger finger of yours to work? Pays negotiable. Hell, I'll make sure you've got stacks of cash to burn. Carl blinked. So he called Maine first, and now he's calling me. He felt a little conflicted. Something about old captain desperately cold-calling mercs reminded him of the early days, when he, Oliver, and Jack couldn't land gigs and had to chase down every lead. Man, it's rough out here for everyone. Carl sighed internally before properly introducing himself. This is KK, I'm listening. Chapter 175, Meeting in Person. You're still arguing, I just met a new fixer and came back. Getting into the car after leaving Afterlife, Carl looked at his 3 companions, who were still bickering over the comms, and sighed. Is naming a dog really that hard? If you ask me, either take a vote or just call it whatever you like. This kind of bionic dog just needs a connection. It doesn't even require a name to respond. This is something that needs to be decided properly, Carl. How can we just vote on it? Even though Oliver said that, Carl's words had already caught his attention. Weren't you just handing out jobs to Brown and Mann? How did you suddenly end up meeting a new fixer? You know old Captain, right? He's gotten into the fixer business recently. He's trying to make a name for himself and has been reaching out to mercs for work. Called me up and said he'd like us to take on some jobs for him in the future, big money involved. Old Captain, how the hell did he get into this? As a Santo Domingo native, it was actually Oliver who had introduced Carl to Old Captain's used car site. Hearing that he was now working as a fixer was surprising, to say the least. Fixers live and die by their connections and cash. As a well-known used car dealer, he's got both. Maybe he just thought, hey, I can do this too. Jack glanced at Carl, who had settled into the back seat. So what, Carl? You thinking of taking jobs from him? I told him if he has anything that piques my interest, he can send it my way. Carl continued, and Old Captain isn't the only new fixer I met today. The owner of Afterlife, the so-called Queen of Fixers, Rogue, was there too. She saw me walk in and asked if I was interested in work. Rogue. Hearing that name, both Jack and Oliver, and even T-Bug, listening over the comms, were visibly surprised. Jack, being the quickest to react, asked, You mean the living legend? Something like that. She's at Afterlife right now. Oliver followed up. Yeah, she is. What, you want to go meet her? Better not. Oliver hesitated for a moment at Carl's suggestion, but eventually shook his head. I'm just surprised that someone we grew up hearing stories about is suddenly in our circles now. That's what happens when you make a name for yourself in the merc world, T-Bug commented over the comms. I've heard about Rogue's skills. Rumor has it that if she wanted to, she could get you anything you need. Even the most classified corp intel has passed through her hands at some point. So basically, she's got connections everywhere. Carl shook his head. I've been meeting more and more fixers lately. At this rate, I might end up with more work than I can handle. That's a good thing, Carl, Oliver said as he started the car. Better than constantly running into assholes like Faraday, right? Oliver was still holding a grudge against Faraday for pocketing large portions of the contract money. While mercs agreed to a set price before taking a job, the fact that a fixer could take such a hefty cut meant that Oliver had zero intention of working with Faraday again. That bastard Faraday has wised up. He probably figured out that we learned the truth about the payment from Mann and hasn't even bothered calling us for jobs anymore. That whole one-and-done cash grab strategy. Jack scoffed, clearly sharing the sentiment. No sense of longevity at all. Now I see why guys like Father and Wakako are the top fixers in their districts, while someone like Faraday, despite his experience, is still bouncing between territories. No one actually wants to work for a guy like that. That kind of fixer is actually the norm, T-Bug interjected, having worked with more fixers than anyone else in the crew. Most mercs work under fixers like Faraday, or even worse, the ones who are both greedier and less competent. Ever heard of Cormac? That bastard has a reputation for selling out the very mercs he works with. I heard about him from Mann. He did a few jobs for the guy and said he's just another Faraday. Thinking about it now, if even Mann's crew had to deal with that, I guess it really is the standard. Carl frowned. So what you're saying is, as mercs who only got screwed over by Faraday, we're actually the lucky ones. Flip that thought around, Carl. Being the last to join the team, T-Bug had a sharper perspective on the matter. It's not that you haven't encountered worse. It's that those bottom-feeding, incompetent fixers knew better than to approach us, because they wouldn't be able to handle it. Pissing off the wrong merc could cost a fixer their life. And getting on the bad side of KK's crew wasn't just a death sentence, it was a lesson in suffering. After saying that, T-Bug added something completely different. So, people should stick to what they're good at. That's why I think Oliver and Jack should just let me handle naming the dog. We'll call it Ball Ball. It's Bella. Sir Woofington. I give up. Carl sighed as the conversation circled right back to the dog's name. He had skillfully changed the topic with the whole new fixer discussion, but T-Bug just had to drag it back. Resigning himself, he lay back in the seat, resting his head against the bionic dog curled up next to him, and closed his eyes. Contacting the boss. Carl, the teams have been assigned. Do you need to review the personnel? Kenakairo, no need. There aren't many merc teams in our intel that you'd work with. I already know the ones involved. The leaders are Mann and Brown from the escort mission. Figures, a detective agency operative would have that kind of information. Carl, so I make the final call on this, right? Does it need to be reported? Kenakairo, there can't be any official records, but you still need to report the operation. Be at Konpeki Plaza tomorrow at 9 a.m. No paper trail, but I still have to file a report. Might as well submit it in writing while we're at it. Kenakairo was making sure to follow protocol down to the last detail. Carl got it. What floor? Kenakairo, 100th floor, Tavernier Suite. Once you arrive at Konpeki Plaza, wait outside the security perimeter. Someone will escort you inside. After that, another person will guide you through the building. Just follow their lead and take the designated elevator to reach your destination. I'll ensure access permissions are granted. Kenakairo then added something that made Carl open his eyes. Kenakairo, also, I won't be the one you're reporting to. You shouldn't be asking where I'll be either. Not Kenakairo. Carl had already guessed what this meant, but he wanted to confirm it anyway. Carl, so you're saying? Kenakairo, Miss Hanako wishes to meet you in person. Hanako Arasaka wanted to meet Carl. Chapter 176, Konpeki Plaza. Konpeki Plaza. A building Carl had never truly stood beneath, yet one he was intimately familiar with. Back during the escort mission, this was supposed to be his final destination, the place where he was meant to deliver Hanako safely. Now, standing outside its perimeter, gazing up at the towering skyscraper that seemed to pierce the sky, Carl felt a faint, lingering pain in his body. The last time he had seen this building like this, it had only taken seconds before that bastard in an ACPA appeared in front of him, blocking his way and forcing him into a brutal fight that had nearly shattered every bone in his body. Carl glanced down at his raised hands, flexing them once before shaking off the phantom pain. Things were different now. If that same situation played out again, he was confident he could tear that thing apart, piece by piece, from head to toe, without taking a single hit. It had been nearly 2 weeks since that mission. Carl was no longer the same man he was back then. It was 8:50 a.m. The person assigned to meet him had already arrived. A middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses, the very picture of a corporate lapdog, stood waiting. He scrutinized Carl for a moment before stepping aside and gesturing with his hand, signaling that he could follow him into Konpeki Plaza's restricted perimeter. Since Hanako Arasaka was staying here, the area around Konpeki Plaza had been sealed off from the rest of the city. Anyone who wandered too close or acted even slightly suspicious would find themselves staring down the barrels of the building's autonomous security drones. That was why Carl needed an escort to guide him in. Kenakairo had explained this process to him the day before, so Carl simply nodded and followed in silence. As he walked, he carefully studied Konpeki Plaza's defenses. His sharp eyes immediately picked out multiple concealed gun emplacements hidden behind shrubs and decorative walls, both machine guns and autocannons, judging by their size. And they were brand new. Konpeki Plaza was meant to host VIPs. This level of security wasn't standard, it was temporary. Once Hanako's residence in North Oak was fully prepared and fortified, she would move there. At that point, Konpeki Plaza would return to being the luxurious hotel it was designed to be, welcoming wealthy elites from all over the world. As far as Carl knew, members of the Arasaka family had always followed this process when moving into Night City, starting with a stay at Konpeki Plaza, as it boasted the strongest security of any Arasaka-controlled property in the city, second only to Arasaka Tower itself. But even knowing that, he had never seen this level of security before. Is this because of the recent assassination attempt? Carl continued his silent observations, mentally mapping every hidden turret and sniper nest he spotted. By the time they reached the main entrance, he had counted at least 20 new security placements. This kind of defensive setup, if he wanted to storm the building from the outside, even with his entire crew, Brown's team, and main team working together, it would take serious effort. He estimated they could break through in about a minute. For a perimeter defense, that was insanely strong. If he wanted to completely obliterate the outer defenses and breach the building in under 30 seconds, he'd need an entire squad of heavy ACPA units, fully armed, a skilled netrunner to disable the turrets and drones before they could react. Or he could just call that person. Carl's mind flashed back to the figure that had appeared before him in slow time, just before he lost consciousness. His hand clenched instinctively. If it were that person, how long would it take? 20 seconds, 10. Or would it only take an instant to break through all of this? That speed, that power, the perfect fusion of cybernetics and willpower, it was an overwhelming strength, beyond human limits, and it had left an impression Carl couldn't forget. If only he had data on that guy. Facing someone like him, only that level of difficulty could be called true despair. Only then would it be worth attempting again. That day, Carl had taken the escort contract, acting as Hanako's bodyguard. Would he see him again today? And not just him, but Kenichiro as well. If he could get data on both of them, even a simulated version, one that wasn't even close to their real strength, Carl desperately wanted to test himself against them. To measure where he stood. To see just how far the gap still was. "Mr. Carl, this is as far as I can take you. Please proceed forward." The corporate escort stopped at Konpeki Plaza's entrance, stepping aside and gesturing for Carl to continue on his own. Without hesitation, Carl stepped inside. Before reaching the reception lobby, he passed through an automated security scanner. The moment the scanner detected him, an alarm blared, but just as quickly it was shut off. A black-suited woman, dressed identically to the escort outside, approached him with a small bow. "Apologies, Mr. Carl, we overlooked the fact that you would be carrying weapons. The alarm has been deactivated. Please follow me." In the lobby, more than 10 security personnel, all dressed in identical suits, likely Arasaka's Special Operations Division, stood at their posts. None of them reacted aggressively to Carl's weapons. At most, they instinctively tensed and raised their hands slightly, before relaxing again. "Did Mr. Kenichiro say I could bring weapons inside?" Carl asked. "Of course, sir." The woman maintained a deep, formal bow, her voice humble and respectful. Carl's brow twitched slightly. He was polite himself, but this level of deference was unsettling. After dealing with gangsters for so long, being feared, hated, or begrudgingly respected, this type of absolute submission felt unnatural. The way they avoided eye contact, the way they lowered their gaze. Carl wasn't used to it. The woman led him into an elevator, but did not enter with him. Instead, she stopped at the entrance, standing formally with both hands folded in front of her. Just before the elevator doors closed, she offered one final, deep bow and said, "I wish you a pleasant day." Carl raised an eyebrow. A pleasant day is that their standard farewell line. Through the narrowing gap in the elevator doors, he saw her still holding the bow, never straightening up, not even as the doors fully shut. That level of discipline was drilled into them deeply. Carl didn't feel much about it. He had worked in customer service industries before. He had seen similar levels of politeness in the past. The difference? Konpeki Plaza's staff were simply trained better. Still, "Yeah, I don't like it when people bow to me." Carl muttered to himself, his expression unreadable as the elevator ascended toward its destination. Chapter 177, Arasaka Hanako. Ding! The elevator had reached the 100th floor. As the doors slowly slid open, Carl took a deep breath, then exhaled before stepping into the spacious Tavernier suite. Right on time, not a minute late. Dressed in his usual black suit, Kenichiro stood at the entrance, nodding slightly toward Carl. "You did not break your appointment." Arriving precisely on time, breaking the appointment would have been more difficult. This skill, perfectly timing one's arrival, was something Carl had mastered back when he was still in school. "Kenakairo-san." Carl nodded in response, offering a simple greeting. However, he quickly noticed something different about Kenakairo today. On the left lapel of his black suit, where there had previously been nothing, now rested a silver chrysanthemum-shaped pin, embossed with the Arasaka insignia. Carl had heard about this before. Within Arasaka, those of sufficient status wore silver pins with the company's emblem on their left lapel. Even more prestigious were the chrysanthemum design pins, reserved for high-ranking executives who had served in Arasaka's military divisions. Seeing this pin, Carl immediately understood Kenakairo's role today. He was not Carl's superior from the detective agency anymore. He was a loyal retainer of the Arasaka family. And that could only mean one thing: Arasaka Hanako was here. "The lady is expecting you." Kenakairo spoke briefly before stepping aside, signaling for Carl to proceed on his own. Without hesitation, Carl walked forward, passing Kenakairo, and took in the full view of the penthouse suite. To the right was the bathing area. On the left, a glass-paneled outdoor staircase led to the helipad on the rooftop. Through the transparent bulletproof windows, Carl could see the dazzling lights of Night City below. Near the staircase, in the center of the suite, a small tea table was set up, positioned in front of a large indoor screen. Seated by this table, clad in the same cherry blossom-colored kimono as the last time they met, was Arasaka Hanako. She was preparing tea. Carl took a few steps closer and saw that she was whisking matcha with a bamboo chasen. Despite noticing Carl's presence, Hanako only slightly tilted her head in acknowledgement, showing no urgency to start a conversation. Since she wasn't speaking, Carl saw no reason to rush either. Looking around, he didn't see any particularly inviting seats, so he simply walked over and settled himself on a raised floor cushion to her right. Glancing at Hanako, Carl noted that she looked exactly the same as the last time they met. The same frail figure, the same silky waist-length hair, the same serene yet noble features befitting a princess of the Warring States era. There was no visible change at all. Yet, even meeting her a second time, Carl had to admit, he still liked her eyes. Those deep, starry eyes, dark as the night sky, seemed to reflect constellations, a sight unseen in Night City's light-polluted skyline. Time passed in absolute silence. The only sound in the vast penthouse was the soft, rhythmic swish of the chasen whisking the tea. After about 10 seconds, Hanako's hands finally stilled. With precise, delicate movements, she placed the bamboo chasen upside down onto its designated stand, then lifted a ceramic tea bowl filled with frothy, bright green matcha, gently placing it before Carl. "Please enjoy." She smiled at him, an expression as calm as a tea master presenting their finest brew. Carl stared at the vivid green foam. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. This ancient tradition, dating back to the Tang dynasty, flourishing in the Song dynasty, and later evolving into elaborate tea ceremonies, was something he wasn't unfamiliar with. However, steamed young tea leaves, ground into fine powder, meticulously whisked with pure spring water using a bamboo whisk. Even in 2075, this level of authenticity felt almost excessive. Seeing Carl hesitate, Hanako gently explained, mistaking his pause for curiosity about the brand. "This is matcha from Kyoto's Ippodo Tea Co. The shop has been in business for over 400 years. In my opinion, it offers the finest taste." "Oh no, I wasn't wondering about the brand." Carl thought to himself, "Matcha is way too bitter. Can I add some milk?" Adding milk was also an acceptable way to drink it, though it often drew criticism from purists. For etiquette, he had to hold it with both hands. Taking the small porcelain cup in both hands, Carl didn't bother savoring the taste. Instead, he gulped it down in one go. Immediately, a wave of bitterness spread from his tongue, trailing all the way down to his stomach. As expected, way too bitter, she definitely used too much matcha powder. As the bitterness slowly faded, a fresh tea aroma lingered in his mouth, taking a moment to reflect on the taste. Still bitter. Setting down the now empty teacup, Carl looked at Hanako. "I've finished the tea. Can I start my report now? No need. Hanako shook her head. I'm not interested in such trivial matters. €32,000, an assassination target. And all of that was considered trivial. Well, whatever. If you don't plan to listen, then I guess my formalities are complete. Carl started to get up. Can I leave now? No. Hanako fixed her gaze on him, those deep, starry eyes locking onto him with intent. I don't care about the small matters, but there is something important I want to ask you. Something important. Hearing her words, Carl, who had just started to stand, sat back down. Is it about my salary? How much of a bonus are we talking? I did a pretty good job on my last gig, right? Hanako stared at him for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. That too is a minor issue. If it's about pay, you'll have to discuss it with Kanekairo-san. Then what's so important? Let's hear it. Carl suddenly noticed a scrutinizing gaze from the direction of the elevator. Instinctively, he straightened his posture. The boss was watching. He had to present himself well in front of the boss's boss. I have a proposal. Hanako placed both hands neatly on her lap. A proposal that I believe you may find acceptable. A proposal. The scrutinizing gaze felt even sharper now. What kind of proposal? Hanako's eyes remained locked onto Carl's as she calmly stated. I want you to accept the position as my personal bodyguard. Chapter 178, Sakura Petals. That was Carl's immediate reaction upon hearing Hanako's proposal. Personal bodyguard. Wait a minute. His brain needed to process the meaning of that term. A bodyguard was someone who provided protection. Personal implied closeness, proximity, and constant presence. Combined, it meant a protector who would stay by her side at all times. Understood. I refuse. Without hesitation, Carl rejected the offer the moment he finished analyzing the term. This reaction made the burning, piercing gaze from behind him feel even more intense. But in contrast, Hanako Arasaka simply showed an expression of neither surprise nor disappointment, just quiet understanding. As expected, you would refuse, she said with a slight smile. Hanako's expression was difficult to read. Was it regret, or was it amusement? You are just as Kanekairo-san described, an untamable hawk, one that refuses to be caged. Kanekairo-san said that about me. Carl glanced back at Kanekairo, who had already turned his head, avoiding Carl's gaze in advance. But calling me a hawk, that's not exactly an unbreakable metaphor, Carl said casually. There have been plenty of falconers throughout history, you know. You mean breaking a hawk? Hanako's interest seemed to be piqued. The conversation flowed naturally in an unexpected direction, and for a brief moment, she seemed genuinely amused, as if she wanted to discuss the art of falconry. But then, from the doorway, Kanekairo let out a deliberate cough. Ahem. The sound was a clear reminder, snapping Hanako out of the tangent she was about to entertain. My apologies, she said, quickly regaining her composed expression. Then, she presented her second proposal. In that case, Carl, would you accept my patronage? She placed her hands gently on her lap. As a contracted mercenary, to aid me in certain matters, family matters, you could say, within the corporation. She was being incredibly direct about it. No coded language, no euphemisms, she simply called it what it was. Or rather, in Hanako's case, corporate affairs really were family matters. And by patronage, what exactly do you mean? This proposal interested Carl more. He was curious about the conditions. Hanako, clearly prepared, only needed to say one name to make him understand. Morgan Blackhand. I see. The legend among legends. The king of mercenaries, Morgan Blackhand. Every merc in Night City knew of him. Though a lone wolf, he had received backing from Militech, often serving as their trump card in key operations. For example, during the Fourth Corporate War, he played a pivotal role in the Arasaka Tower nuclear attack, which ultimately tipped the scales in Militech's favor. The Fourth Corporate War, a global conflict that started as a battle between two oceanic oil giants, CINO and OTEC, over the acquisition of IHA. The war escalated when Militech and Arasaka intervened, culminating in the Arasaka Tower nuclear attack, marking Militech's Pyrrhic victory. Arasaka Tower nuclear attack. On August 20, 2023, a Militech-backed tactical unit launched a nuclear strike on Arasaka Tower, one of Arasaka's last strongholds in America. Among those involved were legendary mercenaries such as Morgan Blackhand, Shaitan, Rogue, Johnny Silverhand, and Spider Murphy. Despite Arasaka's attempts to stop them, including the deployment of Atom Smasher, the operation succeeded, securing Militech's victory. Recalling the events of that day, Carl fully grasped Hanako's intentions. "You want me to be your strategic piece in critical moments." Precisely. Hanako didn't bother sugarcoating it. "So, I'd be working for Arasaka." "No." Hanako's expression turned serious as she corrected him. "You wouldn't be working for Arasaka." She looked straight into his eyes. "You'd be working for me." For Hanako Arasaka. Silence filled the air before Carl spoke again. "And what kind of patronage are we talking about? If you agree, I can provide you with any state-of-the-art Arasaka equipment you desire." "And who would my targets be?" "Militech, Kangtao, Nightcorp, Biotechnica, any corporation, really." She smiled slightly. "And of course my own family, if necessary." Carl exhaled slowly. "At the very least, I wouldn't be asked to go after some street punks, huh?" Hanako chuckled softly. "No, that would be beneath you." Carl narrowed his eyes. "Why?" The moment he asked that question, he heard footsteps behind him. Kenichiro was moving, perhaps to intervene. As if Carl had just stepped into a question he wasn't meant to ask. "Let me know if you'd like any adjustments." Before Kenichiro could take another step forward, Hanako responded without hesitation. "Because whether it's a hawk or a fledgling chick, I dislike them both." "A hawk or a chick, huh?" Carl noticed that Kenichiro had stopped moving behind him. "So what are you then, a dove?" Dove, that was the label given to Hanako's mother, Michiko Arasaka, within the factions of Arasaka. Those aligned with Michiko inherited their loyalty from her father, Kei Arasaka, and were predominantly based in America. Their political stance revolved around reforming the corporation and integrating peacefully with the West. "I am not." Once again, her voice carried not a hint of hesitation. "I am not any kind of bird." Hanako's gaze was unwavering. "I am Hanako Arasaka." So her ideology was entirely her own. She didn't serve Saburo Arasaka. She didn't align with Satenaka Arasaka. She didn't even tread the same path as her own mother, Michiko Arasaka. This level of defiance, this level of ambition, it was so very Arasaka. "I understand now," Carl muttered. "You truly are an Arasaka through and through." "It is precisely because I am an Arasaka that I possess this resolve." Hanako took pride in her name and lineage. "It is precisely because of that I have the resolve to change the world myself. Because only from such a position could one even dare to attempt such a thing." Carl's expression grew serious. "What is it that you want to do?" Hanako's response was as unfiltered as her ambition. "I want to become the master of Arasaka." There was no disguise, no embellishment, just raw ambition. "Why? Why you? What right do you have?" A girl who barely survived an assassination attempt. A girl who needed to recruit a street merc like me for protection. "What gives you the right?" Carl already knew the answer. Her surname. It was precisely because she bore that name that she had the will to claim what was hers. It was precisely because she bore that name that she had the right to act. Carl recalled a certain story about Saburo Arasaka, a man who once broke away from the family, forming his own faction in a bid to overthrow his own bloodline's rule over Japan. Was every Arasaka this rebellious? This relentlessly ambitious? A fledgling chick caged in confinement can never fly. A dove can push open the cage and take to the skies. But a hawk soars above all else, and beyond even that sky. There is only the sun. A child born under the clear sky is called Hanako. Carl understood her ambition now. But he had one last question. "Why do you trust me?" There was no hesitation in her response. Nor was there any doubt. Hanako simply spoke words that Carl knew all too well. Words he himself had once said before. A sakura tree has shed countless petals throughout its lifetime, but among them, there was one that happened to fall into the hands of the one who saved it. Simply put, you just happened to be here. Chapter 179, A Sense of Mission. Everything you heard today, keep it to yourself. Inside the descending elevator, Carl nodded at Kenakairo's words. Of course, I won't say a word, after all. Carl let out a small smile. I've reached a sponsorship agreement with you, haven't I? I don't know why Miss places so much trust in you, Kenakairo replied, his voice steady, but with an unmistakable underlying pressure. But I hope you won't disappoint me by doing something irrational. He didn't move an inch, but the weight of his gaze carried a sharp intensity. Compared to Miss finding out that someone she trusted betrayed her, I think she'd find it much easier to accept that the person she trusted simply met an unfortunate end. Is that so? Carl responded calmly, but his gaze shifted, locking onto Kenakairo. His wrist lifted slightly. Then let me turn the question around, Kenakairo-san. Turn it around. Who do you truly serve, the leader of the doves or the Miss you claim to protect? Carl's words made Kenakairo freeze. For the past 14 years, since inheriting Kenakairo Ikuru's role, he had acted as a guardian, almost a father figure, to Arasaka Hanako, who had been raised in Japan. And in all that time, he had never once questioned this. Because in his mind, how could a father and son, or a mother and daughter, ever belong to separate factions? Of course. Halfway through his sentence, he realized he didn't know how to finish it. If he said his loyalty was to Hanako, it was Arasaka Michiko, Hanako's mother, who had assigned him to protect her. But if he claimed to be loyal to Michiko, then why had he never reported Hanako's secret actions? Why had he allowed them to continue? I don't need someone who hasn't even thought through their own loyalties lecturing me, Carl said, his voice sharp. Instead of interrogating the person Miss has chosen to trust, shouldn't you be focusing on your job as her bodyguard? Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Carl glanced at Kenakairo before stepping forward. Make sure you protect Arasaka Hanako, Kenakairo-san. I'd hate for my sponsor to be taken out by some ridiculous accident before I even get the chance to intervene. You're the more capable one right now, aren't you? Kenakairo watched Carl's back as he walked away. His expression shifted slightly, then returned to stillness. His gaze deepened, thoughtful. As a bodyguard, he wasn't supposed to overthink things. And yet, he was thinking too much. Did you see through something, Carl? Or do you simply understand Mrs. Ambition better than I do? The elevator doors closed. Kenakairo never called Carl back, never asked what was on his mind. Because how ridiculous would it be? For someone who didn't even know who he truly served to question an outsider's loyalty. Meanwhile, Carl left the Arasaka building with a smirk. Internal strife, constant infighting to the point where even the so-called loyal dogs don't know who they're actually loyal to. Yeah, I've got a pretty solid grasp on how Arasaka operates now. Still, he had to admit this was an interesting idea. To rise to the top of Arasaka and reshape it according to her own will. That's some real ambition. How could I not be interested in this kind of internal struggle? A weakling with barely any support, reaching for the peak of Arasaka. And the mercenary she chose, one who was already on his way to the top of Night City. It was pure insanity. A suicide mission. And yet, why had he agreed? Carl already knew the answer. Maybe, just as Jackie and Oliver had once asked, what was his dream? Reaching the top of Night City was just the beginning, just the first step. What he really wanted was change. Changing just one city, that was too small, not enough. Ambition, true ambition, required a world stage. And at that thought, Carl's heart beat just a little faster. Why have I always pursued an endless cycle of excitement? Why do I constantly challenge myself with impossible tasks? Why do I deliberately set myself up against overwhelming odds? Why do I feel an urge to test my strength against powerhouses like Atom Smasher and Kenakairo? From the very beginning, ever since I first held a gun, I've known. I refuse to live a mundane, complacent life. A heart can grow numb. A person can spend their whole life staring down at the ground. But as long as I still exist, as long as someone like me, someone from the past, still walks this earth, then no one can say this era is over. It's about time someone in this age looked up. Looked beyond the neon haze. And saw a sky untouched by artificial light, a clear and open sky. Carl was a man of the past. What was this world worth to him? Not a damn thing. But that also made it priceless. I've made up my mind. Carl strode confidently out of the Arasaka Emerald Tower. For lunch today, I think I'll make sweet and sour pork. Back on the 100th floor of the penthouse, Kenichiro watched Carl's departing figure on the suite's massive display screen. Across from him, seated elegantly while meticulously whisking her matcha, was Hanako Arasaka. As Carl's face lit up with a bright and unrestrained smile, perfectly captured by the security cameras around the Emerald Tower, Kenichiro unconsciously stepped closer to the screen. "Miss, are you truly certain about trusting him? If we act now, we can still eliminate him and prevent any information leaks. I can activate emergency security protocols." "I trust him." Without a moment's hesitation, Hanako turned her gaze toward Kenichiro and spoke softly, her voice unwavering. "Just as I trust you, Kenichiro-san, who has cared for me like a father all these years." Kenichiro froze. It was the second time today. The first time was because of Carl. The second because of her. They had both taken him by surprise. Kenichiro opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words wouldn't come. His face tensed for a brief moment before he sighed and sat down on the cushion positioned at Hanako's left. At last, he had found clarity in his loyalty. That bastard, he really had seen through everything. Sitting in quiet contemplation, Kenichiro shifted his gaze between Hanako and Carl's beaming image on the screen. And for some reason, despite knowing he had been understood, completely and unmistakably, Kenichiro couldn't muster even the slightest bit of goodwill toward Carl. If anything, he felt a strange sense of emptiness. A hollow nagging loss. Kenichiro watched as Hanako once again fixed her gaze upon the display. He couldn't help but murmur, "He looks too damn carefree. Watching him like this, it's hard to believe he bears any sense of duty." Hanako let out a soft laugh. Still smiling, she handed him a freshly prepared cup of matcha. That's exactly why he carries a sense of duty. In Night City, a place where true smiles were a rarity, someone who could laugh so freely was already an anomaly. Kenichiro fell silent as he accepted the tea, while Hanako simply kept her eyes fixed on the screen, engrossed. I should remind her, staring at a screen for too long could affect her eyesight. Kenichiro took a sip of the tea. It was bitter. Her skills hadn't improved at all. Damn brat. Kenichiro, a man raised with the utmost discipline and etiquette, wasn't one for cursing. But in the privacy of his thoughts, he muttered one final warning. "You'd better not have any funny ideas about Miss Hanako." Chapter 180, just for the sake of it. A slow day. After finishing lunch, Carl checked his brain-dense library, realizing he had already watched everything. His training chip was still with Oliver. He and Jackie had gone to the range today, if he remembered right. No driver, but it was about time to restock on brain-dense. Maybe David had some new ones? No, their crew was probably still busy investigating that gig. Even though David was just an intern, he still had to juggle running errands and attending school. Asking him to deliver brain-dense on top of that felt a little inconsiderate. Right, he also needed to go out anyway. He had been planning to expand his gun storage as well. Time to pick up some new weapons. His megabuilding had a decent gun store, the same one where he had gotten his Overture modified. But at the end of the day, it was still just an apartment complex gun shop, no chance of finding top-tier hardware there. With both brain-dense and firearms on his shopping list, Carl finished his meal and got ready to head out again. Why didn't I grab these earlier? Grabbing his Overture, Carl scrolled through his messages while heading downstairs, checking if any fixers had contacted him. Nothing, not a single new message. Old Captain and Rogue, both fixers he had met just yesterday, didn't seem to be in any rush. Scrolling further, Carl found a message from Johnson from the night before, along with a picture. The image showed a bunch of NCPD officers huddled around a grill, barbecuing meat. Nearly half the photo was just Johnson's face in an extreme close-up. Why do old folks always take their selfies like this? But more importantly, did they just throw that pork straight onto the grill without any prep? Carl eyed the large plates of meat in the background, laid out next to the officers. Judging by his own experience in the kitchen, the pork had barely been thawed and marinated before being tossed onto the fire. Comparing the time Johnson got back last night and when he sent this message, everyone had a great time. Reading Johnson's caption, then glancing at the officers' grinning faces in the photo, each one eagerly flipping meat with tongs, Carl couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the people of Night City. As long as they enjoyed it. Just as Carl was about to send a reply, Johnson beat him to it, this time with an incoming call request. Johnson, Carl, we've got a situation. You awake? Carl, I'm up heading downstairs now. What's going on? Johnson, there's a merc, goes by Andy. One of those typical street kids, parents died when he was young, grew up surviving on his own, had a little sister, stuck with him since childhood. Bright girl, top student in a private academy. Recently, the tiger claws grabbed her and dragged her into Cloud Top. Andy tracked her down, stormed the place, and got her out. Another kidnapping. Carl instantly remembered a previous job he had taken involving the tiger claws and Cloud Top, which also revolved around kidnapping students. He instinctively frowned. The tiger claws are getting this bold, or is there something else going on here? Carl, what's the current situation? Johnson, look, I couldn't care less about the tiger claws. Let them die, not my problem. But Andy's lost it. He's chromed out, mentally unstable, and now he's running wild through Japantown with his sister in tow. People are getting spooked. I need you to go deal with him before he makes things worse. Carl, Max Tac hasn't been called in. Johnson, not all cyberpsychos get the Max Tac treatment. And Andy hasn't actually killed anyone outside the tiger claws, so those gangoons are handling it themselves. They got humiliated when he tore through Cloud Top, so they're trying to make an example out of him. But listen, I don't think the guy deserves to die. He didn't hurt any civilians, he just rescued his sister. So I'm asking you, can you get to him first? Subdue him before he goes too far. If you bring him in, I can file a bounty claim and make sure he gets processed properly. Carl picked up on something off in Johnson's words. Johnson, this doesn't sound like you. Let me guess, you're already outside waiting for me, aren't you? I'm almost at the ground floor. Just be straight with me. Ding. Knew I couldn't hide it from you. As the elevator doors slid open, Johnson was already standing there in his NCPD uniform, casually leaning against his NCPD Enforcer Squad car. With a nod, he gestured toward the passenger seat. Get in, I'll explain on the way. 10 seconds later, Carl was in the passenger seat, instinctively leaving the door slightly ajar, just a habit. So, what's the deal, Johnson? Since when do you go out of your way to save cyberpsychos? Johnson sighed, gripping the steering wheel. One part of it is just common decency. I've met Andy and his sister before. Hell, I was the one who busted him back when he was just a kid getting into street gunfights. Neither of them are bad people, just another pair trying to survive in Night City. Andy hustled his way up, made a name for himself, saved every eddy he could just to get his sister into a private academy. Kid took every job he could, pushed himself like crazy, kinda like you, honestly. He just wanted his sister to have a life worth living. And now this happens, I can't just turn a blind eye. The engine roared to life, and Johnson pulled out onto the street. And the second reason. Johnson clicked his tongue. This one's a favor from an old friend. Used to be a journalist, but now she's a fixer, goes by Regina Jones. She's trying to develop a way to suppress cyberpsychosis. Wants us to keep Andy alive long enough to bring him to her. Carl narrowed his eyes. Suppress cyberpsychosis? You serious? Thought that shit was a one-way trip. Johnson smirked. Let me tell you something that's been an open secret for years. Max Tac is full of cyberpsychos. Where do you think they find so many psychotic chromeheads? And how do you think they keep 'em stable? Carl raised an eyebrow. You're saying Max Tack recruits cyberpsychos and has a way to control them? Johnson just gave him a look, the kind that said everything without saying anything at all. I wouldn't know anything about that. Oh, come on. The Max Tack division was technically part of the NCPD, but everyone knew they were practically their own independent force. And here Johnson was, acting coy. This is basically a confession. Carl leaned back in the passenger seat, exhaling. All right, fine, you want him alive. What's the payout? Johnson kept his eyes on the road. I'll put in for your bounty claim. Also, Regina's offering 10,000 eddies if we deliver him to her. Carl let out a low whistle. 10K, huh? Haven't taken a job this small in a while. He closed his eyes for a second, then smirked. Screw it, guess I'll take it, for the kid who tore through Cloudtop solo just to save his sister. Chapter 181, Confirming the Trail. NCPD. Johnson slammed the car door shut, stepping out with his Lexington in hand. He gripped the gun with both hands, aiming it at a tiger claw thug prowling the alley with a menacing glare. Drop your weapon. Shit, it's the NCPD sticking their noses where they don't belong. The tiger claw, who had been searching the streets alongside his crew for the mercenary who had attacked them, scowled as he spotted Johnson's gun trained on him. Despite his frustration, he reluctantly lowered his own firearm. Getting into a standoff with the NCPD was bad business. If things escalated and he got caught openly shooting at the cops, his higher-ups wouldn't hesitate to skin him alive. Officer, I'm just taking a little stroll. What's the problem? Whether there's a problem or not, I don't know. But walking around with a gun that's already had its safety switched off, that's a violation of Night City Regulation, Article 17, Clause 8, which means you're under arrest. Bullshit regulation. Half the people on the street are walking around with safeties off. Why don't you go arrest them? You just looking for trouble. The tiger claw started to catch on. This cop wasn't just passing by. He was here to stir shit up. He subtly lifted his gun back up just a little. Listen, officer, let's be smart about this. No need to cause a scene. How about I pay a fine, buy you a nice dinner, and we both walk away like this never happened? We're in the middle of something important here. It was clear that he assumed Johnson was just another NCPD, looking to shake him down for a bribe. Not sure if I'm smart or not, but you just committed another offense, attempting to bribe an officer. My system already recorded it. You're coming with me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Not taking the bribe, what was it too low? How about 200 eddies? That's enough for you to enjoy yourself for a night, right? Drop the gun, hands up. 300. I'm not repeating myself. You dense motherfoo. The tiger claw's patience snapped. He had been willing to play nice at first, even offering a bribe, but this cop just wouldn't let up. Did Johnson really think he was scared of a Lexington? His subdermal armor could eat a few bullets easy. He'd only held back out of respect for the badge, but if Johnson wanted to take things there, then fine. Just as he was about to lift his Yukimura handgun, a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder. When the fuck did someone get behind me? Instinctively, the tiger claw turned his head, just in time for a tightly clenched fist to meet his face. Thud. Johnson, that's another one for you. Carl made sure to pull his punch, keeping the guy's head intact rather than splattering it against the pavement. The tiger claw crumpled to the ground, unconscious. That makes 3 now, doesn't it? Carl grabbed the unconscious tiger claw member from the ground, connecting his quick hack cable to the man's neural port while dragging him toward the NCPD cruiser parked at the alley entrance. Opening the trunk, he tossed the gang member inside before letting the data flow. Andy seems to have made it to this area. He was ordered by higher-ups to search around here. The target's location is getting closer and closer, Johnson remarked, holstering his gun and glancing at the now packed trunk. Andy's options are running out. I'll take it from here, Johnson. Carl retracted his quick hack cable. So far, we've only been taking out lone tiger claw members, keeping their higher-ups from realizing I'm involved in this. But now, we're at the limit of how much an enforcer like you can operate unnoticed. If your cruiser keeps patrolling around, they'll catch on soon enough. Then it's all on you now. If you need backup, just say the word. Johnson nodded, stepping over to slam the now overflowing trunk shut. My officers are already patrolling nearby to prevent chaos. If things go south, I can roll in with reinforcements immediately. No need. Carl double-checked his terminus and smirked. I'm a professional. With that, he exited the alley and reached out to a free squad member. Carl, T-Bug, did you check the data I sent you? Do me a favor, track the target's exact location in this area. I'll split the Eurobucks with you. T-Bug, for a solo gig that only pays 10,000 Eurobucks. Not worth my time. T-Bug, but I already locked onto the target. He's hiding in an underground parking garage. I'm sending you the address. Carl, damn, that was fast. As expected from you, T-Bug. T-Bug, cut the flattery. If you really want to thank me, bring Kyukyu over. I'll mod it and use it as a remote hub. That way, next time you're out in the Badlands, as long as Kyukyu is in the car, I can assist you remotely. Carl, all right, I'll drop it off later. Speaking of which, we've never actually met up in person since you joined. Want to have a team dinner when I hand over the dog. T-Bug, sounds good. Set a time with those two idiots who can't even name a dog properly. I need to tweak Kyukyu's systems a bit more. I'm out. Carl, take your time. With the call over, Carl checked the address T-Bug had sent. Surprisingly, it was closer than expected, only 400 or 500 meters away. At that range, any gunfire would be easily audible, yet there wasn't a single shot. Which meant the Tiger Claw hadn't found Andy within this shrinking perimeter yet. Perfect. That means I won't have to account for extra enemies in the equation. Holding terminus, Carl made his way to the underground parking lot. It was attached to a nightclub still under renovation, meaning there weren't many parked cars. After hacking into the parking lot's security cameras, Carl ran a quick hack to take control of all surveillance feeds. A figure crouched behind a Villafort Columbus V340F freight van, likely one of the workers' vehicles. The size of the Columbus made it difficult to get a clear view in the dim underground lighting, but checking it out in person would settle things. Carl disabled the parking lot's access scanners before stepping through the vehicle entrance. As his silhouette appeared over the ramp leading inside, he noticed movement on the security feed. The figure hiding behind the Columbus had shifted. Chapter 182, Andy. Andy. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, Carl's voice was clear as he called out Andy's name, hoping for a response. Bang! Carl might have been better off staying silent. The moment he spoke, as if triggering something deep within Andy, a gunshot cracked through the air, a bullet speeding straight for Carl's head. Carl's monowire flashed, slicing the bullet in midair. His eyes quickly locked onto the gun emerging from behind the vehicle, instantly recognizing the model. A Liberty, manufactured by Constitutional Arms. A power pistol that, in the hands of an experienced shooter, could rival even smart weapons in effectiveness. I'm not your enemy. Despite being shot at, Carl was a reasonable man. Before resorting to violence, he wanted to make Andy understand that he was here to help. However, Andy had no intention of accepting Carl's goodwill. As the muzzle flash illuminated his face, revealing a man barely in his early 20s, he reached for another weapon. Any merc worth their salt mastered multiple weapon types. The longer you survived on the streets, the more versatile you became. Andy, who had been in the game since childhood, carried more than just a sidearm. In addition to his pistol, he pulled out a submachine gun. The moment Carl saw what it was, he instinctively retracted his monowire and moved. Because this SMG was a smart weapon. And if Carl wanted to neutralize Andy without killing him, his only option was to avoid getting tagged by the smart gun. This guy, he's no weakling. No wonder he tore through Cloudtop solo and got out with his sister. Andy's second weapon was a Kang Tao G58 Diane, one of the finest smart submachine guns on the market, widely favored by elite operatives, including Trauma Team. If Carl got locked on, the bullets spraying from that thing would tear him apart in an instant. Diplomacy failed, now it was time to subdue him. Carl took cover behind a nearby car, briefly slipping out of Andy's sight. but he knew someone like Andy, a seasoned merc, wouldn't lose track of him for long. 1 second, maybe 2. Think. He needed to come up with a plan. Andy was clearly on the run with his sister. He had never once moved from behind that cargo van, which meant she was likely still there. But something was off. Carl hadn't heard a single sound from her. If she had passed out, that would be one thing, but if she was awake and still silent, Carl realized something far more dangerous could be at play. Andy was a formidable merc, someone capable of storming through Cloudtop alone. But his sister... Carl had heard rumors. Those who were enslaved at Cloudtop were implanted with control chips. If the tiger claws had activated something, or if she had been caught in the crossfire while Andy was fighting his way out. Was Andy still sane enough to recognize Carl as an ally, or had he already lost himself, a mad dog, howling in despair, guarding something precious that had already been taken from him? Carl had to figure it out fast. Carl took a breath as he saw, through the surveillance feed, something being tossed toward him from behind the van. He didn't need to look to know what it was. A merc's best friend, a devastating weapon in tight spaces. What else could it be but a grenade? If I didn't have to hold back, I could have blown him apart the moment he threw it. But this time, that wasn't an option. If Andy's sister was in immediate danger, detonating the grenade midair could lead to consequences Carl didn't want to see. This job is a real pain. Grumbling under his breath, Carl watched the grenade's trajectory slow down, becoming perfectly visible in his enhanced perception. Rolling out from behind the car, he transitioned into a crouch, left foot bent, right foot pushing off the ground in a sprinting stance, and launched himself toward Andy. Behind him, in the slowed perception of time, the grenade landed where he had just been and erupted in a blast. A precisely timed grenade, set to explode on impact. He's got experience. Good thing I didn't wait for it to hit the ground before dodging. Feeling the heat of the explosion at his back, Carl ended his reaction acceleration, now just 10 meters away from Andy. And as if he had anticipated Carl dodging and closing the distance, 2 glowing blue lights flickered to life in the dimly lit parking garage. Andy's optics flared to life in night vision mode, locking onto Carl while his smart submachine gun was already raised. Not Sandevistan, he just predicted I'd evade and end up on this path. But still, they were both mercs. How could Carl not anticipate Andy's next move? Data breach. Overheating smart link. Those who used smart weapons often equipped smart link cyberware, a modification implanted into the hand. And when that overheated, even holding a weapon became impossible. SSSSHHHD. Sparks crackled from Andy's palm, his fingers twitching involuntarily as he lost control for a brief moment, just long enough for his fingers to slip off the trigger. A twitching hand couldn't squeeze the trigger. Andy reacted quickly, immediately raising his left hand, aiming a Liberty pistol at Carl. Clearly, he had anticipated cyber attacks and prepared accordingly, having modified only one of his hands with a smart link. Too slow. As Andy lifted his Liberty, a perfectly timed bullet met his trajectory, blasting off 4 of Andy's flesh fingers, sending the Liberty flying from his grasp. To avoid shrapnel injuries from a shattered power weapon, especially to someone you might care about, I had to do this. Carl raised his overture, aiming at Andy's other hand. Sorry. Another gunshot echoed. This time, Carl intentionally only severed Andy's gun-wielding fingers, without destroying the weapon itself. The reason for treating smart weapons differently from power weapons was simple. For power firearms, it was about avoiding shrapnel injuries. But for smart weapons, Carl was just looking out for a fellow merc. After all, fingers could be replaced with cyberware, but an expensive smart weapon, that wasn't as easy to come by. With both hands neutralized, Carl closed the final distance between himself and Andy. Chapter 183, Breakdown. Andy. Carl stepped closer, calling his name again. No response. The young man, his fingers blown off, didn't even flinch. His cybernetic eyes remained locked on Carl, his remaining hand raising and lowering as if pulling the trigger of an imaginary gun. Not a word, not a sound, not a single step taken. Carl studied him carefully, his gaze drifting past Andy's rigid frame, finally seeing what had kept him frozen in place. There, behind the van he had used as cover, lay the reason why Andy hadn't moved. A young girl, clad in a gaudy, revealing outfit, long dead. Even from a glance, Carl could tell how she had died. A gunshot wound straight through the heart, fired from behind. She would have died instantly. His eyes scanned her exposed skin, barely hidden beneath her tattered clothes. Scars, so many scars. Carl exhaled, long and slow. No, A mechanical, hollow sound rasped from Andy's throat. No emotion, no awareness. His mind was simply gone. He wasn't cyberpsychotic. The truth was worse. His mind had completely shattered. He was broken, a man left with nothing but a body going through the motions. Carl didn't approach the girl's body. Instead, he reached for Andy's neck, his fingers pressing down on the carotid sinus. A swift, precise movement. Andy collapsed unconscious. Carl wasted no time, pulling out an audiobook, stabbing it into Andy's chest to stabilize his vitals. The dead stay dead, the living still need saving. Once Andy was secure, Carl removed his jacket. In Night City, acid rain was common, so Carl usually wore an overcoat lined with ballistic plating when heading out. Now, it had a more important job than protecting him. Dying was already humiliating enough. No one deserved to lose their dignity, too. Carl gently draped the jacket over the girl's body, covering her exposed skin, her wounds, her humiliation. That was when he heard it. Engines. Voices. That fucker and that runaway bitch are down here. Move. Find them. No one crosses the tiger claws and lives. When we catch him, I'm gonna gut him in front of that slut, maybe even have some fun first. Nah, I say we string him up, carve him up piece by piece, then turn it into a brain dance. Let the whole city see what happens when you fuck with us. 6 vehicles roared into the underground lot, packed with tiger claw gangers. Doors swung open, heavy boots hit the concrete, guns raised. This place ain't that big, spread out. There's only one exit, he's got nowhere to run. A man stepped forward, his Shinjin Smart SMG marking him as their leader. But before he could say another word, a voice rang out. Not one of theirs, not Andy's, not his men's. Something else. Something dangerous. No way out. A calm voice cut through the underground parking lot. At the same time, the garage door behind the tiger claws slammed shut, sealing them inside. Because I locked it. The thunderous clang of the metal shutters filled the air as the owner of the voice stepped forward, emerging from the dimly lit garage into view. The 24 tiger claws froze as they laid eyes on the figure standing before them. A black-haired young man, standing in the dim garage light, like a sliver of sunlight in the dark. Who the fuck? One of the gang members drew his gun, aiming at the black-haired intruder. They had come here to capture Andy, a low-level street merc who had dared to disrespect the tiger claws. But this guy... This wasn't Andy. Andy wasn't this young. Andy didn't have black hair. Andy wasn't. Someone they all knew. A shiver. Before their hands could tremble, before their fingers could hesitate on the trigger, before their muscles could react. Their hearts had already succumbed to fear. Every single tiger claw standing there recognized the man before them. Their faces twisted in expressions of pure terror, disbelief, and panic. Not a single one among them was ignorant of who he was. KK. The name sent a ripple of dread through the gang. The mercenary KK. The same KK who, according to rumors, had gotten bored one day and decided to raid a North Oak aristocrat's mansion, slaughtering the entire elite security force along with the high-ranking corpo himself. They had heard the nobleman had died like a dog. Whimpering, screaming, worthless. What the fuck was KK doing here? They were just hunting some low-level punk merc who had messed with their business. How the hell did they end up face-to-face with KK? While the others barely held onto their guns, their leader tried to compose himself. This was his crew, he had to stand firm. He took a shaky breath, forcing himself to meet KK's gaze, then mustered whatever courage he had left and spoke. What's the meaning of this, KK? Worried about misunderstandings, he quickly added. We're not after you. Andy's the one we came for. Hand him over and we'll be on our way. KK's smile was anything but warm. I was waiting for you. A bad feeling crept up the Tiger Claw leader's spine. I'll give you one chance. Explain to me why you bastards have been kidnapping people lately. Kidnapping. The leader repeated the word slowly, as if confused. Then, open fire, he's alone, kill KK. Without hesitation, the Tiger Claw leader raised his Shinjin Smart SMG, roaring an order to his men. Carl had expected this. Looks like this runs deep. He had figured they wouldn't talk so easily. But it didn't matter. If words didn't work, he'd just pull the answers from their comms. Either way, they weren't getting out. Help. Run, smash the door. No one in their right mind fights KK. Call MAXDAC. Call MAXDAC. He's a fucking psycho. CYBERPUNK. Chapter 184. NCPD at work. Scanning surveillance feeds for reported cyberpsycho suspect Andy. Negative, Captain. Cameras are compromised. Someone beat us to it. Need time to override. If we can't access them, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. WYO. An AV siren wailed as the underground garage entrance blew open, flooding the dimly lit parking lot with a harsh glow. Through the breach, a heavily armored Max TAC officer stormed inside. Max TAC had deployed after the Tiger Claws reported a cyberpsycho, Andy. Their tactical analysts reviewed the footage. The suspect was a merc who had stormed Cloudtop, executed multiple Tiger Claws, and escaped. They weren't here to clean up a gang dispute. Max TAC didn't give a shit about some dead gangoons. They were here because Andy had potential. Combat potential. And they needed recruits. The squad had lost an assault trooper in a recent op. They were short-staffed. Andy. He was a prime candidate. The team's netrunner had dug deeper. According to the Tiger Claws report, a cyberpsycho was engaging their forces. The captain wasn't about to let a recruit-tier target go to waste in a street-level firefight. So he made the call. Breached the garage with precision shotgun fire. Led the charge himself. And the moment his boots hit the concrete, he barked his orders. MAXDAC, all combatants, you get one warning. Drop your weapons, I won't say it twice. Max TAC didn't do warnings. But this time was different. One side had potential recruitment material. The other was the reporting party. The captain was a veteran. He knew how to read the room. All he needed was for the Tiger Claws to stand down. Then they could extract Andy. That was the plan. Until he noticed something was off. No gunfire. Not a single shot fired. Either the fight was over, or the fighting had never started. His visor scanner swept the area. Then a calm voice cut through the still air. You're late. His HUD finished processing. And that's when he saw it. Bodies. 24 of them. All spread across the garage floor. Each one with a bullet through the heart, each one shot in the back. No survivors. And at the center of it all, perched atop one of the corpses, elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped together, was a black-haired merc. Who the fuck are you? The captain demanded. But his visor's HUD had already pulled the data. Mercenary KK. The man didn't deny it. Instead, he smirked. If you're looking for work, you know where to find me. Then his gaze locked onto the captain. But right now, there's nothing left for you here. Before the captain could respond. Clank. The garage doors groaned open. 3 more Max TAC officers entered, weapons at the ready. The last one in spoke up. Whoever was fighting me for system control just backed off. I have full access now. Figured as much. The captain's tone was flat, his eyes never leaving KK. Looks like the street merc beat us to the punch again. That makes 3 times now, doesn't it? This guy is. The 3 Max TAC officers recognized Carl immediately. After all, he had already cleared out 2 cyberpsychos before they could even deploy. It was hard not to know him. Did he wipe them out again? 2 of them sighed, assuming it was another wasted trip. But their netrunner wasn't so quick to give up. Wait, Captain, I'm detecting another life sign. someone's still breathing. The squad had already started lowering their weapons. Now they were back on high alert. Looks like you missed a spot, Merc KK. The captain turned to the netrunner. Confirm target, any tiger claws still breathing? No, it's Andy. The cyberpsycho Andy is still alive. He's behind Carl near that vehicle. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire squad understood the situation. The captain leveled his Militech M251's Ajax at Carl. Merc Carl, stand down. The suspect is coming with us. Carl didn't even blink. He'd been on the receiving end of a barrel too many times to care. Instead, he seemed more interested in the weapon. A Militech Ajax, nice piece. The captain's patience thinned. Moved. The tension spiked. He had gone from ordering Carl to stand down to outright telling him to get lost. Sure, people joke that Max Tack was just a squad of cyberpsychos with badges, but the truth was more nuanced. Their corporate backers wouldn't fund a unit with zero control. A rabid dog that bites indiscriminately isn't useful. Max Tack still followed the old-school NCPD recruitment model for its captains. They were always selected from the best of the best. And because of that, the captain was willing to give Carl 2 warnings. If a fight broke out, there was no guarantee Carl would go down clean. And even if they did put him down, some of his own men would die in the process. That wasn't a good trade. But at the same time, the captain wasn't about to issue a 3rd warning. Max Tack didn't believe in 3rd warnings. The moment the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a siren howled from outside, growing louder by the second. SCRECH. Multiple NCPD enforcers tore into the lot, screeching to a halt. Bang! The doors swung open, and over a dozen uniformed NCPD officers stormed out. NCPD, drop your weapons. This site is under OUR jurisdiction. Leading the charge was Johnson, and while his booming voice was aimed at Carl, the barrel of his Militech Ajax, along with every other NCPD officer's weapon, was subtly pointed at Max Tack. They were all part of the same force, but everyone knew the truth. Max Tack and the regular NCPD, they weren't on the same side. And for the 4 Max Tack operatives, including the captain, the situation had just taken a surreal turn. The NCPD, the same NCPD that usually ran for their lives when Max Tack showed up, had just rolled in and pointed guns at them. For the first time in years, a single thought crossed the captain's mind. Did these NCPD grunts just lose their fucking minds? Chapter 185, Max Tack withdraws. Are you all insane? Despite being part of Max Tack, a squad infamous for housing cyberpsychos, the captain couldn't help but ask. If these NCPD gonks weren't out of their damn minds, why the fuck were they shaking while pointing guns at him? The captain weighed his options. If he slaughtered this entire squad of NCPD officers, would the psych eval team deem him unstable? Would he be forced into another round of treatment? Maybe. But since they were already in his way, the captain's finger drifted toward the trigger. He was ready to fire. All that remained was the signal to his team. Beep. Just then, a transmission came through his comms. Mission terminated. The threat has been neutralized. From this point forward, the suspect's custody is officially transferred to NCPD Senior Officer Johnson. A sharp pulse ran through his neural implant. It was a warning from higher-ups. Now that was rare. Max Tack had full operational autonomy. A squad captain could decide to engage or withdraw at will. Higher-ups rarely stepped in. But when they did, it meant one thing. This is not up for negotiation. If any Max Tack officer ignored a direct override, the corpos backing them would lock them down in an instant. After all, the corpos funding Max Tack weren't doing it out of charity. They weren't interested in keeping Night City safe. They just wanted a tool, a final failsafe to keep the city from descending into total chaos. A tool for exterminating cyberpsychos. And if the tool ever became just as dangerous, they'd toss it without hesitation. The captain turned his gaze to Carl, his eyes narrowing. A notification had just updated in Carl's file. Officially contracted by the Danger Girls. The Danger Girls, one of the few organizations that financially and logistically supported MaxTac, risking casualties to fight a merc tied to them. Not worth it. MaxTac might be full of psychos, but none of them were stupid. Looks like someone sent us a false distress call. The captain slowly lowered his weapon. With those words, the suffocating tension shattered. Many NCPD officers, whose hands had been locked on their triggers, finally exhaled in relief. Shit, thought we were really about to throw down. Even Johnson cracked a grin. To show goodwill, he lowered his own gun and smiled apologetically. My bad, someone on our end clearly screwed up clearance. I'll make sure we investigate this properly. The captain ignored him. A street merc was one thing, but a low-ranking NCPD officer. Not worth his time. He signaled his squad to withdraw, then turned to Carl. Merc KK, perhaps someday we'll cross blades. You made 2 mistakes. Carl rose from the corpses, left hand loose, right hand flashing 2 fingers. He curled one finger down. First, even if that time ever comes, that's a line that should be mine to say, not yours. I'm not a cyberpsycho. If we ever have a problem, it's because I'm the one coming after you. Then, Carl bent his second finger, closing his hand into a fist. Second, this isn't just between you and me. You're not up against just me, you're up against us. Just as that familiar voice chimed in through Carl's comms, a Thornton Hera tore through the air, screeching to a halt nearby. As the car door swung open, 2 figures stepped out, weapons in hand. KK, you didn't tell us about this rescue gig, but you told T-Bug. Seriously. Oliver grumbled, his gaze locking onto the MaxTac captain. A stunt this badass, and you didn't think to invite us. Jack, on the other hand, paid no mind to MaxTac. After hopping out of the car, he headed straight for the trunk, unlocking it to drag out a bound and beaten tiger claw. T-Bug tracked this bastard, turns out he's knee-deep in the kidnappings, so we snatched him up. Knew I could count on you guys. Carl smirked and threw Johnson a nod. I'll leave this one in your hands, Officer Johnson. Sorry to trouble you. Johnson stepped forward, glancing first at the girl's lifeless, sheet-covered body, then at the unconscious Andy beside her. He let out a deep, tired sigh. What a goddamn mess. Welcome to Night City. As Carl and Johnson exchanged words, the MaxTac captain cast one last, long look at Carl, as if committing his face to memory, before turning away. The NCPD officers instinctively parted to make way, as the heavily armored MaxTac squad walked through their ranks. Even as the officers watched them pass, many still felt a lingering dread in their wake. But the moment MaxTac was gone, their attitudes flipped immediately. All right, bag these bodies, wait, hold up, is that a Kenshin? Check their gear, we might have some good loot. Do we take the implants too? Bag the corpses, their implants are worth a fortune, strip 'em and flip 'em. Sell 'em cheap to all those poor bastards running second-hand chrome. Where to? Fingers Clinic in Jig Street. That freak might be a pervert, but at least he's the only ripperdoc in that part of town. Yeah, fair point. Carl listened to the casual, shameless chatter of the NCPD officers. Turning toward Johnson, who now wore an awkward expression, Carl couldn't help himself. Business seems to be booming lately, Officer Johnson. Spare me the sarcasm, Carl. Johnson exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand down his face, but after a moment of thought, he sighed again. This whole looting gig feels dirty as hell, but at the same time, it's kinda reassuring. It's whatever. Carl shrugged, glancing down at the tiger claw corpses. Better than letting their cyberware go to waste, or, worse, end up in the hands of some psycho gonks. Yeah, you got a point. After all, this was Night City. Chapter 186, Braindance Recording. As the NCPD officers finished cleaning up, Carl stepped up to Johnson, about to bid him farewell, when a nervous-looking officer cautiously approached them, holding something in her hands. Something wrong. Johnson, who had been ready to speak with Carl, glanced at the officer, his tone noticeably more serious than when addressing his other subordinates. Did you find anything? No, Sergeant, it's just that. The officer, a young woman around Oliver's age, hesitated, casting a wary glance at Johnson. From the way she addressed him, it seemed she was his junior, possibly even a relative. "Use my official title at work." "Yes, Sir Sergeant Johnson." "Good." Johnson nodded, then continued. "So, what is it?" "I, recorded a braindance of the whole thing." "Huh." The moment the word braindance was mentioned, Johnson's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Carl's sharp eyes snapped toward the recording device in her hands. The young officer, clearly intimidated, lowered her head slightly and lifted the braindance recorder, offering it to them. "Originally, I was just recording for duty logs, but with Carl and Max Tack involved, I figured this BD might go viral." Street-level braindances of gang fights were already in high demand, but a BD featuring Carl and Max Tack. That was gold. Not only was it recorded from a third-person perspective, making it a perfect spectator BD, but since there were no illegal elements, it could easily reach a broader audience. Hell, it might even hit the top of Night City's BD charts this month. Carl caught the implication immediately. "So you're looking to sell it?" "Yeah, the NCPD sells BD footage from duty logs all the time, but the money." The officer glanced at Johnson, hesitating before finally admitting the real reason. "It can help grease the wheels for Sergeant Johnson's promotion." "What?" Johnson froze, his face twisting in disbelief. "Grease the wheels? What the hell are you talking about?" "Uncle, you don't seriously think you got promoted to sergeant just for doing a good job, do you?" The young officer lowered her head slightly, her tone almost sympathetic. "Uncle, you're way too honest. If you don't pay, there's no way they'd promote you. You've been stuck as an inspector for years. You never suck up to the higher-ups, never brown nose, never grease palms. To them, you're just a reliable tool." Johnson's expression shifted as he processed her words. "Wait, are you saying my promotion was because of you? Wasn't it because he handled the cyberpsycho cases well? Wasn't it because he earned it?" "I wasn't going to tell you, but since Carl's involved, I need his permission to sell this BD. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother explaining this to you." Then, as if realizing something, she added, "Did you ever wonder why I always asked you for extra cash? Or why Dad is constantly struggling with money? Or why some of your team members always seem to be handling personal business?" Johnson's breath hitched. "It's because we've been pooling funds to bribe the higher-ups, so you could finally get promoted." The moment those words left her mouth, Johnson instinctively scanned the surrounding officers, searching for any sign of denial. But every single one of them had their heads down, pretending not to hear. "That bastard deputy chief, that smug asshole who called me in, praised me for finally wising up." It finally clicked. "I thought he was losing his goddamn mind." As Johnson stood there, momentarily lost in thought, the young officer turned her expectant gaze toward Carl. "Mr. Carl, is it okay?" Carl thought for a moment, then casually replied, "I don't mind, just don't tag it as a cyberpsycho case. Or if you do, make sure you specify it was those Max Tack guys." "Thank you so much." Despite being older than Carl, the officer's demeanor was nothing short of reverent. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "This BD is going to be huge. If we sell it, we might even get enough funds to upgrade our gear, or better yet, push Uncle's career further up the ladder." Having someone you know climb the ranks in the NCPD. Jack, who had just walked over, having overheard the entire conversation, couldn't help but comment. "Kinda feels like you're placing your own guy inside the force." Then, shaking his head in amusement, he added, "Weird feeling. I used to get chased around by the NCPD all the damn time. Jack, you pull some shit in front of me, and I'll still book you." Now somewhat composed, Johnson shot him a pointed look. "You were one of the biggest troublemakers in Haywood. If we weren't on friendly terms now, I'd have warned you ages ago. Relax, I'm on the straight and narrow these days." Jack grinned, then shot a playful look at Carl. "Right, Choom." "Yeah, sure, you don't even believe yourself." Carl scoffed, then sighed. "I really don't want to be the one bailing your ass out from Johnson's station. That'd be embarrassing." Then, turning back to the young officer, Carl nodded. "When the BD is ready, send me a copy. I've seen some of your NCPD duty recordings before, loved episode 4, the one where you went full auto on Maelstrom. Good quality. Great entertainment. Wait, do you even have my contact? No, I don't. Can we exchange numbers? Carl chuckled. After dealing with fixers all the time, who always seemed to know his number and address without him ever telling them, it felt strangely refreshing to be asked. After swapping contacts, Carl turned back to Johnson and the NCPD officers, giving them a casual wave. Welp, nothing left for us here. See you around, gents. Hold up, Carl, one last thing. Johnson called out, then sent over a payment transfer. You almost forgot to collect your cut. Carl checked his balance. 10,000 eddies, all accounted for. As a merc, that meant this gig was officially closed. Carl threw a lazy wave as he and Jack slid into the Thornton Hera, Oliver already revving the engine. Ping me if another gig like this pops up, Johnson. As Johnson watched the car speed off, he turned his gaze back to the unconscious Andy, now restrained, sedated, and prepped for transport. A good gig, huh? With a heavy sigh, Johnson muttered. Tell me, Carl, who the fuck else would go through all this trouble, take on max tack, even just to get some poor gonk justice for 10K eddies. Chapter 187, Exoskeleton. You actually became an official contractor for the Danger Girls. Early in the morning, before Carl had even fully woken up, Blanca's call came through, already filled with complaints. You wouldn't take jobs for me, but you turn around and play bodyguard for a bunch of cat-eared, chromed-up detectives. Just a side gig. Carl rubbed his sleepy eyes, still groggy. They threw a fat stack of eddies at me and let me take jobs on my own terms. Why wouldn't I? Pausing for a moment, he added, I've been working with them for days now. You just heard about it today. That means your intel team only just got the official memo, huh? To be precise, I was still stuck in overtime when someone informed me that the legendary mercenary KK had officially been added to the Danger Girls roster. Still pulling overtime. Carl glanced outside, opening his apartment window as the neon-lit morning glow flooded in. After checking the time, he smirked. Isn't it morning already? 7:22 a.m. Blanca's voice carried unmistakable exhaustion. I've been working for 30 hours straight. I took my last stim injection exactly 10 minutes and 20 seconds ago. Corporate life, huh? Carl shook his head in mock sympathy. Glad I never fell for your corpo sales pitch. Like your current employment status doesn't involve corpos. Maybe it was the stress of working too long, but after just a few words with Carl, Blanca felt herself relax, even her breathing seemed lighter. Though, if you had taken my offer back then and joined me, you'd probably still be working overtime right now. No way you'd be sleeping this peacefully. Carl grinned. So, what's a corpo like you doing, calling a lazy merc like me first thing in the morning? Just to whine about my new job? That's not your style. Take a guess. When I got the report about you joining the Danger Girls, what do you think came with it? Carl thought for a moment, picking up on Blanca's usual game of making him guess the news. Blanca oversaw Militech's ACPA division. She never outright stated her exact title, but if she was handling ACPA-related affairs, she was definitely high up the chain. And for someone like her, to get a specific report that she would willingly leak to Carl. Let me guess, some external assets have arrived in Night City. Given the risk of intercepted calls, Carl used coded terms only the two of them understood. This time, Blanca didn't bother teasing him further. Just as you suspected, external assets have entered the city. A fresh batch of ACPA operators. Carl remembered that particular mission, the one that had nearly got him killed. The only reason he survived was because Adam Smasher intervened, saving his target. That long-running assignment was finally moving forward. Did they all arrive together? Carl began getting ready for the day, brushing his teeth as he spoke. Vanguard. Understood. The city had calmed down. Were they sending a team in to test the waters? Am I still the target? Your registration as an official contractor for the Danger Girls was personally delivered to me by the Intel department. In other words, no one else below her knew about it. Looks like your higher-ups really want combat data on ACPA users. They're even willing to make this kind of sacrifice for it. Blanca had warned Carl long ago that Militech's brass was obsessed with gathering combat data on exoskeleton-equipped ACPA users. They needed an excuse to unleash their former trainees against him, and revenge was the perfect pretext. Even after becoming an official Danger Girls contractor, Militech still hadn't changed their plans. Aren't they worried about wasting resources, just throwing these guys at me? Maybe they think you're not strong enough to handle them. Blanca's words made Carl chuckle. A squad wearing exoskeletons, completely sold out by their own company. Their movements, tactics, and intel fully handed over to me in advance, and I'm not strong enough to handle them. Quite the arrogance. What if you get blindsided? Arrogance, no. Carl rinsed his mouth with tap water, the taste slightly bitter. I just trust you corpos. You're way better at backstabbing your own than fighting wars. You know, Carl, that's not a very nice thing to say. Blanca's tone held a hint of amusement. But then she casually admitted it. Still, you're not wrong. In the corporate world, you sell me out, I sell you out. If there's enough profit, we climb the ladder. Stick around long enough, and you become part of the system. Carl grinned. And yet, you wanted me to become a corpo. Not exactly. Blanca's next words took Carl by surprise. Maybe, I just had a personal reason. I thought you might be different, that you'd be the special one. Carl rolled his eyes. You literally just said everyone who joins a corp ends up the same. Now you're calling me special? What kind of corpo speech is that? Trying to stroke my ego. He grabbed a bottle of real water, took a sip, and fully woke up. For all you know, if I joined, I'd end up just like that former subordinate of yours, waiting for the right moment to sell you out. Maybe. Blanca's voice was calm, as if she had already considered the possibility. But if that happened, I wouldn't be able to find another KK to work for me. She spoke lightly, but her meaning was crystal clear. Anyway, you remember our scheduled dinner, right? Of course, you already paid after all. But Carl was more interested in something else. What about the intel on these newcomers? When are you sending it over? I'm free now, so I can deal with them immediately. Do you need a survivor to deliver a message to the others, or can I eliminate them all? Blanca didn't hesitate. Head to the delivery point in Little China. The code is set to our agreed time. The package contains the intel. Then she added, as for the targets, do whatever you want. Just don't destroy the chip in the back of their necks. I still need those for my professional relationship with the research department. Carl nodded to himself. So I can kill them, just not in a way that damages a specific critical point. Then he asked the most important question. What about the exoskeleton? Can I lose it? Blanca's response was immediate. That falls under my authority. Meaning? It was fair game. Chapter 188, Recent Intel Extra Plus. Little China delivery point, and the code is. Carl input the numbers and retrieved the data he needed. A single shard. On his way back, he grabbed breakfast, a synthetic egg pancake made from artificial eggs and processed flour. Crispy, yet carrying a faint plastic aftertaste, Carl couldn't decide whether it was decent or disgusting. The synthetic egg was awful. But the pancake itself, pretty good. Progress, I guess. He used to find this kind of food inedible. Now, he could tolerate the bad as long as there was something good mixed in. At this rate, maybe one day, I'll even be able to eat synthetic meat without flinching. Biting into the pancake, Carl stepped into the elevator, scrolling through the intel while sending out a few messages to Brown and Mann. Carl housed the progress, any solid leads. Brown, the target is cautious, constantly shifting locations, but we've picked up movement patterns, should be wrapped up in 10 days. 10 days? That meant before Christmas. Finishing everything before Christmas and relaxing for the holidays sounds like a bad omen. Man, we've already found a lead. Brown's team is top tier, way better at street-level intel than us. We mostly rely on netrunners, but their guys actually work the ground. This tip came from one of them. Carl got it, keep at it. After finishing up with Brown and Mann, Carl found himself wondering. Was this what fixers did all the time? Just checking in every once in a while to ask, "Hey, how's it going?" Thinking back, Carl realized something. No fixer had ever rushed him to get a job done. Most of his contracts were same-day jobs: show up, handle it, done. The only long-term gig he ever took was posing as a student at the academy. Even then, every night was packed with action: cyberpsychos, gang shootouts, you name it. And technically, he wasn't even there a full week. Guess I really am an efficient guy. Muttering to himself, Carl returned to his rented apartment, inserted the shard into his computer, and ran a full virus scan. After confirming the data was clean, he opened it. And one name immediately stood out. Lazarus. Lazarus Group, a premier private military contractor. From large-scale military operations to lone wolf mercenaries, Lazarus provides the best fighters money can buy. Lazarus, your ultimate combat support partner. Lazarus, a renowned PMC. They had pulled out of Night City years ago due to corporate peace agreements. With megacorp relations stabilizing, they had faded from the spotlight. But their name still carried weight. Carl recalled the training shard he had acquired. Inside, there was combat data from full-fledged Lazarus mercenaries. So why the hell was Lazarus showing up in the shard Blanca sent me? Carl admitted. His curiosity was piqued. Lazarus mercenaries. By Carl's estimation, a trained Lazarus mercenary was an elite combatant, comparable to Arasaka's Sandevistan-equipped ninjas with mantis blades. Top-tier muscle. Most regular mercs weren't even in the same league. And now, one of them was on Blanca's intel list. Interesting. As Carl scrolled through the shard, he realized Blanca hadn't just provided intel on the former ACPA trainee. She had practically dumped a list of every major individual who had recently arrived in Night City. To any fixer, this kind of information would be a goldmine. Yet Blanca had handed it over like it was nothing. Of course, Carl understood why. She was hiding her key target within a mass of unrelated data. Classic misdirection. It was the same trick as hiding a single person in a crowd. Even a white-robed assassin could disappear if they blended in well enough. Blanca wasn't sloppy. If the shard contained only the ACPA trainees' data and it got discovered, it would be way too suspicious. But if it included a long list of Night City's newest arrivals, at worst, it could be dismissed as just another corporate info dump. Carl, for one, wasn't complaining. To any other fixer, obtaining intel like this would have been an expensive, time-consuming process. But Carl, he got premium corporate intel handed to him on a silver platter. And that made him very, very happy. Just from seeing a Lazarus mercenary's name, Carl could already think of 3 or 4 possible reasons. Lazarus was trying to re-establish operations in Night City. They were on contract for a high-profile job. A major op was about to go down, and Lazarus was involved. With this intel in hand, Carl could prepare in advance. It was like knowing the weather would change. A clueless fool would walk outside and deal with it as it came. Carl, he'd check the forecast and bring an umbrella, just in case. Satisfied, he forwarded the ACPA trainees' intel to his squad's private channel, where T-Bug was handling security. Carl, go over this when you wake up. Once you've read it, let me know. We'll figure out how to handle Blanca's long-term job. T-Bug, as always, responded instantly. Then silence. Carl knew exactly what that meant. Jackie and Oliver were still dead asleep. 8:20 a.m. If Blanca was still working, that meant she had been on duty for 31 hours straight. Damn, glad I'm not a corpo dog. Feeling smug about his freedom, Carl continued browsing the intel on the shard. There was a lot of it. Too many big names had entered Night City recently. The God of Rock, Carrie Eurodyne. Arthur Jenkins. Meredith Stout. Kirk Sawyer. Big shots, corpos, fixers. The list went on. Blanca had handed him an absolute goldmine. Chapter 189, Raid on Big Bird Spin Bar. Haywood, Vista del Rey, nightfall. Are we really doing this? Staring at the crimson-lit bar ahead, Oliver swallowed hard, clearly uneasy. For a straight guy like him, this place was way outside his comfort zone, so much so that he'd rather take on a hard-mode opponent from a training chip than walk into that bar. Are we sure the ex-trainee is really inside? It wasn't just Oliver. Jack stood next to him with a similar look of resistance. If Misty finds out I stepped into a place like this. You too scared? T-Bug's voice crackled in through the comms. Didn't you always brag about being fearless? Yeah, chica, we talk big, but this place is a whole different ballgame. Jack groaned, right, Carl? He glanced at Carl, hoping for backup. Carl turned, clearly not paying attention. What are you guys talking about? The bar, Oliver pointed at the sign above the entrance. Don't tell me you didn't recognize this, is the Big Bird Spin bar. Of course I recognized it. Carl shrugged. It's a well-known freedom of love bar, right? Who cares? The place is packed. I'm trying to figure out how to find our target without drawing too much attention. Carl. Oliver looked at him, half in awe. Me and Jack aren't worried about the mission. We're saying it's kind of awkward for three dudes to walk into a gay bar together, no. You scared people'll think we're gay. Carl casually pulled out Endless Night, gave it a quick check, and slid it back into its holster. Then we clear the place first. You're not seriously planning to walk in and shoot into the ceiling, are you? Not that extreme, Carl replied. That draw way too much attention, unnecessary. Then how? With this. He held up a long cylindrical device. Toss this in, clears the place without making a scene. A smoke grenade, Oliver asked, glancing at the bar again. Not a bad idea, but what about bouncers, cameras? I can block comms and cameras for a bit, T-Bug cut in. She was all business now. 3 minutes. Ball's upgrades aren't done, so I'll have to brute force it. That's all I can give you. 3 minutes is plenty, Bug. Jack nodded, checking his gear. All right, Carl, let's run it. Oliver throws the smoke and holds the entrance. T-Bug hijacks the systems. Jack, you take care of any guards, especially those with anti-jam optics. I'll locate the target and finish him. Solid plan. Oliver checked his weapon. But Carl, you don't have cyber eyes. You sure you can tag the target in the smoke? I'm not stupid. Carl pulled out a compact device. NCPD gear, borrowed from Officer Johnson. Head-mounted thermal goggles with tagging. Looks familiar, Oliver squinted. Same model as Max Tac. Not even close. These are basic cop issue, both in function and price. You can even buy them, though you'll need to go through a ton of paperwork. Carl adjusted the goggles, tested them, and nodded. They're a pain to get nowadays. Most folks in Night City just use Cyber Eyes. Way more features, and no hassle with wearing or calibrating gear. Without hesitation, Carl strapped the thermal goggles on right there on the sidewalk. No one batted an eye. Even when they pulled out guns and grenades, the few pedestrians nearby barely glanced at them. In Night City, as long as you didn't shoot, it was just another Tuesday. Someone checking their weapon or holding something grenade-shaped, nothing new. Everyone's packing heat. Hell, more people clean their guns in public than their damn shoes. Start shooting, though, then it's every gonk for themselves. Target, former Militech ACPA trainee, smuggled an exosuit into Night City. Location, currently relaxing inside the Big Bird Spin bar. Reward, none for now. Time limit, 3 minutes. Carl gave the signal. Move out. No further words needed. Oliver walked up to the bar entrance, flashed a charming grin at the bouncers, built like animals. They almost thought he was a flirty customer, until he pulled something from his jacket. What the? Eyes wide, the guards barely had time to react, before Oliver lobbed the device inside. Grenade. One bouncer managed to shout before Jack activated his berserker and dropped them both flat. Inside, panic erupted. Patrons fled from what they assumed was a frag grenade, until it hissed and flooded the entire bar with dense smoke. Coughing filled the room. Through the haze, Carl stepped in, Endless Night in hand, gear locked and loaded. Target located, a sharp-eyed, brown-haired young man bolting for the back door. P.S. Feeling way better today, got my grip strength back. Should be back to triple uploads tomorrow. Chapter 190, Useless Tool. Before entering Night City, former ACPA trainee number 5, real name Dea, was given a piece of advice. If something goes down on the street, don't overthink it. Unless you're the kind of top-tier gunman who can shoot before your brain even kicks in, your best bet is to turn around and run. Among his fellow trainees, Dea's marksmanship was top-notch, almost on par with number 1, who died in Night City. But when he sensed something going wrong, he didn't hesitate to run. Not because he truly believed in that advice, more like, aside from his skills with a gun, Dea had become quite the quick draw in other ways too. In short, he had finally escaped Militech's grip, went on a bender, and was now suffering the consequences. His body was wrecked from indulging too hard, too fast. Now both his trigger finger and his legs felt like jelly. In this state, even a couple of street punks could knock him down, let alone someone bold enough to raid the Big Bird spin bar. Gotta get back to the exosuit stash, fast. Shouldn't have let my guard down. Night City's no joke. No wonder number 1 got wrecked by just one street merc. This place is full of temptation, it's impossible to stay sharp. Legs wobbling, Dea forced himself to run. He burst through the bar's side door and stumbled into the alley. Behind him, chaos still raged, but there, his motorcycle, right where he left it. Relieved, he sprinted over and mounted up. Damn, even with my head spinning, I still locked the bike right. Didn't get jacked. I had my fun, skipped the bill, and the ride's untouched. Today's my lucky. His thought cut off. His right hand wouldn't grip the throttle. A burning heat surged from his palm. Shit, this feeling. Implant overheating. Alig. Dea collapsed, screaming, clutching his arm and rolling on the ground. Quit the act. Carl approached calmly, night vision visor now off. His tone was flat as he looked down at the writhing man. You Militech types always pull this crap when you're injured. Roll around, play helpless, try to bait your enemy into lowering their guard. You're an ACPA pilot. You've got a pain editor implant. Rolling around like this from a little burn, that's a weak bluff. He knew what Dea was thinking. The overheating, no follow-up shots, no one rushing him as he fell. Clearly the attacker wasn't aiming to kill immediately. So why not put on a show? I just wanted to do what your fellow trainee did. Make sure you die knowing why. As fellow trainee, Dea's expression shifted. Calm returned in an instant. He pulled out a Militech Omaha tactical pistol and leveled it at Carl. I think I know who you are now. I never said I was hiding it. Carl rolled his wrist, unfazed by the gun. Without their exosuit, ACPA pilots were nothing special. All their augmentations were designed to function inside the armor. Outside of it, their combat ability was limited. I just want to ask, where's your exosuit? You tell me, and I won't have to waste my time digging through your neural chip. He couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Talking with a hostile target instead of just executing them, just like he had with number 1. Let's just hope this doesn't go sideways. Bang! Before Dea could react, Carl shot him in the wrist. With his left hand useless, Carl lunged in monowire trailing. It looped around Dea's neck. Before he could recover, Carl spun behind him, drove a knee into his lower back, and snapped both shoulders with a precise knife hand strike. Now, let's continue our little chat. Dea couldn't move. So fast, so clean, so damn precise. He'd planned to resist, thought he had time, but the merc had him pinned in an instant. So this was the guy who took down number 1. Maybe in an ACPA suit, he'd stand a chance. But now, where's the exosuit? Carl's voice came again, cold, controlled. Dea raised his hands in surrender. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. Can't promise that. Carl's tone was icy. I took the job to kill you. The only reason I'm talking is because I didn't feel like wasting half a day scraping your chip for coordinates. You talk now, your death'll be quick. No room for negotiation. The monowire tightened slightly, cutting into his neck. Dea's mind raced. My presence in Night City was supposed to be classified. If you're a merc and you know, that means someone inside sold us out. I don't care who, I won't even ask. Let me disappear. I'll leave a fake corpse, make it convincing. In return, I'll hand over everything, ACPA protocols, exosuit data, all of it. Just let me live. Carl didn't speak, but the wire tightened. How do I know you're not lying? He finally said. You think a Militech dog trades info so easily. That doesn't sound like loyalty. Loyalty? Dea scoffed. We were locked in boxes and used like tools. If my whole family wasn't dead and I didn't inherit some mystery debt at birth, I'd never have agreed to this. I got conscripted at 3. They promised glory, gave us trauma. You think I don't know? Too much time in an ACPA, you go cyberpsycho sooner or later. His voice trembled now. I just wanted to live like a human being. Night City showed me that. If you don't believe me, install a kill chip in me. One thought from you and boom, my head's gone. Carl sighed. He released the monowire and stepped aside. Thud. Dea collapsed to the ground, panting. His eyes widened with relief, then disbelief, then pure joy. You believe me. I made it. I actually get to live. I can start over. Carl's reply was quiet. I don't believe you. Another sigh. His gaze was conflicted. I just don't see the point in killing someone who's already dead. And what do you? Boom. Dea's head exploded. Blood and brain matter painted the alley. Carl, just out of range, didn't flinch. That's what I meant. He shook his head. If even you thought about installing a kill chip to gain trust, you really think the people who made you a pilot didn't think of it first? A useless tool gets discarded. Carl stepped forward and examined the back of Dea's neck. The small data chip near his spine was intact, untouched by the detonation. This intel's probably not gonna impress those corpo bastards. Still, he looked up and spoke anyway, just in case they were listening. Next time, send more. Chapter 191, The Price of an Exosuit. Unit 5, equipped with a basic weapon mount platform and a load-bearing system then. Inside a warehouse in Haywood, Carl listened to T-Bug's voice over comms while examining the mechanical exosuit in front of him, standing nearly 2 meters tall. He reached out and ran his hand across the cold metal surface. Props to you, T-Bug, for tracking down the storage site using just movement data. I thought we'd lost this exosuit for good. Humans are social creatures by nature. As long as they're alive, they always leave traces. Quoting Aristotle again. Carl chuckled through the comms, then looked over at Oliver, who was practically climbing on top of the exosuit. What, you thinking of taking it for a ride? I'm not that dumb. Oliver inspected the armor's servos and framework. This Militech exosuit needs specialized neural-linked cyberware. Without it, it won't even boot. Plus, it's locked down with internal security protocols. If I even try to activate it, the anti-theft system might crush me like a soda can. And you don't know how to pilot it either. Jack gave the exosuit a solid tap, grinning as the echo of heavy alloy rang back. Now this is a serious piece of chrome. Out on the street, this thing would go for over 100,000 eddies easy. Militech hardware like this, probably more like 200K. Carl gave his estimate, only for T-Bug to cut in and correct him. Specifically, it's 180,000 eddies. This exact model was sold to NCPD, 5 units, 900,000 eddies total. She added, for reference, that's roughly the same as a light-class ACPA unit. A light ACPA goes for 900K, Oliver asked, surprised. I remember my grandpa talking about this, he continued. He fought in the Second Central American War. After it ended, that's when they started developing power armor. During the corporate conflicts, he became a junior officer, got to work with ACPA squads. Heard all kinds of pricing back then. I still remember. The Commando unit went for around 108,000 eddies, and the Model B for about 89,050. I actually thought, hell, maybe I could save up and buy one someday. Originally, power armor was developed by Metacorp, T-Bug said, chiming in as the group's resident know-it-all. Then the patents were sold to Militech. Considering your family background, your grandpa might have been one of the first to ever pilot one. But prices today aren't what they were back then, she added. Thanks to inflation, thinking you can get a new ACPA for 100K is pure fantasy. After a pause, she calculated. Back then, it was premium tech, so yeah, expensive. But if it were developed today, the price would be 10 times that. That's about what ACPAs cost now. So if we adjust that, a modern Commando would be 1.08 million eddies, and the Model B would be 890,500. Oliver winced. Damn, guess I wasn't that far off. Still, with those numbers, it's no wonder Corps would rather throw some low-cost soldiers at the problem. A Sandevistan only costs around 100K. Train 10 of those guys, and they could probably take down a light ACPA. You're missing the point, Jack cut in. An ACPA isn't just firepower, it's psychological warfare. You see a hulking steel monster walking toward you with a mounted chain gun, you run. You see 10 guys with rifles, you hesitate. It's the difference between maybe I survive and there's no point in running. Carl nodded thoughtfully. You're making me think of the Somme. Back in World War I, when the Germans saw tanks for the first time, they freaked. The tech was crude, sure, but in just a few hours, those tanks did what the Allied forces couldn't accomplish in a month of trench warfare. WWI? That's a blast from the past, T-Bug said, laughing as Jack and Oliver blinked in confusion. Nowadays, if you say World War, people assume you mean the corporate wars. Carl, you sound like a damn history professor. No one talks about it anymore, Carl asked, genuinely surprised. What was common knowledge in my time now barely registers. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. He shook his head at their confused expressions. If you're ever curious, I'll tell you about it later. For now, let's focus on this thing. Carl tapped the exosuit's chest plate. 180,000 eddies of Militech-grade hardware, biometric lock included. So, what do we do with it? The client doesn't want it, Oliver asked. I asked, they said we can keep it, spoils of war. But you know how it is, if we collect too many of these, it gets suspicious. 1 or 2, fine, any more and someone upstairs starts asking questions. What questions? Oliver scoffed. Same greedy bastards been inflating military budgets since my grandpa's time. They report pistols at 10 times their cost, 20 if they think no one's checking. And now they care about appearances. My guess, they'll mark it as lost in action, skim the bulk of it for themselves, and let us keep a few. Jack shook his head, still staring at the ACPA unit. So if we get to keep it, what now? Sell it, scrap it, mount it on a wall. No clue, Carl replied coolly. We take it first, figure the rest out later. Chapter 192, The Crew. Carl got a minute to talk. Just after transporting the exosuit to a warehouse he'd rented in Watson for 500 eddies a month, Carl got a call from Rogue. Rogue? Carl raised an eyebrow. You got a job, small one, big one. No, not yet. I don't have anything worthy of someone like you yet. Rogue continued, what I mean is, you hit the jackpot. Jackpot. Carl instantly caught on and glanced back at the warehouse behind him. No wonder you're the top fixer. I just dropped it off and you're already calling. In Night City, there's not much that gets past me. Rogue admitted it without hesitation, her tone cool and confident. That gear's gonna be tricky for you to move, right? Name your price, I'm ready to take it off your hands. You sure we're not planning to use it ourselves? A Militech-tagged beast that rumbles like thunder and lets half the city know when you're walking around. You really plan to use that? There was a hint of laughter in Rogue's voice. Don't play coy, KK. I've seen hundreds like you. Young mercs trying to bluff their way into a better deal. That's fine. I'll offer 160,000 eddies. Officially, this model sold for 180,000 eddies. Rogue offering 160K was seriously generous. Used gear, especially military hardware, was notoriously hard to move. Even if it was basically new, most buyers would start by slashing the price in half. Rogue's offer was damn close to full retail. Honestly, the price showed real respect. Even Oliver and Jack, reading the texts Carl was typing through the comms, lit up at the numbers. Hold on, I'll check with my crew. Carl said it like it was just protocol, but deep down, he already wanted to make the deal. That price was just too good to turn down. 40,000 eddies each, sounds good to me. That was T-Bug's take. Jack and Oliver didn't even respond with words, they just nodded. It had exceeded all expectations. They'd figured a second-hand sale would net them around 80K or 90K max, maybe 100K if they got lucky. 160,000 eddies? That was unheard of. Looks like we won't be keeping it after all. Carl said it for formality's sake. After getting unanimous agreement from the team, he answered Rogue. Send someone over to pick it up. You need the warehouse code. Your warehouse and the ones next to it, they're all mine. Figures. No wonder she called so fast. Ping. 160,000 eddies, transferred instantly. Rogue didn't waste a second, and Carl had to respect that kind of decisiveness. Say what you want, when it comes to fixers, Rogue was unmatched. She dropped 160K like it was pocket change. After splitting the cash with the team and ending the short call with Rogue, Carl looked one last time at the exosuit that no longer belonged to them and shook his head. A hot potato but a tasty one, sold. For mercs like them, an exosuit like this wasn't practical in the city. Selling it had been the best move. When we've got people out in the Badlands, maybe we can stash this kind of stuff out there, Oliver mused, clearly still attached. Looks badass, yeah, but in the city, use that thing once and everyone knows. Forget it, it's handled now. Jack glanced up at the sky. It's getting late, what do you say, head home and get some rest? Hearing them talk about heading back, Carl suddenly remembered something and called out to his teammate, T-Bug. What's up? Let's get together. Didn't we say it was time for the team to meet up in real life too? And while you're at it, take the dog back for a tune-up. How about meeting at Oliver's place? You know the address, right? Today. T-Bug's voice paused a moment. All right, I'll head over now. You guys think you can make it in 30 minutes? Probably need 50. Oliver seemed pretty excited about seeing everyone, but had his own priorities when it came to time. We'll pick up some food on the way, cheaper than ordering takeout. Can you drink? Not really, but I can handle a bit. Cool, I'll get just enough. If you get drunk, you can crash in Carl's room upstairs. The three of us guys will bunk in mine, no need for you to go home late. Hi. T-Bug sounded surprised. What's with the gentleman routine, Oliver? Doesn't sound like you. Well, we're all friends now. I'm not a total blockhead. I know how to be respectful when it counts. Fair enough. Carl nodded from the side. Don't worry, T-Bug. My room's cleaned by one of those robot maids, 100 eddies a month tier. Totally tidy. If you can't sleep, feel free to check out the braindances. On the second row of my shelf, there's one called Counting Sheep to Sleep, really puts you out. You can use that if you need. All right then, 50 minutes it is. See you guys at Oliver's, and don't forget to hand over Kyukyu when I arrive. You mean Bella? No way, it's clearly Sir Woof Woof. Unbelievable. Listening to them argue again over the dog's name, Carl could only sigh as Oliver's brief moment of gentlemanly composure got completely eaten by the dog, metaphorically. They'd been fighting about this for days and still hadn't settled on a name. Honestly, it's a robot dog, you just connect to it and go. The name doesn't even matter. Just mash them all together. Kyukyu Bellisur Woof Woof. That should keep everyone happy. This was all Fujiwara Ryacho's fault anyway. Why'd he only buy one cyberdog? If he'd gotten 3, they wouldn't be fighting at all. The sound of their endless bickering in the comms buzzed in Carl's ears as he sat in the back seat, sighing again and again. Team harmony really was important. So important that they'd all risk their lives to cover each other, yet argue all day over what to name a dog. Just 4 people, and this much noise. He couldn't even imagine how someone like Maine managed a whole team. He still had a lot to learn. Thinking of his teammates, Carl glanced at a darkened contact in the comms list, V's number. Either out of range or offline. After a moment of thought, Carl left him a message. How's the family life treating you these days? If things aren't going great, you're always welcome in Night City. As a friend, I'd be happy to have you here. Chapter 193, Another Ninja. I'm taking Kyukyu with me now. The morning after the team hangout, T-Bug said goodbye to Carl while carrying the bionic robot dog, which absolutely did not need to be carried. Yeah, take care. Carl turned and glanced at the half-asleep Jack and Oliver, recalling the major decision made the night before. The dog's name had been officially decided, Kyukyu. As for how T-Bug pulled it off, she got Jack and Oliver drunk and recorded everything. Fair and square. Classic T-Bug, undeniably brilliant. Though personally, Carl still preferred a more imperial naming style, something like Unit 01 or Unit 02, but Kyukyu was fine too. Didn't matter anyway. He connected via data link and never actually needed to call the dog by name. Carl casually checked his messages and noticed one from Maine. He'd told Maine and Brown before that if anything urgent came up, they should include the letters KK in the message subject, so his filter would flag it as high priority. Since he hadn't received a ping, it meant the message wasn't particularly critical. He scrolled through the message. It wasn't long. To sum it up, they'd confirmed the location of the ninja and were preparing to act that night. Additionally, they discovered another individual, seemingly also an Arasaka ninja, but not aligned with the original target. In fact, this new ninja seemed to be hunting the first one. Another Arasaka ninja, not allied with the original one, and hunting them. Carl furrowed his brow. Their group's alignment, while not public, was on the side of Hanako Arasaka, and their target was a ninja who had previously taken part in an attempt on her life. The two forces were clearly opposed. But now there was a third player, another ninja, not aligned with either side and chasing the original target. No clear backing, unknown motives. A third-party force had entered the game. Maine and his team might have found the info odd, but not that important. But to the people backing Carl, it was highly significant. Carl didn't blame them. Maine and Brown were both former military, had even served in the new United States wars. But they hadn't been high-ranking officers, not even mid-tier. From their perspective, another ninja just meant more danger, not the implications of why two Arasaka ninjas would be at odds. This intel is important. Carl didn't explain the whole internal Arasaka conflict. Dragging Maine and Brown into that mess wouldn't be good. He just messaged them back, highlighting the importance. Keep an eye on whoever this new ninja contacts. No need for direct engagement. Your safety is top priority. Your mission is the target. The other guy isn't your responsibility. Knowing full well that even if he said that, Maine and Brown would probably still dig up everything they could, Carl added a reminder. If you must do it, be careful. Don't worry, Carl, we get it, Maine replied quickly, understanding Carl's concern. We've been in this merc business for a long time. Trust us, we've got this. I really do trust you guys, but just be careful, all right? If we run into something we really can't handle, we'll ask for help. Both Maine and Brown sent messages back. We still remember the time you called for backup during that escort mission, after all. Taking on dangerous tasks is admirable, but being able to put your pride aside and call for help when things go south, that's even more commendable. In a life-and-death line of work like this, calling for your teammates in a desperate moment is a profound act of trust. Even someone like KK had needed help once and called for them, so how could they possibly let their own egos get in the way now? All right, I'll be waiting for your updates. Carl, now on the receiving end of the reassurance, found it comforting. That felt pretty nice, honestly. Now then. Carl glanced at a number saved in his comms, Kenakairo. It had been marked and flagged. He dialed. It didn't take long before the other end picked up, and Kenakairo's calm voice came through. Carl. No more calling him Merc KK, just his name, direct, formal. I've got a new lead regarding that previous job we talked about. Is this line secure? Can I speak freely? I'm aware of the situation. Give me 5 minutes, I'll switch channels and call you back. And with that, Kenakairo immediately hung up. No pleasantries, no small talk. All business. Typical no-nonsense superior. You couldn't even try to break the ice. Carl started heading downstairs to grab breakfast and lunch for Oliver and Jack. While waiting at a street vendor, Kenakairo called back. But the voice that came through first wasn't his. Good morning, Carl. Lovely weather today. Have you seen the clouds? That voice. It was Hanako Arasaka. Wasn't Kenakairo supposed to be calling? Why was Hanako on the line? Caught off guard, Carl instinctively replied. Not bad, yeah, but from here I can only see the sky peeking through skyscrapers. To be honest, not much of a view. Ah, that's a shame. It sounded like Hanako wanted to keep chatting. But then he heard Kenakairo's voice in the background, clearly exasperated. Miss, I borrowed your secure line for business, not to make small talk. Relax, Kenakairo-san, I didn't forget. Still smiling through her voice, Hanako said her goodbye. I'll hand the line over to Kenakairo now. Take your time, Carl, until next time. Until next time. Though technically, this wasn't really a meeting, it was just voice-only comms. Carl was still processing that when Kenakairo took over the call. His tone had shifted, still calm, but now with a subtle weight pressing behind it. If you've got something to say, Carl, say it. I hope this is worth the call. And Kenakairo's voice grew more serious. Don't ever dial this number directly again, understood? This kind of dedicated line shouldn't even be reachable without clearance, right? Carl sighed at Kenakairo's inexplicable paranoia, but he didn't push back. This was important. So he laid everything out, clearly and thoroughly. Chapter 194, A Caged Bird. Mr. Kenakairo, is it safe to leave my car downstairs? This place is secure. Kenakairo glanced at Carl, who had arrived as requested. His eyes swept briefly over the two mercs behind him. But you shouldn't have brought outsiders. You're the one who said this couldn't be handled over comms, that it had to be face-to-face. You sounded urgent, so I had my friends give me a lift. Carl nodded toward Oliver and Jack, then turned back. Besides, you know who they are. They're already involved in this. And according to your own rule that only those directly involved can participate, they qualify. So, can we talk or not? If they can keep their mouths shut. Kenakairo let it go. While Carl still rubbed him the wrong way, he trusted him, and by extension, his team. Skill mattered more than manners. The more capable hands, the better. I called you here about the ninja, who's been doing the hunting. Thought so. Carl nodded. When I mentioned it over comms, I could hear your breath catch for just a second. An unnecessary observation. Kenakairo didn't take the bait. He simply handed Carl a data chip. Everything we know about her is on this. Her? Aren't they part of Arasaka's Lone Wolf 100? That elite Black Ops unit, detailed files on its members were locked behind the highest levels of Arasaka clearance. Even Hanako Arasaka, when issuing a hit on a former assassin involved in a plot against her, had only passed along minimal intel. Carl had assumed whoever was capable of tracking one of them must be just as elite. Apparently not. She's just a regular Arasaka ninja. If you underestimate her, you'll die. When Carl accepted the chip, he caught the nuance in Kenakairo's Japanese, a clear use of the feminine third person. Akanoichi. He muttered the word under his breath, then glanced at Oliver, who, without a Japanese translator implant, was clueless. The glance was instinct. Oliver was obsessed with ninja flicks. Carl used to think he was watching trashy content. Turned out this time it was legit. Yeah, Akanoichi. Kenakairo continued, voice flat but serious. She didn't make the Lone Wolf 100, not because she lacked skill, but because of her bloodline. In terms of power, even I feel uneasy facing her. Carl raised a brow. Yeah, right. That was classic Kenakairo, downplaying himself to make sure Carl understood the threat. Truth was, for someone like Kenakairo to feel fear. That list was probably 2 names long, and this woman wasn't on it. I'll be careful. Carl took the chip, automatically moving to stash it in his pocket, only for Kenakairo to stop him with a frown. What do you think you're doing? Taking it back to view on my rig. Kenakairo scowled. Your systems could be compromised. Taking this off-site is a risk. Review it here. Seriously? Carl stared at the chip, hesitating. He wasn't fond of jacking random chips on the spot. But it was fine. He trusted Kenakairo enough. Plus, Oliver and Jack were right there, and T-Bug was monitoring remotely. If things went south, he wouldn't be alone. Carl slotted the chip and began scanning the incoming data. Codename, Chiom. He blinked. Chiom. He knew the reference. Machizuki Chiom, a shrine maiden turned legendary ninja during Japan's Sengoku era. Classic Arasaka. Recycled, romanticized names. Age 25. Taken in by Arasaka at age 3. Began training at age 5. 20 years of experience. Mastery of the 5 shinobi disciplines: cuisine, scent, poison, kai, and physical combat. Top of her class. Taken as Kenikairo's personal disciple at age 12. Carl froze. Wait, she's your student. He looked up stunned. So this ninja, this assassin, is one of yours. Even teacher and student can differ in ideology and loyalty. Kenikairo didn't deny it. Her allegiance lies with Lady Hanako's mother, Arasaka Michiko. So that's who it was. At least for now, that made her an ally. Carl processed it quickly. The target ninja had taken part in the plot to assassinate Hanako Arasaka. The one hunting him, Chiome, was loyal to Michiko Arasaka, Hanako's mother. Was this a mother seeking justice for her daughter? Or a cleanup operation? No, likely the first. Carl dismissed the latter. Michiko only had one child, Hanako, and Hanako had shown no signs of ambition or betrayal. If anything, she wanted to step away from it all peacefully. There was no internal power struggle, no deathmatch between heirs. This wasn't Saburo versus Yorinabu. After finishing the file, Carl looked at Kenikairo. So what do you want us to do? Stop her. Kenikairo's tone was colder now. Even if she's acting under Lady Michiko's indirect approval, we can't allow her to complete the mission. Why not? A mother avenging her daughter, what's wrong with that? This is a no play. Everyone knows it's fake, but we all perform anyway to maintain the illusion. Kenikairo's eyes narrowed. Revenge must come from us, or from those we approve, because Lady Hanako is no longer a caged bird trapped in Kyoto. Carl understood the subtext. This wasn't about vengeance. It was about respect. Arasaka's upper echelons needed to understand. Hanako wasn't some passive doll. She was her own person now. Chapter 195, Chiome. Location confirmed, identity confirmed, target confirmed. In the dimly lit industrial district of northern Watson, Night City, a figure clad in a black tactical suit and a face-concealing helmet darted swiftly through the shadows. Moving in sync with the factory lights that flickered on and off, the figure advanced with precision, data in their mind already locking onto a target 500 meters away. Traitors must die. The near-silent murmur beneath the helmet accompanied a sudden burst of speed. The distance to the target rapidly closed. Unaware of the danger creeping up on them, the target, wearing a similarly styled outfit, remained hidden ahead. 450 meters. 400 meters. 350 meters. 300 meters. The pursuer abruptly stopped. With a sharp hiss, 2 mantis blades sprang from either forearm. As they extended, crackling blue-white electricity flared, briefly illuminating the 2 figures now standing directly in the pursuer's path. The electric flash made their faces visible. The gaze beneath the visor lingered only a moment on the young black-haired man on the right, before shifting to the middle-aged man in a sleek black suit standing straight to the left. Zap. Crackling current surged. From beneath the helmet came a distorted voice, neither male nor female. Kenikairo. Chiome. Kenikairo stood firm, calmly facing his former disciple. I want to know what your mission is. That's outside your clearance. Dropping the voice modulation, Chiome now spoke in her own voice, cold and detached. Even if you're my master, this falls under corporate regulation. I have the authority to kill you right here. Who's breaking protocol, really, Chiome? I think you know better than I do. Kenikairo's expression finally cracked, an unusual flash of anger crossing his face. He pulled out a data chip and displayed it before her. I assumed you were on a sanctioned mission. I didn't expect you to be this reckless, unauthorized redeployment to Night City, failing to report upon arrival, and using Lady Michiko's name to requisition personal gear upgrades. Every step you've taken qualifies as betrayal. His voice hardened with authority. I order you to cease all resistance and come with me. Atone for the disgrace you've brought upon yourself. I've done nothing wrong. the mantis blades on Chiyome's arms subtly angled toward him. "You are the one at fault, Kenakairo." "Me?" Kenakairo's anger vanished. What replaced it was cold detachment. "If I'm guilty of anything, it's passing everything I know to a traitor like you. If you remembered your own teachings, if you still felt shame, you'd never say something like that." Chiyome's voice matched his in chill. "In the moment it mattered most, you couldn't protect Lady Hanako. She was injured. And even after learning who was responsible, you did nothing. You are no longer the mentor I once knew." That struck a nerve. Kenakairo's composure wavered for the first time. His gaze sharpened, cybernetic eyes flaring, as if trying to pierce through her helmet and see her face beneath. After 2 seconds of silence, his tone shifted, uncertainty creeping in. You believe I failed in my duty to protect Lady Hanako. The guilty are always the ones most aware of their own sins." Chiyome raised the mantis blade on her right arm, pointing it directly at Kenakairo. "You've grown old, Master. You can no longer protect the things you once stood for. Since you've failed in your duties, it should be me who inherits them. Even if you've betrayed your responsibility, I, who once trained under you and carry that same burden, will not forget it." As Kenakairo listened to her words, he understood what she was trying to do. Chiyome believed that Kenakairo had failed in his duty to protect Hanako Arasaka, that he had grown too old, unworthy of such an important role. She wanted to prove her own strength by killing the perpetrators, essentially assuming her master's responsibilities. So that's what this was about all along. At first, Kenakairo assumed Chiyome was acting on Michiko Arasaka's orders, pursuing the culprits in service to her. As her personal bodyguard, that made sense. But when he discovered she had come to Night City on her own initiative, he thought she had gone rogue. Out of loyalty to their bond, he wanted to reason with her first, to understand her motives. Now that he truly understood her intentions, he realized this was all a tragic misunderstanding. Hanako's injury had been the result of a test orchestrated by that one, with a certain hardliner involved, and even Michiko herself had turned a blind eye. This wasn't a personal failing, it was the cost of internal faction warfare. But Kenakairo couldn't say any of that aloud. If he told Chiyome the truth, she might become a liability, and in a world like theirs, that meant death. Compared to the brutal politics of the Arasaka family, a ninja's rebellion was barely a footnote. Unable to explain, and forbidden from doing so, Kenakairo knew there was only one way to resolve this. Coincidentally, Chiyome also seemed done talking. Her HUD showed that the target she had been tracking was now getting further away, and she had no more patience left for what she viewed as a traitorous and derelict master. "I've had a question, one I've wondered about ever since I left your tutelage at 20. Her voice changed again to that androgynous modulated tone, and at the same time, her figure began to blur, becoming one with the shadows. "I've always been curious." The electric glow vanished, darkness returned, and with it, Chiyome herself seemed to vanish into the gloom. "To know if..." Her voice came through to Kenakairo's ears, near and far at once. Far, as though she hadn't moved at all. Close, as though she were standing right in front of him. Kenakairo's body tensed. He knew his disciple too well. To subdue her, he would need to go all out. "And that is," he asked, scanning the surroundings with his cybernetic optics, trying to draw her voice out again so he could locate her. She didn't disappoint. Her form reappeared with a burst of lightning and a sharp cry. "That is, are you really, truly stronger than me, Master?" 2 mantis blades thrust toward Kenakairo from behind, aimed precisely at his heart and lungs. Both. Lethal targets. Chapter 196, Shadow. The moment Chiyome revealed herself, Carl, who'd been observing everything, made the smartest move he could. He ducked away. A fight between master and student, he had zero interest in getting involved. In fact, the moment he figured out Chiyome's true intentions, Carl knew this was a strictly internal matter, and the kind of internal mess he was better off not touching. A clearly half-unhinged ninja willing to bare her soul to her own master, she'd likely carve up someone like Carl without hesitation. He didn't mind going toe-to-toe with strong opponents, would have been happy to clash with Chiyome under different circumstances, but a restrained duel where you're supposed to hold back and not kill. Yeah, no thanks. He couldn't do that. The impression she gave off was undeniable, deadly. Not quite as fearsome as Kanekairo had described, but in Carl's eyes, she ranked just beneath top-tier monsters like Kanekairo or Atom Smasher. 10 guys like Mr. Johnson wouldn't be enough to stop her. Backing off and lowering his threat level as much as possible, Carl watched as Kanekairo and Chiom had already traded 2 rapid blows. Kanekairo was, after all, her master. There was no one who knew her fighting style better. The moment Chiom activated her optical camouflage and used her Sandevistan to blitz behind him with mantis blades drawn, Kanekairo had already turned to face her. He activated his own Sandevistan, but his weapon, not mantis blades. Unlike the heavy cyberware requiring major body modding, Kanekairo's style was old school, but not outdated. He drew a wakizashi from his sleeve, 60 centimeters long, no tsuba, just hilt and blade. Historically a samurai's backup weapon or tool for seppuku in Kanekairo's hands, it came alive. Each strike of Chiom's electrified mantis blades was expertly deflected or diverted with pinpoint precision. Carl, watching from a distance, was stunned. He'd heard of master swordsmen who could read the core of a strike, cutting cleanly to disable and kill. He'd seen brain dances that tried to depict this, but most were flashy scams. This was real. Carl cursed himself for not having a BD recorder on him. Witnessing a clash like this, worth getting singed over. I knew you'd use that sword. Chiom snarled, withdrawing after her initial assault failed. She activated her camo again. I knew since I was 12 that my always stiff master kept a blade hidden in that arm. She blurred back into the darkness. Then you've still got much to learn. Kanekairo had been fighting with only his right hand, using the grounding layer in his synthetic skin to nullify the shock of her electric blades. His left hand, until now, completely empty. But then blink and you'd miss it, a shuriken appeared. Effortless as picking up chopsticks, Kanekairo held it between his index and ring fingers. With a smooth flick of the wrist, he sent it flying. Thwip! Chiom's optical camo left her without subdermal plating. Her tactical vest offered no real protection. Just before vanishing, the shuriken struck her shoulder. He's holding back, no wait. Carl realized that wasn't hesitation. Chiom had dodged. In that sound, not flesh. Wrestle. All that remained in the dark was a discarded tactical suit, with a kunai embedded in it. A cicada slew. Classic ninja move. Chiom had used the maneuver to vanish more effectively. Wearing full tactical gear reduced the effectiveness of optical camo. She hadn't had time to change, so she used the kunai distraction to peel away her suit, concealing herself better in only her skin-tight underlayer. Where is she? Carl and Kanekairo searched. 2 seconds later, footsteps. 4 seconds into the fight. Chiom's rhythm was relentless, but this next move. Precise. Kanekairo deflected a kunai from the dark with his wakizashi. Instinct kicked in, he twisted aside just as gunfire, and an explosion erupted, obscuring Carl's view in a blinding blast. Simultaneous kunai, gunfire, grenade. That belt she wore must have been packed. The fireball lit up the field. In the flickering glow, Carl saw Kanekairo standing unscathed, his clothes untouched. But behind him, in the shadow his body cast, a blur emerged. Accompanied by a faint crackle and spark, the mantis blade lunged straight for his neck. A clean, full decapitation strike. She'd used the shadow cast by the fire, synced her camo to it, masked the sound of her electrified blades in the aftermath of the blast, all textbook. But technique-wise, still some flaws. Kanekairo's counterkick came without hesitation, striking her mid-lunge and sending her flying straight into the fire. His expression, unchanged, the same stern face he wore when training her years ago. Remember, in firelight, the only thing you can hide is your shadow. Chapter 197, Master and Disciple Gap. The grenade explosion ignited the dry grass across the industrial zone, but the flames didn't spread far. As the light began to fade, Kanekairo, who had only kicked Chiom away and didn't pursue, spoke up. "Have you calmed down yet?" No answer came. When the flames finally died, the spot where Chiom had landed was empty. She had vanished again. Keep overusing optical camouflage like this, and even someone like you, with high neural endurance, will start slipping up. All this strain, even for you, is enough to leave cracks. Kenakairo's left hand reached for another shuriken, sliding from his sleeve. His gaze locked onto a seemingly empty point up and to his right. Your breathing, your steps, even your impatience, every mistake gives away your position. He slowly raised his wakizashi. "You still have a lot to learn. I once thought you were ready to graduate. Clearly, I was wrong." Just as he finished, Kenakairo's head snapped left. His wakizashi came up and blocked a downward strike from a mantis blade. Electric arcs flared, lighting both of their faces. Without pausing, Kenakairo said coldly, "One little provocation, and you gave away your position. Have you already forgotten everything I taught you?" Chiom stayed silent. Her helmet opened 2 ports near the jawline. With a slight tilt of her head, 2 senbon needles fired directly at Kenakairo's cyberoptics. They weren't ordinary. These were loaded with a custom paralysis virus. If they embedded in his optics, the malware would penetrate the interface and fry his brain in seconds. Clink! Kenakairo had expected it. He had personally helped design the Arasaka Ninja faceplate system. There was no way a trick like this would catch him off guard. With practiced ease, the kunai he had prepped flew from between his fingers, intercepting 1 senbon. The impact redirected the second needle's path. Whip! Carl, standing just close enough, reached out and caught the second senbon that had been deflected his way. Barely avoided a hit. He'd gotten too into the fight, lost track of his distance. He'd wandered within 8 meters of the battle, not ideal. Still, the fight looked lopsided. Carl took a few steps back, resetting to a 10-meter distance. From an outside perspective, the gap between master and disciple was becoming crystal clear. Maybe Kenakairo simply knew her too well. To Carl, every one of Chiom's attacks seemed like a serious threat, yet Kenakairo parried them all effortlessly, like a live demonstration. One side fighting to kill, the other holding back, teaching. The outcome was already obvious. If Carl could tell, so could they. Realizing she was completely outmatched, Chiom leapt backward, not to hide again, but to retreat. A ninja doesn't fight to the death unless protecting someone. Their way is to vanish, then strike again later. This doctrine, etched into her bones, was executed with flawless precision. A spherical device fell from her waist and rolled. A standard Arasaka-issued smoke bomb. The moment it touched the ground, it cracked open, releasing a smoke laced with anti-scan particulates, perfect for a clean getaway. She had failed to kill Kenakairo in a surprise attack. Now was the time to retreat and wait for a better opportunity. As she moved back, one thought dominated her mind. There is no way I'll let a failure like him remain by Lady Hanako's side. Bang! Just as she thought it, a bullet slammed into her gut. Your fallback path was angled at 5 o'clock from your original position. It's a habit you've never broken. Holstering the pistol he'd drawn from his waist, Kenakairo stared down at Chiom, who had fallen and rolled under the force of the shot. His calm expression shifted to visible disappointment. With skills like this, how could I ever entrust Lady Hanako's safety to you? Kenakairo used blades, kanai, but when it mattered, he also used guns. Sometimes, a firearm was just better than ninja tools. Chiom didn't have a pain editor installed. Every bit of her neural capacity had been allocated to stealth and combat mods. There was no room for a luxury like pain suppression. So when the round hit, she couldn't suppress the sharp groan that escaped her throat. Pain was pain, but it wouldn't stop her. Even as she rolled away to avoid follow-up shots, she flung a handful of kanai, still attacking as she evaded. But of course, Kenakairo dodged them all without even trying. With full specs of her cyberware and a deep understanding of her psychology, tactics, and techniques, there was nothing about her he didn't know. In the Arasaka ninja hierarchy, a disciple was like your own child. Casually sidestepping, Kanekairo watched her brace herself and begin to rise, preparing to activate Sandevistan again for a full retreat. Then something unexpected happened. A phone landed beside Chiom with a soft clatter. "Call from Hanako." A voice rang out from the distance. At that sentence, Chiom froze. She had assumed the phone was a bomb. She had already begun dodging, but when she heard the name, her body locked in place. Kanekairo spun to look behind him, and there stood Carl, arms crossed. "I figured Hanako might want to know what was going on, so I shot her a message. She said she'd handle it herself." Carl gave Kanekairo a reassuring look. "Don't worry, just like you asked, I didn't call her." Pause. "But you never said I couldn't text." Chapter 198, Who is this guy? As Chiom stared blankly at the phone, and Kanekairo glared at Carl, the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Hanako's voice. "Chiom, can you hear me?" That gentle voice snapped Chiom out of her daze almost instantly. Her mind didn't even stop to consider whether this was a trap, like a pre-recorded message. Instead, she sprang forward and scooped up the phone with both hands in a near-pouncing motion. "Miss Hanako, I'm here." "Oh good, you can hear me. I was worried the signal might have been disrupted." Hanako's voice on the other end carried a soft smile. "It's been a while since we last talked, hasn't it, Chiom? Hearing your voice again makes me really happy." "Miss." Chiom's voice trembled as her visor mask quivered along with it. The involuntary rush of emotion was overwhelming, and she almost choked up mid-sentence. But she forced herself to regain composure and answered in her usual calm tone. "Yes, it has been quite a while. To be precise, it's been 9 months, 4 days, and 3 hours." "Wow, you're still as good with time as ever." Hanako's praise made Chiom unconsciously straighten up, despite her injured waist and abdomen. "That's because you often used to ask me what time it was, miss. I could never forget that." "Then tell me, how long has it been since you last saw Mr. Kanekairo?" Chiom hesitated at that question, then glanced over at Kanekairo before replying. "Also 9 months, 4 days, and 3 hours. "Well, since it's been so long, how about you don't make your reunion with him so violent? Can you forgive Mr. Kanekairo?" "Miss, this man's negligence is what caused you to get hurt." Chiom's resentment toward Kanekairo hadn't faded in the slightest. To her, it wasn't just that a fellow comrade had failed in their duties. Kanekairo had once been a revered master in her eyes. Every word he spoke had been gospel. But for such a man to fail at fulfilling his own sworn duty to protect, how could she possibly forgive the betrayal of those principles she had once believed in so devoutly? If she hadn't been interrupted by Hanako's call, or if it had come just a few seconds later, Chiom had been prepared to use certain last-resort methods to take Kanekairo down with her. Now that she had time to think, she realized just how reckless she had been. If she died with this disgrace of a man, Hanako would have been left unprotected. She'd have to find a more strategic time to kill him later. Someone like him staying near Miss Hanako would definitely lead to disaster one day. While Chiom's mind spiraled with all kinds of anti-Kanekairo schemes, on the other end of the line, Hanako was thinking as well. After a moment, her voice returned. "Since you're unhappy with Mr. Kanekairo, then, Chiom, would you like to come to my side?" "Miss." As soon as Hanako said those words, Kanekairo no longer had the time to glare at Carl. He quickly turned his head and tried to stop Hanako's suggestion. Someone like her, whose skills are still lacking, how could she possibly? "I can," Chiom exclaimed, clutching the phone in both hands, visibly emotional. She had thought she would at least need to take out that disgrace of a man before even having a shot at this. Protecting Lady Hanako, that was her true goal, the thing she had always longed for. "Of course. In fact, I'd very much welcome you to my side, Chiom. Right now, I really need more strength," Hanako replied gently. "In that case, I'll need to inform my mother first. I'm going to hang up for now. Chiom, if you're able, come with Kanekairo tonight so we can handle your access codes and formal role transfer." "Yes, ma'am." Lady Hanako. No matter how unwilling Kanekairo was, once Hanako had made her decision, he couldn't say anything to contradict it. All he could do was stand there, and watch as his increasingly unpredictable disciple was now being welcomed to remain by Lady Hanako's side. He couldn't help but shoot Carl another withering glare, for being the one to stir all this up by involving Hanako in the first place. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to message her, none of this would have happened. He could have simply scolded his undisciplined student and sent her back to take her punishment. Simple and clean. But Carl, completely unfazed by Kenakairo's glare, looked like he didn't even notice it. After all, Kenakairo always looked at him like that. He was used to it by now. What Carl was worried about was his phone. He'd tossed it toward Chiom earlier to avoid any risk of getting himself killed by some impulsive, "if I die, I'm taking you with me" stunt. But now, Chiom was still holding the phone, no intention of giving it back. Carl was already mourning his lost eddies. Yes, Night City had phones. Back when Carl first arrived, he'd wondered if people even used them anymore. But the moment he saw Jackie pull one out and start a call, he got the message. Just a couple of days ago, he'd bought one himself, a clean unit that had been double-checked by Victor and T-Bug, completely wiped of viruses and malware. It had cost him a whopping 2,000 eddies. 2,000? To put it in perspective, that's enough to buy one of Johnson's precious Ajax rifles. Carl could be generous when it mattered, but when it came to unnecessary luxuries, no way. With the neural link jack, he didn't even need a phone. He'd bought the same model as Jackie just for fun, and now he'd barely even warmed it up before. And to top it off, Chihome hadn't even installed a pain editor. Her build was optimized for stealth and lethality. There was no room left for luxuries like pain suppression. So not only did she get shot using his phone as cover, she let out a very real, very painful grunt, and still didn't let go of the damn thing. Just as Carl was wondering how to politely ask for it back, the phone, which everyone thought had already hung up, suddenly crackled to life again with Hanako's voice. "Oh, I almost forgot. Chiom, be sure to return the phone to Carl, okay? And Carl, thank you for letting me know about this. I'm really glad you stopped Chiom and Kenakairo from fighting." Actually, they did fight. A lot. I only messaged you because I'd gotten my fill watching. Carl wanted to say that, but as the call finally cut off, he noticed two pairs of eyes now fixed on him. This time, it wasn't just Kenakairo glaring. Chiom was staring too. At that moment, she finally began to process something. She'd never seen this black-haired young man around Lady Hanako before. He called her by name, not by surname, which implied a level of closeness uncommon in Eastern custom. And Hanako had thanked him personally. So, who the hell was this guy? Chapter 199, Fair Enough. I think you should treat that gunshot wound in your abdomen first. As Chiom stared at him, Carl stepped closer and tossed her a Rejuvenix 3 injector. You wouldn't want to show up in front of Hanako all bloody, right? Hearing that, Chiom caught the Rejuvenix 3 midair and immediately injected it near her wound. Not removing the bullet. In a situation where proper medical care is accessible, stopping the bleeding and regaining mobility is the logical move. Just one dose in, and Chiom's complexion visibly improved. She looked at Carl, then handed him the phone. Lady Hanako told me to return this to you. Thanks. As Carl reached for the phone, he suddenly felt the hand that had been holding it flip around and grab his wrist, pulling him slightly forward. Carl instinctively braced himself, didn't react defensively, and instead used the tension to help pull Chiom up from the ground. Trying to borrow a bit of strength. Watching her stand by gripping his arm, Carl understood what she was doing. And to check your arm while I'm at it. Chiom stared at Carl's forearm, so well covered by synthetic skin that it showed no signs of cyberware. I read the reports. A merc helped Lady Hanako during a critical moment. Afterward, that merc received treatment and a pair of cybernetic arms. Her eyes lingered on his wrist, and his preferred melee weapon, a monowire. She was looking for clues, but with the latest gen synthetic skin, every trace was perfectly hidden, no way to tell just by sight. Carl, however, didn't hide it. That was me. I thought so. Chiom studied Carl's face, entirely unmodified, purely organic, and gave a nod of approval. But what she was really acknowledging wasn't his appearance, but his conduct. Looking at your face, I wouldn't have guessed, but to think you were that loyal merc, well done. Huh. Carl blinked. Loyal merc, what kind of nonsense was that? Putting aside the natural contradiction between loyal and mercenary, loyal to who exactly? Eddie's. Sure, the job had paid well. If anything, you could say he was loyal to money, but judging from her tone, she clearly wasn't talking about that. Seeing the look on Chiyome's face, Carl had a sinking suspicion. She means Hanako, doesn't she? Loyal to Hanako, seriously. Even understanding what she meant, Carl had trouble keeping up with Chiyome's logic. She must have interpreted his mission behavior as some kind of loyalty ritual. And yes, that's exactly what she thought. Chiyome's entire demeanor toward Carl had shifted. Even through her vocoder, her voice now carried a gentle tone. Her movements, once guarded, now showed none of the hostility she directed toward Kenakairo. To have someone like you, so loyal, keeping an eye on that failure and coming with him to find me, I clearly misjudged the situation. If you say so. Feeling Kenakairo's sharp gaze, for some reason even more pointed than usual, Carl began to piece together her train of thought. To simplify, her once revered master failed to protect Lady Hanako, let her get injured. Bad guy, derelict, needs to be eliminated. Can't be allowed near her again. A stranger merc helps Hanako, gets patched up on her orders. Good guy, loyal, trustworthy ally. Huh. That logic might seem extreme, but maybe not. It's actually kinda consistent. It's just rigid, completely black or white, no gray area. Clearly a product of old-school, hyper-disciplined training. Carl figured that this binary thinking might have been deliberately instilled through Arasaka's ninja doctrine. After all, tools only need to know who to kill and who to protect. Anything beyond that is noise and dangerous. Like that lone wolf Chiyome had hunted, who got tangled up in faction politics and ended up marked for elimination. Honestly, Chiyome's worldview was probably the norm. It was people like Kenakairo, with their capacity for nuance, who were the exceptions. Her friendliness was nothing more than allegiance to Hanako, but flip that, even a hint of disloyalty or incompetence. Thinking back on how ruthlessly she'd tried to kill Kenakairo, Carl could only sigh. Yeah, the Corps really knew how to condition people. One command or one judgment call, and they'd turn on their own in a heartbeat. Upper management loved good dogs like that. Still, for now, this ninja was on his side. Carl wasn't planning to go against Hanako anyway. What he was thinking about was simple. If there were ninja loyal to Hanako, then others were definitely loyal to rival factions. Originally, Carl had thought maybe he should keep that hunted ninja alive. See if there was anything useful he could extract for Hanako's benefit. Now, no point. Carl, target no longer needs to be taken alive. No need to preserve the body or recover the chip. He's been deemed worthless. Man, so full clearance to engage. Carl, decision made after consulting affiliated party. Brown understood. With the comms closed, Carl stood quietly as the sounds of distant gunfire and explosions echoed in the distance. That first blast, definitely man's projectile launcher, mini-missile payload. The following gunfire, Brown's team lighting up the scene with their Saratoga SMGs. Roughly 300 meters away, from the sound of it. Time to head back. Carl turned to Chiyome with a grin. Hanako's waiting for you, isn't she? Then he looked at Kenakairo. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Kenakairo? Kenakairo stared at him, nodded, then shook his head a moment later. Carl raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Kenakairo finally spoke. From now on, you are not to message Lady Hanako without my permission. Then, shooting a glance at Chiyome, who was still standing beside Carl, coldly watching, he added. And no unnecessary contact with Chiyome either. You're being a little overprotective, Mr. Kenakairo. I'll add 100,000 eddies to your monthly pay, out of my own pocket. Carl smiled. Fair enough, Mr. Kenakairo. Chapter 200, The Old Captain's Job. Targets neutralized. Nice work on this one, job's done. After receiving the footage from Mann and Brown, Carl messaged them. Mission complete. When are you guys coming to the afterlife for a drink? My treat. Might take a few days, Man replied. We just took out some Arasaka assets, we need to lie low for a bit. But once things settle, we're there for that drink. Just give me a heads up when you're on the way, I'll book the whole place. Ending the exchange, Carl watched as Kenichiro's vehicle disappeared into the distance. He couldn't help but worry. Would Chiome, riding with him, start another fight mid-trip? Hopefully not. Given the current circumstances, it'd be stupid. Carl shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Whatever happened between those two, Hanako could handle it. It wasn't his business anymore. Then a call came in. Carl, everything handled on your end. Need us as backup. It was Jackie. All clear, Carl replied. Man and Brown wrapped it up quick. This gig's done. Guess we ran over for nothing, huh? That was Oliver now. Despite the words, he sounded relaxed. So what now? You need a pickup. I'm outside the afterlife. The afterlife, Oliver muttered. Why the hell did Kenichiro drop you there? He didn't, I asked him to. I've got a meeting with a fixer. Fixer, is this about another job? Just a quick sit down, face to face. Might lead to something, might not. You guys want to show up too. Who's the fixer? Old Captain Muammer Reyes. That guy, he's only recently started as a fixer, right? I thought he was still dealing with low-end street gigs. How the hell is he meeting you at the afterlife already? Don't tell me he's got something huge lined up. No idea, that's why I'm meeting him. So, you coming or leaving the negotiating to me like always? 2 minutes, we're almost there. Carl could hear the Thornton Harris engine over the call, and just hoped Oliver wouldn't crash the damn thing. As he waited outside, Carl sent the old captain a quick message. 2 minutes, almost there. Good to hear, I've got piles of eddies and drinks waiting. This gig's gonna blow your mind. Let's hope so. Truth be told, Carl wasn't holding out much hope. The fixer had messaged him asking to drop all other jobs to do his first, which was never a good sign. Any halfway decent fixer wouldn't throw around promises of big money to a merc crew they hadn't even worked with yet. It sounded like a scam pitch. Still, Carl was between gigs and had nothing to lose by listening. If this fixer, more known in Santo Domingo for selling second-hand cars, turned out to be another Faraday, Carl could just walk out. No point wasting words on an idiot. Talking to them was already too generous. T-Bug, you need eyes on this one. Still working on Ball, just update me after the talk. If it turns out to be tech-related, I know someone who might help. Carl thought of V, the nomad. A friend I met out in the Badlands, knows his stuff. Oh, from that trip out past the wall? Sure, send me his contact. I've got a wiring issue I can't figure out. If he's good, I'll pay for remote support. Line should hold right. He's been drifting around Night City lately, far from his clan. Should be fine. I'll send the number and ping him a heads up. If there's a fee, I'll chip in. This is squad gear after all. No need, I've got the eddies. And honestly, I'm gonna be the one using Ball most anyway. I'm calling now. Later. Let me know if anything changes. Carl hung up. V had already responded with an okay hand emoji. That was taken care of. Just then, Jackie and Oliver arrived. Let's go, time to see what this guy's offering, Jackie said as he walked up. Worst case, we drink. Works for me. Carl greeted them both, and the three of them headed into the afterlife. Their entrance drew plenty of attention. Mercs at the bar and corpo suits in the booths turned their heads. Murmurs rippled around them. Black-haired guy, blonde with a mustache, and the big dude in Valentino chrome, no way. That's KK, Oliver, and Jackie, the trio that's been making waves lately. Every job they touch, completed. 0 failures. Client satisfaction off the charts. Remember the story about that Raffin Shiv gang in the Badlands, 100-man crew wiped out? Word is they did it. I heard it was 200. Supposedly, Oliver dropped 10 of them with 1 bullet. Please, 300 easy. I know Jackie used to be a big deal in Valentino's. Guy wrecked Maelstrom crews solo back in the day. Raffin Shiv in busted rides with rusted guns, they're cannon fodder. 100 each sounds right. Carl, Oliver, and Jackie ignored the chatter and headed toward the VIP booth where the old captain waited. When the door opened, A man with long black hair and a purple-blue jacket stood to greet them. "Welcome, welcome, please have a seat." "Old Captain," Carl said, addressing him by his street handle. He glanced around the room and noticed something odd. He was alone. No bodyguards, bold. With that thought, the trio took their seats.